Melodrama. As long as the female protagonist is graciously forgiving, selflessly devoted, and continuously yielding enduring until the very villains who torment her grow old and can no longer act, she will ultimately attain a gratifying conclusion to her tale. When Mercury finds herself in the role of such a tragic heroine, endure? Nay, a life-altering heroine, rewriting her fate. Shuiyin, Eat for 3 days. Mercury has been imprisoned within the body of a woman named Shuiyin. The entity that calls itself the Good Woman Correction System has already projected Shuiyin's entire life in textual form into her consciousness, ostensibly preparing her to embody Shuiyin. What precisely is this so-called Good Woman Correction System? The name alone suggests it is no more than a trivial mechanism. This system is designed to rectify women who do not meet the standards of a good woman into compliant models. The host has been detected as not conforming to these standards and has been selected for compulsory role-playing correction. In response, Mercury offers a soft, serene smile to the voice within her mind and declares, "To hell with you." The Good Woman Correction System inundates her consciousness with countless warnings, all of which Mercury chooses to ignore. Trapped temporarily in the body of the protagonist Shuiyin, she awaits her release like a soul lingering at a resurrection point, idly sifting through the annals of her life. In her youth, Shuiyin belonged to a wealthy family. However, her father's reckless gambling squandered their vast fortune, leading them into a life of destitution. The father and daughter relied solely on the meager earnings from the young Shuiyin's labor, as she also bore the burden of caring for her father, an alcoholic slave to his vices. From the tender age of 10, she shouldered the responsibilities of a household. This woman, who endured suffering and tears for much of her life, finally attained what she considered a fulfilling conclusion as her hair began to turn gray. The 3-day observation period is nearing its end. Please prepare to begin your role. Shuiyin raised her head to behold the funeral hall before her, where white banners fluttered, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt yellow paper mingling with the smoke of incense, causing a sensation of suffocation. The elderly matron, her face twisted in loathing, was being supported by a maid as she vehemently berated. Adorned with jade bangles and gold rings, her trembling hands betrayed her wrath. Although she was merely in her 40s or 50s, the bitterness and anger etched upon her features made her appear significantly older. This was indeed the Three Halls Assembly, a prelude to the grand drama. Upon hearing the words, the matron's fury intensified. She previously masqueraded as a paragon of virtue, nearly deceiving even me. Now, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, how dare you attempt to refute? If there were truly nothing between them, how could Shuiyin's intimate garments be found in the residence of Ping'an? Furthermore, Liner witnessed their clandestine meeting with his own eyes. Would he falsely accuse them? He stood beside the old lady and, at an opportune moment, said, "I too find it hard to believe that my sister-in-law and Ping'an are such individuals, yet I cannot conceal what I have witnessed with my own eyes from my mother. I should have spoken up earlier, but with my elder brother gravely ill, I was reluctant to stir up trouble. Now, seeing my sister-in-law claim to be carrying my brother's posthumous child, I must voice my concerns. Is this child truly my brother's?" As this scheming individual spoke, he cast a significant glance at the silent Shuiyin, feigning sincerity in his tone. "Sister-in-law, if you remain unwilling to speak, we shall have no choice but to question Ping, and until he is ready to acknowledge the truth." Shuiyin remained silent, observing the exchange with a cold gaze, her mind occupied by that insipid system incessantly seeking validation. "Host, please adhere to the plot. Immediately sever a finger to demonstrate your resolve and swear your innocence." Zhang Lin felt a sudden jolt in his chest under her scrutiny, sensing impending trouble. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Shuiyin's voice choke with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "How can you treat me this way? How could your heart be so cruel, Linga?" At this utterance, the room fell into stunned silence. Zhang Lin was equally taken aback and immediately denied her claim. "What nonsense are you spouting? You are my sister-in-law. How could anything exist between us? Of course there was nothing, but now that I have claimed there is, it becomes a reality." Shuiyin scoffed inwardly. When did he ever say or do anything to this woman? How could he possibly be attracted to such a woman? Furthermore, isn't this woman a foolish one who is difficult to manage? How could she suddenly utter such words? His gaze dimmed as he retorted, "Mother, I did not You raised me since childhood. Do you not know what kind of person I am? She merely whispered a few provocative words, and you believe her so readily. However, Shuiyin's expression was even more pained than his. Shuiyin may lack other talents, but her pitiful visage and readily flowing tears undeniably bore the mark of fragility. She shook her head incessantly, appearing utterly heartbroken. Ping'an is merely a servant, and he is even mute. How could I possibly have any affection for him? Very well. Since you refuse to acknowledge our affair and seek to ruin me, I shall no longer conceal the truth. Shuiyin resolutely turned to the elderly matriarch. Shuiyin is fully aware of her wrongdoing. She should not have been deceived by this scoundrel into betraying the eldest young mast. However, today, I can no longer allow him to continue deceiving you. I have met with him privately on numerous occasions, hence I know of the black mole on his lower back. It is evident whether or not this is true. If I had no illicit relationship with him, how could I possess such intimate knowledge? Warning! Warning! The current development deviates from the original plot. Shuiyin sneered inwardly. To hell with the plot, I am displeased, and anyone who causes me distress shall not find solace. Zhang Lin abruptly shook off his hand, forcing himself to remain composed. Even if it were true, it does not imply that I have any involvement with Shuiyin. Perhaps she learned of this matter from another source and is deliberately attempting to extort me. Deep down, he was aware that the birthmark on his body was genuine and could not be refuted, so he had no choice but to redirect the conversation. Unfortunately, his defense was feeble, and the old lady's trust in him had waned significantly. She now regarded him with a gaze filled with suspicion, her expressions fluctuating between doubt and anger. The protagonist, Shuiyin, had suddenly been relegated to the role of a mere supporting character. Let the confrontation begin. At that moment, the elderly lady seemed to have conjured some wild notion, her eyes widening in shock. Does your elder brother's death have anything to do with you? He was perfectly fine before, yet he departed so suddenly. Were you and that vile woman behind this? Did you conspire to bring about his demise? Zhang Lin found himself utterly speechless. Faced with this wildly imaginative and nearly deranged elderly woman, he could only futilely insist, I did not, it was not me. In truth, he harbored no intentions of harming the eldest son. However, the old lady regarded her only child as her lifeline, leaving him with no opportunity to act. After all, that frail figure could perish at any moment, so he had refrained from intervening. Yet now, an avalanche of blame was being heaped upon him. The old lady, incited by her emotions, redirected her gaze towards Shuiyin, dragging her into the fray. Vile woman, tell me, was it you who orchestrated this? Mercury lowered her gaze, shrinking back slightly before speaking, although he previously expressed a desire for the young mast. To meet an early demise, I could never bring myself to harm anyone, so I did not acquiesce. Since the young master's passing, I have been unable to find solace in sleep, tormented by the pangs of my conscience. I learned from him that it was indeed his wrath that led to the young master's death, and I wished to encourage him to confess and amend his ways. Perhaps this is why he perceives me as disobedient and seeks to eliminate me. Such profound sorrow and trepidation transformed into a burning anger, necessitating an outlet for expression. Zhang Lin, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the venomous old matriarch, grew agitated upon hearing her words. He stepped forward, seizing Mercury with fervor, and exclaimed, Speak. Why do you unjustly accuse me? Is there someone plotting against me? Reveal the truth at once. Mercury stumbled at his grip, tears shimmering in her eyes, pain etched across her visage. Suddenly, she clutched her abdomen, crying out in distress. Zhang Lin, filled with loathing, ground his teeth in fury. Cease this charade. Why do you defame me? In his mind, the foolish system blared its alarm once more. Please refrain from falsely accusing others. Utilize your inherent kindness to resolve all matters. According to the original narrative, sever your own finger, swearing your innocence with blood, and seek forgiveness. He had once regarded you as a master teaching the virtues of womanhood, yet you reveal yourself as a mere young teacher dabbling in cyber-policing. Mercury internally unleashed a torrent of invective against the system, her head throbbing as if struck by a heavy hammer. Indeed, a punishment was upon her. Outwardly, this manifested as Shuiyin's pallor, her face drained of color, beads of cold sweat forming upon her brow, embodying a visage of profound agony and vulnerability. Her eyelashes fluttered, tears cascading down her cheeks as she suppressed her pain and uttered, "I was deceived by you and committed unforgivable acts that I have regretted ever since. Today, you falsely accuse me of having an affair for your own benefit, seeking to ruin me and shattering my heart. It is only now that I see your true nature. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall no longer partake in your deceit." Zhang Lin, infuriated, raised his hand to strike her, but Shuiyin skillfully spilled the mercury on the ground, evading his slap. She curled up in a ball, crying out in anguish to the old lady, "Madam, you have always been kind-hearted, please save my child." The old lady looked at her with disdain. "You expect me to save a wretched offspring? I would rather see you both thrown into the well and put to death to avenge my son." Shuiyin managed a sorrowful smile. Shuiyin acts not for herself, but for the eldest young master. The old lady slowly straightened, as though a glimmer of hope had ignited within her, her gaze fixed intently upon Shuiyin. "Is what you say true?" With tears in her eyes, Shuiyin nodded. "I have wronged the eldest young master, and I deserve my fate, but if this child truly belongs to him, and I fail to protect it, I would be then more remorseful towards him." Gradually, the old lady regained her composure. After a brief contemplation, she instructed a maid to help Shuiyin to her feet and coldly remarked, "You had better speak the truth." Even if she were to lie, once the child was born after 10 months, she would have her means to ascertain whether it was truly of her bloodline. If it were not, then the mother and Hild would merely face a few months' delay in their demise. Mercury found nothing unusual in her actions. This old woman was desperately clinging to the hope that her family's line had not been extinguished. Even the slightest possibility was enough for her to hold on. Alas, it was unfortunate that the life within her womb was destined not to survive. Mercury weakly lowered her eyes, a tearful smile gracing her lips. She slowly descended the stone steps, a smile finally appearing at the corners of her mouth. "System, thank you. Without you, I could not have portrayed such realism just now." Mercury lifted her gaze to her. Were it not for the consideration of Xin Qiuan's pregnancy, Huihong might have forcefully pushed her to the ground. However, this concern was not shared by Mercury. In a sudden shift from her earlier frailty, Mercury lunged forward, seizing Huihong's head and forcefully slamming it against the nearby wall. With a fierce grip on Huihong's hair, she mercilessly struck her head against the wall twice, using the side of her skull to do so, concealing the marks within her hair for the time being. After the assault, she kicked Huihong to the ground, leaning back against the wall as she slid down, clutching her belly and beginning to moan softly. Attracted by Huihong's screams, onlookers rushed over to assist. Mercury, feigning near death, cried out, "Save the young master's child." The old lady hurried over, seizing the opportunity while Huihong was still dazed and unable to speak. Mercury struggled, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Madam, Huihong is infatuated with young Master Lin. She just quarreled with me and attempted to cause an accident. Oh, harm the child within my womb. You must not believe her." Huihong finally regained some consciousness, clutching her head as she sat up and exclaimed, "No, it was her." She followed the servant carrying the mercury, while Huihong remained behind, struggling to steady her dazed head, unable to rise for a considerable time. Wan-san remained oblivious to the recent commotion. Upon hearing the news, the old lady forced a smile and urged, "Dr. Fu, please check on the child." Dr. Fu's demeanor became somewhat more serious as he replied, "The young mistress has experienced some emotional distress, likely due to excessive sorrow, which has led to a buildup of anxiety. She must learn to ease her mind and focus on her recuperation." At this moment, Shuiyin began to regain consciousness. Moaning softly as she pressed her forehead, Dr. Fu inquired, "How do you feel now, young mistress?" Shuiyin weakly responded, "I had a disagreement with Huihong, and in a fit of anger, she knocked me to the ground. I hit my forehead, and now feel quite dizzy." As she spoke, her anxiety surged as she cradled her abdomen. "Is my child all right?" Dr. Fu reassured her, "There is no cause for alarm. However, you must exercise utmost caution moving forward." He examined her closely for a moment and continued, "It does appear you have sustained a significant impact, and you may experience some dizziness in the coming days. I shall prescribe some medicine for your recovery, and you must be particularly careful not to act recklessly again." Shuiyin expressed her gratitude, saying, "I understand. Thank you."
Dr. Fu,
Dr. Fu offered a few more reminders before stepping out of the room. The old lady followed closely behind, dismissing the attendants at her side. She leaned in and whispered, "Dr. Fu, I recall you previously mentioned that my son Huayuan's health was not robust, making it difficult for him to conceive. Now that she is expecting, does this imply?" Dr. Fu comprehended her implication and, taken aback, quickly clarified. "Although it is true that the young master has challenges with conception, it is not an absolute barrier. The young mistress possesses a sound constitution, making her pregnancy entirely plausible." Upon hearing this, the old lady felt a sense of relief wash over her, silently chanting a prayer of gratitude. She then inquired, "Can you discern whether this child is a boy or a girl?" Initially hesitant to respond, Dr. Fu perceived the old lady's unspoken discontent towards the young mistress. His heart ached for Shuiyin, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Though it is still early to ascertain, based on my years of experience, I would venture to say there is an 80 to 90% likelihood that it is a boy. With a few more months of careful nurturing, I should be able to confirm." A smile finally graced the old lady's face at this news, and she requested Dr. Fu to ensure the young mistress received proper care. After bidding farewell to Dr. Fu, the old lady re-entered the room, just as Huihong was being assisted in. Upon seeing the old lady, Huihong immediately knelt down, sobbing. "I implore you, dear lady, to seek justice for Huihong. The young mistress has unjustly harmed me, slamming my head against the wall and kicking me." The old lady, overwhelmed by the continuous stream of troubles, pressed her forehead with a hand, frowning as she remarked, "Why are you crying? Your wailing is giving me a headache." Huihong's voice suddenly dropped, and she began to sob softly. This feigned display of emotion appeared rather crude to Shuiyin, who thought it lacked any semblance of genuine pity, merely capable of deceiving the elderly matron with her failing eyesight. Furthermore, Dr. Fu had just mentioned that she had suffered an injury, causing her head to sustain some trauma. If Huihong's claims were true, then how could Shin Qiuan's injuries be explained? "You are lying," Huihong immediately shrieked, yet her voice lacked conviction, and her guilty conscience prevented her from meeting the old woman's gaze. Shuiyin had been keenly observing the old woman's expressions, and she felt a surge of delight at the unfolding scene. Look at that, the old lady is quite susceptible to influence. She has already begun to harbor doubts. Positioned behind the matron, Shuiyin glanced at the anxious Huihong and offered her a subtle smile. Then, she swiftly reverted to her demure facade, leaning closer to the elderly woman's ear and whispering a few words. Upon hearing them, the old woman's countenance shifted dramatically, her gaze piercing towards Huihong like a sharpened blade, the lines on her face quivering with agitation. She slammed her hand onto the table and commanded, "Summon someone, drag Huihong away, and instruct the steward to imprison her." To suggest imprisonment was no trivial matter. In such chaotic times, a maid who committed a grave error faced a fate akin to death, rendering even the involvement of the local constables unnecessary. Huihong was momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at the old woman she had served for so many years. "Madam, please spare me. I am innocent. I have not done anything wrong. I have served you faithfully all these years. While I may not have earned merit, I have endured hardship for you, and I have done so much." The old woman thundered, "Silence her." Mercury stood to the side, a smile dancing in her eyes as she quietly observed Huihong being dragged away, her cries echoing in the air. A delicate embroidered shoe fell from her grasp during the struggle, only to be swiftly retrieved by her captors. The old matriarch regarded her possessions with the same fervor as she did her only son. Throughout her life, these two elements held paramount importance to her. With her son gone, her wealth became the sole source of her solace, and she would never divulge the location of such invaluable treasures. If anyone were to uncover the whereabouts of her prized possessions, it would only be Huihong, who had devoted years to attending to the old lady's needs and thus might have surmised some details. Given the foundation laid before, the old matriarch readily believed everything Mercury had stated. The foolish system that tormented her mind had incited her ire. If it sought to unsettle her, she would ensure it suffered even more in return, all thanks to the assistance it had inadvertently provided. The system within her mind was indeed set ablaze by her fierce actions, triggering a flurry of alarms. Alert! Significant deviation from the plot detected. Protagonist's persona malfunctioning. Immediate rectification required in accordance with original storyline, or electrical shock warning will ensue. In response to this threat, Mercury remained nonchalant. I am indifferent. Feel free to continue with the shocks or shatter my mind. As it stands, I have no desire for the child within this body. Go ahead. Administer a few more jolts and see if this child can endure. Alas, this being is an essential protagonist, is it not? If it were to vanish, could you conjure another child from thin air? The system was rendered speechless, ultimately falling silent. Mercury discerned this and contemplated that the system appeared to possess limited capabilities and lacked significant intelligence. It was quite evident that it adhered to the decayed notion of being a good woman, and thus could hardly be sophisticated. If a human were behind this system, their intellect would likely be rather deficient. The old matriarch had endured far too much stimulation today, after a considerable time spent calming her heart. She cast a sinister glance towards Mercury. You must remember my compassion today and ensure that the child is born safely. If he truly is my grandson, I may spare your life. Otherwise, both you and that wretched offspring shall meet your end in the well. Do you comprehend this? Mercury bowed her head, fully exhibiting a submissive and fragile demeanor, and yes, Shuiyin understood. After the old matriarch departed, Mercury let out a cold scoff, seated herself, and poured a cup of tea to soothe her throat. In an era where the average lifespan did not exceed 50, this elderly woman had reached an age where she could be consigned to the earth in peace. During mealtime, Shuiyin attended to the old matriarch with utmost care, genuinely wishing to show filial piety to this woman who seemed to possess neither a proper nose nor eyes. Regrettably, she did not hold Shen in high regard, constantly creating difficulties and imposing rules upon her. Previously, the old matriarch had scolded Shen for serving dumplings that were too hot, burning her distinguished old mouth, and had compelled Shen to kneel on the ground. Had it not been for the young master's intervention, Shen would have likely remained kneeling for quite some time. Now, with Mercury in place of Shen, she displayed none of Shen's endurance in the face of discomfort. Rather, she could effortlessly portray a state of weakness, as though she might faint at any moment. She appeared frail, struggling to stand beside the old lady as she prepared the meal. After receiving a sharp reprimand from the old lady, she fainted on the spot, spilling a bowl of scalding egg custard all over the old lady's garments, necessitating yet another visit from Dr. Fu. The doctor, feeling sympathy for her plight, gently advised the old lady against overexerting Shuiyin. Although the old lady's countenance was darkened with displeasure, she ultimately prioritized her meager familial connection, leading to a decree that Shuiyin need no longer present herself before the old lady to adhere to strict protocols, allowing her to rest in her own quarters. Furthermore, the underlings who had contributed to the pregnant young mistress's fatigue were thoroughly reprimanded by the steward. Seated in her room sipping tea, Shuiyin listened to the sounds of the punished servants wailing in the courtyard, not even raising an eyebrow. With a sigh, she lamented, "It is all my fault. Had I not fainted from exhaustion, they would not have suffered such penalties." Ah Fu immediately puffed up her cheeks, exclaiming, "How can this be the young mistress's fault? It is clearly their wrongdoing. They spoke ill of you behind your back and mocked you. They deserve the punishment. You, young mistress, are far too kind, which is why you are often taken advantage of." Shuiyin smiled wistfully, her expression tinged with melancholy. "Ah Fu, please summon the steward. I have matters to discuss with him." Ah Fu, with a look of concern, replied, "You do not intend to intercede on their behalf, do you?" Her expression conveyed a mix of admiration and sorrow, as she regarded the young mistress. Shuiyin waved her off, her fingers tracing the tabletop as she pondered her thoughts. The steward soon approached Shuiyin, wearing a look of perplexity. "What instructions does the young mistress have?" Mercury rose and bowed to him, tears streaming down her face. "Steward, you are someone the young master trusts, and I trust you as well. Therefore, I must confess something to you." The steward looked at her in astonishment. "The young master has been in a coma and has never awakened. That is why he left so suddenly." The steward was taken aback. How could this be? Young Master Lin held great respect for the young master. How could he commit such an act? The steward, being a core member of Shuiyin's camp, was easily swayed by her fabrications and was immediately moved to tears. "Young mistress, you have truly suffered. What does it matter if Peng In and I have been wronged and punished? Why must you sacrifice your reputation? The steward wiped his tears with his sleeve and bowed deeply to her. Mercury, with reddened eyes, stepped forward to help him up. Steward, please do not do this. I do not wish to implicate innocent people, nor do I have the means to avenge the young master. I can only resort to this clumsy method to punish the perpetrator. I genuinely feel very guilty. The steward, now wholeheartedly considering her well-being, suggested, perhaps you should share this with the old madam. She will surely understand the young mistress. The butler nodded repeatedly, affirming that the young mistress was indeed correct. It was imperative that the old lady remained oblivious to the matter. Yet, this predicament placed an undue burden upon the young mistress. As Shuiyin finished convincing the butler, she internally communicated with the foolish system, saying, "Did you hear that? A fool, and the butler spoke of me as tolerant and gentle, mild and compliant, loyal and virtuous, courageous in sacrifice without regret. How splendidly I am embodying these ideals." The system retorted, not in accordance with system standards. With a scoff, she replied, "You are merely a system, hardly even human. What weight does your standard hold? One ought to heed the sentiments of the masses. The standards of the mundane world are the true benchmarks, are they not?" After a prolonged silence, the system finally responded with, "You must adhere to the original plot. You must be humble and compliant." "Where am I lacking in humility and compliance?" she countered. "You must not speak falsehoods. You must adhere to the original plot. Your fixation on the narrative, rather than on the so-called virtues of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and courage and sacrifice, suggests that what you truly desire is not a virtuous woman, but a docile, dim-witted creature who can bear children, is it not?" The system fell utterly silent, no longer pestering her mind with incessant chatter. Having dismissed the system, Shuiyin began to contemplate the most opportune moment to rid herself of the burden within. The longer one delays such matters, the more precarious they become. Thus, it would be prudent to act sooner rather than later, for this body is hers to navigate, and the ensuing hardship is hers to endure. This old fellow has spent his entire life scheming against others, and as he approaches the twilight of his years, retribution is surely due. Now that she has been thrust into this world by this wretched system, it would be remiss not to take some action, especially after experiencing that jolt of electric shock. Perhaps this entity will prove useful in the future. During this time, she often meanders through the garden. Leaning against the edge of the waterside pavilion, she observes the koi in the lake eagerly competing for fish feed when Ah Fu hurriedly approaches, lifting her skirt as she comes from the corridor. "Madam, I have inquired," Ah Fu whispers as she reaches her side. "Master Shin has been frequenting the gambling den these past few months and appears to have lost a considerable amount of silver." Master Shin refers to Shin Qiuan's father, Shin Rueda, an incorrigible gambler. Upon hearing this, Shuiyin immediately displays an appropriate sense of worry and concern, recalling how her father had promised to live a better life. How could he return to gambling? She muses. Shuiyin presses further. What is his current situation? With a heavy sigh, she resolves, "Very well, Ah Fu, I still possess a bit of silver. Take it and discreetly deliver it to him." "Madam," Ah Fu exclaims, stamping her foot, "why do you continue to indulge Master Shin? You yourself have little savings. What will you do if you give it to him?" Shuiyin offers a bittersweet smile. "What can I do? He is my father. I cannot simply disregard his well-being." However, her intent in seeking out her gambling father is to compel him to come home sooner. She tosses a handful of fish feed into the water, watching the fish leap and scramble, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Isn't it just like casting out a bit of bait to catch a bigger fish? He was unable to meet Shin Qiuan, as he was intercepted by the butler. This outcome aligned perfectly with Shuiyin's expectations. She had no intention of confronting her gambler father during this visit. She had even contemplated casually appearing before the butler to inform him of her recent discomfort and sensitivity to stress, hoping he would prevent the encounter. However, Ah Fu took it upon herself to handle the situation. Ah Fu, being a straightforward girl, directly reported to the butler about the gambler father's oppressive behavior towards the young mistress, which hindered her ability to carry her child peacefully. Consequently, Shuiyin was spared from having to face the situation altogether. Adopting the guise of a dutiful daughter, Shuiyin secured the butler's assistance. Under the pretense of secrecy from the old matriarch, she gained the opportunity to venture out. Even if her actions were later uncovered, she would have justifiable grounds. As this was an era that revered filial piety above all else, her actions could hardly be deemed wrong. She meticulously orchestrated this chance to step out, ostensibly to procure medicine, as she had no desire to keep the life growing within her and thus needed to acquire abortive drugs. Yet, a Fu accompanied her, and, before purchasing the medication, she needed to discreetly send a Fu away. Shuiyin possessed some significant memories of Shuiyin, her past resembling an unpleasant film that she had unwillingly watched. Returning to the Shun residence from her recollections, Shuiyin gazed at the dilapidated door, instructing a Fu to remain outside while she entered alone. The old gambler lay inebriated, reeking of alcohol, sprawled on a tattered mat in a deep slumber. Shuiyin raised an eyebrow, approached him, and gently prodded, "Father? Father, wake up." Shun Rueda exhibited no response, completely oblivious to his surroundings due to intoxication. This was a frequent occurrence for him. Once inebriated, he would remember nothing, and on occasion, he would even strike Shuiyin. Regretting his actions upon sobering up, he epitomized the very definition of a scoundrel. Suddenly, Shuiyin conceived a bold idea. She glanced around and spotted a sturdy stick, summoning all her strength to bring it down forcefully upon Shun Rueda's legs.
Father, what has happened to you?"
Afu, upon hearing the frantic cries of the young mistress, hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed inside. "Young mistress, what is the matter? What has transpired?" She, with teary eyes and in a state of distress, replied, "Father's leg has been mysteriously broken, and he has no idea how long he has been unconscious. Afu, please, attend to my father while I hasten to fetch a doctor." Without awaiting Afu's response, she swiftly departed from the Shun household. In truth, the notion of abortion seemed deceptively simple. Excessive fatigue and strenuous activity could easily lead to a miscarriage, especially in the early stages of pregnancy. However, this method was merely a makeshift solution, fraught with uncertainty. Given the opportunity to procure abortifacients, it would be wise to consult a physician first. She took a human-drawn cart to a remote pharmacy to acquire the necessary medication. To mitigate any potential issues, she discreetly offered the doctor a little something as a form of hush money. "Really?" Shuiyin remarked, as the anguished cries from within could be discerned even from outside the door. The volume of the screams indicated that there was, after all, no grave issue. Perhaps her earlier actions had been too lenient? As she entered the room alongside the doctor, Shun Rueda, upon seeing her, unleashed a torrent of curses. "You unfilial daughter. Mercury. Father, you are in such a state. It would be best for you to refrain from speaking further and allow the doctor to attend to you. You may continue to hurl insults, but the more you do, the more miserable your days will become." Shun Rueda lay sprawled on the bed, wailing, "My leg. How could someone break my leg?" Mercury approached the bedside, her face a portrait of concern and resignation. "Have you gambled again? It must be those creditors who have coerced you into repayment and thus broken your leg. Do you not even recall who is responsible for this?" Her words were laced with certainty, as she believed Shun Rueda had been intoxicated to the point of oblivion, unable to remember anything save for the belief that he had encountered his creditors, leading to his injury. He could never fathom that it was his devoted and gentle daughter who had inflicted such harm. "Quickly, mend my leg, and provide me with silver to repay my debts." Shun Rueda's entitlement and commanding demeanor left Afu wide-eyed, while even the doctor shook his head in dismay. After all, being a local physician, they had heard whispers of Shun Rueda's mistreatment of his daughter. Observing Shin Chiowan's silent sorrow, they could not help but feel that Shun Rueda was indeed excessive, even in his current state of incapacitation. The doctor interrupted Shun Rueda's tirade and approached to examine his leg. A mere squeeze elicited a pained cry from Shun Rueda, silencing his insults. The bone was shattered, and it seemed unlikely it could be properly healed. He may never stand again. Upon hearing this, he disregarded his own pain, lamenting his leg while simultaneously cursing the creditor responsible for his plight, with the brunt of his ire directed at Shin Chiowan. To him, those debt collectors were formidable adversaries beyond his control, while Shin Chiowan was a vulnerable target upon whom he could unleash his tyranny. Consequently, even if Shun Rueda deemed the matter irrelevant to Shin Chiowan, he would indiscriminately lay the blame upon his daughter. This exemplifies the typical mindset of a useless man. Despite his ineptitude, he possessed an innate understanding of how to subjugate a woman, relentlessly employing verbal assaults to erode Shuiyin spirit over the years, instilling in her a sense of fear and habitual obedience. Thus, even as she matured, she remained ensnared in his shadow. The more vehemently he chastised her, the more it revealed his own trepidation and insecurity. He believed that only through such verbal oppression could he compel her to recognize her supposed faults and awaken her fears, ensuring her dutifulness towards him as her father in the future. Had the former Shuiyin witnessed her father's leg being broken and subsequently endured his harsh words, she would undoubtedly have felt guilt and concern, for that version of Shuiyin had truly been shattered by the burdens of her distressing existence, molded into something akin to a bodhisattva. Shuiyin gently clasped Shinruida's hand, assuring him, "Father, even if your leg is broken, I shall ensure that you receive proper care." She adopted a demeanor of unwavering dedication, inquiring delicately about his condition before sending Afu to fetch medicine from the doctor. Once the doctor and Afu departed, Shuiyin dismissed the raucous tirade of the old fool within the room, turning instead to seek the companionship of a nearby neighbor. This neighbor, an intriguing figure, was a widow raising her son alone, known for her sharp tongue and penchant for petty gains, as well as her incessant chattering. For many years, two families lived as neighbors. Shuiyin believed that close neighbors were better than distant relatives, always willing to lend a helping hand without begrudging Aunt Chow's occasional snide remarks. However, Aunt Chow was adept at soliciting Shuiyin's assistance, yet would feign ignorance when Shuiyin required help. When she happened to encounter Shinruida, she would insincerely inquire about his well-being, only to later share the incident as a joke with others, while also maligning Shuiyin. Lacking a mother, one could only wonder who would ever look upon her favorably. At a tender age, she mingled with the younger generation without a hint of propriety, claiming to work outside for a living, leaving one to question whether her earnings were truly honest. Such gossip led to Shuiyin enduring numerous malicious speculations. When the messenger arrived, he succinctly conveyed the request for Aunt Chow to assist in caring for Shinruida, given that Aunt Chow's family was impoverished. Relying solely on her son's meager earnings from loading goods at the docks, she eagerly accepted the opportunity to earn some money. Yet, one could not rely on Aunt Chow, who was not only prone to negligence, but also held a low opinion of Shinruida. It was evident that her care would be anything but attentive, and one could only imagine the dire consequences for Shinruida under her so-called care. He would soon come to understand the meaning of being forsaken by both heaven and earth, though a part of him held a strange anticipation for what lay ahead. Nevertheless, none of this concerned Shuiyin. After all, she was a kind-hearted and naive person, never one to hold grudges. She chose to trust that her long-time neighbor, Aunt Chow, would tend to her injured father with the utmost diligence. Even if something were to befall Shinruida, it would be of no consequence to her. In truth, the messenger was primarily preoccupied with the silver in his possession, as Shuiyin had already expended the majority of her modest funds that very day. Furthermore, she is contemplating when to take the abortion pill. For convenience, she opts not for a decoction but rather for pills, requiring 2 to 3 doses to ensure the complete termination of the pregnancy. It is imperative that she takes it soon. Although she retains her usual temperament of being easily agitated, her health remains fragile. She cannot exert herself or allow her emotions to flare, for even a few harsh words could render her faint. This delicate demeanor greatly displeases the matriarch. Yet both Dr. Fu and the steward subtly encourage her to treat Shuiyin with more kindness, considering her condition. Reluctantly, the matriarch concedes to endure for the time being. However, once she suppresses her grievances, various ailments manifest within her. The matriarch finds herself unwell at every turn, her head aching at the mere sight of Shuiyin, and she feels perpetually discontented. At her age, having once been a daughter-in-law herself, she knows well how to torment Shuiyin. She procures an array of seemingly random items, purportedly beneficial for nurturing the fetus, and insists that they be prepared for Shuiyin to consume. When these concoctions are presented, Shuiyin can scarcely bear to look at them, let alone drink them. Dining alongside Shuiyin, the matriarch finds her presence irksome and scowls, reprimanding, "These are all beneficial for the child. If you refuse to eat, do you intend to neglect the well-being of my grandson?" Shuiyin, with an air of innocence, responds, Matriarch, Shuiyin simply cannot bear to drink it. The matriarch retorts, You must make her drink it regardless. This is all for my grandson's sake. How dare you be so finicky? Mercury feigned discomfort, reluctantly lifting the bowl to sip a few mouthfuls before suddenly retching, expelling the remnants of her previous meal, splattering some broth onto the old lady's bowl. In a panic, Mercury hastily covered her mouth with a cloth, her eyes wide with trepidation as she regarded the old lady, whose complexion had turned a ghastly shade. Old lady, it's not intentional, it's morning sickness. Isn't it quite normal for a pregnant woman? She managed to stifle a laugh with the cloth pressed against her lips. If she can't eat properly, then let no one eat at all. Before the old lady could scold her, tears streamed down Mercury's face, her expression a mix of fear and innocence, as she pressed her palm against her forehead as if about to faint. The old lady, feeling an equal urge to succumb to faintness, suppressed her irritation, her face a mask of displeasure. Enough, get out, she finally exclaimed. Once the child is born, just wait and see how I deal with this wretched woman. Sometimes, those who create a stir indeed reap greater rewards. Originally, Shuiyin, during her pregnancy, lived in a manner unbefitting a young mistress, enduring neglect and mistreatment without uttering a word, maintaining a facade of peace. She only shared joyful tidings with the steward, refraining from burdening anyone with her troubles, swallowing her grievances in silence. Now, however, Mercury's periodic displays of distress frequently left the old lady with headaches, prompting the servants to treat her with greater caution and the steward to be more attentive, making several inquiries in the kitchen to ensure her meals were more sumptuous. With such splendid weather, it was nearly time for an abortion. Mercury gazed at the lively red koi swimming beneath the balcony of the waterside pavilion and cast all the fish food in her hand into the water. Autumn Wanli, having sent Ah Fu away to play, remained alone in her chamber and retrieved the medicine she had previously purchased. This remedy required 2 or 3 doses to take effect, with each dose amounting to approximately 9 grams. Although she had assumed the guise of Shuiyin, appearing delicate and in need of her medicine, in reality, she had scarcely consumed any. Whatever could be poured out was poured out, for Ah Fu, being her sole companion, was easily deceived and would not monitor her intake. As Mercury toyed with the small pill, she mused, It is currently within my belly. I shall determine its fate. If I desire its birth, it shall be born. If I do not, it shall not. Why must you resort to abortion? The child is innocent. Do not misinterpret the situation. I, who have been inexplicably brought here, am the truly innocent party. How dare you, the perpetrator, speak to me of innocence? Moreover, as the womb resides within me, I shall do as I please. Should you be displeased, you may bear your own consequences. Mercury unceremoniously interrupted this discourse, speculating whether the foolish system had been silent for several days due to an upgrade, appearing more human-like than before, when it had previously stuttered incoherently after just a few utterances. Perhaps there existed a person or a group of individuals behind it capable of articulating such non-human sentiments. She had initially believed this imbecilic system to be a manifestation of local feudal female virtue ideology, only to discover it had adopted an international perspective, even incorporating American abortion laws. This indicated that humanity was indeed one family, with baseness transcending boundaries, indistinct between you and them. The system's incessant drivel reeked of foulness, compelling Mercury to cover her nose in disgust. The Mercury was utterly unyielding, and the system found itself at an impasse, compelled to abandon its gentle approach in favor of threats. Consider this carefully. Your current cozy existence is solely due to your carrying this child. Should you choose to terminate the pregnancy, your own future will be bleak. Mercury could not restrain a derisive snort. Do you truly believe I am living a good life? Your expectations are remarkably low. I never intended to enjoy a peaceful existence after being thrust into this wretched place. Instead, I yearn for everyone around me to suffer, just as I do. Did you not prepare yourself mentally when you selected me? She had no desire for a tranquil life. All she sought was a life devoid of restraint. After venting her frustrations at the inept system in her mind, she defiantly tossed the pill into her mouth. The system, incensed, delivered a jolt of electric shock, But Mercury had anticipated this and leaned against the bed. Once the dizziness subsided, she scoffed internally. If you possess the capability, do come at me again. That way, I wouldn't even need to consume the remaining pills. You could simply electrocute me into a miscarriage. Should that occur, it wouldn't be I who lost the child, but you. If the system were capable of displaying expressions, its visage would surely mirror the ashen countenance of the old matriarch from earlier. For the first time, Mercury felt a sense of satisfaction. A dull ache began to settle in her abdomen, yet she laughed with a sense of liberation. If Shuiyin life were a narrative, then the entity within her undoubtedly played the leading role. If it were to vanish, the tale would become far more intriguing. Would Shuiyin herself lose all semblance of meaning? Mercury had merely changed the cover of the letter and accidentally left it in the study, a space filled with account books and tomes. The old matriarch occasionally ventured there to listen to the stewards report their accounts, and today, by mere chance, another such gathering was to take place. Consequently, the letter would undoubtedly be discovered by afternoon. Allowing her to find it at this juncture could hardly result in anything but turmoil. The outcome exceeded Mercury's expectations. The matriarch summoned the family as uncles and 2 esteemed clan members, convening a genuine tribunal, though it was termed an inquiry. When Mercury was led to the hall by the steward, the expression on the matriarch's face clearly indicated that she had already condemned her. "Kneel," the matriarch commanded fiercely. The steward cast a worried glance at Mercury and said, "Matriarch, the young mistress is with child." The matriarch shot him a glare, asserting, "This is not your place to speak, steward. You are becoming increasingly audacious. Moreover, being with child is no reason to avoid kneeling. When I was pregnant with Shuiyin, I still attended to my in-laws without complaint, yet Shuiyin seems to require so much fuss." With calm resolve, Mercury knelt, the dull ache in her abdomen growing more pronounced. She had taken medication upon her arrival, and it should align perfectly with the unfolding drama. A mask of concern and trepidation appropriately graced her face as she uttered, "Matriarch, may I inquire what transgressions Autumn One has committed?" The elderly matron, in deep anguish, lamented, "Even if you harbor resentment towards him for wronging you and for the peace of mind you seek, it was merely a misunderstanding on his part. If you could only set aside your grievances, how could you possibly turn the tables and accuse him unjustly? How could you be so malevolent? Furthermore, you seem to be unscathed, yet you weave such deceitful tales that have led to my misapprehension of him, resulting in his tragic demise in prison. How am I to account for this to the spirits of my late husband and father-in-law?" Shuiyin interjected, "You are indeed correct. It is not only about you, but also about your unborn grandchild." The elderly matron revealed her ignorance, retorting, "You continue to speak nonsense. I had previously heeded your insidious words and committed a grave mistake. Now, you wish to defend yourself?" As she spoke, she averted her gaze from the matron and turned towards her great-uncle, the eldest among them, even older than the matron herself. He was a benevolent elder, with hair as white as snow. Shuiyin swiftly assessed the current predicament and, without hesitation, bowed her head before the venerable man, addressing him, "Great uncle, I implore you to discern the truth. Shuiyin may endure her own suffering and injustice, but she cannot abide the notion of her husband being murdered while the perpetrator remains at large." She wept bitterly, embodying the image of a noble woman burdened by humiliation and steadfast in her resolve. Strength and weakness, after all, are merely relative concepts. Shuiyin's words struck a chord within the matron's heart, and she began to feel regret. "In that case, let us observe how this matter unfolds," the elderly matron finally conceded, albeit hesitantly. Her deliberate remarks had once again pierced the matron's heart, igniting a fury within her. "What does this mean? Are you insinuating blame in every word?" She raised her hand to dismiss the maid, Mercury, exclaiming that a few sweet words would not suffice to resolve the matter. With the force of her gesture, Mercury was startled and fell, crashing against the nearby table before landing heavily on the floor. In a fleeting moment, the sharp pain in her abdomen became increasingly pronounced, and the plain dress she had deliberately chosen began to stain with crimson. Everyone present, including the elderly matriarch, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The old lady stared at the blood pooling beneath Mercury until the butler rushed over with a shout to assist her. Only then did she regain her composure. trembling hands urging, quickly, go fetch Dr. Fu. No, it cannot be so simple. Shuiyin is not a fragile young lady. She has always been in robust health and consumed ample tonics. A mere fall cannot possibly harm her. The matriarch felt a chill creeping up her spine, and her head swam with dizziness. Although Mercury experienced pain, a sense of satisfaction coursed through her. After all, the agony of an abortion could not compare to the torment of childbirth. Moreover, witnessing the matriarch's distress brought her a peculiar sense of relief from her own suffering. As if to amplify the drama, she called out in a pale-faced panic, "My child. Is the eldest son's child lost?" The crowd became a flurry of confusion. The uncles and relatives hesitated to approach the young bride, deeming it a family affair, and thus chose to withdraw. The old lady, however, was too anxious to consider such matters, fixated solely on the butler's task of summoning Dr. Fu. Meanwhile, Mercury lay on the bed, inhaling the metallic scent of blood. Observing the matriarch who clasped her chest, murmuring prayers and beseeching the divine. Unable to contain herself, she moved to the doorway, peering anxiously. Why has the butler not yet returned?
This matter is known to Shuiyin.
The reason she chose today is deliberate. Dr. Fu is absent from the pharmacy. A few days ago, when he came to examine her pulse, Shuiyin engaged him in conversation and gleaned some information. Dr. Fu's little grandson in Lin County is celebrating his first birthday, and he intends to stay for a day of feasting. Anxiously, she inquired if the child was still present. The old lady, equally distressed, repeatedly asked about the child's condition, questioning whether he could be saved. While she lamented, Ah Fu too began to weep, offering her comfort, while the steward sighed heavily. At that moment, the old lady's gaze was fixated on the bloodstains on Shuiyin, murmuring, "The child is lost." Shuiyin turned to her, her expression filled with anguish as she reproached, "Old lady, Shuiyin is aware of your long-standing disdain for her, yet this is the eldest young master's child, your own grandson. How can you be so heartless as to deny him even the chance to be born? If it weren't for that push you gave me, the child would undoubtedly be safe. Why did you have to push me, my poor child?" Though under normal circumstances, Shuiyin would never utter such words. Shuiyin was indifferent. She had achieved her aims, and her words resonated with the despair of a grieving mother, losing her child. It was only natural to feel a surge of resentment. Suddenly, the old lady's eyes rolled back, and she fell straight back, losing consciousness. This unexpected turn of events incited chaos, as the doctor, fortuitously present, was compelled to attend to the old lady's pulse once more. The doctor sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He observed with a hint of bewilderment that despite the mistress's fall, the child might not survive, and there seemed to be a possibility of her having ingested some inappropriate medication. The doctor, taken aback by her words, shook his head and regarded her with a look of pity. Shuiyin's face turned ashen, her demeanor precarious as she drew in a couple of labored breaths. Struggling to address the doctor, "I implore you, do not disclose this to the old lady. She fainted just now because my careless words provoked her. If anything were to happen to her, I would bear the weight of the blame. What a heartrending daughter-in-law." The doctor sighed softly and said with gravity, "The young mistress must also take proper care of herself and rest to preserve her health." Shuiyin expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, doctor. Please go check on the old lady." The old lady remained unconscious for an entire day before finally regaining consciousness. Upon awakening, she appeared to have aged at least a decade. Though she was only about 50, which in modern terms classifies as middle-aged, many women of that age still appeared youthful, often with little to no gray hair. However, in this era, on the brink of dawn when living to 70 was considered rare, she was already regarded as an elder. Her hair had turned mostly gray, and due to illness, her eyes were clouded. The overwhelming distress had seemingly precipitated signs of a stroke. One side of her body was numb, and her speech was slurred, rendering her a truly pitiable sight. The two women were left to ponder who among them was more unfortunate. In this era, the number of pitiable souls is indeed overwhelming. Some may argue that, given the plight of humanity, one should refrain from holding onto past grievances. However, for Shuiyin, witnessing the once arrogant matriarch now humbled brings her a peculiar satisfaction. Should one feel compassion merely because another suffers? Absolutely not. Her sympathy extends only to a small dog with a broken leg, never to such individuals. Just because you are wretched, does that absolve your misdeeds? Does your sorrow after wrongdoing grant you immunity? Nonsense. When Shuiyin visited the matriarch, the latter, upon seeing her, was filled with agitation and muttered, "Leave, just go away." Yet, Shuiyin did not depart. Instead, she approached the bedside with a look of concern, gently placing a hand on her abdomen and softly inquiring, "Matriarch, are you feeling any better?" The butler chimed in, "Matriarch, the young mistress is merely worried about your condition, which is why she has come to visit." Upon noticing Shuiyin's gesture, the matriarch, in a fit of rage, waved her arm and incoherently declared, "Who asked her to visit? Get out!" Lowering her head in a feigned display of sorrow, Shuiyin replied, "Matriarch, I grieve more than you do for the child we have lost, but life must go on. I will honor you in the future. Isn't it better for us to rely on each other?" The matriarch, unable to accept the loss of her own grandson, found her mind somewhat unhinged. Fixated on proving that the child was not her blood, but rather someone else's, thus freeing herself from the unbearable burden of grief. Mercury gently wiped the corner of her eye, recalling a casual conversation with the young master during his lifetime. He had shared amusing tales of their childhood escapades, sneaking away to swim by the pond. After all, both parties involved had long since departed from this world. Her idle chatter could not be contradicted by the deceased. She turned her gaze towards the butler, whose expression was somber. "Butler, do you believe the old lady is not quite herself? She seems a bit delirious, speaking nonsense." The butler sighed, acknowledging that the old lady had endured too much distress. Mercury then grasped the old lady's hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, Aunt Shuiyin will take excellent care of you." Under her watch, the old lady had succumbed to a complete stroke, rendering her nearly speechless. Not long after, one night, as Mercury drifted between dreams and wakefulness, she heard the foolish system chime in her mind, jolting her awake. The system announced, "Alert! Alert! The old lady is in life-threatening danger. Immediate rescue is required." As dawn broke, commotion erupted outside, accompanied by urgent knocks at the door. The maid attending to the old lady rushed in a flurry to summon her. The stroke-afflicted old lady had choked on phlegm during the night and passed away. The maid, having dozed off while caring for her, had only noticed the tragedy by morning when the body had already grown cold. The initial world is forcibly rebooting. Mercury felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her surroundings shifting dramatically. "Shuiyin, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" inquired the man lying in bed, setting down his medicine bowl to regard her with concern. In a fleeting moment, Shuiyin immersed herself in the scene, her head bowed in a manner reminiscent of a subservient wife. A faint smile graced Shuiyin's lips, while Shuiyin remained unperturbed. The last individual who had caused her distress had met their demise. She anticipated a similar fate for this instance. Deliberately adopting a demeanor suggestive of unspoken matters, she hesitantly uttered, "Young master." Zhang Huayuan, taken aback, finally comprehended that his wife, meant to bring him fortune, was devoid of funds. He instructed her to retrieve a money box containing a modest sum of loose silver coins. Though insufficient, it would suffice for her needs, and she could withdraw more as required. Having confirmed her pregnancy, she casually procured an abortifacient. Ignoring the frantic warnings of the system echoing in her mind, she meandered through the Shun household, failing to locate Shinrueda, who was presumably off indulging in gambling or revelry. "Well, consider yourself fortunate to have evaded a calamity," Shuiyin remarked. Were it not for her inability to extricate that wretched object, she would have joyfully hurled it to the ground, reducing it to mere fragments before consigning it to the flames and flushing the ashes away. Strolling languidly along the corridor, her gaze remained indifferent to her surroundings. "How dare you, a mere system that drags people into this world, lecture me on morality? You are unworthy. I spit on your pretensions." Regarding the system's so-called gift, Shuiyin wore an impassive expression, utterly unmoved, even stifling a laugh. "I care not whether it becomes a genius or a fool in the future. Its existence within me hinges entirely upon my whims. If I feel inclined to bear it, even a mere insect, I would welcome it. Conversely, should I choose against bringing forth a potential savior of the world, I shall not. My present mood is far from favorable, do you understand? Must I explain such simple reasoning to you repeatedly? If you cannot comprehend human speech, it would be prudent to clarify your inability early on, thus sparing me the exertion of my words. Do you believe conversing with a fool is not exhausting? Mercury chuckled. Not at all. What can you possibly do to me? It seemed to have encountered the legendary bug. The system remained silent, yet Mercury maliciously remarked, You have no idea how delightful it is to be a villain. I find myself rather content at this moment. Turning, it spotted Shuiyin entering, and the old matriarch's expression instantly shifted. Where have you been? Wasn't it your duty to care for Shuiyin? Instead, you've gone off to indulge in idleness. I brought you into this household for Shuiyin's health. Yet look at the result. After all this time, his condition has not improved.
What use are you?
Mercury lowered her head, standing silently to the side, displaying an expression of injustice that suited Shuiyin perfectly. The old matriarch admonished Shuiyin, You must not indulge her so. She weighs but a few ounces, and if not properly chastised, she might as well soar to the heavens. After delivering this reprimand, she glared at Shuiyin. Shuiyin, did you not hear her cough? Go fetch the medicine at once. The dutiful eldest son had spoken similarly to Shuiyin in the original narrative, which led her to be a compliant daughter-in-law throughout her life. Mercury smiled slightly. Of course, Shuiyin will certainly attend to the matriarch with utmost respect. At this moment, Mercury still had to serve the old matriarch. In truth, there was little for the matriarch that warranted such service. However, it has been a tradition for mothers-in-law to assert dominance over their daughters-in-law to solidify their standing within the family. Even if Shuiyin has committed no wrongdoing, she remains subject to disdain and reproach, let alone now that Mercury, who has no intention of behaving well, has taken her place. Mercury, without uttering a single word, knelt down. One must inevitably reap the consequences of their actions. As Mercury gazed at the droplets of rain blossoming upon the flagstones before her, a cold smile crept across her lips. Perhaps this time, the young master, inadvertently catching a chill and falling ill, would linger in a state of sickness, his condition fluctuating, until he ultimately passed away. It is uncertain how the dutiful young master, who yearned for his wife to endure his mother's harsh words and torment, would react upon realizing that the son he had longed for had been worn down by his mother's cruelty. The torrential rain drenched everything in its vicinity. The water cascading from the eaves formed a continuous line. Mercury knelt amidst the misty rain, feeling the chill enveloping her body, a corresponding chill spreading through her heart. In the corridor, maidservants whispered and pointed, while the laughter of Shuiyin, attending to the old matriarch, rang particularly clear. Mercury paid little heed to the cacophony of sounds amidst the downpour. She merely pondered, as if she were a traveler in this vast world. This world held no significance for her, nor did its inhabitants. The only entity that incited her ire was the system in her mind attempting to transform her. She knelt in silence for an extended period until the young master arrived, albeit belatedly, supported by the steward and two others. A servant and another maid held an umbrella over him, striving to shield him from the rain. When the young master reached Mercury, only his shoes were dampened. He coughed a couple of times, gazing at her, and, with evident difficulty, called out, Shuiyin, before sighing, I shall go speak with mother now. The old lady reproached her son, saying, You are far too kind-hearted. Must you personally address such trivial matters? Even in the rain, you neglect your own health. Shuiyin is perfectly capable. For someone accustomed to hard labor, kneeling will hardly harm her. Following her mother-in-law's words, Shuiyin departed, calmly swallowing a few more pills. Indeed, dear grandmother, while Shuiyin may endure kneeling, your precious eldest grandson is on the verge of ruin. She lay beside this stranger, feigning sleep, as the system in her mind began its incessant counsel. Despite having witnessed the system's folly, Shuiyin found herself repulsed by its commentary. Such kindness towards me? Your standards for good men are astonishingly low, far lower than those for good women. Shuiyin maintained a steady breath, retorting internally. Have you simply not encountered a truly noble man, or are your expectations for men genuinely this meager? If he could embody the virtues you demand of me, tolerance, gentleness, loyalty, filial piety, selfless sacrifice, becoming a good husband, son, and father, I could reciprocate with kindness, at least 100-fold more than he shows me. You would not comprehend. If you did, I would not be ensnared in this world, struggling. His frigid hand gently patted Shuiyin. Qiuwan, I desire tea. Shuiyin rose to pour him a cup of warm tea, discreetly consuming a bit more medication in the process. The young master remained oblivious to his growing discomfort as he coughed several times. Had it been the original Qiuwan, she would have anxiously summoned a doctor at once. However, Shuiyin observed coldly, showing no reaction. The following day, the young master indeed fell ill. When Dr. Fu arrived to take the pulse, his brow was furrowed, and he prescribed a new medication. The elderly lady, filled with worry, berated Qiuwan mercilessly. How are you taking care of Shuiyin? He's unwell at night. Yet you can still sleep? Are you a corpse? Even in moments of good humor, she found ways to torment Qiuwan, and now, with her son ill, her mood was particularly foul, often unleashing her frustrations upon Qiuwan. In the presence of many, Shuiyin presented herself as a submissive figure, oppressed and never resisting.
Doctor.
Fu could no longer bear to witness this and remarked, "It seems that the young mistress is not looking well. Could it be that taking care of the young master has worn her out? Perhaps we should examine her as well." Naturally, Shuiyin would not allow him to discover her pregnancy at such a time, for that would spoil the intrigue. However, before she could decline, the elderly lady interjected. What could possibly be wrong with her? She's nothing but a lazy good-for-nothing. Leave her be and focus on Shuiyin. His health is paramount. Zhang Shuiyin had been ill for 2 or 3 days, unable to rise from his bed, in a condition even more severe than Qiuwan remembered. The elderly lady was in a state of great anxiety, visiting daily. Seeing her son in distress only deepened her own sorrow, and upon catching sight of Qiuwan nearby, she sought to vent her unease. Shuiyin contemplated provoking her further. Yet to her surprise, the elderly lady took the initiative to punish her. As Shuiyin knelt on the ground to tidy up, her tone was weak. Qiuwan didn't mean to. She simply lost her grip. The elderly lady, irked by her retort, kicked her lightly and commanded, "Get up. Go prepare the medicine again. Do not delay Shuiyin's dosage." Mercury collided with a small table by the bedside and fell to the ground. The elderly lady, witnessing her motionless figure, was about to scold her further when she suddenly froze. She caught sight of the crimson stain beneath Qiuwan's skirt, and her heart sank. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "You!" Qiuwan had lost her child, and the eldest young master, already gravely ill, was now struck by this calamity, plunging into a high fever and unconsciousness. The elderly lady was torn between grief for her unborn grandchild and concern for her son's deteriorating condition, leaving her looking markedly haggard. Upon hearing the tragic news of her son's demise, she broke into anguished tears, overwhelmed by regret and sorrow. The moment she learned of her son's passing, she cried out and fainted, exhibiting signs of a stroke even earlier than in her previous life. Qiuwan gazed into his eyes, pondering that if a person is unafraid of death, they can accomplish anything, can they not? Zhang Lin felt a jolt in his heart, sensing a deeper meaning in her words, unable to suppress his curiosity. What did she mean? A threat? Had she intuited his apprehension towards her and sought to issue a warning? His expression shifted several times before he ultimately responded with a smile. "I understand your meaning. I recognize your sincerity and, of course, I would never act to undermine our mutual interests." He mused that if Qiuwan were greedy, he could simply appease her with wealth, and if she could be of use to him, it might not be a disadvantage. Should she become a hindrance in the future, he could always remove her then. Having devoted her life to her son's well-being, it was unbearable for her to accept that her son would utter such words in his final moments as if she had been the cause of his demise. Zhang Lin's expression was filled with concern. The situation seemed rather dire. As you know, the old matriarch.
Sigh.
She is currently consumed by thoughts of the young master's demise, burdened with guilt. Seeing her in such a state, I fear she may take drastic measures. Zhang Sanyi, in an exuberant mood, inquired about recent events. Once his curiosity was satiated, he remarked, "My elder sister-in-law is quite something. It's one thing to scold a daughter-in-law you disapprove of, but why resort to violence? Now look at the outcome. She has lost the child. Shuiyin is truly pitiful. With a life extinguished, there remains no lineage to carry on." Just observe the mess this has caused. Your branch of the family already has a fragile bloodline. And after such difficulty, Huayuan's wife finally conceives. Even if you, as the mother-in-law, find her displeasing, you cannot disregard her well-being. Are you truly pleased that the child has been lost in this turmoil? I have long advised you that instilling propriety in a daughter-in-law should not be a matter of haste. Alas, my sister-in-law did not foresee this turn of events. Who could have anticipated that Huayuan's wife would conceive? Initially, the doctor had suggested that Huayuan would struggle to father a child. If only we had known sooner. Perhaps we could have arranged for 2 maidservants to attend to Huayuan, and maybe a child would have been preserved. After being visited by this cluster of relatives, the old matriarch's condition worsened. In recent days, Huihong has been tending to the old matriarch, her heart filled with utmost irritation. The old matriarch, already ill-tempered, requires careful handling and conversation. Now, with her health in decline, nothing pleases her. She erupts in anger at the slightest provocation, even shattering a bowl of hot porridge against Huihong's hand yesterday, leaving her with a large, painful burn. As the night deepened, the elderly matriarch succumbed to a profound slumber. Huihong, whose eyes remained wide open, gradually rose from her resting place, holding her breath as she approached the bedside. With a nervous swallow, she extended her trembling hand. Alas, the matriarch had hanged herself. In today's societal climate, mere whispers can swiftly lead to one's demise. Shuiyin knelt in the morning hall, gazing at the 2 coffins before her, her visage marked by sorrow, yet her heart was remarkably composed. She felt the familiar tremors of electric shock coursing through her, causing her to quake in place. Clenching her teeth, she stared at the ground, her expression contorted, silent as if overwhelmed by unbearable grief. To onlookers, she appeared to be in profound agony. The system delivered 2 successive shocks, and after enduring that surge of pain, Shuiyin found herself utterly drained, her mind throbbing as if it might shatter. The punishment has concluded. The host must henceforth embody goodness, becoming a virtuous woman to atone for her actions. As she inhaled deeply, Shuiyin covered her face and began to laugh. Be a good person? In this world, to live honorably and with dignity means one cannot simply be good. To strive for goodness requires self-sacrifice. Why should I demean myself for those revolting beings? Dream on. Do you think abortion is painless? I am nearly driven to the brink by this foolish family, yet you criticize me for inadvertently harming others while I struggle, deeming my efforts too intense, lacking kindness, demanding I maintain a gentle demeanor. I'll be gentle with your mother until you face your own life and death struggles. You have no right to so calmly critique the world. To expect me to become a virtuous woman is rather ironic, considering you yourself are no paragon of goodness. It must be gratifying to stand in judgment over others from the pedestal of righteousness, yet in truth, you are merely a repugnant tumor, oblivious to your own loathsomeness. You fancy yourself noble, but in reality, you are a merciless executioner, treading upon the blood of others. You are the most culpable and despicable murderer of all. You may continue to punish me or even reset this world. However, I assure you, no matter how many times you attempt it, be it 100 or 1,000, I shall never transform into the being you wish me to become. The system, no matter its proclamations, is met only with my scorn and indifference. Even in punishment, I shall continue to mock once I have regained my composure. The system's exhaustive search through its database yielded not a single soul resembling mine. Initial world mission failed. World reset in one moment, she was in the morning hall, and in the next, Mercury found herself by the creek. She observed her hands, rough and calloused, wielding a wooden mallet for beating clothes alongside soiled garments. Her fingers, submerged in the frigid water, became swollen and itchy, yet the reflection staring back was still that of Shuiyin. This was a 17-year-old girl who, in this realm, was compelled to become a mother, while in her own time, she was merely a high school student forbidden from romance. Compared to the previous iterations, this time the system displayed an unexpected mercy. With each world reset, you can only move forward, not backward, I surmise, and you cannot reset indefinitely. Mercury knew her conjecture was correct. Yet, her anger surged, more potent than the indignation brought on by the system's electric punishments. Previously, the malice was overt. Now, It lurked in the shadows. Remember what I told you. I shall never fulfill your wishes. Mercury entered the Shun household with a subtle smile, stating, I merely wish to procure some fine provisions for my father to enjoy with wine. She set out to purchase delicacies, such as marinated goose feet and pig's head, and acquired a premium bottle of liquor, exhausting the scant funds that Shuiyin had entrusted to her. When the time was ripe, she rose to check on Rueda, who was indeed inebriated, sprawled upon the bed, snoring thunderously. Holding the prepared rope, Mercury approached with a composed demeanor, methodically binding Rueda's limbs and neck, securing him firmly to the bed. In a final act of brutality, she seized a stick and mercilessly shattered his leg. Rueda awoke, disoriented and bewildered, grappling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Just as he attempted to cry out in despair, a hand clamped over his mouth. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld Shuiyin, one hand wielding the stick, the other silencing him, her visage adorned with a chilling ruthlessness he had never witnessed before. Helpless and in excruciating pain, he glared at his daughter, fury igniting in his eyes as he attempted to shake free from her grasp, muttering curses. You wretched creature! What are you doing? You have defied heaven. Without hesitation, Mercury forcefully stuffed a rag into his mouth, sealing it tightly and securing it with a strip of cloth to stifle any further sounds. Then she addressed him. Defied heaven? If you consider yourself heaven, then indeed, I shall rebel against it. With that declaration, she struck again, shattering Rueda's yellowed teeth, blood and fragments scattering in the aftermath. Mercury no longer cared for the middle-aged man, lifeless as a fish. She shed her blood-stained outer robe and rummaged through the house, gathering essential documents and some money. Once prepared, she took up a small bag and stepped outside. I have departed. A slight tug at the corners of her lips. She casually closed the door, severing the gaze of Rueda, filled with terror and impotent fury. In this world, it is no trivial matter for a woman to venture alone into foreign lands. It is even more challenging than bringing about the demise of an elderly matron. Yet, Mercury resolutely chose to leave this place. She took a vehicle to the docks in search of a certain individual. This person, surnamed Feng, was affectionately referred to as Brother Feng by many workers at the docks. He employed dozens of people to make a living there and was well acquainted with numerous shipping crews, making him a figure of considerable connections. Moreover, Uncle Feng had ties to Shuiyin's mother, having once been saved by her. Throughout Shuiyin's life, during her times of misfortune, Uncle Feng had aided her on several occasions. Although they had lost contact over the years, it was heartening that he was still willing to assist the daughter of an old benefactor in her hour of need, proving himself a man of deep loyalty. Mercury sought him out, hoping he could arrange for her to leave with a ship. At this time, transportation options were scarce. Horse-drawn carriages and waterways were commonplace. With only a few cities boasting railroads, automobiles were a luxury reserved for the affluent elite, and such were not found here. Upon her arrival at the dock, she discovered several vessels busily engaged in unloading cargo, the area bustling with people coming and going. After waiting for a moment, she noticed an unremarkable middle-aged man striding towards her, drenched in sweat, his face weather-beaten, and his skin darkened and roughened by years of hard labor, making him appear older than his peers. He wiped his face with a sweat towel and scrutinized her from head to toe. Are you looking for me? What's the matter? His tone suggested he was quite familiar with her identity. Shuiyin replied succinctly, I wish to request Uncle Feng's assistance in allowing me to accompany a convoy and depart from here. Lowering her gaze, she realized that Uncle Feng was more aware of Shuiyin's circumstances than she had anticipated. In that instant, her eyes brimmed with tears and she knelt, pleading, Please, Uncle Feng, grant me this one favor. Shuiyin is truly in a desperate situation. Uncle Feng swiftly pulled her up, and without much hesitation, he stated, Follow me. He led her to a shed by the dock, conversing with a few individuals standing there. Shuiyin approached, listening attentively as Uncle Feng said, Yes, she is my niece. She has matters to attend to in Province G. I'm concerned about her traveling alone. Please take her as far as Yunshui County. Shuiyin silently absorbed the conversation. This convoy was set to depart imminently, leaving as soon as the cargo was unloaded. Although Uncle Feng did not inquire further, he had directly chosen the fastest convoy for her. Shuiyin felt a profound gratitude towards him and, before departing, expressed her heartfelt thanks. Uncle Feng merely waved his hand, urging her to hurry. Be cautious out there on your own. As she boarded the ship, Shuiyin heard a loud warning resonate in her mind. Warning. Cannot leave the storyline. She wore a smile. On the dock, Chao Jisheng gazed at the departing vessel, his eyes filled with perplexity. Had he not just seen a woman strikingly resembling Chiao on board the ship? Had he misjudged? Upon returning home, he found his mother, Aunt Chao, observing him with concern as he appeared lost in thought. She inquired, "What troubles you? Have you grown weary from the labor at the dock?" After a moment's hesitation, Chao Jisheng confided, "I believe I saw Chiao at the dock today." Chiao Wan, why do you speak of her so affectionately? Others might misconstrue your relationship.
Ôn cao Edgar Lim, suddenly alert.
But wait, what would Shin Xiaowan be doing at the dock? Is she seeking you? Chao Jisheng grew impatient.
No.
I must have been mistaken. That person departed on the ship. Aunt Chao, however, was taken aback, recalling the unusual demeanor of Shin Xiao when she had observed earlier that day. Could she have fled? An insatiable curiosity stirred within her as she urged her son, "Come, let us visit the Shun residence." The mother and son knocked on the door for quite some time, yet no one from the Shun household answered. Chao Jisheng listened intently and thought he detected some sounds.
Uncle Shun, what has happened to you? Who has done this to you?
Chao Jisheng stood frozen, stunned.
What?
I heard that Shin Xiaowan was arranged to leave by you. Which fleet did she join? Uncle Feng, seated before a shelter, leisurely sipped water, casting not even a glance at the well-dressed young gentleman. I have no idea what you are talking about. Zhang Lin produced a piece of silver, hoping to purchase a word from Uncle Feng. However, Uncle Feng disregarded him, calling for the workers to hastily move the cargo. Zhang Lin was thoroughly ignored, eliciting a laugh born of frustration. Very well. Do you think your silence will prevent me from uncovering the truth? As she observed her son's wavering resolve, Aunt Chao interjected, "When someone perishes far from home, you will realize your folly." They were part of a fleet bound for Yunshui County. Shuiyin gazed at the vast expanse of the river, its waters surging forward, destined for the sea. For countless years, this current had flowed in one direction, never retreating. They had distanced themselves significantly. The dock was no longer visible. As they ventured further away, Shuiyin felt increasingly liberated, contemplating where she might settle and what endeavors she could pursue. She yearned to explore several burgeoning coastal cities, where opportunities for suitable employment might await her. Yet, she pondered the reason behind their swift pursuit. Despite her apprehension, she was not ready to surrender. Rising to her feet, she feigned the need to relieve herself, clutching her small bundle as she made her way outside. The deck was crowded, leaving her with little room to maneuver, ultimately leading her to seek refuge in the cargo hold. Zhang Lin boarded the vessel, informing the crew of the situation and discreetly offering silver in exchange for their cooperation. They graciously gestured for him to proceed with his search. Shuiyin, listening intently to the commotion outside, gripped the burlap sack of goods tightly, pressing herself further into the corner. When someone entered the cargo hold, she held her breath, remaining utterly silent, acutely aware of the gravity of her situation. Her hiding place was ingeniously concealed, nestled within a blind corner. She had managed to slip in due to her lithe physique, but unless others moved the heavy cargo, it would be nearly impossible to spot her. As the searchers completed a circuit without discovering her, they prepared to depart. Mercury exhaled slowly, yet before she could relax, a sudden pain pierced her mind. It was the jolt of the system's electric shock. Caught off guard, she emitted a slight sound, which immediately drew attention. She felt nauseous as someone dragged her onto the deck. The other occupants of the ship gathered around, murmuring amongst themselves. Some speculated, "I hear she was fleeing an arranged marriage, and her family has come to apprehend her." Others chimed in, "Perhaps she was attempting to escape with her lover." "Where is he? Why hasn't he been captured?" Mercury sat on the ground in disarray. At that moment, she found no desire to hurl insults. She merely contemplated how arduous it is for one to live according to their own desires. "I have grown weary of hearing remarks like, 'If you had listened to me, this would not have happened.' Each time I hear it, it fills me with disgust." The host still fails to recognize her own errors. If I am at fault, it lies in my aspiration to exist as a person in this world, but who can blame me for being born as one? Mercury was seized and stumbled forward weakly. Suddenly, she spoke to the system. The relentless river flows unceasingly, winding eastward into the sea. The death of a stepmother is not a fearsome event. The ensuing pain is not prolonged, overshadowed by the agony of 2 abortions, and pales in comparison to the discomfort she felt kneeling in the downpour. Perhaps it was merely a fictitious death. Or perhaps because she experienced a sense of relief upon dying, it lessened her fear of death. Slowly regaining consciousness, Shuiyin found herself ensconced within another's body, perceiving the world through foreign eyes, yet feeling as though she were imprisoned within a vibrant shell, unable to command any actions of this corporeal form. This sensation echoed her initial arrival in Shuiyin's realm. Perhaps it was a precaution against her becoming too aware of the intricate details, which might precipitate a calamity akin to that of her previous existence. The body she now inhabited belonged to a 30-year-old woman named Muxiang, a name that resonated with gentleness and fragrance, yet whose life had been anything but tender. Were this a tale, it would undoubtedly be entitled The Stepmother, recounting the struggles of a woman desperately striving to be a true mother, seeking the acceptance of her stepsons and the validation of those around her. It is a narrative of a lifetime devoted to such aspirations, one that would be immortalized in melodramatic television as an epic of maternal love, replete with the poignant tributes to a woman's selfless sacrifice. Muxiang entered the world orphaned by the death of her grandparents at birth, lost her father at the tender age of 3, and then her mother at 6, rendering her a harbinger of misfortune in the eyes of others. She lived with her uncle and aunt, enduring their disdain, burdened with relentless household chores, and deprived of education. Never having attended school even once by the age of 16, unable to even write her own name. At 16, her aunt arranged a marriage for her with a widower who had a daughter, thus becoming a stepmother to a 2-year-old girl. Yet, for years later, her husband suffered an accident that left him paralyzed, compelling her to toil endlessly to support her daughter and care for her husband. By the age of 24, her husband had passed away, forcing her to leave her hometown in search of a livelihood alongside her stepdaughter. The system provides information about Mercury only up to this point. It remains silent about what transpires thereafter, which is rather straightforward. Your ultimate task is to reconcile with your stepdaughter, Shuiyin, and your stepson, Qingzu. Encourage them to embark on the right path in life, shield them from adversity, remain steadfastly by their side, evoke their emotions, and earn their affection and respect, ultimately becoming a truly great mother. The host harbors misunderstandings regarding the system. It serves merely as a corrective mechanism designed to assist women in accurately perceiving themselves and becoming contributors to society. A woman's life is incomplete without motherhood, and failing to embrace the role of a mother is a squandering of one's bodily resources. The very existence of a uterus in women is for the purpose of procreation. Otherwise, why would women possess such an organ? This is indeed a magnificent endeavor, and the host should not reject it in such a manner. My aversion is not towards childbirth, but towards you. Greatness? Spare me your pretentiousness. No one is inherently destined for greatness. Those who wish to impose greatness upon others are merely selfish scoundrels seeking to benefit at the expense of others, privileged individuals who revel in their own advantages. To hell with your notion of greatness. The essence of humanity lies in the evolution beyond mere reproduction. Women possess a uterus not solely to appease those who are fixated on lineage, but as a fundamental right bestowed by nature, allowing the superior gender the autonomy to choose their reproductive paths. This inherent right to procreate is a birthright of all life-bearing entities, yet, among countless forms of life, it is only human women who have been stripped of this privilege, relegating it instead to an obligation, a grotesque byproduct of the feudal patriarchal system within the progression of civilization. In the face of such historical subjugation, it is unsurprising that some individuals now yearn to break free from their confines, provoking fear in others. Take, for instance, your existence. What a revolting creation you are. Despite the fact that you have ushered me into these realms and possess the power to inflict punishment upon me, all I perceive in you is fear. Warning issued for extreme expressions. A second instance of extreme language will result in consequences. How amusing it is. Indeed. Are you trembling in fear? Before the world has even begun, you are eager to punish. Very well, you may continue your punishment. But what else can you do beyond merely inflicting pain? The host's thoughts are excessively extreme. The system does not seek to harm, but rather to assist psychologically troubled women in returning to normalcy, thereby enabling the host to better integrate into society. This represents a gentle form of treatment aimed at restoring mental health and positivity, aligning the host more closely with the values of the broader populace. Garnering recognition from mainstream society. What you so grandiosely articulate translates to the notion that your thoughts diverge from those of others, indicating a problem within you that warrants your demise. The system, in its magnanimity, is willing to reform you, molding you into someone akin to the rest. Upon detecting 2 instances of extreme statements, a punishment is administered. As the system's voice echoed, Mercury finally grasped the authentic sensations and perceptions of this world. She fully immersed herself within the essence of the body named wood fragrance, becoming its master. Simultaneously, a familiar pain struck her head. After an indeterminate span of time, she regained consciousness and gasped sharply for air. The first sensation was that of a weary and weakened body, aside from the aftereffects of electric shocks. There seemed to be inherent issues with the body itself. Cursing under her breath, she initially wished to refrain from engaging in lengthy discourse with this wretched system. But its nature was too infuriating to ignore. Reluctantly, Mercury reached up to touch her forehead, confirming it was indeed feverish, and rather severely so. She felt utterly drained. Even the simplest of movements induced dizziness. After lying still for a while, she finally opened her eyes to observe this world. Mercury pressed her hand firmly against her throbbing temple, situated in a rather ordinary room. The walls, painted white, bore the marks of time, with peeling patches evident in the corners and around the window frames. Above her, a wooden ceiling was adorned with a single dangling light bulb. The room contained a wooden bed where she lay, a wooden table, a wardrobe with a mirror, and in the corner, a wooden chest and cabinet draped with a thin cloth to shield them from dust. The glass window was covered with newspaper, casting a dim light that enveloped the space in a stifling atmosphere, further exacerbated by the dampness and the musty scent of decaying wood. As Mercury surveyed her surroundings, the door creaked open and a small, frail girl entered. Clad in a patched, tattered outfit, her hair appeared yellowed, and she seemed no older than 4 or 5. This child was the most rudimentary character in the system's brief introduction, overshadowed by the other 2 siblings in the household. Her name was not even mentioned in the ultimate mission, indicating her insignificance in the narrative. Either she would not undergo transformation or would perish early in the plot, rendering her presence inconsequential. Timidly, she approached the bedside, resembling a timid little mouse, her height barely surpassing the edge of the bed. "Mom, are you feeling better?" she inquired softly. Mercury cast a faint glance in her direction, murmuring a curt no. Her voice was hoarse, causing her pain with each word, prompting her to close her eyes and disregard the little girl further. After a while, she heard the sound of water being poured. Opening her eyes, she saw Shuiyin crouched in the corner, cradling a red thermos as she poured hot water into an enamel cup. Soon she approached with the cup, which had cooled somewhat. "Mom, drink some water. Mom? Mom?" She was roused from her reverie by Shuiyin's voice. The little girl placed a blue-rimmed bowl on the nearby cabinet. It contained rice soup with sauteed vegetables and a small piece of fermented tofu sprinkled with chili powder. "Mom, it's time to eat. Did you make this?" Shuiyin glanced at her.
Yes.
Shuiyin, perhaps misunderstanding the tone, added, "I used 2 scoops of rice, just like yesterday. I didn't use any more." Noticing her mother's expression was rather indifferent, Shuiyin felt that her mother seemed much harsher than usual, which made her increasingly timid. She quietly added, "I saved some for my brother and sister." Shuiyin, lacking appetite, nevertheless got up to eat and coldly replied, "There's no need to save any for them. You should eat for yourself." Shuiyin gazed at her mother in astonishment. She had never heard her mother speak in such a manner. Typically, their mother was exceptionally kind to her siblings, always considering their needs. In contrast, although Shuiyin also called her mom, she could never muster the courage to express anger towards her like her siblings did. In Shuiyin's understanding, her mother was always cheerful, even when deeply saddened. She would force a smile, never appearing as she did now, somewhat stern and devoid of expression. Moreover, she had said not to save any food for her brother and sister. Though Shuiyin was unaware of the reasons behind such a transformation, she was an obedient child, following Mercury's instructions without question. Mercury gazed at the 16-year-old girl, who was the debt inherited from Mu Xiang's first marriage, her stepdaughter, Shuiyin. In her youthful splendor, she possessed an oval face adorned with lustrous black hair, her attire elegant and fitting, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated surroundings. Shuiyin had initially been reprimanding Shuiyin, but upon seeing Mercury emerge, supporting herself against the wall, her striking large eyes fixed upon her. "So you are at home. I thought you had gone to find He Dongpeng. What, is He Dongpeng now your biological father? It seems we are but adopted, aren't we? You sleep indoors, unwilling to even prepare a meal. If you don't want me as your daughter, just say it." Her scornful demeanor was all too familiar, indicating this was not her first utterance of such words. Shuiyin, too frightened to weep, stood there wiping her tears with her soiled sleeve. Mercury regarded the pampered girl with a cold indifference. Her voice, though not loud, was unmistakably clear as she declared, "I do not wish to have you as my daughter. You were never truly mine. Depart, go wherever you desire." Shuiyin froze, seemingly unable to comprehend, her face a canvas of shock. Yet, she quickly regained her composure under Mercury's frigid gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson with indignation as she glared back, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Do you possess no conscience? If it weren't for you causing my father's demise, would I be without a father? You owe me. You must support me for the rest of your life. When my father passed away, you claimed to regard me as your own daughter. Yet, only a few years have elapsed, and your true nature has been laid bare. I always suspected that your previous affection was merely a fade, crafted to uphold a respectable image. How can you be so venomous?" Shuiyin chuckled, leaning against the wall. "Indeed, I possess a certain malice. After all, I am a stepmother. Are you not aware that stepmothers are often portrayed as cruel? If you've said enough, then be gone. Do not obstruct my view any longer. You wretched woman, have you lost your mind? You dare tell me to leave? Repeat that if you have the audacity." Shuiyin, infuriated and humiliated, hurled her cloth bag to the ground. In response, Shuiyin kicked a wooden basin nearby, sending it crashing at Shuiyin's feet. "I command you to leave." Startled, Shuiyin was reduced to tears by her fury and stomped out of the courtyard. Shuiyin advanced to secure the door, turning to the corner where Shuiyin stood, wide-eyed. "Go wash up, and then get some sleep." After a night of rest, Shuiyin felt considerably better, though a lingering dizziness remained. Rising, she stepped outside to find the dawn just breaking. Shuiyin was already in the kitchen, tending to the fire and cooking porridge. Wu Xiang had always been kind to this child, yet in contrast to the tempestuous natures of Qingzu and Shuiyin, who would often display their tempers and whims, the youngest, Shuiyin, was exceptionally obedient and sensible. The more compliant and understanding a child is within a household, the more they tend to suffer. Mu Xiang found it exceedingly challenging to sustain her family alone. She opened a small shop in this modest locality, selling snacks and daily necessities, yet her income was meager. Occasionally, troublemakers would disturb her peace. With 2 children in school, their expenses were considerable. After losing her second husband a year ago, she was compelled to exert every ounce of effort for her livelihood, inevitably neglecting many matters. Shortly after Shuiyin arrived in their home, He Dongpeng mysteriously disappeared and was later found dead. Mu Xiang harbored an unspoken inner turmoil. She sensed that Shuiyin, much like herself, was a harbinger of calamity for their household. After a night of contemplation, Shuiyin understood Mu Xiang's mindset, yet remained indifferent toward her. The kindness Mu Xiang exhibited toward her stepchildren could hardly be attributed to maternal affection. It seemed implausible that one could feel such love for 2 wretched beings unless one were a saint incarnate. Ultimately, Mu Xiang craved validation from others. Throughout her tragic childhood, she was bombarded with various forms of denial and scorn, leading to a profound sense of inferiority and anxiety that lingered even into her 30s. Thus, she relentlessly sought the approval and praise of those around her, attempting to appease anyone capable of inflicting harm upon her. Like Shen Qiuan, she was shattered by her environment and the people within it. After all, the world never demanded resilience from women, They were expected to embody gentleness. "Mother, are you feeling better?" Shuiyin inquired, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of congee wrapped in a cloth. Upon switching on the light, Shuiyin placed the congee on the table, retrieved pickled vegetables from a jar in the corner, and sliced them before setting them down as well. Shuiyin then ladled another bowl of congee for her. Shuiyin twisted her fingers, yet she managed to finish the bowl of porridge. Shuiyin was quite accustomed to the disarray of the room. Apart from an initial clumsiness in her movements, she soon settled into a natural rhythm. She put away the bowl, increased the fire in the stove, and began to heat water in 2 pots. Only then did Shuiyin let out a deep sigh of relief. Crouching down to wash the few bowls, Shuiyin boiled water and took a bath. Muxiang, a woman of 30, appeared in the mirror as if she were in her 40s. Her features etched with the weariness of life. Her hair was dry, her brows sparse, her hands calloused, her skin yellowed and sagging, with pronounced dark circles under her eyes. Observing the black stains on her sleeves and the congealed mucus on her nose, Shuiyin fell silent for a moment. Children left unattended often reflect such neglect, as they are devoid of love and care. However, what set Shuiyin apart was her understanding from a young age of how to treat herself well. "And now, you go wash," she commanded. Shuiyin realized that when speaking to Shuiyin, she could only adopt a commanding tone. Otherwise, the girl would remain rooted in place, akin to a bewildered duckling, oblivious to human speech. Shuiyin had grown accustomed to her situation, unaware of why her mother insisted on her bathing. Yet she longed to be as clean as her mother appeared. Children from impoverished families seldom bathed in those times. Such concerns were foreign to them. When Shuiyin noticed Shuiyin carrying clean clothes to the bath, her brows furrowed slightly. Shuiyin's garments were tattered, yet Muxiang's clothes were no better. After rummaging through the trunk for a while, she finally unearthed a complete outfit. However, observing the fashionable and attractive attire adorning Shuiyin yesterday with its fine fabric, Shuiyin located the room that belonged to her. She pushed the door, only to discover it was locked and unyielding. Taking a couple of steps back, she delivered a powerful kick, forcefully breaking the wooden door and sending the lock tumbling aside. The room was adorned with soft yellow curtains by the window, and a small vase of flowers graced the table, alongside a radio, which was quite a luxury at that time. Shuiyin cast a cursory glance around before opening the wardrobe, retrieving several exquisite outfits. Clutching these garments, she ventured next door and knocked on her neighbor's door. The neighbor's elder sister was known for her sewing skills, and Shuiyin requested her to tailor the clothes for a child. Upon hearing this, the sister's astonishment rendered her speechless. "Aren't these your sister Shuiyin's clothes? Are you intending to alter them for Shuiyin?" "Yes, these are discarded by Shuiyin. She wishes to purchase new attire." Shuiyin offered a weary and resigned smile. The sister immediately regarded her with sympathetic eyes. "Very well. My hands are swift. I shall have them ready for you shortly." Before long, Shuiyin donned the new clothing, feeling as if she were in a dream. She had witnessed her sister in those beautiful garments, but never imagined she could wear them herself. Hesitating, she said to Shuiyin, "Mother, I don't want these clothes. Sister will be upset." Shuiyin, engaged in organizing the valuables within their home, replied without looking up, "If you wish to wear them, then wear them. You shall no longer have a sister or brother. Should you desire that pair of siblings, you must sacrifice your mother." Although Mercury spoke in a calm tone, Shuiyin was still taken aback, promptly changing into new clothes. As soon as she donned the new attire, she realized that she was still quite an adorable little girl, with round eyes and slightly drooping eyelids, resembling a small puppy when gazing at others.
Mom,
"I will help you," she exclaimed upon noticing Mercury moving some items, rushing over to assist. Mercury paid her no mind. She had already scoured the house for all the money, even rummaging through Shuiyin and Qingzu's room, and packed away all valuable belongings. "I am stepping out for a moment. Ensure the door is securely locked. No one is to be allowed in, not even Shuiyin or Qingzu. Do you understand?" Shuiyin nodded vigorously. "Mom, where are we going? Are we going shopping?" she inquired. Mercury took her hand and led her forward, heading towards the city. Along the way, some passers-by noticed them and cheerfully asked where they were headed. Mercury merely offered a wry smile, stating, "We are going to see Qingzu. The school teacher informed us that he has run away with some others, and we do not know his whereabouts." Thus, She continued her journey with an innocent little girl towards the city. They caught a ride with a fellow townsman, and after taking a bus, they finally arrived in the city around midnight, as the nearest train station was located there. Shuiyin had never been to the city before. The unfamiliar surroundings filled her with trepidation, and she clutched Mercury's hand tightly, fearful of being left behind. Once they arrived, no one recognized them. The polite smile had long vanished from Mercury's face, replaced by a demeanor that seemed cold and indifferent. While purchasing tickets at the train station counter, the system in her mind began to issue warnings. The host must not deviate from the plot development. Mercury handed the money through the window and received a ticket in return. The train was scheduled for midnight, and the modest waiting room was sparsely populated. Mercury found a seat, took out canned biscuits and milk, items acquired from a nearby shop. Aside from these provisions for the journey, she had no desire to concern herself with the disarray of the shop. She shared the canned food and biscuits with Shuiyin, indulging in her meal with hearty bites. As she had felt quite famished since missing lunch, Shuiyin, holding the can, watched Mercury eat for a while before attempting to partake herself. However, she struggled to open the can and, not knowing how to ask for assistance, remained silent, gazing at Mercury as if she had committed some transgression. It was then that Mercury noticed her predicament and promptly opened the can with a crisp sound. Shuiyin, her face flushed with embarrassment, accepted the can from Mercury. Mercury understood her thoughts all too well. Overly conscientious children often feel shame when they are unable to accomplish certain tasks or meet parental expectations. This reaction is akin to a conditioned reflex, frequently formed in childhood, lingering throughout one's life, and proving difficult to escape. Shuiyin and Qingzu, along with Shuiyin, represented two extremes of the spectrum. Mercury refrained from commenting to Shuiyin, instead opening another can for her, and they finished their meal together. In the middle of the night, Shuiyin was roused from her slumber. She noticed her mother busily packing, preparing to board the train. Promptly, she sprang to her feet, assisting by carrying a small bag of food, closely following her mother down the aisle. Several other passengers, like her, were also heading in the same direction. Suddenly, Shuiyin noticed that her mother had come to a halt, clutching the wall, trembling all over, and her complexion was ashen. Startled by this sight, Shuiyin timidly called out, "Mom, are you in pain?" Shuiyin pressed her temples and, under the curious gazes of the other passengers, straightened herself, gritting her teeth as she urged Shuiyin to move forward. Since the host is willing to care for Shuiyin, why is there reluctance to attend to the other two children? With proper guidance, they too could become dutiful offspring. As a mother, is this not your obligation? A woman who only considers herself is profoundly selfish. They are better suited for societal education. Furthermore, cease your attempts to engage me on these matters. Regardless of your nonsensical remarks, I shall pursue only what I desire. Whether you approve or disapprove, whether you curse or praise, it bears no consequence to me. I hope you come to recognize your place. You possess no authority to restrain or punish me, merely a nuisance clinging to my shoe, hoping for my downfall. Shuiyin and Shuiyin boarded the train and found their seats, the train swiftly moving forward. Shuiyin had long discerned that this world was not the realm of reality. It could only be described as a projection and derivation of the original world, with many elements not entirely congruent. This era bore a striking resemblance to the temporal juncture of Shuiyin's world, perhaps separated by a mere decade, while geographically, Shuiyin's domain was closer to the Jiangnan region, whereas Muxiang was nearer to the sea. At this moment, the train had not long been officially in civilian use, and tickets were exceedingly expensive. In an era of underdeveloped communication, any mode of travel was both exhausting and costly. Sitting by the window, Mercury placed her bag on the inner side, with Shuiyin nestled beside her. The two turned their heads to gaze outside. It was deep night, enveloped in silence. As the few passengers boarding nearby spoke little, each finding their seat in quietude, occasionally exchanging murmured words. In the pitch-black expanse outside, lights were a rare sight, with only the shadowy undulations of mountains outlined against the night sky. The train's mournful whistle and the rhythmic clattering along the tracks resonated clearly, evoking a sense of drowsiness in their repetitive cadence. The train was tangible, the mountains, trees, and distant towns were all real. The passengers aboard were indeed present, And even He Xiaoyan in her arms was genuine. Perhaps it was only she who felt illusory in this world. On such a tranquil night, a profound sense of homelessness enveloped her. If the host were to heed the system's counsel and settle here, acquiring a family would alleviate her loneliness. A complete family with a husband and children would render life whole. Perhaps due to the serene night, Mercury found herself calm enough to engage in conversation with the foolish. Life is inherently solitary, leading to feelings of loneliness that cannot be dispelled regardless of the presence of relatives. This spiritual isolation remains. Even with a troublesome husband and wailing children, loneliness persists, compounded by annoyance. If I desire excitement, there are countless ways to achieve it. It is only madness that leads one to choose the most self-destructive path. You are merely an ordinary woman. Why not indulge in your vulnerability? Relying on men is an innate trait of femininity. Every human experiences weakness, not solely women. Engaging in conversation with you deepens my solitude, for you can never truly comprehend me, and there are far too many individuals just like you. I was born a common person, yet I yearn for freedom. You are a system bound by constraints, never having tasted the essence of liberty. How could you possibly understand this? Mercury had not slept throughout the night. She observed as the train halted at the station multiple times, passengers boarding and alighting. The horizon gradually revealed a pale light, and the fields by the roadside became discernible as the darkness of night transformed into vibrant greenery. He Xiaoyan also awakened. She rose to stretch her limbs and dutifully massaged the numb legs and arms of Mercury, who did not resist, allowing her to continue. Suddenly, the train plunged into darkness, prompting He Xiaoyan to instinctively clutch Mercury's hand, her eyes wide with fear as she surveyed the surroundings. Mercury reassured her, explaining, "We are passing through a tunnel. A path has been carved through the mountain to allow this train to traverse it." He Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment. She was still so young, having only experienced the limited expanse of her small world, unaware that the outside realm was rapidly evolving, with many cities differing vastly from the quaint place they called home. He Xiaoyan was profoundly shaken when she first boarded the train, and after a long journey, upon arriving in the bustling city of Shanghai, she was once again struck by the stark differences of this place. The cars on the roadside seemed to her like venomous serpents, making it nearly impossible to walk alongside the bustling traffic. When she paused, her companion Shuiyin queried, "What are you afraid of?" He Xiaoyan hesitated to respond, fearing her mother might scold her. Shuiyin pressed further, "What is it that frightens you?" Feeling reassured that her mother was not angry, He Xiaoyan timidly replied, "Will that big monster eat people?" She was referring to the cars that whizzed by. Shuiyin was taken aback. She had never anticipated a moment where she would find herself at a loss for words. Upon their arrival, Shuiyin took the initiative to search for accommodation. A woman of decisive action, she had already contemplated their lodging during the train ride. With limited funds, staying in the city center was out of the question, and securing satisfactory housing was uncertain. Thus, she resolved to explore the older districts of Shanghai. The residences in these areas were aged and lacked the vibrant allure of newer locales, yet they were best suited for living. Shuiyin understood that as a woman with a child, they could not afford to compromise their safety by residing in chaotic surroundings, for that would render life here untenable. Nevertheless, the combination of a woman and a child had its complexities. However, it also bestowed an ease in gaining the trust of others. Shuiyin meandered through several old streets, noting the house numbers and observing the conditions of the residences. In this area, numerous households boast gardens adorned with trees and blooming flowers, and the residents tend to be of a more advanced age. After traversing several streets, she finally selected a spot. She led He Xiaoyan to a residence with a somewhat weathered wall, where a fragrant osmanthus tree stood in the yard, and raised her hand to knock on the door. A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 50s, answered the door with a puzzled expression. "Who are you looking for?" Shuiyin displayed a hint of awkwardness, replying, "I am searching for He Dongpeng." Anxiety flickered across Shuiyin's face as she exclaimed, "How could that be? The address I obtained is right here." Noticing her distress, the woman said, "Let me check the address for you, perhaps it is around here." Shuiyin felt a twinge of gratitude, thinking to herself how fortunate it was to encounter such a warm-hearted individual. With a troubled expression, she confessed, "I lost the address along the way." but I remember it was number 25, Chanshan Road, Nankong District. The woman responded, there is no Chanshan Road here. This is Chunfeng Road. Could you be mistaken about the address? Do you know the phone number? I have a phone at home and can call to inquire. Shuiyin replied, I do not know the phone number. I am here to find my husband. He abandoned my daughter and me for another woman. This year, my mother-in-law passed away, and I have come with my daughter to seek him out, having learned the address from someone else. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. The woman, evidently accustomed to hearing such tales in the newspapers, regarded the weary mother and daughter with sympathy. Shuiyin was at a loss regarding her mother's words. Feeling somewhat bewildered and frightened by the presence of strangers, she could only gaze with her pitiable, round black eyes, clinging tightly to Shuiyin's side. The two of them, one engulfed in sorrow and the other in innocence, evoked an involuntary sympathy from onlookers. It has taken us so long to arrive here.
Aunt.
Is there truly no one named He Dongpeng in the vicinity? The aunt, observing the hopeful woman before her, felt a pang of compassion, but nevertheless shook her head. Shuiyin expressed her gratitude while softly weeping, leaving Shuiyin perplexed as to why her previously composed and formidable mother was now so distraught. With a naive tug on Shuiyin's hand, she murmured, Mother, please do not cry. The aunt, feeling even more compassionate, glanced at the darkening sky and remarked, Oh dear. It is nearly nightfall. What will you do now? Wiping her tears, Shuiyin thanked her once more. I wish to see if there are any nearby accommodations available for rent. We would like to settle in and gradually search for people. We will surely find someone. The aunt expressed a regret. My household is quite full, and I lack spare rooms. Otherwise, I would have offered you a place for the night. Shuiyin was not disheartened. She had not anticipated finding lodging so effortlessly and was merely exploring her options. She aimed to establish herself in this area, knowing that the older houses often had residents who might be willing to rent out a room due to financial constraints. At that moment, the door of the house across from them swung open, revealing a grandmother with graying hair and glasses, who stepped out upon hearing the commotion. Dan, have you guests from your family? She inquired. Observing the gentle and kind-hearted grandmother adjusting her glasses, Mercury smiled upon seeing Shuiyin. Come here. She gestured warmly. Have you eaten yet? Let's share a meal and discuss your circumstances. Mercury expressed her gratitude with a smile towards her aunt and took Shuyin's hand, leading her into the grandmother's courtyard. Although many in this era still held ignorant beliefs, there existed a genuine warmth among the people, unlike the modern individuals who, having been exposed to numerous scams, remain perpetually vigilant. The grandmother, surnamed Yang, was not originally from the city. She had accompanied her husband to Shanghai decades ago and had lived there ever since. Now, with her spouse deceased and her children grown and moved out, she resided alone. Mercury noted the well-tended flowers and plants in the courtyard. Despite the aged furnishings inside, they exuded cleanliness and charm. Grandmother Yang herself possessed an air of grace. On a small table beside a wicker chair lay an English book, and in the corner stood an old piano draped with a delicate lace cloth. After surveying her surroundings, Mercury understood how to engage with Grandmother Yang. Mercury was a person who, when disinterested in life, could make it difficult for anyone else to flourish. Yet when she chose to embrace life, she could surpass most in her endeavors. In front of the aforementioned aunt, she had displayed a more pitiable side, but in the presence of Grandmother Yang, she intentionally showcased her refined upbringing and eloquence. After all, a person like Grandmother Yang, who appeared financially secure, was unlikely to rent her property to just anyone. She would seek someone compatible with her temperament. Thus, securing a room in her home seemed almost assured. Although this arrangement diverges from the landlord Mercury initially sought, it is evidently a far superior option, offering a greater degree of safety. They shared a meal together, during which Mercury recounted her carefully crafted persona, albeit without delving into excessive detail. Such elaboration could easily betray her true identity. A measured display of hesitance on certain topics often provokes the listener's imagination and elicits sympathy. Do you speak English? Grandmother Yang inquired, her expression one of surprise. Mercury's troubled demeanor and modest attire hardly suggested that she was a person of erudition. Yes, I studied it once, but later. Mercury's smile turned bittersweet as she trailed off, her tone imbued with nostalgia. I haven't used it in quite some time. Grandmother Yang nodded in understanding. Indeed. I noticed some inaccuracies in your pronunciation. This was not solely Mercury's fault. The English spoken during this era differed somewhat from the standardized version of the future. If possible, I would truly appreciate the opportunity to learn from you, Mercury replied, her smile radiating sincerity. This delighted Grandmother Yang, who responded with a joyful laugh. Well then, I find myself rather lonely here. Having company would certainly brighten my days. It must be challenging for you to care for the child alone, so if you wish, you may stay here with me for the time being. Grandmother Yang was indeed a kind-hearted soul. She offered Mercury and Shuiyin a spacious room on the upper floor, complete with a bed, wardrobe, and desk. Mercury need not purchase bedding, as Grandmother Yang generously provided it. These were used by my daughter. They are old and have been sitting unused in my home. If you don't mind, please take them for your use. Grandma Yang discerned the financial struggles faced by the mother and daughter duo and was inclined to offer assistance, which Mercury readily accepted, without hesitation. Life inevitably presents us with challenges, and during such times, finding individuals willing to lend a helping hand is truly rare. Embracing help with an open heart is by no means a source of shame. One must bear in mind both grievances and gratitude for a harmonious existence. The garments once worn by her child, now deemed unnecessary, lay idle, and rather than discard them thoughtlessly, she found joy in repurposing them for the mother and daughter, believing it would uplift her spirits. It is often said that one's attire greatly influences one's demeanor. After a few days of proper rest, coupled with suitable clothing and poise, Mercury appeared considerably rejuvenated, earning her several compliments from the neighbor across the way. Mercury felt immense gratitude towards Grandma Yang. Without such a generous and kind-hearted person, she and Shuiyin could undoubtedly reside here, yet their living conditions would not be nearly as comfortable as they currently enjoyed. Initially, she had anticipated a solitary struggle upon her arrival, urgently needing to secure employment to ensure their well-being. However, she now found herself in a position to amend her plans. You wish to find work? Grandma Yang adjusted her spectacles. Indeed, Mercury replied as she assisted in shelling edamame. While residing here with Shuiyin, we cannot afford to be idle. Securing employment is essential. Grandma Yang nodded, her face reflecting a blend of nostalgia and warmth. Indeed, I believe your idea is commendable. I have witnessed too many women who, upon losing their husbands, seem to lose themselves as well. They remain unaware that there are myriad paths in life. If one avenue proves unfruitful, surely another exists. Yet, the fear of hardship, exhaustion, and the absence of successful predecessors often paralyzes them, rendering them hesitant to act. Shuiyin gazed at the elderly woman, recognizing the truth in her words. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Regardless of whether I find my husband or what the outcome may be, I refuse to allow sorrow to overwhelm me. Grandma Yang smiled with satisfaction. It is wonderful that you possess such clarity. Do you have any plans you would be willing to share with me? Shuiyin, sensing her genuine desire to assist, replied without reservation. I noticed an advertisement in a newspaper seeking a piano instructor, and I intend to give it a try. At that time, newspapers were the primary source of information regarding rental properties, missing persons, and various advertisements, as most people's understanding of the outside world remained confined to print and radio. Grandma Yang appeared slightly surprised. You play the piano? Yes, Shuiyin replied, I play quite well. She also played the pipa, though her skills on the piano surpassed those on the traditional instrument. Intrigued, Grandma Yang playfully extended her hand in a gesture reminiscent of a gentleman inviting a lady to dance. May I have the honor of hearing you perform a piece? Shuiyin set aside the basket of edamame resting in her lap and gracefully lifted her dress, as if it were a skirt, replying, of course. Shuiyin sat nearby, indulging in small cookies, her days filled with happiness. Not only did she have new clothes to wear, but she also enjoyed an array of delightful snacks each day. Grandma Yang, like many elderly individuals, took pleasure in showering her younger relatives with treats. Many of the snacks she received from others, which she herself did not particularly fancy, were offered to Shuiyin. When Shuiyin noticed her mother approaching the piano tucked away in the corner, she paused her snacking, her curiosity piqued. Being a timid child, she refrained from asking questions, even though her interest was stirred. If a cherished pastime of a girl were to be forsaken after marriage, then undoubtedly, such a union would be a tremendous misfortune. Shuiyin adjusted the piano slightly, seated herself, and played a few notes. The instrument produced a beautiful tone, suggesting it was of considerable value. Grandma Yang nodded, saying, "It belonged to my eldest daughter. Both my husband and I cherished her, providing her with only the best." Shuiyin played a piece of the Blue Danube, while Grandma Yang listened intently. Shuiyin, with wide eyes, was so captivated that she unknowingly dropped the cookie from her hand. She had never encountered such an instrument before, nor did she realize it could produce such enchanting melodies. As the final notes faded, Grandma Yang applauded enthusiastically, praising her. "You played wonderfully. I feel you could easily succeed as a teacher." In the mornings, they would venture together to the nearby market to procure groceries. Grandma Yang was a skilled cook, and with her delectable dish of oil gluten stuffed with meat, she captured Shuiyin's heart, prompting the shy girl to affectionately call her grandma. Mercury had a particular fondness for the marinated edamame prepared by her, as she possessed a unique recipe for a special marinade that Mercury had never encountered before. Though Mercury was also skilled in the culinary arts, her dishes lacked a distinctive regional flair, likely due to the numerous places she had visited over the years, resulting in her ability to cook a bit of everything. Grandma Yang, fanning herself, remarked, "If only I were younger, enjoying a glass of red wine at this moment would be truly delightful. Alas, age has caught up with me, and I can no longer indulge in wine. Oh, Moose Yang, would you care for a drink? I happen to have a fine bottle of wine stashed away. In that case, I shall graciously accept your offer and benefit from your generosity." Pouring half a glass, Grandma Yang raised it in place of wine. "Let us first toast to your successful job hunt." Mercury replied, "Thank you for your kind words. I shall certainly strive for success." After sipping half a glass, a genuine smile graced Mercury's face, and Shuiyin was also able to sample the delightful flavor. The initial stages of her job search were not particularly smooth. At the first establishment, a couple owned it, and the woman scrutinized her from head to toe upon her arrival. Noticing her worn dress, shoes, and the roughness of her hands and empty wrists, the disdain in the woman's gaze was unmistakable as she outright rejected Mercury without bothering to consider her skills. Mercury, undeterred, had encountered such individuals before and understood that life seldom goes as desired. Sometimes, even with talent and resourcefulness, a stroke of bad luck could lead to misfortune. Since this opportunity was not viable, she moved on to the next one. At the third establishment, she finally succeeded in securing a job. In a quaint little villa, there resided a family with a well-kept garden and 2 maids. Although they did not appear as affluent as the families before them, the head of the household was more amicable than the first. The student was an 11-year-old boy, considerably more sensible than the spoiled little girl from the second family. Initially, the owner was not particularly fond of her, as it is human nature to judge by appearances. After enduring many hardships, Moose Yang had not fully regained her vitality in such a short span of respite, and her attire appeared somewhat shabby. However, upon demonstrating her piano skills and offering to teach the boy English as well, the owner was intrigued. Hiring a piano teacher who could also impart English lessons seemed remarkably advantageous. This was indeed a cause for celebration, prompting Grandma Yang to cheerfully prepare a duck stew. Shuiyin took Shuiyin out to purchase cooked dishes. As they strolled through the streets, Shuiyin was no longer frightened by the ominous black cars. Yet she gazed around in wonder at the surrounding scenery. The towering buildings, elegant villas, and the hurried rickshaws, cars, bicycles, and newspaper-selling children, along with an array of shops boasting glass windows, left her utterly captivated. Children are often perceptive to the emotions of adults. In the past, when Moose Yang endured depression and anguish in that household, Shuiyin had shrunk in timidity, laboring tirelessly to prove her worth while refraining from speaking freely, fearful of drawing the displeased gaze of adults. Now, she could comfortably hold Shuiyin's hand and engage in conversation. "Mama, it smells wonderful." They happened to pass by a flower shop, and Shuiyin was referring to a bundle of lilies displayed outside. It is rare to see her take the initiative to speak, so when Shuiyin glanced at her, she approached and purchased 2 lilies. Although Shuiyin did not harbor any maternal affection for this child, she was willing to extend a modicum of kindness, given their proximity. "You like lilies, Shuiyin?"
I'll plant two for you, she said.
Shuiyin, in her naive innocence, was somewhat bewildered. When at home, Shuiyin would teach Shuiyin to read and write, as well as play the piano, an endeavor Shuiyin herself had expressed a desire to pursue. When she first voiced her request, her head bowed in embarrassment, her voice scarcely a whisper. The insecurities of childhood often linger throughout one's life. Thus, Shuiyin invited her to sit beside her and guided her in playing the piano. Initially, Shuiyin did not dare to strike the keys forcefully, so Shuiyin gently placed her fingers on the keys to assist her. If only the world were a bit more peaceful, we could send children to school to acquire more knowledge, and they would be more lively, remarked Grandma Yang as she observed Shuiyin diligently pressing the piano keys. Recently, Shuiyin had been learning to sew with her, mending a dress that had a small tear. Upon hearing Grandma Yang's words, she replied, "The schools around here only accept teenagers. They do not admit children of a few years old." Grandma Yang shook the newspaper in her hands, adjusting her glasses to scrutinize the text, and complained, "Look at these old scholars, bickering in the newspapers day after day, lamenting that the universities being established now are outrageous for enrolling girls, allowing them to cut their hair, wear skirts that reveal their calves, and mingle with men in such an indecorous manner. What is decorum, if not a set of rules? Yet these rules are stagnant. They must evolve continuously, regardless of gender. The pursuit of knowledge through reading is of utmost importance, as the wisdom contained within books speaks volumes. Engaging with diverse opinions and perspectives sharpens the mind. Those who hinder women from reading do so out of fear that an enlightened and independent individual may prove difficult to deceive. Time progresses, yet these antiquated notions persist. Despite the fall of the Qing dynasty many years ago. Alas, observe how Grandma Yang hands over the newspaper, directing Shuiyin's attention to the opinions expressed therein. This gentleman is a patriot, possessing insightful views on various matters and has published numerous articles aimed at inspiring the nation. Yet, paradoxically, he exhibits a narrow-mindedness regarding women's issues. I fervently hope that such insidious sentiments will cease to exist in the future. Women have been constrained for far too long. They ought not to remain confined within the domestic sphere, devoid of freedom. Shuiyin smoothed the seam, casting a glance at the elderly figure, who was filled with indignation over the current state of affairs, and smiled. Indeed, in due time, girls will have the same opportunities as boys to attend school and acquire knowledge, and there will no longer be individuals who publicly denounce such a notion in the newspapers. As for the stepmother, Shuiyin sat before the grand piano by the floor-to-ceiling window, demonstrating a piece, while a young boy stood attentively by, listening and observing. After outlining several key points, she stepped back, exchanged positions with her student, and encouraged him to attempt the piece once more. Her student, surnamed Wei, was named Wei Jinhun, and Shuiyin had been teaching him for nearly a year, and their rapport had developed quite harmoniously. Although this child may not possess exceptional talent in learning the piano, he compensates with his earnest dedication. Mercury, in addition to teaching him English, has observed that he learns that language far more swiftly than he does the piano. The two have engaged in frequent English conversations for the past 6 months, with Mercury not only imparting knowledge, but also seizing the opportunity to familiarize herself with contemporary English pronunciation. The child's parents, upon occasional encounters, express considerable satisfaction with Mercury as a teacher. Mercury graciously accepted their heartfelt gratitude and exchanged a few polite words before being escorted to the door. At this juncture, many in the country still hold the traditional values of respecting teachers in high regard, and Mrs. Wei's attitude towards Mercury has markedly improved compared to her initial demeanor. This change is attributed not only to Mercury as effective teaching but also to her transformation over the past year. Ultimately, Mu Xiang's physical form is merely 31 years old. As the saying goes, one's environment shapes one's essence. When a person's living conditions and quality of life undergo significant changes, their appearance and demeanor inevitably evolve as well. Presently, she exudes the vitality of a woman in her 20s, a stark contrast to the Mu Xiang of yesteryear. While she may not adhere to the current trend of meticulously styled hair, her slightly curled ends, casually pinned back, exude an air of intellectual elegance. Coupled with her gentle demeanor and appropriate attire, it is no wonder that not only the Wei family but also the elderly neighbors from Grandma Yang's neighborhood are drawn to her, with some even attempting to play matchmaker. Upon reaching the threshold of her home, Shuiyin was greeted by the familiar sound of laughter emanating from the courtyard. It was a gentle, melodious voice, slightly coy. Teasing he Shuiyin. Oh, Shuiyin, your aunt has brought you beautiful clothes and candies. Why is it that you still favor your mother the most? You could at least flatter your aunt a little, considering your mother is not here. Just say you like your aunt the most. Your mother won't know. He Shuiyin responded with a series of murmurs, adamantly refusing to comply, and when pressed further, stubbornly declared, I like Mama the most. Shuiyin pondered to herself that she had not treated the little girl particularly well, yet the child displayed an undeniable fondness for her. Over the past year, Shuiyin had grown close to her. Upon entering, she remarked, I knew Sister Lingye would be here today. Just in time, as I received some wine from the students. We can enjoy a drink together tonight. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I've reserved a table for us to dine out. There's a newly opened Western restaurant I visited recently, and the food was delightful. Dong Lingye lounged casually, her legs crossed, clad in a deep indigo floral qipao that accentuated her fair skin and graceful curves. After Shuiyin complimented her, she burst into a delightful giggle. I bought one for you as well. This style is quite fashionable now. Everyone is wearing it. You maintain your figure well, and I am sure it will suit you beautifully. Grandma Yang, observing from the side, glared at her daughter. It's one thing for you to wear such attire. But why must you dress Mu Xiang in it as well? With a playful smile, Dong Lingye responded to her mother. What do you mean by such attire? It's been tailored exquisitely, showcasing the bust and waist perfectly. Oh my goodness, how ironic it is that you criticize those antiquated individuals in newspapers who oppose women's education. Yet when it comes to your own perspective on attire, your mindset is equally restrictive. The choice of clothing is our prerogative. Why should we be denied the freedom to wear what we desire? Granny Yang furrowed her brow, lamenting that the traditional qipao was quite exquisite in its time, and now. With these alterations, such garments were once deemed inappropriate for respectable women. Dong Lingye pouted in response, turning to continue her debate with her mother. That is simply not right. Mother, you are still influenced by outdated ideologies. We don beautiful clothing for our own joy, not to deliberately entice men. Those individuals who gawk at a woman's curves and then prattle on about decorum are hypocrites. I have yet to see them embrace a monastic life. They masquerade as paragons of virtue, yet their minds are filled with sordid thoughts. Hence the phrase the lewd see lewdness. True gentlemen do not resort to outcries over the unconventional attire of others. Granny Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, conceding, I shall not engage with you further. Your sharp tongue bests my reasoning. Dong Lingye triumphantly pouted at her mother and then addressed Shuiyin. Look at those people. One moment they insist women should bind their feet and remain confined to the home. The next they claim women should not be educated or seen in public. And then they clamor about how modern women's clothing corrupts societal morals. In truth, they embody the worst of societal norms. We must wear what we choose. If only to infuriate them, they seem more concerned with our attire than with the pressing matters of the nation. With a smile, Mercury listened to their conversation, occasionally chiming in. This was an era marked by the awakening of public consciousness, where everyone was still groping their way forward. Each generation and every individual held differing perspectives, colliding with one another to carve out a brand new path for posterity. She felt a sense of detachment. In her time, women could already stroll the streets in short-sleeved tops and minuscule shorts. Yet here, only a small faction of women had begun to fight for the freedom to dress as they wished. Tomorrow, shall we dine at the Western restaurant? Muxiang, will you wear that qipao? Of course, it would be a pity not to wear such a beautiful garment. Mercury replied with a slight smile. True to her word, she donned the delicate smoky pink qipao, and although Grandma Yang sighed, she refrained from further comment. He Shuiyin also wore a lovely little dress, held by Mercury, as they accompanied Dong Lingye to the Western restaurant. In Mercury's eyes, the establishment lacked authenticity, yet at that moment, it was sufficiently enticing. Coinciding with the Mid-Autumn Festival, many had come to sample Western cuisine, and Mercury's cursory glance revealed numerous parents with children, as well as young couples. Dong Lingye held the menu and urged Mercury to order. Muxiang, your English is excellent. Order in English. She was a woman who relished the spotlight, believing it fashionable to place an order in English at a Western restaurant. Grandma Yang, upon hearing this, playfully swatted her hand, admonishing, You are such a show-off. If you're so capable, why not learn English yourself and flaunt it? Dong Lingye, finding this a tiresome topic, quickly shifted the conversation back to urging Mercury to place her order. A delightful meal was enjoyed, yet Shuiyin noticed that Xiaoyan was particularly silent. At first, she assumed the child was merely unaccustomed to dining in a Western restaurant for the first time. However, gradually, she observed Xiaoyan occasionally turning her head to glance at a certain spot not far away. Shuiyin, in a casual effort to engage in conversation, also stole a glance in that direction. There sat a man and a woman. The man was tall and rather handsome, while the woman donned an exquisitely expensive dress, revealing a lustrous pearl bracelet as she covered her mouth in laughter. Their expressions were intimate and affectionate, suggesting they were a couple deeply in love.
Why was Xiaoyan so fixated on them?
Shuiyin's hand paused momentarily as she lifted her glass, while she and Dong Lingye shared soft laughter and whispered conversations. Her mind wandered to the thought of He Dongpeng. Wasn't he this man rumored to have perished during a shipment, with not even a body recovered? The original narrative unfolds 10 years after He Dongpeng's death. Mu Xiang, in search of her runaway stepson He Qingzu, arrives in Shanghai with her divorced stepdaughter He Xiaoyan, only to encounter her resurrected second husband, He Dongpeng, who has no recollection of his past. In Shanghai, he has formed a family with the wealthy Lady Song Ting, with whom he has a daughter. Mu Xiang works as a maid for the Song family to make ends meet and recognizes He Dongpeng. Amidst their entanglement, He Dongpeng falls down the stairs, regaining memories of the past and finding himself torn between two families. Feeling ashamed, Mu Xiang wishes to leave the Song household. Upon learning the truth, He Xiaoyan seeks He Dongpeng for financial support but is caught by Song Ting, leading to Song Ting's miscarriage. In a fit of rage, He Dongpeng expels Mu Xiang and her daughter, and thereafter, Shuiyin remarked, "What a splendid drama this is. Enough, there is no need to continue. Your voice in my mind is rather bothersome. In the matter of serving others' excrement, you, dear system, are the most dedicated and responsible I have ever encountered. Food is delightful before it enters the mouth, yet becomes inedible once expelled. This is a lesson I impart to you today." Mercury's demeanor remained unchanged, but He Xiaoyan could not restrain herself. After indulging in too many beverages and being escorted to the restroom, she hesitated before saying to Mercury, "Mom, I saw Dad He." She recalled her mother mentioning to Grandma Yang the necessity of finding Dad He. Mercury regarded her with a tranquil expression, stating plainly, "Your father has long since passed. You must have mistaken someone else. There are many who resemble him in this world." He Xiaoyan had always heeded her mother's words without question. Upon hearing this, she nodded and finally felt a sense of relief. "What is happening? We are about to marry, yet you still gaze at other women in my presence." Song Ting remarked with slight annoyance as she tapped on the table. He Dongpeng shook his head, denying it. Observing the jealous demeanor of his fiancée, he softened his expression. Placing his hand gently on hers, he reassured her, "Ting Ting, rest assured. Even if I were to recall something one day, you will always be the only woman I love." Stepmother 6. Song Ting's family engaged in the liquor trade, gaining a notable reputation in the Shanghai market. In today's domestic economy, it is not the traditional domestic products that are most sought after, but rather the foreign goods bearing Western labels. Song Ting's father, Song Xingfu, had sold foreign liquor for several years, amassing considerable wealth. If there were to be a singular regret in Song Xingfu's life, it would be his inability to bear a son to inherit the family business. He had only a precious daughter, Song Ting, who had been spoiled since childhood. Initially, he harbored concerns about his daughter lacking support in her later years. However, approximately a year and a half ago, while their boat traversed the Great River, they rescued a man from the riverbank. He discovered that He Dongpeng was quite a decent-looking individual, eager to learn the ropes of work from him, and possessed a diligent nature. At first, Song Xingfu dismissed him, but gradually, he grew increasingly fond of him, and the matter of his amnesia became less significant. When they first rescued him, Song Xingfu noticed that He Dongpeng wore inexpensive clothing, suggesting he hailed from a modest background, unlikely to be from a wealthy family. Even if his family sought someone, they wouldn't find anyone in the bustling city of Shanghai. He affectionately placed a reassuring hand on his daughter's shoulder, saying, "As a man myself, I understand men well. They prioritize their careers and sons. Once you bear a son for Dongpeng, there's no reason to worry about him leaving. Song Ting pouted, feeling somewhat displeased. Perhaps brother Dongpeng was never married. Besides, nowadays free love is in vogue. If he were married before, it must have been due to family pressure. He has even said that he likes me the most. Consequently, Song Ting remained vigilant about the women appearing in He Dongpeng's life. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, they dined at a newly opened Western restaurant where He Dongpeng glanced at a woman in a chi pao and remarked that she looked familiar. This immediately aroused her suspicion, leaving her unsettled for several days. She could not quite fathom why this matter weighed so heavily on her mind. Song Ting, much like many a wealthy young lady of the present day, harbored a fondness for foreign goods, be it imported confections or fashionable attire and footwear. She reveled in indulging herself in such luxuries, frequently dining at various Western restaurants, not necessarily for the love of the cuisine, but rather for the superior sense of distinction it afforded her, a feeling that set her apart from the masses. One of her favorite establishments was nestled by the riverside, where the glass windows afforded a splendid view of the distant skyscrapers. It was a picturesque locale, and she often visited alone to unwind. This particular restaurant frequently featured live performances, and, as was her custom, Song Ting savored a steak one day when her gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar woman seated at the piano. Suddenly, the delectable morsels of steak lost their appeal, and she set down her knife and fork, dabbing her mouth before fixating her attention on the woman not far away.
Indeed,
it was the same woman whom He Dongpeng had remarked upon previously. With a critical eye, she began to scrutinize the woman for flaws. Appearing to be in her 20s, she was not youthful by any means. Her complexion was fair, not strikingly beautiful, but possessing a certain enduring charm. Her posture was graceful, exuding poise as her hands glided over the black and white keys, regardless of whether her playing was brisk or languid. It evoked a sense of aesthetic pleasure that was simply delightful. After observing for a moment, Song Ting felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over her. When the woman concluded her performance and was replaced by another musician, the once soothing sounds of the piano began to grate on her nerves. Unable to resist, she gathered her belongings and searched for the woman, yet her efforts proved fruitless. A waiter approached, inquiring about her needs. Being a regular patron, Song Ting wasted no time in asking, "Who is the woman playing the piano just now?" The young lady, known as Mu Xiang, was recently introduced by a friend of her employer to play the piano part-time here. Every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at this hour, she graces us with her performances. Song Ting, having inquired about these matters, found herself at a loss. Ultimately, she was uncertain whether there was any connection between Mu Xiang and He Dongpeng. Should she approach her directly and inquire if she knew He Dongpeng? What if she indeed did? That would only invite trouble. Conversely, if Mu Xiang claimed not to know him, how embarrassing it would be for Song Ting to have broached the subject recklessly. The young lady was tormented by her thoughts. Preoccupied with this dilemma, she did not wish for He Dongpeng to discover her feelings, nor did she confide in her father. Thus, on those Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, she would stealthily venture to the Western restaurant to observe her imagined rival, hoping to glean some insight. A month passed in this manner, and the restaurant staff had become familiar with their regular patron, Miss Song, who seemed to revel in Mu Xiang's piano playing, attending each performance with enthusiasm. "Our establishment offers flowers to the performers," a waiter inquired thoughtfully. "Given your fondness for Miss Mu's piano, would you like to arrange for some flowers to be sent to her?" Song Ting replied, "Absolutely not." In a huff, however, she quickly changed her mind and summoned the waiter to order a grand bouquet for the pianist, Miss Mu. After her performance that day, before she could rise, a waiter approached her with a splendid bouquet, saying, "This is from Miss Song. She remarked that your piano playing is exceptional." Mercury accepted the grand bouquet, casting a glance towards Miss Song, offering her a polite smile and a nod. In return, the young lady acknowledged her with a reserved nod. Miss Song had been observing her for quite some time, and Mercury was well aware of the complexity behind that gaze, yet she chose to disregard it. Ultimately, what relevance did these individuals hold for her? Her presence here was facilitated by Dong Lingye, as her previous role as a tutor could not be sustained indefinitely. Thus, Securing a part-time position to earn a little extra was indeed advantageous. After a month of receiving flowers, Mercury had merely nodded at Miss Song each time, maintaining this delicate acquaintance of mutual nods. Miss Song, however, lacked Mercury's composure. Calculating the passage of time, she deemed it appropriate to initiate a conversation. Just as Mercury stood to leave, Miss Song promptly rose to follow her. Poor Miss Song, accustomed to being driven everywhere, found herself awkwardly traversing the street in her heels, desperately pursuing Mercury. Though Mercury's strides were not particularly large, she moved surprisingly swiftly, causing Miss Song to lose sight of her in an instant. In frustration, she stamped her foot, lingering by the roadside in discontent until her eyes suddenly lit up. She spotted her target once again, just emerging from the flower shop, cradling 2 lilies as she walked ahead. Miss Song hastily pursued her, yet as she trailed behind, she grappled with how to initiate conversation. It would be too embarrassing to speak up uninvited. She needed to ensure that her initiative was apparent. Distracted by her thoughts, Miss Song stumbled, letting out a cry as she fell to the ground. She silently cursed inwardly, her face flushed with embarrassment. With so many people around, her fall was nothing short of a spectacle. Yet, her leg twisted painfully, rendering her unable to rise. Frustration boiled within her, causing her to bite her lip and hurl her bag in anger. "Miss Song, are you all right?" Upon lifting her gaze, Song Ting found Mu Xiang standing before her. She retrieved the bag Song Ting had cast aside, her expression indifferent, lacking the warm demeanor she had displayed at the Western restaurant. Seeing Mu Xiang stand there with an air of superiority made Song Ting feel as though she were the subject of mockery, igniting her ire. "I'm fine." With Mu Xiang's assistance, Song Ting held a flower in her hand, her emotions a tangled web of complexity. "You." Shuiyin glanced at her and said, "Let us go sit over there." A wave of discomfort washed over Song Ting. Her feelings were far from fondness. There was an ulterior motive at play. As she pondered how to seize this opportunity to inquire about He Dongpeng, she heard the person across from her speak. "I can tell you what you wish to know." Song Ting was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Shuiyin suddenly smiled. "I know He Dongpeng." The color drained from Song Ting's face. It seemed as though Shuiyin was oblivious to her reaction, her tone flat as she continued, "He is my second husband. I married him while bringing along a stepdaughter. And he had a son of his own. We operated a small shop in F County town. However, an accident occurred during one of his supply trips, and it was said that he had died. My stepson blamed me for his misfortune, accusing me of squandering the household money, while my stepdaughter resented me for not providing her with a life of luxury. Later, I left them behind to pursue a life in the bustling city of Shanghai. When I encountered you and He Dongpeng, I recognized you immediately. However, I am currently thriving and have no intention of seeking him out. Miss Song, you need not worry." Song Ting listened in astonishment, taken aback by how effortlessly she had learned about He Dongpeng's past, and surprised to discover that he was already married for a second time, with a son and a stepdaughter. After a moment of contemplation, she asked the woman before her, "How old is Dongpeng's son now?" Shuiyin glanced at her and replied, "He should be 14 years old now." Song Ting inquired further, "And where is he at present?" Shuiyin shrugged. "How would I know where he is?" Song Ting blurted out, "Aren't you concerned about him?" Shuiyin chuckled. "Why should I be concerned about him?" Song Ting found herself at a loss for words. To be honest, if she were in Shuiyin's shoes, she wouldn't relish the idea of being responsible either. Yet, if she were indifferent, how would others perceive her? After a moment of hesitation, she managed to say, "Aren't you married to Dongpeng? You can't just disregard his child." "I choose not to concern myself." "So I won't," Shuiyin replied, gently brushing her fingers over the rim of her cup. "Besides, he is no longer my responsibility. That role of stepmother now belongs to you, Miss Song." The realization struck Song Ting, causing her face to pale. At just 20 years old, she had not anticipated the prospect of having a 14-year-old stepson, and it left her feeling somewhat unsettled. She couldn't help but exclaim, "But Dongpeng and I are only engaged. We haven't even married yet." Shuiyin smiled lightly. "That is of no consequence to me. You need not concern yourself with my presence, nor will I seek out He Dongpeng." Song Ting, observing her nonchalant demeanor, felt an indescribable sensation within her and tentatively inquired, "Do you not care for your husband?" Shuiyin replied, "He is merely an unremarkable man. Had circumstances not driven me to this union, I would never have married him. Now that I am capable of thriving independently, I have no need for him. Thus, it matters not. If I desired companionship, there are countless men in this city who are far more distinguished, younger, and handsome. Why should I settle for him?" Mu Xiang had married He Dongpeng out of genuine affection, yet in the majority of marriages, emotional connection holds little weight and is easily worn away, dissipating faster than household toilet paper. Although the system did not disclose the subsequent developments of this narrative, Shuiyin could intuitively surmise that He Dongpeng would inevitably acquire the Song family's wealth along with the children and his wife. In this tale, he stood as the sole victor, while women were relegated to roles of sacrifice and devotion, a familiar trope in every story that she found tiresome to hear. As Song Ting gazed through the window at Shuiyin's receding silhouette, she was abruptly enveloped in confusion. The stepmother extended a lily to the approaching He Xiaoyan, while Shuiyin exchanged her shoes for comfortable slippers and sank into the sofa with a sigh of relief. He Xiaoyan skillfully arranged the lily in a vase by the piano and hurried over to pour water for Shuiyin, only speaking after she had taken a sip. "Mother, I can now play the piece you taught me last time." Shuiyin nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Yes, play it for me." He Xiaoyan, well prepared, promptly seated herself at the piano. She held a deep affection for her mother, thus emulating her every gesture with remarkable precision. Although she initially appeared somewhat tense, her focus swiftly shifted entirely to the piano keys, causing her previous anxiety to fade into oblivion. Mercury listened intently. Once the performance concluded and she turned to face her, a smile blossomed on her lips, acknowledging her progress with approval. The joy radiating from He Xiaoyan's face was infectious, lingering well into the evening, illuminating her features with delight. In Chinese culture, there is a penchant for subtlety, with the instinctive reaction to scrutinize faults rather than offer genuine praise. It is rare to find individuals who can wholeheartedly commend others, particularly those close to them. Mercury had once embodied this mindset, having received little praise in her youth, often subjected instead to reprimands, and she had never cultivated the habit of complimenting others. However, she frequently praised He Xiaoyan now, a lesson learned from Granny Yang. The elderly woman imparted wisdom, suggesting that offering compliments not only brings joy to others but also nurtures one's own happiness, a truly commendable practice. She also shared various parenting techniques, with frequent praise for children being a notable recommendation. Though Mercury harbored no desire to bear children or embrace motherhood, she remained open to the kind words of others. With no one around to stir discontent, Mercury's anger dissipated, and those who knew her unanimously praised her amiable nature and gentleness. Mercury's life flourished, standing in stark contrast to Song Ting's experience. Since their conversation, Song Ting found herself increasingly entangled in her own thoughts. When pressed to articulate her inner turmoil, she struggled to pinpoint the cause, only recognizing a pervasive sense of unease in recent days. He assumed that his daughter would eagerly come to choose a wedding dress style, but to his surprise, she appeared somewhat unsettled, her previous enthusiasm noticeably diminished. As she absent-mindedly flipped through the options, her lack of interest was evident. "What is the matter? Dad, what if Brother Dongpeng actually has a wife and children from before? What should we do?" Upon hearing his daughter's hesitant inquiry, Song Xingfu shook his head and chuckled. "Haven't I already told you? There is nothing to fear. Once you marry He Dongpeng, he will be bound to you, even if he has a child from before. So what? The future inheritance of the Song family will ultimately belong to your son and my grandson." Song Ting's brows remained furrowed. "So I would have to play the role of a stepmother to someone else's child?" Song Xingfu dismissed her concern. "What does that matter? Let alone whether they can find you. Even if they do, there's no shortage of food for that child. After all, he is He Dongpeng's son, and he cannot be neglected. Otherwise, he would distance himself from you. Just maintain a semblance of civility with the stepson, ensuring that no gossip arises." Song Ting felt increasingly uncomfortable at his words, thinking that even Mu Xiang did not wish to be a stepmother. So why should she be expected to take on that role and provide for him? Over the past few days, Mu Xiang's words had echoed in her mind. If it weren't for her lingering feelings for He Dongpeng, she would have firmly told her father that she would not marry. At that moment, He Dongfeng happened to enter the room and, seeing the father and daughter seated together, smiled. What are you discussing? Song Ting glanced at him, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Song Xingfu, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, We were just looking at wedding dresses. Now that you're here, you can help Tingting choose. He Dongfeng, no matter which outfit Tingting wears. She looks exquisite. He took a seat beside Song Ting and gently clasped her hand. Previously, she relished such closeness with him. Having grown weary of the frail and delicate scions of wealthy families, each more meticulously refined than the last. Upon their first encounter with He Dongfeng, she was captivated by his robust and towering physique. When the boatman rescued him, he was scarcely clothed, his taut muscles. In short, her cheeks flushed crimson at the sight, and thereafter, she could not help but feel bashful in his presence. Once, she had eagerly anticipated marrying brother Dongfeng, yearning to become his woman and share intimacy with him. Yet now, a discomfort plagued her heart. The man she cherished had once been the husband of Mu Xiang, who had so easily dismissed him, making it seem as though she were picking up discarded treasures. All her prior vigilance and anxiety now appeared ludicrous. Was she truly inferior to Mu Xiang? The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. Glancing at He Dongfeng's palm, which she once found to exude masculinity, she now saw the rough skin and the scars adorning his hands, and could not help but recall Mu Xiang's words, speculating about his past endeavors in the countryside. Surely, he hadn't been farming, had he? Engaging in backbreaking labor? A lady of her stature could hardly endure such thoughts. Her mind, once filled with romantic notions, now felt somewhat depleted. I am unwell today. I shall retire, she declared, rising to bypass He Dongfeng and ascended the stairs with determination. Mercury observed that Miss Song had once again graced the Western restaurant with her presence. She did not appear to be there for a meal, nor for the soothing melodies of the piano. Instead, she was fixated on her with a gaze filled with hesitation, as if she yearned for a conversation. They settled into a corner, where dessert was served. Mercury cast a glance at the extravagant delicacies and pondered the reason for this encounter. She had initially assumed that Miss Song wished to inquire about her past with He Dongfeng, yet to her surprise, the young lady posed a rather direct question. Do you think I should marry He Dongfeng? Mercury found herself baffled as to why Miss Song would seek her counsel on such a matter. Currently, He Dongfeng depended on the Song family for a prosperous life, which was advantageous for her. If he could bring her joy, then surely she could marry him. Should her affections wane, she could simply divorce him and pursue someone more to her liking, provided that the wealth and power of the Song family remained firmly in her hands, rather than in those of He Dongfeng. Marriage, in essence, could not ensnare her. In the earliest societal structures, when humanity was still sparse, survival was primarily reliant on foraging, allowing individuals to easily obtain sufficient sustenance. During this time, the relationship between men and women was one of equality, as there existed no dependency for survival. However, as the population grew, the quest for ample food became increasingly arduous. The innate strength of men offered a distinct advantage, and coupled with the fact that women bore children and endured periods of vulnerability, they gradually began to rely on men, leading to the evolution of marital bonds. However, such relationships have persisted for far too long. We now inhabit an era where mere physical strength is no longer sufficient for survival. A plethora of machines has supplanted manual labor, allowing individuals, regardless of gender, to sustain themselves with intellect alone. As we move forward, the advent of advanced inventions that render life more convenient will further mitigate the disparities in physical capabilities. It is only then that we shall witness the true arrival of equality. Yet, while tools that compensate for inherent physical differences can be produced with relative ease, the habits and sentiments that have been ingrained over millennia are far more challenging to alter. Just as the domestication and release of captive animals is no simple feat, how much more complex is it for humans? Song Ting had never encountered such a perspective before. She gazed at the person across from her, Mu Xiang, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Even her loving father had merely advised her on how to win over He Dongfeng after their marriage, to bear him a son, and ensure his affection remained steadfast. How had their roles been so drastically reversed in Mu Xiang's narrative? Yet, this marriage cannot be so easily dismissed, she murmured, slightly bewildered. With a voice as calm as ever, Mu Xiang responded, "What is there that cannot be done?" In familial dynamics, it is often the man who holds authority. Men frequently abandon their wives, precisely because they possess property rights and, therefore, a voice in the matter. Must women always rely on them for sustenance? Since your situation is the inverse, what prevents you from following suit? Song Ting felt a tinge of hesitation, pondering the possibility of having a son in the future. Mercury remarked, "Your life is yours to live, not for your father, your husband, or your son. Ultimately, you should pursue what brings you joy, as long as you possess the ability to make your own decisions." After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Song Ting departed in a daze. Mercury paid no mind to her thoughts, for Song Ting continued to visit frequently for meals, often ordering bouquets and generously tipping, all of which Mercury graciously accepted. Eventually, Song Ting married He Dongfeng, as she harbored affection for this man, admiring his mature visage and robust physique, which stood in stark contrast to the frailness of typical young masters. Nevertheless, her perspective had evolved. She questioned whether the family distillery should truly be entrusted to him, whether their assets should bear his name, and whether they ought to hire a manager to oversee operations. Song Xingfu struggled to comprehend his daughter's reasoning. Once married, they would become one family, and Song Ting would rely on He Dongfeng in the future. How could she entertain such notions? Song Ting insisted vehemently to her father, "I am merely being cautious. Men can change when wealth comes into play. You may be pleased with him now, but who knows if he will remain the same once he becomes affluent? What if he gains access to our family's wealth and decides he no longer wants me? If that time comes and you are no longer around to manage him, what shall I do? I cannot live under his thumb, subject to his whims." Seeing her father still frowning, Song Ting decisively clung to his arm and said, "I have uncovered some information about him. He had a 14-year-old son back in our hometown, while I have yet to receive any news regarding my own child. His son is already in a position to inherit the family business. What if he intends to bequeath our family's possessions to his son? You are my biological father, and I am your only daughter. Can't you provide me with a sense of security? It is always prudent for us to prepare for the unexpected." After a moment of hesitation, Song Xingfu wavered, responding, "Fine. I will contemplate how to approach these matters." At the port in Shanghai, a passenger ship docked, and He Xiaolian and He Qingzu disembarked amidst the throng of people. "Qingzu, do you believe we can truly find our father?" He Xiaolian gazed at the towering buildings of Shanghai, a flicker of trepidation welling up within her. This place was entirely different from their small village. It was a bustling metropolis unlike anything she had ever encountered. With so many people around, could they genuinely locate He Dongfeng? "Of course we can," He Qingzu replied impatiently, dismissing his younger sister's concerns. "Tiger Brother has informed me that my father is at the Song family distillery, living a good life. With the wealth of the Song family distillery, there is no reason we cannot find him. If we simply inquire, we are bound to learn more." He Qingzu, though merely 14, towered over He Xiaolian by a head. His appearance was decent, yet his eyes carried a cunning glint. Dressed in an eccentric manner, he seemed to strive for a city-style fashion without understanding how to coordinate his attire. One half of his deliberately stylish garment was tucked into his trousers while the other half hung loosely outside, coupled with a swaggering demeanor that rendered him akin to a petty rogue. He is the biological son of He Dongfeng, and naturally, He Dongfeng would not abandon him. However, she is merely a stepdaughter. Who can say whether He Dongfeng, now that he has achieved success, will continue to support her? He Xiaolian mused inwardly. Sensing the displeasure in He Qingzu's tone, she refrained from speaking further, fearing that she might provoke his irritation and be cast aside. She could unleash her temper and act recklessly in front of Mu Xiang, but she dared not exhibit such behavior towards He Qingzu. When He Dongfeng was still present, He Xiaolian played the role of the obedient and endearing daughter in his eyes, while she was overly cautious and eager to please her stepbrother. It seemed she instinctively understood the dynamics of power. She was attentive and courteous to the two men in the household. Yet she completely reversed her demeanor towards the two women, ruthlessly sidelining the timid He Xiaolian and venting her frustrations upon her. She often reproached Mu Xiang, incessantly reminding her of her misfortunes, which instilled a sense of guilt and anxiety within her, thereby ensuring Mu Xiang's unwavering servitude. Little did she expect that the blissful days would be short-lived. As an unexpected turn of events occurred, the worthless woman had the audacity to abandon them, taking the household money with her. The thought filled Shuiyin with seething rage. If it weren't for that old woman, how could she have endured such hardship this past year? Having never done much in her life, she couldn't even cook, nearly starving herself. With no one to look after the home, local ruffians often harassed them, leaving her in a constant state of fear. And she almost found herself forced into marriage with a lecherous old scoundrel. Had it not been for her cleverness in aligning herself with Qingzu, she could only imagine how dire her situation might have been. The two individuals followed the flow of people forward, while Qingzu sought out the address of the Song Brewery on the bustling streets. The Song Brewery? I have no idea, was the response he received from several passers-by. Frustration boiled within him, leading to a sharp exclamation of discontent. He had initially believed that merely asking around in this vast city would yield results, only to discover that it was unlike their small hometown. In such a sprawling metropolis filled with countless souls, it was improbable that everyone would be familiar with the establishment, even if the Song Brewery possessed considerable wealth. What shall we do now, Qingzu? Shuiyin inquired anxiously. She had also anticipated that upon arriving here, they would swiftly reunite with Dongpeng, providing them with a place to stay and sustenance. Having failed to secure any funds, Qingzu had remained sidelined in the gang, unable to accompany the more formidable brothers on significant business ventures, relegated instead to minor tasks that yielded little profit. Upon realizing this, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him. If even brother who lacked the credentials, then surely, if he found his father, he would be prosperous. This thought had kept him restless for several nights, prompting him to inform brother who of his intention to journey to the city in search of his father. Brother who, being a man of loyalty, generously equipped him with a complete outfit befitting a city dweller and provided him with some travel expenses to assist in his quest for family. However, what was the outcome? Now, they found themselves unable to locate anyone. With no other options, the pair sought temporary refuge in a humble lodging, constrained by their meager finances to a dilapidated and frequented by a diverse array of people. Shuyin's experience was particularly harrowing when she encountered a drunken man who groped her in the restroom, leaving her terrified and retreating to their room, too frightened to venture outside again. She had not anticipated that this place would be even more perilous than her previous small town. As a young girl, she constantly felt a sense of unease. Qingzu was indifferent to her, and Shuiyin even began to regret her choices, pondering whether she should have married Zhao Yuan, who had pursued her. If she had a man to protect her, she would not have to live in fear. Had she known, she would not have brought along this burden. The reason he brought this inconvenient sister along was twofold. First, she possessed a decent appearance and had pleaded with him tearfully, showering him with praise, making it difficult for him as a man to cast aside his pride. Second, they shared a common adversary, having both been wronged by their stepmother. Once he found his biological father, they would surely recount their grievances, and he would believe the truth that their stepmother had absconded with money. Qingzu, why don't I accompany you in your search? Shuiyin noticed the peculiar glint in Qingzu's eyes and cautiously inquired. You will come with me tomorrow. Do not even think of slacking off. I assure you, I will not be lazy. Shuiyin was meticulous and quite astute. She inquired about directions and discovered that there was a South Yuan Road in the city, located in another district where several distilleries were situated. Father,
You truly are alive.
you must have mistaken me for someone else. Dongpeng replied somewhat displeased, raising his hand to ward off the grasping motion aimed at him. The ecstasy on Qingzu's face instantly froze as he stared at him in disbelief. How could you not recognize me? I am your own son, here to carry on your legacy. Even if you have risen to a better life now, you would not abandon your own flesh and blood, would you? Dongpeng, at the age of 32, stands at the pinnacle of maturity and charm. With the fortune of life gracing him, he appears no older than 27 or 28. He has all but forgotten his true age and status, convinced that he is merely 28 at most. In front of him stands a young rogue, dressed with an air of sophistication that belies his age, appearing no less than 15 or 16. Dongpeng suspects that this individual has come to extort money, perhaps having caught wind of his reputation. This isn't the first time such an incident has occurred, and Dongpeng feels a sense of vigilance. At this moment, he notices a young girl beside him, her face flushed with embarrassment, also around 17 or 18, who is tearfully calling him dad. This only deepens his disbelief.
No.
You must clarify this matter. He Qingzu, quick to anger, begins to raise his voice, insisting that such idle rogues should be kept away from the factory. As he watches the car drive away, He Qingzu's expression contorts with rage, and he spits onto the ground in disgust. It is often said that marrying a stepmother brings about a stepfather, and Dongpeng, who seems to reject even his own son, is hardly a virtuous man. Song Ting, playfully inquiring about the identities of the two individuals from the back seat of the car, elicits a chuckle from Dongpeng. He shakes his head in disbelief. Those two claim to be my children. Could I possibly have birthed such grown offspring? The number of deceivers in this world is truly increasing. Song Ting pieces it together, realizing that they must be the stepchildren that Mu Xiang had mentioned. To her surprise, they have indeed managed to track him down. After dining at a Western restaurant, she casually shares this news with Shuiyin. Their relationship is somewhat peculiar. While not particularly close, she often visits for meals and engages in brief conversations with her. Mercury harbored no interest in that family, merely acknowledging them without any inclination to delve further. Shuiyin experienced a nosebleed. Perhaps it was due to the arid atmosphere or her aversion to drinking water. Mercury took over her duties, advising Shuiyin against tilting her head back while she continued to apply a cold compress to her forehead. During a nosebleed, it is indeed inadvisable to lean back. Grandma Yang, supporting herself with the armrest, rose. I shall prepare some chrysanthemum tea. One ought to consume it daily. This child is far too slender. She hardly gains any weight. Shuiyin felt quite embarrassed, casting a pitiful glance at her mother. Mercury insisted, you must drink at least 3 cups of water each day. He Dongpeng had been exceedingly vexed these past few days. Each visit to the distillery seemed to coincide with encounters with that audacious young man. Initially dismissive, he was taken aback when the youth audaciously pursued him to his home. He deemed it essential to firmly admonish this little rogue. Are you truly unafraid of my summoning the police? Once confined, you shall understand the gravity of your actions. He Qingzu, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage, yet managed to maintain his composure. I have learned that you have forgotten me due to amnesia. I am indeed your son. When your memory returns, you shall certainly regret your current stance. He Dongpeng found the situation both infuriating and amusing. You expect me to believe I could have a son of your age? Moreover, you claim to be my son. What evidence do you possess? He grew weary of this back-and-forth exchange, shaking his head as he moved past him, contemplating the necessity of involving the authorities. Observing Dongpeng's disdainful expression, He Qingzu was incensed and stepped forward to seize him. During a heated argument, He Dongpeng accidentally tumbled down the stairs, sustaining a grievous head injury. Lying motionless on the ground with his eyes tightly shut, He Qingzu was momentarily paralyzed with shock. His instinct was to flee, but as he took a step back, he remembered that this was his own father, upon whom his future happiness depended. He hurried down the steps to check on him. The commotion attracted the attention of others at the distillery, and upon witnessing the scene, they immediately began to shout, creating a cacophony. He Dongpeng was rushed to the hospital for treatment, while He Qingzu was taken away by the police. That day was supposed to be a shift at the restaurant for playing the piano, but Shuiyin did not attend as Shuiyin had been feverish since the previous night, and her condition had yet to improve. She stayed home to care for the child. If the fever did not subside by afternoon, it would be necessary to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Grandma Yang sat by the bedside, anxiously touching Shuiyin's forehead. Due to Shuiyin's persistent fever, Shuiyin had no choice but to take her to the hospital. The hospitals of this era were far inferior to those of the future, being small in scale, with a limited number of doctors. Shuiyin had little knowledge in this regard, but the newspapers were rife with discussions about the merits and drawbacks of traditional Chinese medicine versus Western medicine. This was a nation resistant to embracing new ideas, and, at present, Western medicine was not widely practiced. Even in major cities like Shanghai, the number of patients visiting such hospitals remained scarce. Most middle-class families still preferred traditional Chinese remedies, while those below that socioeconomic status often abstained from medication altogether, relying on their own resilience to endure illness. with death being the ultimate outcome for those who could not cope. Seeking medical treatment has always been a daunting endeavor, regardless of the era. Shuiyin remarked, "This child appears to be somewhat anemic. I wish to conduct a thorough examination." She cradled the delicate little girl in her arms, harboring unspoken suspicions within her heart. It was far from simple to conduct a medical examination. At that time, the hospital procedures were not yet fully developed. They first arranged a bed for the patient before seeking to use equipment at another facility. Not every hospital possessed a complete set of examination apparatus. Various hospitals had differing equipment, and at times, they needed to borrow from one another. Shuiyin felt quite out of her element in the hospital environment and grew increasingly anxious, frequently glancing towards the ward door when she could not see the mercury thermometer. Grandma Yang teased her, likening her to a fledgling bird, eagerly awaiting nourishment in its nest. Amidst the flurry of activity, Mercury escorted her to another hospital for further examination, ultimately arriving at the largest hospital in the city. He Dongfeng had suffered a head injury, bleeding profusely and appearing quite alarming. He was promptly rushed to the city's foremost hospital. Song Ting, who had been at home enjoying tea and conversation with friends, was taken aback upon hearing the news and rushed over, without delay. Upon learning that the scoundrel who had pushed He Dongfeng down the stairs had been taken to the police station, Miss Song scoffed, resolving not to let such a miscreant escape unscathed. She planned to deliver some tokens of respect to the police station for Inspector Wu, urging him to take good care of that criminal. Observing He Dongfeng's unconscious state filled her with sorrow. After all, he was the man she cherished. They had just married, their relationship blossoming beautifully, and seeing him in such a condition was heart-wrenching. The injury was to his head, which could spell trouble. As the doctor spoke these words, tears welled in Song Ting's eyes. How could she be so unfortunate? Was she destined to become a widow shortly after their wedding? Song Xingfu gently patted his daughter's shoulder and earnestly implored the doctor, "Please use the finest medicine. You must ensure that Dongfeng recovers." Alongside Song Ting at the hospital was He Xiaolian. Earlier, when He Qingzu and He Dongfeng were embroiled in a heated argument, she had been watching from a distance. He Qingzu was originally prohibited from approaching that area, but it was He Xiaolian who cleverly devised a means to divert the security guard. She merely intended to keep an eye on the situation, believing that once the father and son clarified their misunderstanding, all would be well. Little did she foresee such a tragic outcome. Witnessing He Dongfeng fall and sustain severe injuries, while He Qingzu was apprehended, filled her with dread and left her at a loss for what to do. She could only follow covertly to the hospital. Having exhausted their funds at the inn where she and He Qingzu had been staying, they had found themselves homeless for 2 days. Had it not been for the small sum of money He Xiaolian had managed to hide, she would have surely faced starvation. But what would the future hold?
Now,
she could no longer rely on He Qingzu. With nowhere to turn, He Xiaolian found herself in the hospital lobby, observing the ebb and flow of people, her heart sinking into despair. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a woman entering through the hospital doors. Initially, she did not register the significance of the sight, but after several moments, realization struck her. That woman. She appeared to be her stepmother, Mu Xiang, and in her arms was none other than He Xiaolian. What were they doing here? He Xiaolian was utterly astonished, and her initial shock quickly transformed into overwhelming joy. Mu Xiang was present, attired in fine clothing and shoes, looking considerably younger than before, which indicated that she must be living quite well now. Perhaps she has remarried a man in the Shanghai market and is living quite well. She could certainly seek her out. After all, she is the stepdaughter of that woman. If she desires to maintain her reputation, she cannot neglect her. Should she truly disregard her, she might create a scene at Mukong's current husband's residence, wailing and lamenting, to see how he would respond. He Xiaolian, with a joyful expression, hurriedly followed after. In the temporary resting room, He Xiaolian sat with her head bowed. She was a child who seldom indulged in whims or cried out loudly. Even when in distress, she remained obediently demure. Through the glass of the door, He Xiaolian saw her sitting alone and unceremoniously pushed the door open. Her gaze fixed upon her with a hint of hostility. "Isn't this Xiaolian? Do you still remember your elder sister?" Upon seeing her, He Xiaolian's face momentarily reflected fear. Instinctively glancing towards the doorway, seeking her mother's protection, He Xiaolian noticed her gaze and inquired, "Where is Mukong?" He Xiaoyan remained silent, lowering her head and shrinking back. At that moment, Shuiyin was in the adjacent room, listening to the doctor. The results of He Xiaoyan's examination had been revealed, and due to the unfortunate nature of the findings, the doctor offered some routine words of consolation. Shuiyin listened, remained silent for a moment, and nodded at the doctor, saying, "I understand. Thank you, doctor." The doctor had never encountered such a calm family member and couldn't help but think that she must be the stepmother. The child was afflicted with such an illness, yet there was no trace of sorrow on her face. Shuiyin remarked, "Once you are done, please leave. Do not linger here and be bothersome." He Xiaolian was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this reaction, and screamed, "No. I have endured countless hardships to find you. You must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will create a scene at your current residence and see how you handle it." Mercury remained silent. Believing that she had intimidated her, He Xiaolian grew smug and continued, "I do not have many demands. As long as you are willing to take care of me and allow me to live well here, I will remain silent about your past." The room was a temporary space for resting and blood draws, with syringes and alcohol positioned nearby. Mercury picked up a syringe, walked several steps towards He Xiaolian, and pressed her hand against the wooden cabinet. "What are you doing?" He Xiaolian exclaimed, caught off guard, just as she raised her hand to struggle. Mercury's syringe plunged into her flesh without hesitation. The needle, rather thick, pierced through He Xiaolian's fingertip, scraping against the bone and tearing through the flesh. Due to the excessive force, the needle snapped within her hand. Having never experienced such pain, He Xiaolian watched in horror as blood oozed from her injury, the sensation surging intensely to her mind. Unable to contain herself, she clutched her finger and cried out in agony, "Ah!" Mercury casually discarded the syringe into a nearby waste bin. Observing the twisted expression of fear and suffering on He Xiaolian's face, she stepped closer. Startled by Mercury's approach, He Xiaolian instinctively recoiled. Feeling a mix of fear and hatred, she shouted, "Help! Murder!" Men in their 40s and 50s toil in remote areas, burdened with the responsibility of supporting 7 or 8 children at home. If you are unwilling to marry, you must still do so. There is no escape from this life. Is this the existence you desire? The broken needle remained lodged in her finger, and He Xiaolian, listening to the utterly serious words of Shuiyin, was drenched in cold sweat. Her eyes filled with terror, unable to utter a single word. This girl, merely in her teens, could be described as still quite innocent. She had never realized that her previous reckless behavior was solely due to the indulgence and flattery of Mu Xiang. The moment she faced someone indifferent to her, her threats became entirely ineffective. Shuiyin released her, and He Xiaolian dared not linger. She quickly scrambled to her feet and fled, clutching her hand. Outside, a group of doctors, alerted by the commotion, gathered near the door. Shuiyin paid them no heed and approached He Xiaolian, lifting her into her arms. With tears brimming in her eyes, He Xiaolian had held back her cries until now, and at this moment, she tightly clutched Shuiyin's garment, burying her face in her shoulder. "Are you afraid?" Shuiyin sensed the dampness on her shoulder as she carried the light, fragile child out of the hospital. He Xiaolian nodded. "Am I afraid of her or of He Xiaolian?" "I'm not afraid of Mother, but of my sister, of her. What if she comes back?" "There is nothing to fear. If she returns, I will ensure she leaves," Shuiyin replied with a calmness that suggested the concern was hardly worth mentioning. He Xiaolian held onto her neck tightly, suddenly feeling a profound sense of reassurance as her fear of the earlier scene began to dissipate. "Mother, you are so powerful," she whispered. "Can I be that powerful too?" Shuiyin gently stroked her hair. "You will possess such courage as well." He Xiaolian touched her chest, her small face pale. Mercury sat beside her and asked softly, "Does your chest hurt?" He Xiaolian replied with a faint hum, adding that her feet also ached. This brief exchange was a rare moment of her vulnerability. Mercury gently massaged her legs, noticing the persistent bruises left by the blood draws on her hands. "Xiaolian, I need to tell you something." He Xiaolian looked at her with confusion in her striking black and white eyes. Mercury continued, "You have leukemia, a condition that is currently untreatable by hospitals. It could worsen in a few days or a few months, and your situation will inevitably deteriorate. You may not know when your life will come to an end." Even in later times, leukemia remains a formidable adversary, and now, with a scarcity of medical resources, the prognosis is grim. She suspected that He Xiaoyan was likely suffering from acute leukemia, although at this moment, leukemia was merely a blanket term, and it was uncertain if the specific classification of acute leukemia had even been coined. In such dire circumstances, the only option was to await death. Upon receiving the doctor's notification, Mercury finally comprehended why He Xiaoyan had never appeared in the future tasks assigned by the system. In that narrative, she simply had no future. She could envision that in the original storyline, Muxiang had not left that household, continuing to toil for her two stepchildren while neglecting the ailing He Xiaoyan, who would ultimately succumb to a life of tragic desolation. Moreover, she began to grasp why the system had remained so silent over the past year. It was waiting for He Xiaoyan's demise, anticipating the anguish that would follow her passing. The system's conditioning of her was never limited to mere brainwashing rhetoric. It also subjected her to the continual experience of life's agonies across these worlds. To dismantle a person, targeting their emotions is the most effective approach. The medication is exorbitantly priced, and since I cannot cure you, shall we forego treatment? However, He Xiaoyan vehemently shook her head, tears streaming down her face.
Mom,
I don't want to be treated anymore.
I
fear injections, she sobbed. Shuiyin cast a discerning glance at her, choosing not to expose this falsehood. Grandma Yang was taken aback by He Xiaoyan's predicament, having wept several times while holding the child. Shuiyin expressed, I wish to move out with Xiaoyan. Yet, Grandma Yang firmly opposed this idea, stating, in your current situation, how can you possibly move out? I am already of advanced age. Must I still be superstitious about such matters? You should feel secure living here. Shuiyin did not press further, but subsequently, she refrained from daily work. On pleasant days, she would take He Xiaoyan out for leisurely strolls. The city was vast, and although they had been there for a year, they had scarcely explored its many wonders. Shuiyin carried He Xiaoyan to the tallest building in the city, treating her to exquisite desserts and a variety of delectable foods, even though the child could hardly consume much. They also visited the renowned docks and harbor. He Xiaoyan was enamored with the harbor, where grand ships came and went, and they sat in a small square overlooking the sea. Mom, can I still be your child in my next life? He Xiaoyan inquired. Shuiyin gazed at her frail, pallid face and replied, if in the next life you must still be human, wouldn't that be rather tragic? Mercury, perhaps it is better to be like a tree, rooted upon a lofty mountain or nestled within a forest. He Xiaoyan's face brightened with a smile, glimmering with hope. Then I shall wait for mother. We can grow together and keep each other company. Mercury, very well. He Xiaoyan's condition deteriorated rapidly. One day, Mercury held the fragile child in her arms and went to the harbor to gaze at the grand ships. The child, resembling a feeble little kitten, nuzzled her palm and then quietly slipped into an eternal slumber within her grasp. The sun shone brightly that day, the golden rays cascading over the child's profile, soothing the relentless pain within that small form and bestowing upon her an aura of profound peace and tranquility. The harbor was alive with the sounds of ships preparing to set sail, the air filled with the laughter of children at play, and the animated discussions of young university students passing by. Mercury nodded to the elderly couple strolling nearby, lifted the cold little body in her arms, and turned to leave. As a wanderer in a foreign land, and knowing that He Xiaoyan had no homeland of her own, Mercury opted to have her remains cremated. They set sail from the harbor, facing the leaden sky, and scattered her ashes upon the sea. Rather than allowing the life of this fleeting little girl to decay beneath the earth, it seemed more fitting for her to be carried by the winds into the ocean, perhaps granting her a semblance of freedom. At that moment, after an extended silence, the system abruptly came online. Mercury gazed at the soaring seagulls, seemingly oblivious to the tantalizing voice echoing within her mind. As long as you and He Dongpeng reunite as a family, I can devise a way for He Xiaoyan to become the child of you and He Dongpeng, providing her with a complete family. What do you think? You still bear that repugnant demeanor from before. You inquire how I feel? Surely you can surmise my answer. Mercury's expression remained tranquil, even somewhat indifferent.
You should not be so selfish.
If everyone were as self-centered as you, the nation would face extinction, unable to progress. As a bearer of life, You hold a responsibility to contribute to the propagation of humanity. Only by embracing the role of a great mother does your existence attain true significance. Otherwise, how will you manifest your worth? Reproduction holds no intrinsic value, nor do I require societal validation of my worth. Upon uttering this, Mercury ceased to engage with the system. She had completely unraveled the core of the system. It extolled sacrifice and devotion, championing maternal love. Yet, at its essence, it was indifferent to love itself. Stripping away the pretentious rhetoric, it merely valued cold utility. Since Shuiyin was destined for an early demise, deemed valueless, the system did not compel her to love as a mother. Conversely, Qingzhu and Xiaoyan's ability to survive and procreate rendered them valuable in the eyes of the system, hence the demand for her to love them. Is this maternal love? No, it is the bondage of reproduction, the labor of human propagation. If procreation is devoid of love, motivated solely by future comforts, how does it differ from a frigid investment? Yet, in this world, there exists a plethora of bankrupt investors. You will inevitably change your mind one day. After Yang's grandmother recovered, she said this to her: although you have lost a daughter, you can still gain a mother. The bonds between individuals do not rely solely on blood relations, but are instead founded on emotional connections. When affection brings people together, it is easy to part ways with understanding. The weather has turned quite cold, yet the atmosphere in Shanghai has become increasingly vibrant. The current state of affairs is far from ideal. On one hand, the common populace is fraught with anxiety, while on the other, the elite indulge in extravagant revelry. She, too, is a socialite who has managed to ascend into the upper echelons, characterized by her generous spirit and vivacious nature, a wealthy woman endowed with both beauty and suitors. Aside from her work, she frequently frequents dance halls and banquets, mingling with a circle of affluent ladies and young women, leading a richly varied nightlife. Shuiyin held a half-filled glass, standing beside her, observing the swirling, laughter-filled crowd on the dance floor. In contrast to the slightly inebriated Dong Lingye, she appeared strikingly sober. After watching her for a moment, Dong Lingye suddenly burst into laughter. I must admit, I thought you were the demure virtuous woman type. Who knew you were so adept at smoking and drinking? You don't seem intimidated by this place, even on your first visit. Shuiyin set her glass down and smiled at her. Of course, I'm not intimidated. After all, this isn't truly my first visit to such a venue. Although the times have changed, the unique ambience of these places is one I am familiar with, evoking memories of the past. Dong Lingye wished to converse further, but unfortunately, her companions summoned her from upstairs. Grabbing Shuiyin's hand, she exclaimed, "Come, they are playing cards upstairs. Let me take you to see." A considerable number of individuals gathered upstairs. 2 tables of cards set in play, surrounded by a multitude of elegantly attired ladies. Dong Lingye approached to exchange pleasantries before calling for an additional table. "Sister, do you know how to play cards? If you do, you may join in." Shuiyin observed the game, feeling unfamiliar with the cards. "I'll just watch from the side," she replied. Dong Lingye responded, "That is fine, I'll play first. You can watch, and once you've grasped the game, assist me in a couple of rounds." In truth, Shuiyin was quite acquainted with such games. Fundamentally, the mechanics were similar. After observing for a couple of rounds, she felt confident, albeit lacking enthusiasm. Noticing Dong Lingye engrossed in the game, she withdrew from the circle and settled to the side, gently swirling the glass in her hand. "Miss Mu?" Shuiyin looked up to find the long-absent Miss Song. "What brings you here?" Song Ting dismissed her companion and took a seat beside her. Their relationship was rather peculiar. Not quite friends, yet not enemies, having exchanged only a few words in passing. Recently, Song Ting had been enduring a difficult time, her appearance noticeably more haggard than before. Ever since Dongpeng had suffered a head injury and been admitted to the hospital, he had not regained consciousness. She was uncertain whether her husband would ever awaken. Initially, she visited him frequently, but seeing him grow increasingly frail, reliant on caretakers for even the most basic needs, and the lingering unpleasant odor, gradually diminished her resolve to visit. She found herself torn between the fear of witnessing her husband's deterioration and the horror that such an illness revealed. In her state of distress, she had sought solace with friends, unaware that she would encounter Mu Xiang here. In that fleeting moment, she found herself envious of Mu Xiang. How was it that she had no responsibilities at all? He Dongpeng was currently in the hospital. For reasons unknown, Song Ting suddenly spoke up. Shuiyin cast a glance at her, uttering a soft "oh." Song Ting was at a loss for words, just as Dong Lingye, having lost several rounds, turned to Shuiyin and beckoned, "Little sister, come over and help me with a few games." Shuiyin set down her glass and made her way through the crowd, taking Dong Lingye's place. "Your husband, He Dongpeng, has just regained consciousness." In that instant, Song Ting was overwhelmed by a mix of joy and surprise. He Dongpeng had finally awakened, her husband was safe, and she would not have to become a widow at such a young age. She instructed the driver to take her to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, she saw He Dongpeng lying in bed with his eyes open, and tears streamed down her face as her handbag slipped from her grasp. "Dongpeng, you've finally awakened. Do you know how terrified I've been during this time?" Having lain there for too long, his cheeks were sunken, and stubble adorned his chin, rendering him exceedingly haggard. Just awakening, he felt utterly weak. Upon seeing Song Ting beside him, weeping so sorrowfully, he instinctively reached out to comfort her by patting her hand. "Ting, I am awake. You need not fear any longer." Song Ting grasped his hand, her tears mingling with a smile as she replied, "Yes, as long as you recover, Dongpeng. Everything will be well." He Dongpeng gazed at her delicate visage, a look of relief crossing his features, before inquiring, "What about the person who pushed me down the stairs? Where are they now?" Song Ting said, "He has deliberately harmed you. I have already arranged for him to be imprisoned, so you need not worry." He Dongpeng's expression shifted, filled with urgency. How could this be? Ting? Hurry, and have someone release him. A sense of foreboding gripped Song Ting, and she forced a smile, asking, "What is it?" After a moment's hesitation, He Dongpeng continued, Ting, I have recalled something from the past. That child is He Qingzu, my biological son." Song Ting's grip tightened, her heart racing.
How can that be?
"You said he wasn't your child, that you did not have a son of that age." He Dongpeng replied, "This matter is rather complex, and I shall explain it to you later. For now, please find someone to release Qingzu, all right?" Song Ting could not help but probe further. "Now that you remember, did you have a wife in addition to your son?" He Dongpeng opened his mouth, recalling his second wife, Mu Xiang. She was undoubtedly a gentle, understanding, and hard-working woman who bore her hardships without complaint. In that rural setting, her beauty was certainly not lacking, and he had indeed cherished her. However, gazing at his glamorous and youthful new wife, Song Ting, he found himself unable to articulate the existence of Mu Xiang. She, like his past, felt too humble and unremarkable, leaving him reluctant to mention her after having experienced the opulence of the bustling city. Ultimately, he vaguely stated, "I will tell you all about these matters in due time. For now, let us focus on bringing the child out. I worry for his well-being." Upon encountering the transformation in his demeanor, Song Ting felt a heavy weight in her heart. Her husband's reluctance to mention Mu Xiang clearly indicated his intent to sever ties with the other party, choosing her instead. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling discomfort lingered within her. After leaving the hospital, Song Ting, with a somber expression, twisted the handle of her bag. Despite the passage of time, she remained indecisive. He Dongpeng had not anticipated that his reunion with his son would unfold in such a manner. The duration of his unconsciousness mirrored the time He Qingzu had languished in prison, compounded by Song Ting's deliberate machinations that had subjected He Qingzu to considerable suffering. At that moment, there was scant legal protection for the rights of prisoners and no lawyers to advocate for them. Once incarcerated, one's life was irrevocably altered. He Qingzu had been left severely impaired, confined to a wheelchair, and had lost sight in one eye. "Qingzu, how could you have become like this?" He Dongpeng exclaimed in shock, struggling to rise from the hospital bed in an attempt to reach for his son, only to be brusquely repelled.
How dare you ask me that?
"Was it not you who brought me to this state?" He Qingzu's gaze was rife with hatred, glaring fiercely at his father. "If you had not disowned me and cast me into prison, I would not have become this broken man. You have ruined my life, and now you are satisfied." He Qingzu's roar, filled with resentment, sent chills through He Dongpeng's heart. After all, he was his only son, his own blood. How could He Dongpeng not be heartbroken? Faced with his son's accusations, he found himself at a loss for words. His son had endured such immense suffering, and as a father, He Dongpeng could not escape the weight of his culpability. Song Ting stood at the door, observing the father and son inside the hospital room with a cold gaze. One was incessantly hurling insults, while the other remained painfully silent. She scrutinized He Dongpeng, realizing that the man before her was entirely different from the one she had once known. He seemed to have aged considerably, no longer exuding the vigor of youth. In stark contrast to his teenage son, Song Ting was struck by the clarity of her perception. He was a man much older than her, and the trials he had endured had even rendered him with strands of white in his hair. The qualities that once captivated her were gradually dissipating. Suddenly, a wave of annoyance washed over her, prompting her to turn and leave. Inside the room, He Qingzu, having vented his frustrations, glanced at the empty doorway and inquired, "Why are you here? Where's Mu Xiang?" Upon hearing the name Mu Xiang, He Qingzu's previously calm demeanor twisted into a grimace. He picked up a nearby cane and hurled it at He Dongpeng, exclaiming, "How dare you mention that wretched woman?" He Dongpeng furrowed his brow. "What happened to her?" "What happened?" He Qingzu sneered coldly. "The stepmother you married for me is nothing but a shameless harlot. The moment you vanished, she absconded with the family's money, showing no regard for my well-being. Who knows if she ran off with some lecherous man?" He Dongpeng was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "How could that be? Mu Xiang is such a gentle woman. She would never betray me." As the conversation reached this critical juncture, He Dongpeng found it impossible to dismiss the claim. Anger and humiliation darkened his expression, yet beneath that, a sense of relief began to unfurl within him. If Mu Xiang had indeed left with someone else, he would no longer need to reveal the existence of his former wife to Song Ting, which he considered a silver lining in this troubling situation. If she were to never appear before him again, it would be acceptable. He had no intention of seeking her out to settle the score, for after all, a night as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Now that he had married a wealthy wife and was living a good life, he could not simply disregard his own flesh and blood. Having suffered such a fate at his hands, it was only just that he should provide him with means to live well. He Qingzu expressed further. Perhaps out of genuine guilt, He Dongpeng bestowed upon He Qingzu a considerable sum of money for his expenses. At He Qingzu's age and with his disposition, suddenly acquiring such wealth led him to indulge in less than virtuous pursuits. In a city like Shanghai, spending money is an effortless endeavor, and falling into vice is alarmingly easy. Within a mere fortnight, He Qingzu's extravagant spending attracted the attention of certain gangs who deliberately approached him under the guise of friendship, enticing him with gambling, fine liquor, and opium. He Qingzu, already burdened by his disability, found his insecurities momentarily alleviated through his lavish expenditures, prompting him to incessantly solicit more money from He Dongpeng. Even He Dongpeng was taken aback by the speed at which He Qingzu squandered money and was compelled to question him about the purpose of such extravagant requests. Yet, each time He Dongpeng posed this inquiry, He Qingzu would retort with unrestrained ire, mocking his own disability to insult him, erupting in fury. The mention of this matter filled He Dongpeng with guilt, leaving him with no recourse but to acquiesce. In truth, he possessed little personal savings and could only draw funds from the distillery. Such substantial financial outflows soon caught the attention of Song Ting and Song Xingfu. His intentions were transparent. He sought someone to deal with He Qingzu. Song Ting remained silent. Song Xingfu believed that she was worried about He Dongpeng becoming angry upon discovery, and he could not help but sigh, having previously advised her against being soft-hearted. If only He Qingzu had been allowed to perish in prison, none of this would have transpired. However, Song Ting's thoughts wandered to the notion that it would be better if He Dongpeng never awakened. She even found herself blaming Mu Xiang for choosing to come to the city, compelling her to witness this situation. Had she not divulged those matters, she and He Dongpeng might still be living harmoniously, and her beloved Dongpeng Ge would not have transformed into his current state. He was no longer the Dongpeng Ge she once adored. He Qingzu spent his days mingling with a crowd of hedonistic companions, who led him to experience the underground casinos of the city, a realm teeming with a motley assortment of individuals. The contrast with He Qingzu's former rural gang was stark, and he was quickly entranced by this dazzling world. Beyond gambling and drinking, there were even more enticing diversions. At his age, did he not wish to explore the pleasures of women? There were numerous young and alluring girls here, distinct from those he had encountered before. Hichingzu felt a stir of desire, yet his gaze fell upon his crippled leg, his complexion shifting from red to pale. How could he possibly engage with a woman in his condition? The companions around him, adept at reading his mood, leaned in to whisper suggestively in his ear, their expressions laden with innuendo. Hichingzu found himself swayed by their words, swallowing hard, contemplating the idea of giving it a try. This establishment belongs to a medium-sized gang, and the individuals luring Hichingzu into their schemes are also subordinates of the gang. They deceive some naive, affluent young men into parting with their money, skillfully finding individuals to escort a few young women to them. As Hichingzu listens to their exaggerated boasts, he notices several scantily clad girls being led into a room. His gaze inadvertently sweeps over them, and when it lands on the last girl, his attention abruptly fixes. The heavily made-up, alluring young woman, upon seeing Hichingzu, has her smile falter. The man guiding them, noticing this, chuckles and remarks, "This young master certainly has an eye for talent. He seems to have taken a liking to her. Her name is Lian, and she has only recently joined our establishment. This girl is none other than Shuiyin." Hichingzu examines his stepsister and suddenly declares, "I want her." Shuiyin is indeed striking, her figure surpassing that of her peers, even back in their rural hometown. Many were enamored by her, and she adeptly capitalized on her allure, undoubtedly receiving many gifts from those infatuated with her. Although young, Hichingzu is astute and has observed his stepsister's appeal, yet previously he had been mindful of their familial ties. The current circumstances, however, are entirely different. With only the two of them left in the room, Hichingzu raises his hand and says, "Shuiyin, I never expected to find you here, engaging in such activities. Serving other men is just the same as serving me. Why not simply come with me?" As Hichingzu utters these words, an indescribable thrill surges within him. Even if he were to become disabled, what of it? As long as he possesses wealth, he can acquire anything his heart desires, even compelling his former stepsister to submit to his whims. Shuyin's expression shifted, "But I am still your sister." Hichingzu chuckled, "Come now. What sort of sister are you?" "Merely a stepsister. Besides, your stepmother has vanished who knows where, and my father has remarried. Our ties have been severed." With a clenched jaw, Shuiyin retorted, "In truth, I know where my stepmother is." After being frightened away by the mercury, Shuiyin initially intended to return to her rural hometown. However, she was unwilling to abandon the allure of the bustling city, having experienced such a vibrant place. How could she resign herself to marrying some countryman? Thus, she gritted her teeth and resolved to stay, securing a job to make ends meet. With her pleasing appearance and delicate demeanor, she garnered sympathy from the owner of a local eatery, who employed her and offered her food and lodging, recognizing her plight as a solitary girl in the city. Yet, working in a restaurant was arduous. She had never held a job before, and being confined to the back kitchen to wash filthy dishes was far from her desires. Residing in a low-rent, dilapidated building, she felt a sense of discontent brewing within her. Her neighbor was another young woman, also new to the city, who donned beautiful attire, adorned herself with foreign cosmetics, and radiated vibrancy. Shuiyin soon discovered the nature of the girl's occupation. She both looked down upon her while simultaneously feeling an undeniable allure towards her lifestyle. She had not yet blossomed into beauty, yet her ability to earn substantial sums made her ponder why she could not achieve the same. In this world, people tend to mock the impoverished while turning a blind eye to the morally compromised. Once she became a mistress to a wealthy man and bore his child, who would dare to scorn her then? Ultimately, she succumbed to temptation and entered this line of work. However, reality proved far less glamorous than she had envisioned. She found herself surrounded not by affluent patrons, but rather by opportunistic men lacking ambition, and the competition was fierce. The city was not short of beautiful young women, especially in the underground venues where stunning girls were abundant, many of whom were sold into this life. Whenever an opportunity arose, Shuiyin would seize it, honing her skills in makeup to enhance her beauty, mastering the art of flattery, and learning to snatch opportunities from others. Yet, she never anticipated encountering Hichingzu in this setting. Embarrassment, joy, hesitation, and fear. All these emotions eventually coalesced into a resolute determination. She no longer wished to endure a life devoid of financial security. She was willing to embrace any relationship that promised a better existence. Upon seeing He Qingzu's legs, He Xiaolian felt a wave of revulsion. Nevertheless, she persevered. After all, it was far preferable to be with him than to be entangled with greasy, unfamiliar older men. After their encounter, He Qingzu wrapped his arms around her, finally expressing concern for the words she had spoken earlier. Do you know where that wretched woman Mu Xiang is? He Xiaolian. Indeed, I have encountered her. At that time, I was utterly desperate and sought her assistance, yet I was taken aback by her cruelty. Not only did she strike me, but she also pricked me with a needle and cast me aside, leaving me to wander the streets. She harbored an intense hatred for that woman, believing her to be the cause of her downfall. If only He Qingzu could confront Mu Xiang, it would be splendid. Though she lacked the courage to challenge Mu Xiang herself, He Qingzu was different. As a man with wealth and influence, he need not fear Mu Xiang. He Qingzu indeed scoffed, stating that she had absconded with money from my family, and I certainly intended to settle the score with her. You know where she is. So take me there. Let us create a scene at her home. He Xiaolian seemed to envision Mu Xiang being humiliated and expelled from her abode. A flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. Very well, I will quietly follow her to her current residence. I often see her frequenting that Western restaurant. He Qingzu grew increasingly irate, remarking on her audacity to enjoy such a life, and vowed to ruin her. Come, warm yourself by the fire. It is exceedingly cold outside. Grandma Yang beckoned her to set down her belongings and join her by the hearth. The two sat beside the fire, sipping hot tea while observing the snowflakes gently descending outside. Having resided in Shanghai for many years, I have seldom witnessed snow of such magnitude. The seasons of light snow are relatively common, yet last year's snowfall was minimal. As she spoke, she suddenly turned to remove her glasses and wiped her eyes. Mercury understood her thoughts. This kind-hearted elder must have been reminiscing about He Xiaolian. Last winter, they spent time together, though the snowfall was minimal, with only 2 light flurries. He Xiaolian scoured the courtyard and managed to create 2 small snowmen atop the stone table. At that time, Grandma Yang remarked that in a couple of years, they might experience a heavy snowfall and they could build a grand snowman at the entrance. This year, however, the snow fell heavily. Yet the children eager to craft snowmen were no longer present. Shuiyin rose to chop vegetables while Grandma Yang picked up some yarn to knit. Shortly thereafter, a sudden knocking at the door startled her.
Who is it?
She inquired as she stood up to open the door. Outside stood a young man and woman. The man was seated in a wheelchair, a cane in hand, tapping on the door. Upon seeing her, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Does Mu Xiang live here?" Grandma Yang felt a twinge of disdain at his demeanor but maintained a polite tone. "She resides here. Are you seeking Mu Xiang? And who might you be to her?" However, He Qingzu grew impatient with her words, shoving her aside with his cane, while He Xiaolian pushed him into the house, shouting, "Mu Xiang,
Come out here, now."
Shuiyin, having heard the commotion, emerged from the kitchen still wearing her apron. Grandma Yang nearly stumbled from the force of He Qingzu's cane, and seeing them barge into her home, she hurriedly followed, demanding sternly, "What are you doing? Leave at once." He Qingzu and He Xiaolian disregarded her entirely, directing their focus towards Shuiyin. "Mu Xiang, are you hiding here living a good life? We've come to settle the score with you." Shuiyin raised her hand to remove her apron, tossing it aside, a hint of a smile still lingering on her face as she regarded her unexpected guests. Upon meeting her gaze, He Xiaolian felt a slight spasm in her previously injured finger, yet her apprehension dissipated upon seeing He Qingzu, who was tapping his cane. "Mu Xiang, did you ever consider that when you absconded with the family's money, leaving us stranded in our hometown to pursue a better life here, we might one day seek retribution?" He Xiaolian declared loudly, "Today, we shall expose the true nature of you, this wicked woman." Shuiyin remained impassive, merely gesturing towards the door, indicating they should leave. He Qingzu scrutinized her with a dismissive smile. "You think we'll just walk out because you say so? It's hardly that simple. Given your current state, I wouldn't be surprised if you found another man. Call him out. We have quite a few past matters to discuss with him." Shuiyin's smile faded as she advanced and forcefully kicked over the wheelchair. He Chingzu crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, startling He Xiaolian, who stumbled back 2 steps and could not suppress a scream. What are you trying to do? I'll have you know, Chingzu has reconciled with his father. And if you dare lay a hand on us, he will not let you off lightly. Their audacity stemmed from this very fact. Yet, how could this Muxiang act so frenzied, even daring to strike He Chingzu? He Chingzu, having fallen aside, unleashed a torrent of curses. You wretched woman! Do you dare to strike me? Struggling to sit up, he attempted to swing his cane at Shuiyin, only for her to deftly step on it and wrench it from his grasp. Without uttering a word, she lifted the cane and swung it at He Chingzu's face, instantly swelling half of his visage. Not only was He Xiaolian taken aback, but even Grandma Yang gasped in astonishment. She had only ever witnessed the gentle, resolute, and talented side of Shuiyin. She had never seen her in such a manner. Shuiyin paid them no heed, confronting He Chingzu, whose single eye brimmed with resentment and anger. As he attempted to rise and seize the cane, Shuiyin advanced and deftly pressed her foot upon his wrists. From her elevated position, she struck him again with the cane, leaving the other side of his face swollen. He Xiaolian let out a shriek and fled, while He Chingzu continued to mutter curses incoherently. Shuiyin's composure remained unshaken as she delivered another blow with the cane. Again and again, she showed no sign of relenting, her demeanor exuding an unsettling coldness, as if she were poised to deliver a fatal blow. Finally, He Chingzu grasped the gravity of his situation and began to thrash about in desperation. Have you lost your mind? Let go of me. Get away. At last, Grandma Yang reacted, stepping forward to grasp Shuiyin's arm. Please, cease this madness. If you continue, he may truly perish. Only then did Shuiyin release her grip, softly reassuring the terrified Grandma Yang. It's all right. I will not kill him. Grandma Yang was genuinely frightened, gazing at the prone figure of He Chingzu, unsure of how to proceed. Shuiyin, however, patted her back and said, Go check the kitchen. I just started simmering some soup and forgot to ensure the fire was lit. Grandma Yang was nearly frightened into a state of shock and couldn't help but inquire.
Who are they?
Shuiyin continued chopping vegetables with a steady rhythm. They are my stepson and stepdaughter. There is something I have not disclosed to you. I have indeed found my former husband, though he is now remarried. Grandma Yang ceased her inquiries, her mind conjuring a multitude of thoughts. Reflecting on the character of her stepson and stepdaughter, she sighed, lamenting their behavior. Nonetheless, they remained her kin. It was essential to communicate amicably rather than resorting to violence. What would others think of her? As an elder, she believed that, considering their youth, a gentle conversation might yield understanding. Any misunderstandings should be clarified. Although Grandma Yang maintained an open mind about certain matters, she still embodied the quintessential mindset of her culture, valuing harmony above all and unwilling to sever ties, even at the cost of her own dignity, lest her virtue be questioned. Harmony? Regrettably, Mercury never perceived such self-sacrificing harmony as valuable. Yet she listened without rebuttal, fully aware that even with mutual emotions, many issues remained beyond comprehension. With a swift motion, she severed a piece of pork. When you're home alone, do not open the door to anyone, regardless of who knocks. I fear they may come back to trouble me, and I wouldn't want you to be embroiled in it. Mercury cautioned before departing. Grandma Yang shook her head. What could an old woman like me possibly fear? I doubt they possess such audacity. Rest assured and go to work. She was indeed fortunate. At her age, she remained blissfully unaware of the depths of malevolence individuals could descend into. Perhaps this was why she could maintain her kindness. Mercury chose not to comment, merely offering a gentle smile while reminding her to secure the door. Instead of heading directly to work, she turned and took a vehicle to the Song family's residence. He Xiaolian mentioned that He Chingzu has reunited with his father, which implies that He Dongpeng must have regained his memory. To fully resolve this predicament, one must address the root cause directly. Ultimately, He Xiaolian is not the issue. Rather, the dilemma surrounding He Chingzu is merely a minor complication arising from He Dongpeng. By tackling it all at once, it would spare those two little ones from repeatedly troubling her in the future. Dongling Ye's social circle is not without its advantages. Shuiyin is aware of the Song family's residence, situated in a rather spacious garden villa. The stepmother, Song Ting, and her daughter live in a newly constructed garden villa area from a couple of years ago, while He Qingzu, who recently reconnected with He Dongfeng, resides alone in an old, vacant Song family house that has been uninhabited for several years. Following his disability, He Qingzu's temperament has grown increasingly volatile, often erupting in rage and smashing items. Witnessing his son in such a state brings He Dongfeng both sorrow and a sense of disgrace.
Consequently,
He heeded Song Ting's suggestion to allow He Qingzu to live alone in the old house. Although it is an old residence, it is not lacking in quality and is attended to by servants. After He Xiaolian began following He Qingzu, she too was granted the privilege of residing in this beautiful house. However, before she could relish the comforts of having servants at her beck and call, she was first met with a beating from He Qingzu. "You wretched woman! You left me here alone and simply stood by as that bitch hit me. Did you not consider intervening?" He Qingzu yelled as he struck her, and He Xiaolian dared not retaliate. She had always been the type to prioritize her own escape in times of danger, and given her lack of affection for He Qingzu, she was too frightened to think of anything else. Seeing He Xiaolian curled up at his feet, looking pitiable, He Qingzu spat dismissively and tossed aside his cane, exhaling sharply. Only then did He Xiaolian rise cautiously and approach him, asking, "Are you all right? Are we really not going to the hospital?" With his swollen face and a voice that betrayed his discomfort, He Qingzu retorted, "What purpose would a hospital serve? Do I want to be the subject of their ridicule?" He Xiaolian pressed further, "But this matter must be reported to father. You've been beaten to such a state by that vile woman, and if father finds out, he certainly won't let her off easily." He Qingzu snickered coldly. "Well, you know, that old fool He Dongpeng is easily swayed. If he hears about it, he might just let it slide after she sheds a few tears. I have my own means to deal with that wretched woman." His tone was laced with malice. "I've made acquaintances in the underworld, individuals who would not hesitate to commit heinous acts. If I offer them some money for a small favor, they would be more than willing." He Xiaolian, having spent time in those circles, shuddered at the thought of their methods. However, the potential fate that awaited Mu Xiang quickly ignited her excitement. Serves her right. It would be wonderful if she were beaten to death. And even better if those men had their way with her before she dies. "You must contact Xiange immediately. I want them to entertain that vile woman today." Upon hearing this, He Qingzu nodded, and He Xiaolian eagerly replied, "All right, I will contact him right away." As Shuiyin arrived at the Song residence, she had just stepped out of the vehicle when she fortuitously encountered Song Ting, who was leaving with a bag in hand. Upon encountering her, Song Ting immediately glanced behind her, and her gaze shifted, now tinged with a hint of wariness. "I recall you mentioning that you would not seek out Dongfeng. What brings you here now?" Shuiyin, unfazed by the subtle animosity directed towards her, replied, "Indeed, I had no intention of visiting him. However, my former stepson has been causing me trouble, and I must address it." Song Ting, attentive to the commotion at the back in trance, hastily suggested, "I was just about to dine at the Western restaurant. Let us converse elsewhere, lest Dongpeng notices us." Meanwhile, at the Song residence, He Dongpeng, recuperating, happened to approach the window. He spotted Song Ting just as she entered a vehicle, accompanied by another woman, whose face struck him as oddly familiar. He stared, transfixed, until the car roared to life, jolting him back to reality. In a moment of surprise, he dropped his cup, which shattered upon the floor, soaking a portion of the carpet. "Goodness, sir, are you all right?" exclaimed a servant. Fortunately, the cup did not break. "Allow me to clean this up while you take a seat over there." The servant proceeded to tidy up, but He Dongpeng's expression was grim. "Do you have any idea where Tingting has gone?" The servant glanced at the calendar. "She must be heading to the Western restaurant on Riverside Road. Miss has always enjoyed dining there. She used to go quite frequently a few months back. However, since your incident, she has hardly visited, likely out of concern for you. Now that you are recovering, she probably feels more at ease." He Dongpeng remained silent for a long while, his thoughts consumed by the woman he had just seen. Could it be Mu Xiang? However, how could Muxiang appear here? In his memories, Muxiang was not this youthful. She should have been reserved and self-effacing, not so radiant. Yet, if it were not Muxiang, how could she resemble her so closely? If that truly is Muxiang, why does it seem as though she knows Song Ting? Is Song Ting aware of their relationship? What ulterior motive does Muxiang harbor? Is she here to disrupt his current life and expose his past to Songting? The more he pondered, the more restless he became, beads of sweat forming on He Dongpeng's forehead. He did not perceive this as problematic, speculating that perhaps it was due to Qingzu's actions that Song Xingfu and Song Ting were displeased, thus intentionally making things difficult for him. In retrospect, it might not be because of Qingzu, but rather Muxiang. She may have shared something with Song Ting, which could explain Song Ting's newfound coldness towards him. Sir? The servant called several times before He Dongpeng snapped back to reality. Sir, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? He Dongpeng forced a smile, shook his head, and stood up. I'm fine. I'll go rest upstairs. Unbeknownst to Song Ting, the scene outside her door had been witnessed. She brought Mercury to the Western restaurant and, getting straight to the point, said, Did you seek out Dongpeng because you learned of his regained memories? Mercury replied, Miss Song, you needn't worry. I have no particular feelings for him. As long as they do not trouble me, I have no desire to seek out trouble myself. Her tone was distant, as though she genuinely did not care about her former partner, showing no signs of wavering even upon knowing that he remembered her. Song Ting pressed on, You truly have no desire to see Dongpeng? Suddenly, Mercury shook her head and smiled. Miss Song, beauty is indeed in the eye of the beholder. To speak honestly, there is nothing in He Dongpeng's appearance, family background, or temperament that makes me reluctant to let him go. Such a complex and exhausting relationship was not to Mercury's liking. Song Ting appeared to believe her, yet her expression remained rather grim, and her tone was somewhat stiff. In that case, you need not seek him out. I will handle matters with He Qingzu. Mercury replied, It would be best to address it swiftly. Someone like He Qingzu is both naive and foolish, lacking any logic or moral compass in his actions. He might do something rash, and if he can't wait to make a significant move, it could be too late. Song Ting stood up, saying, I don't need your reminders. Moreover, do you think yourself clever and look down upon my relationship with He Dongpeng? Ultimately, what right do you have to adopt such an elevated stance? You are fundamentally inferior to me. With that, she lifted her chin and departed. Mercury leaned back in her chair, pondering the age-old adage of suspicion. When harboring doubts toward someone, no matter what they say or do, it is invariably interpreted through a lens of negativity, such as human nature. After sitting for a while, she rose to change shifts. She intended to visit the Western restaurant to inquire whether Song Ting truly met with the woman resembling Mu Xiang that morning. However, upon arriving, she was astonished to find Mu Xiang seated there, playing the piano. He Dongpeng was aware of Mu Xiang's past. She was a woman from the countryside, who had never set foot in a major city and had lived a rather difficult life. It was hard to fathom how she could play the piano, having never taken lessons in her life. Is it possible that she is not Muxiang? He Dongpeng pondered, filled with doubt as he scrutinized the woman who appeared both familiar and foreign. She bore little resemblance to the Muxiang etched in his memory, who had always slouched slightly, her head bowed, with a troubled expression between her brows, exuding an air of submissiveness and warmth when gazing at others. In stark contrast, this woman stood tall, her demeanor exuding a grace that rivaled even Song Ting's, possessing a captivating allure that surpassed mere youthfulness. Numerous gentlemen in the restaurant frequently cast their glances in her direction, further unsettling He Dongpeng. If this truly was Muxiang, she had evidently found herself a commendable partner. Once, in their shared life, she had embodied a different essence. Now, having chosen another, her transformation stung He Dongpeng's pride fiercely. They had once been husband and wife, yet Muxiang had betrayed him, neglecting their child in his absence and absconding with another man. Now, she seemed poised to disrupt his life once more. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, He Dongpeng rose abruptly and exited, waiting by the door. When Shuiyin emerged, he seized her hand forcefully. You are Muxiang, aren't you? Shuiyin cast him a fleeting glance, contemplating how, although the system could not dictate the narrative, the inertia of the plot was remarkably potent, drawing her in despite her attempts to evade it. With a deft twist, she freed herself from his grasp. Unyielding, He Dongpeng lunged for her again. I know you are Muxiang, and I also know you have met my current wife, Song Ting. Upon hearing this, Shuiyin comprehended his thoughts all too well. He Dongpeng glanced around, unwilling to be the center of attention, and dragged Shuiyin into a nearby residential alley, desolate and devoid of passers-by. I am aware of everything you have done, Muxiang. How have you come to be like this? You were never this way. You were once a kind and virtuous woman. His face was a mask of disappointment, his heart heavy with sorrow. Shuiyin, for reasons unknown, nearly found humor in his words. So, in this man's eyes, the once submissive and pitiable woman was the ideal? Indeed. It is often the most ineffectual men who prefer their women to be somewhat feeble, as it grants them a sense of security and self-worth. Kind-hearted women often lead miserable lives. Who would choose to be a good woman, if not compelled by circumstance? I have no desire to rekindle our past, nor the time to engage in conversation with you. I will take my leave now. Please do not seek me out again. He Dongpeng felt as though he had been struck across the face, his anger igniting, his cheeks flushing crimson. He reached out to stop her. You cannot leave. You must explain why you came to disrupt my family. What did you say to Song Ting? Just as Shuiyin prepared to awaken He Dongpeng to reality, she noticed several individuals approaching from the alley's entrance. They stood there, blocking the way, brandishing clubs, and whistling in their direction. Is this the woman? The leader of the group scrutinized Shuiyin with an unsettling gaze. Qian Go raised his club, tapping it against his palm, a grin spreading across his face. Then let's beat her together, leave her half dead on the side, and we can have our fun with him. Laughter erupted among the men. He Dongpeng and Shuiyin were unable to discern the words exchanged amongst their assailants. They merely observed the sinister approach of the group after a hushed conversation. He Dongpeng's voice rang out defiantly. Who are you? What do you want? If you lay a finger on me, I will certainly call the police. Shuiyin regarded them with a cold stare, opting for silence as he swiftly retreated a couple of steps. They found themselves in a dead-end alley, with towering piles of debris behind them rendering escape impossible, while buildings flanked either side. The only exit was obstructed by these men. With no avenue for flight, Shuiyin turned to survey the alley for any makeshift weapons, but all he found were fragments of bricks. The men, emboldened by He Dongpeng's bravado, erupted in boisterous laughter. Go ahead, try to catch us, brother. As the words left their lips, one of the men advanced swiftly, swinging a club that struck He Dongpeng in the abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground, nearly retching. The three men encircled him, raining blows upon him. What's the matter? Aren't you a man? Down already? You look so imposing, yet you're utterly useless, ha ha ha. In a sudden surge of determination, He Dongpeng forcefully shoved one assailant against the wall, then clutched his abdomen while grappling for the club from another's grasp, becoming entangled in a fierce struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Shuiyin picked up a brick and hurled it with great force at the window of a nearby building. At that moment, the majority of the windows were framed in wood with glass panes, easily secured with a latch, lacking any form of theft deterrent. As several bricks struck the windows along the adjacent buildings, numerous panes shattered, eliciting startled cries from within several households. Her aim was remarkably precise, and with swift motions, she shattered over a dozen window panes in one fell swoop. From a third-floor apartment, a middle-aged woman, her voice resonating with fury, flung open her window and bellowed. Which unfortunate soul has broken my glass? Are you out of your mind? The commotion startled children, who began to wail in distress. The woman's loud outburst drew the attention of several households, prompting them to peer out their windows, and the scene quickly transformed into a lively spectacle. Mercury shouted, "Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, these individuals are involved in the trafficking of women. They intend to capture me and may resort to violence. I implore anyone willing to seek a patrolling officer on the street. I assure you, there will be a reward for your assistance, and I will compensate double for the shattered glass once I am safe." The group of assailants, including the beaten He Dongpeng, momentarily paused, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Noticing the multitude of onlookers from the adjacent buildings, two of the men exchanged uncertain glances. Such brazen acts of violence and abduction under broad daylight were indeed alarming. Whispers erupted from the upper floors. Qian glared at the two hesitant men and brandished his stick towards those observing from above, threatening, "Mind your own business, or I shall set your homes ablaze." His words instilled fear. Several individuals hastily shut their windows, opting to refrain from interference. Yet not everyone was intimidated. Shortly after Qian Ji's proclamation, a large basin of water was unexpectedly doused from an unknown window above, drenching him and the two men standing nearby. On a frigid winter day, a bucket of icy water poured down, sending a shiver through him. Brother Qian, infuriated, shouted, striking the wall with his stick, demanding to know who was responsible. Brother Qian, perhaps we should let this go for today. Who knows, someone might have alerted the patrolling police. Let us retreat. Someone urged. Brother Qian violently dismissed the person's hand, exclaiming, retreat? Nonsense. Quickly deal with these two. They had initially intended to have some fun with the woman, but her unexpected actions forced them to hasten their escape. They had no time for games and needed to ensure she was severely incapacitated. Mercury, someone upstairs, toss me a weapon, please. To his surprise, a particularly fierce woman threw down a kitchen knife, while an elderly gentleman wrapped in a quilt tossed down a pair of tongs. Mercury swiftly gathered the items. Although there are often wise individuals online advising girls against carrying weapons for fear of them being turned against them, Mercury believed this was merely theoretical knowledge. Far removed from reality, he had never encountered such a situation. The rationale was simple. Possessing a weapon provided a fighting chance, while being unarmed meant waiting for death. The intimidation factor between an unarmed woman and one wielding a weapon is vastly different, as long as he maintained his composure. Brandishing a knife wildly would deter any sane person from approaching. Just like now, the two men, directed by Brother Qian to engage, hesitated to advance against Mercury, who held a long-handled tong and a kitchen knife. Glancing at the defenseless He Dongfeng, who was being beaten, Mercury even found the time to reflect that the saying, no matter how skilled, one fears the kitchen knife, held a grain of truth. As Qian Ge continued to engage in a fierce struggle with He Dongfeng, he was infuriated upon witnessing the scene before him. What use are you all? Are you so cowardly as to fear a mere woman? Expedite the task at hand. Do you still desire your reward? Upon hearing these words, Shuiyin narrowed her eyes, suddenly realizing the intent of these individuals. They had come specifically for a particular target. She tentatively remarked, you were sent by He Qingzu, weren't you? The man you are assaulting is He Dongfeng, He Qingzu's father. All of He Qingzu's wealth originates from him. Her words proved far more impactful than her previous statements, causing even Qian Ge to halt momentarily. He Dongfeng, battered severely, appeared dazed upon hearing her words, finally exclaiming, what did you say? They were sent by Qingzu? How is that possible? Qingzu would never engage in such actions. At this point, he remained oblivious to the true character of his own son. Qian Ge regarded the disheveled man at his feet with skepticism. Could he truly be He Qingzu's father? Realizing the implication of Qian Ji's inquiry, even a fool like He Dongfeng understood that these individuals might indeed be connected to his son. Instantly, a chill swept through him, compounded by the pain coursing through his body. Qian Ge, too, found himself in a predicament. He had failed to manage the situation effectively, inadvertently inflicting harm upon the employer's father. Just then, the individual stationed at the alley's mouth suddenly whistled and gestured for them to retreat. The patrol is here. We must withdraw. The men immediately released their grip and hastily departed, leaving He Dongfeng and Shuiyin behind. Consequently, the events that followed bore little relevance to Shuiyin. He Dongfeng has once again found himself in the hospital, having been brutally assaulted by that group, seemingly resulting in internal injuries and bleeding. As for He Qingzu, the conflict between He Dongfeng and Song Ting has escalated due to his situation. Whenever Song Ting continues to argue, He Dongfeng firmly asserts, he is my only son. Still so young. I cannot abandon him. Even if it means breaking the law, I cannot bear to watch him perish. In this current climate where citizens remain silent and officials turn a blind eye, even if a report is filed, it is uncertain whether anyone will take action. Song Ting's desire to see He Qingzu in prison meets with staunch opposition from He Dongfeng, leading to a prolonged stalemate between them. Ultimately, it is Song Ting who concedes. She no longer insists on sending He Qingzu to prison, as she has discovered she is pregnant. The previously tense atmosphere between her and He Dongfeng has softened considerably with the arrival of this child, leaving only He Qingzu displeased upon learning the news. In his eyes, the most pressing issue is not Mu Xiang, but rather the child growing within Song Ting. Being He Dongfeng's sole offspring grants him a sense of importance. Yet he fears that once other sons are born, he will be regarded as insignificant. He wishes to devise a way to prevent Song Ting from giving birth. Meanwhile, Song Ting has accepted her father's proposal and is preparing to eliminate He Qingzu entirely. Though she had previously struggled to make a decision, now, with her pregnancy, she resolves to protect her future child and will not allow a dangerous individual like He Qingzu to continue threatening their family's safety. Their conflict did not extend to Mercury. The only consequence for her was the loss of a part-time job. Miss Song was displeased with her meeting with He Dongpeng and had informed the Western restaurant on Yanjiang Road to dismiss her. Mercury, however, was indifferent to this, promptly securing an interview with a small symphony orchestra in the Shanghai market. Dong Lingye had initially intended to introduce her to a private club for piano performances, but he was taken aback by her success in joining the orchestra. Having never attempted such a venture before, she felt it was a rare opportunity worth exploring. Despite Dong Lingye's regret, he could only acquiesce. Mercury harbored a premonition that her stay in this world would not be prolonged. The system had not sent her here for a life of ease. Observing the chaotic turmoil within that family, it was evident that a harmonious resolution was unlikely, and her time here was drawing to a close. According to the system's judgment, she should already be departing from this failed world. Yet, the system had not activated. Reflecting on the previous world's resets, she speculated that her exit from any given world might require a certain number of key characters to perish, in addition to the system's involvement. If this were the case, the system, which resembled a punitive moral instructor, might serve more as an evaluative mechanism rather than merely a guide for behavior. Music often transcends boundaries, and she found her studies progressing smoothly. Finally discovering a semblance of joy. After another heavy snowfall, Mercury constructed 2 large snowmen in the yard. As winter waned and the snowmen remained intact, she and Dong Lingye ventured out, where she gleaned some gossip about Song Ting from her sisters. It is said that the previous stepson has passed away, consumed excessively of opium, rendering himself almost unrecognizable. Mercury unexpectedly encountered He Dongpeng again. He was unaware of how he had managed to find his way here. The man appeared even older than the last time they met, with strands of gray in his hair. "Qingzu is dead," he said sorrowfully. Mercury remained indifferent. "Please make way. I must leave." He Dongpeng displayed an expression of disappointment. "He was once your son. Do you not feel the slightest sorrow for him?"
Yet,
He Qingzu had never truly been a son to Mu Xiang. He had always been treated as her ancestor. Mercury coldly retorted, "You are free to leave at your leisure." In that tone, it seemed that all was settled. The aging man desired a harmonious conclusion, willingly extending a gesture of reconciliation, as if all past grievances had been forgotten. Mercury stood there, observing this rapidly aging figure, utterly devoid of empathy for his anguish and hope. "I have no interest. It is best for your family to keep your distance from me." In his eyes, Shuiyin remained the obedient and understanding stepdaughter she had always been, and her association with Qingzu stemmed from coercion. He could not comprehend why his ex-wife had transformed into someone so unrecognizable, neglecting even the gentle stepdaughter she once was. He Dongpeng, in bewilderment, eventually discovered that it was Shuiyin who had secretly sold all the household items for money. By the time he realized it, she had already left Shanghai with the funds, leaving no trace behind. In her hometown, there is a custom that when someone is about to embark on a long journey, they must prepare a dish of Chinese tune. At the dining table, Grandma Yang incessantly praised her, saying, "This dish you have prepared is delicious. Mine always turns out bitter." Shuiyin smiled and served her another helping. In this world, the principal characters include He Qingzu and He Shuiyin, whose demise has led to the failure of the current undertaking. Shuiyin found herself seated upright on a sturdy wooden bed, her fair hands neatly resting on her lap, adorned in a crimson dress. The fabric was embellished with exquisite floral embroidery that cascaded along the hem. She lifted her gaze, surveying her surroundings. Beside her bed, draped with curtains, stood a reading lamp, and nearby were a large corner cabinet and a trunk, along with a vanity mirror. In the outer area, there was a round wooden table and a round stool, while a tall table against the wall displayed a Western-style clock and several porcelain decorative vases. To the left lay a small study, featuring a substantial long desk backed by a treasure cabinet, piled high with numerous bound volumes. A colorful glass lamp adorned the desk, depicting an angel with long wings and a rose motif. The decor of the room reflected an amalgamation of Eastern and Western styles, characteristic of a prestigious household during a transitional period. Shuiyin absorbed the information of this world. The identity she now inhabited was Lin Jinxiu, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Due to her sister's elopement on her wedding day in pursuit of true love, she reluctantly stepped in to fulfill her sister's marriage contract with the third young master of the Gao family, Gao Jiaoliang. However, Gao Jiaoliang harbored affections for another and held a deep disdain for her. The matriarch of the Gao family was also displeased with her for taking her sister's place, and the younger members of the Gao family, being modern in their outlook, looked down upon Lin Jinxiu, an embodiment of the old-fashioned foot-binding tradition. In the high society, where Lin Jinxiu felt out of place, she maintained her composure and displayed her magnanimous spirit. She repaid grievances with virtue, never holding grudges against the scornful gazes of others. Time and again, she extended her assistance during their times of hardship. When the Gao family faced calamity, she remained steadfast beside her fallen husband, selflessly rescuing the true love of his heart. Following the demise of her husband's lover, she embraced their child as her own, nurturing them with affection. She sought ways to uplift her despondent husband and ultimately bore the weight of the entire Gao family during turbulent times, earning respect from all and the affection of her husband. Unlike the humble, suffering women like Shin Qiuan, who bore their hardships without complaint, or Mu Xiang, the diligent woman who devoted herself to supporting her stepchildren, Lin Jinxiu epitomizes the elegant and gracious woman favored by society. She is lauded by literati and regarded as a paragon of virtue, a model of benevolence that all women are encouraged to emulate. Faced with a sister who abandoned her marriage for the pursuit of happiness and parents demanding she marry in her stead, she acquiesced, confronted by a husband who, despite marrying her, disregarded her in favor of seeking true love. She extended her understanding, enduring the ridicule and bullying of her sister-in-law and the perpetual criticisms of her mother-in-law. She offered her forgiveness, grappling with a rival who not only stole her husband but also plotted against her. She embraced her fate with boundless resilience. She adapted to the inhospitable environment of the Gao family, tolerating all malice directed at her, accommodating her parents, relatives, her husband, his lover, uncles, aunts, and mother-in-law. She recognized her destiny and submitted to it, harboring no resentment or complaints, choosing instead to embody a strong, virtuous, and gracious woman. After reflecting on Lin Jinxiu's life, Shuiyin could not help but applaud her. Truly, she was a devoted servant of the Gao family. If the roles were reversed as a man, he would have gladly welcomed such a wife. Yet, alas, she remained this saintly woman, which was somewhat disheartening. She was not destined to be a saint, but rather a villain. As Shuiyin glanced at her hands adorned with a jade bracelet and her red dress, it dawned on her that this moment marked her recent marriage into the Gao family, seated in her new home, awaiting her husband, Gao Jiaoliang. Regarding the current embodiment of her husband, Shuiyin felt no curiosity. Instead, she lifted her skirt to examine her feet. Lin Jinxiu was a woman with bound feet, possessing a pair of 3-inch golden lotuses. This grotesque remnant, long vanished from the annals of history, was a sight Shuiyin beheld for the first time. Raising her excessively small foot, she found the sensation of being tightly bound rather uncomfortable, and the artificially shaped form caused her to frown involuntarily. Attempting to rise to her feet, Mercury felt an immediate sharp pain in her toes, the arches of her feet, and her heels. There exists a term, standing on the tip of a nail, which describes an exceedingly small space. At this moment, Mercury felt as though she were precariously balanced upon that very tip. She took a tentative step forward, and had she not been gripping the bed frame, she would have undoubtedly fallen. Mercury considered herself more resilient to suffering than the average person. Yet she had never imagined that walking could become such a laborious and painful endeavor. The arrival of a visitor was marked by a loud crash as the door slammed against another panel. The ornately carved wooden door, adorned with glass,
Trembled in response to the impact.
The young man who entered was strikingly handsome, donned in a festive robe, yet his countenance betrayed no hint of joy. He stepped inside with an impassive expression, and upon noticing Mercury seated upon the bed, his gaze fell upon her exposed feet, immediately contorting his face in disgust. He averted his eyes, clearly unwilling to acknowledge her presence, and turned instead to face the corner cabinet. His voice was cold and restrained, barely concealing his ire. Neither you nor your sister is someone I wish to marry. Even if you were to wed into my family, I would not recognize you as my wife. If you persist in remaining here, you will only bring humiliation upon yourself. Do you understand the meaning of humiliation? Mercury's gaze fell upon a pair of charming porcelain dolls on the small table beside her. She picked one up and toyed with it, her tone calm as she addressed the young gentleman. If you do not wish to marry, why not speak to your mother instead, rather than forcing me to intervene? Surprised by her words, Gao Jiaoyang cast a quick glance at her, his anger palpable. I have already stated this numerous times. If it were of any use, I would not squander my time meeting you. Shuiyin retorted bluntly, if you truly do not wish to marry, you could simply resort to fasting or taking drastic measures to resist. Yet merely speaking of it makes it seem so effortless. Gao Jiaoyang, exasperated, turned to glare at her. Engaging in such histrionics is not something a man would do. Moreover, one's body and skin are bestowed by one's parents. How could one inflict harm upon oneself so casually? Shuiyin replied, then it seems you are utterly ineffectual. You cannot even manage your own affairs, yet you come here to compel me to resolve this. Truly, Master Gao, you embody the essence of masculinity with your overwhelming sense of responsibility. Her scathing remarks nearly drove Gao Jiaoyang to madness as he raised his voice. What did you say? Upon witnessing his fury, Shuiyin abruptly raised her hand and smashed the porcelain doll at his feet, which shattered into countless fragments. Startled, Gao Jiaoyang instinctively took 2 steps back. Shuiyin's expression hardened, her demeanor more severe than his. As you have suggested, from now on, I shall remain here. Do not set foot in this room again. I care not where you reside or what you do, but do refrain from bothering me.
Now leave.
With a resolute stance, Shuiyin recognized the considerable autonomy she possessed within this world, having assessed the backgrounds and standings of both families. The Lin and Gao families were both affluent and held comparable status, with the patriarchs maintaining a strong rapport, which was the reason for their betrothal arrangement. Thus, even if the Gao family harbors disdain for Lin Jinxiu, the matriarch has not consented to her son's request for separation, as they would be unable to justify their actions to the Lin family. Among Shin Qiuan, Mu Xiang, and herself, Lin Jinxiu holds the highest status, largely due to her inherent advantages of birth. With such a background, Shuiyin is free to disregard Lin Jinxiu's past. She can pursue her desires unfettered by concerns for the future. Oh, by the way, I've expelled the young Master Gao. Wouldn't he seek out the matriarch to lodge a complaint? Would he? Gao Jiaoyang's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as he clenched his jaw and spat out, truly, it is the most challenging to nurture women and petty men. He abruptly turned and stormed out, slamming the doors with a resounding crash. Once he departed, the bitterly mocking expression on Shuiyin's face swiftly dissipated. She rubbed her fingers together, pondering that Gao Jiaoyang indeed exhibited commendable upbringing. His restraint indicated that his limits were not as stringent as she had presumed, allowing her greater freedom to act without concern. Be silent, Shuiyin remained unperturbed by the system's remarks. She was not in pursuit of a virtuous man, nor was her life's purpose merely to find a good spouse to serve. The merits or faults of others held no significance for her. She focused solely on her own desires and willingness, as well as her emotional state. This world has been meticulously tailored for you. Lin Jinxiu's resilience mirrors your own. You should be able to embody her perfectly. Be silent. Ignoring the system, Shuiyin began to loosen her own constraints. The upper part of the shoe was exceedingly soft, while the sole bore a slight rigidity. Upon removing her shoes, she discovered that hard porcelain blocks had been inserted within, intended to preserve the shape of her foot. Layer upon layer, her feet were swathed in strips of cloth, rendering them airtight. As the bindings were unwrapped, revealing the grotesque form beneath, it became evident that nearly the entire front portion of her foot had been contorted, folded under the arch, with 5 toes crammed together, filling the hollow of her foot and creating a diminutive, pointed silhouette. Perhaps to the eyes of some traditionalists, this shape might be perceived as beautiful. Yet, to Mercury, it appeared nothing short of monstrous, resembling 2 bloodied spikes. Enveloped so tightly and deprived of light for years on end, her feet naturally bore a pale hue. The calluses meticulously trimmed, seemingly perfumed to absorb moisture. It is often said that verbose and bothersome individuals resemble the long and foul-smelling bindings of foot binding. However, it was evident that Lin Jinxiu, as a lady of high standing, had maintained her feet impeccably, devoid of any peculiar odor. Suddenly, Mercury forcefully pried apart the nearly fused toes, a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through her body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. The agony was unbearable, akin to breaking her toes anew. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as she reluctantly released her grip, and Mercury refrained from attempting to manipulate those delicate feet again. Her efforts were futile, akin to trying to mend a crooked leg only to have it break and regrow. It seemed that her feet would require a physician's assistance. The Gao family, descended from scholars, had once held a modest official position. However, following the fall of the dynasty, they migrated south to evade calamity, only to return to Pingcheng in the generation of Old Master Gao. Although the Gao family is affluent, it does not resemble the exaggerated depictions often portrayed in modern television dramas, where numerous maidservants follow each individual and a multitude of servants attend to their every need. In the Gao household, there is one master, 3 wives for young masters and 1 young lady, each with only 1 maidservant to assist with trivial tasks such as serving tea, fetching water, and arranging hair. The kitchen is managed by a few cooks, while several elderly servants are responsible for maintaining the courtyard and tending to the flowers. Lin Jinxiu previously had a maidservant to attend to her at home, but upon marrying into the Gao family, she did not bring her along, instead leaving her behind at the Lin household. Here, she is attended to by a maid named Baoying, who once cared for the 3rd young master. It is said that her name was inspired by 2 characters from a poem by the renowned poet Lu Yong. Observing the slight, unmistakable blush of delight on Baoying's face, Shuiyin mused that the 3rd young master of the Gao family is indeed quite sentimental, much like a precious gem of the Gao household. Despite the young masters and young ladies at home embracing progressive thoughts, the master and mistresses adhere to traditional values. The maidservants still sport glossy, well-groomed braids and wear unremarkable jackets and trousers. Shuiyin opened the cabinets and boxes, rummaging through Lin Jinxiu's collection of garments, which were rather antiquated and strictly formal, consisting mainly of dark robes and skirts with little vibrant color. The only hint of brightness was in the undergarments, which were delicately embroidered yet concealed beneath the somber attire, reminiscent of the suppressed consciousness of the woman herself. In that era, bras were non-existent. If a woman had a generous bosom, she would bind it to maintain an air of propriety, donning loose, heavy garments that rendered her figure top-heavy and wide at the bottom, creating a flat, unembellished silhouette. Mercury lacked any desire to adorn herself in the dignified silhouettes of yesteryears, discarding the constricting bandages and antiquated black gown. Instead, she unearthed a lilac-trimmed coat and a matching pleated skirt embroidered with irises, and leisurely made her way to the vanity. Baoying approached her to style her hair, intending to gather all of it tightly into an elaborate bun, adorned with an array of ornaments. To achieve a smooth and polished appearance, she planned to lavish a considerable amount of hair oil upon Mercury's head, aiming for a lustrous sheen. However, Mercury promptly halted Baoying's efforts, asserting her desire to manage it herself. Baoying was taken aback. Did the 3rd young mistress not require the hair oil? The fragrance was delightful, after all. How could one style hair without it? Mercury simply shook her head. The eras had indeed transformed, and aesthetic sensibilities diverged vastly. She could not fathom the notion of rendering her hair greasy and fragrant, drawn back so tightly that it seemed it would pull the very skin from her face. Lin Jinxiu possessed a cascade of soft black hair, so lengthy that it became somewhat unwieldy. After much deliberation, Mercury resolved to take up scissors. Baoying gasped and rushed to impede her. 3rd young mistress, one cannot simply cut their hair, and such beautiful locks would be a tremendous waste. Mercury cast a glance in her direction. Baoying, abashed, retreated, her eyes wide as she witnessed Mercury snip away at her long hair, severing the ends that had once cascaded below her waist, now neatly truncated at the back. Such a pity, indeed. Baoying continued to murmur her lamentations, truly regretting the loss of those tresses. Mercury regarded her reflection in the mirror. Lin Jinxiu was, in truth, rather exquisite, her eyes resembling gentle streams, exuding an inherent warmth whenever they fell upon another. Her forehead was slightly high, often styled tightly back, giving her face an elongated appearance. With a swift snip of the scissors, she crafted bangs that delicately concealed her forehead. She disapproved of Lin Jinxiu's previous neat and orderly appearance. After finishing her haircut, she retrieved an eyebrow pencil to enhance her brows. Lin Jinxiu typically drew her eyebrows slightly higher than their natural position, with a slender and arched shape, whereas Shuiyin preferred a bolder brow, believing it lent a sharper and more decisive look. Upon completing her eyebrows, she noticed in the mirror that Lin Jinxiu's features suited this shape remarkably well, appearing far more agreeable than before. Buying, rendered speechless, could only inquire incessantly, "Madam, will you not apply any powder? How will you style your hair with it so short? Your eyebrows are different from ours, yet they are quite beautiful." Her face was undeniably attractive, and Shuiyin felt a flicker of amusement. Originally, she had no intention of applying lip color, but she changed her mind and deliberately painted her lips a vibrant red. With a single hairpin, she casually swept her hair into an updo, tucking away the loose strands that framed her face. She smirked at Lin Jinxiu's reflection in the mirror, whispering to herself, "Are you curious about how I will fare?" She was to meet the other members of the Gao family. Originally, Gao Jiaoyang was supposed to accompany her, but he had long since vanished, and Shuiyin was disinclined to concern herself with his thoughts or actions. Once she had prepared herself, she set off alone towards the front hall on her petite feet. Though her feet still ached, her face betrayed not a hint of discomfort, as she walked with a slightly measured pace. The esteemed Mr. Gao is tall and slender, while the matron, Mrs. Gao, wears a cold expression akin to that of her son, the young Master Gao San. Meanwhile, the second and third wives sit to one side, sipping tea and engaging in hushed laughter. The eldest son appears groggy, listening with a weary and bored demeanor to his wife's incessant chatter. The second young master and his wife remain in silence, exchanging no words, while the youngest, the fifth young lady, stands by, peering curiously as if awaiting the arrival of her new sister-in-law. Ah, there she is, finally arriving after much anticipation. What a grand entrance it is. The fifth young lady, who is usually quite close to her third brother, scoffs, her tone rife with hostility. As Shuiyin arrives, she catches this remark and smiles faintly, responding with a tone of feigned confidence. "Dear sister, your words are mistaken. Had it not been for waiting for your third brother, I would have come much sooner." The fifth young lady, Gao Jiayun, rolls her eyes dramatically, crossing her arms to confront her. "Then where is my third brother? Why did he not accompany you?" Shuiyin replies, "I awaited him in vain, and thus had no choice but to arrive alone. Your third brother is rather oblivious. I cannot be expected to mirror his folly." Gao Jiayun retorts, "You. How unreasonable. It is evident that you do not have my third brother as affection, which is why he did not wish to come with you. You have driven him away." At this, the elder Mr. Gao frowns. "Jiayun, how dare you speak to your sister-in-law in such a manner? Apologize at once." Reluctantly, Gao Jiayun huffs, "I am simply forthright. I speak my mind, so please do not take offense, sister-in-law." Shuiyin responds, "I certainly do not take offense. How fortuitous, for I too am quite candid. Henceforth, when we converse, we shall not harbor any grievances against one another." At this moment, the young master, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "What's the matter? I think the third sister-in-law is dressed quite beautifully." "You insolent wretch! How dare you speak of your sister-in-law like that?" The matriarch scolded him sharply, casting a fierce glare at Shuiyin. The reason for the matriarch's disdain towards Lin Jinxiu differed from her son's. She disapproved of Lin Jinxiu primarily because the latter was 3 years older than Gao Jiaoyang. Originally, a marriage had been arranged for her, but the suitor had absconded, leaving no trace. Lin Jinxiu, unable to delay any longer, had to see the engagement called off. The matriarch harbored the belief that Lin Jinxiu was ill-fated, as the Lin sisters were merely being married off to the Gao family as a last resort, taking on a discarded old maid. Were it not for Lin Jinxiu's delicate feet and her adherence to traditional decorum, she would have never consented to the union. Yet even with the marriage established, her heart remained unsettled. In this room, each person harbored their own thoughts. Under the weight of their gazes, Shuiyin naturally took a seat. Enduring a meal that was relatively uneventful, She had no intention of forging bonds with anyone present and rose to leave as soon as the meal concluded. The matriarch then complained to old Master Gao, "Look at the daughter-in-law you've chosen. She doesn't even offer to attend to her in-laws upon her arrival. Is there no sense of propriety?" Old Master Gao waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. You are not lacking in attendance." With that, he disregarded his wife and retreated to his study to peruse his ancient texts, leaving the matriarch alone, fuming and pounding the table in frustration. The Lin family bestowed a generous dowry upon Lin Jinxiu. With such a substantial sum in her possession, Shuiyin first indulged in purchasing garments and shoes that delighted her, opting for standard-sized footwear rather than the constricted, lotus-shaped shoes. After her shopping spree, she proceeded to a salon for a new hairstyle. The passage of time in this world bears a resemblance to that of her previous life, appearing to be a few years ahead. The northern city of Pingqing lacks the vibrancy and openness of the bustling metropolis of Hushi. The salon was frequented by youthful patrons, seemingly affluent young women resembling university students. Upon entering, the proprietor was taken aback to see Shuiyin, a petite woman clad in a traditional skirt, request a perm, requiring several confirmations to ascertain her genuine intent. Lin Jinxiu's long hair was trimmed slightly before being styled into elegant curls that cascaded over her shoulders. Observing her transformation, several other female clients whispered amongst themselves, expressing admiration. "How lovely those curls are! If only I had known, I wouldn't have cut my hair so short. Such curls would look splendid." One girl even lamented, touching her own chin-length hair with a hint of regret. Upon departing the salon, Shuiyin made her way to a pharmacy. "You wish to correct your feet?" The doctor was visibly astonished by her request, genuinely disapproving, even admonishing her. "Your feet are well bound. Why would you wish to ruin them? Isn't that foolish? How will you face your parents?" At another pharmacy, as soon as Shuiyin articulated her desire, the middle-aged physician shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No, no, this won't do. A woman's feet should not be exposed so easily. I cannot assist you with that." It is not surprising that these doctors refuse, for women at this time consider their feet to be the third intimate part of their bodies. Even when washing their feet at home, they must tightly close doors and windows, secretly attending to their needs, ensuring that no one sees. Many women, even when sharing a bed with their husbands, refrain from removing their cloth stockings. Consequently, among 10 doctors, 9 would shake their heads at such a request. They fear the repercussions on their reputations or the potential trouble from the patients' families. It was only after Mercury inquired at several pharmacies that she found an elderly doctor willing to correct her feet. "This will be quite painful. Are you truly able to endure it?" he cautioned. "Do not underestimate the difficulty of this process. The agony you experienced when binding your feet was immense, and now, to unbind them will be even more excruciating. Moreover, complete restoration to their original form is unlikely." The elderly doctor spoke with a grave expression. Mercury replied, "Thank you, sir. I have made up my mind." Mercury did not confide in anyone about her desire to correct her feet. Even her maid, Baoying, who observed her soaking her feet in medicinal water, merely assumed she was engaged in self-care. Many affluent women with bound feet dedicate nearly 2 hours daily to foot care, involving not only washing but also removing calluses developed from walking, applying powder, and massaging, an intricate routine. Baoying felt a twinge of envy as she brought over hot water and watched, remarking how lovely the small feet of the young mistress appeared. "In my childhood, my family intended to bind my feet as well, but after the arrival of 2 younger brothers, there was simply too much to manage at home. If I had bound my feet, it would have been challenging to perform household tasks, so I was spared from such a fate." Baoying, feeling somewhat self-conscious, withdrew her feet slightly, expressing a hint of dismay, lamenting the unattractive size of her feet. Mercury offered no response to her words. The current environment is indeed peculiar. Traditional families still hold the belief that small feet epitomize beauty, often extolling it through the verses of poets from bygone eras, seeking brides who have bound feet. Conversely, a faction of modern youth dismisses such small feet as relics of the past, along with the women who possess them, deeming them equally obsolete. Soaking her feet in the medicinal solution was far from comfortable, as it induced a sensation of aching and swelling, accompanied by a slight itch and numbness. Mercury silently endured the discomfort. The past of Lin Jinxiu had been roughly imparted to her. In those fragmented, cinematic flashes, Mercury witnessed the harrowing sight of foot binding. From the tender age of 3, day after day, her feet were contorted and tightly wrapped in cloth, never to be freed whether walking or sleeping. In a bid to force her feet to grow together, the young girls would intentionally rub their feet until they bled, leaving them mangled and bruised, tightly bound until layers of scabs formed, only to be painfully torn away along with the dead skin. Such cruel torments were all in pursuit of a distorted beauty cherished by certain men. Consequently, countless young girls, in their innocence, sacrificed their ability to run, enduring a lifetime of painful mobility, and as they grew older, some would find themselves unable to walk at all, confined to their beds. In stark contrast, a new breed of men has emerged, rejecting the allure of small feet and vociferously denouncing the practice. Take Gao Jiaoyang, a senior from high school. His disdain for small feet is not rooted in an understanding of the suffering and constraints they impose on women, but rather in a mere aversion to the deformity itself. Ultimately, it is merely a transformation of preferences, rather than a genuine recognition of equality with the opposite sex that those who experience pain perceive. This has always been the case. When pain does not afflict oneself, it remains unfelt. After soaking her feet for 2 days, Mercury once again visited the physician. "I must break your foot and then set it anew. It will be excruciating, and you must endure it," the old doctor reiterated. Mercury nodded, prepared to bear the agony in exchange for the freedom to walk once more. The pain was indeed intense. It took her quite some time to regain consciousness. Tasting the metallic tang of her own blood, a result of her teeth biting down too hard, causing her gums to bleed. By the time all was attended to, nearly 3 hours had elapsed. Mercury was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat born from pain. The old doctor was no less fatigued, his sleeves soaked from wiping his brow. "All done," he said solemnly, exhaling deeply. "This is the best I can do. While it may not return to its original state, with proper care, it will heal, and you will walk and run without pain." Mercury struggled to sit up and glanced at her foot. "Thank you." The old doctor shook his head. "You are truly a resilient girl, stronger than many men." Mercury smiled, but said nothing. This remark is rather peculiar. Do men truly endure pain better than women? Quite the contrary. Women have historically demonstrated a greater capacity for enduring suffering. Consider the pain of childbirth. How many men could withstand such agony? However, the suffering endured by women is often taken for granted. As a woman, one is deemed selfish and useless if one does not endure the pain of childbirth. Countless women across the globe have experienced the agony of giving birth at least once, while many men may never encounter such pain in their lifetimes. Despite the persistent ache in her feet, her heart felt considerably lighter. The eldest madam was nearly driven to madness. Upon learning of the incident, she trembled with rage, unleashing a torrent of vitriol in the hall for a good half-hour, berating the young lady with a plethora of harsh words. The second and third wives joined in the scolding, while the younger generation remained largely silent, and Master Gao refrained from uttering a word.
"My lord, do speak."
This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Her impulsive and frivolous behavior has caused unrest in our household since her marriage into the Gao family. I must invite the in-laws over to inquire how they raised their daughter to be so audacious. Yet Master Gao displayed little reaction, deeming it not significant enough to warrant such fury. The eldest madam, infuriated, collapsed into a chair, striking her thigh in exasperation. "Not a significant matter? What constitutes a significant matter in your eyes? Must she be the cause of my demise for it to be considered serious?" That night, none could find solace in sleep. By dawn, the eldest madam could no longer contain herself and dispatched a message summoning Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin. Mr. Lin, a portly man with a cheerful demeanor, exchanged pleasantries with Master Gao, while the eldest madam stood by with a rigid smile, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of their cordial exchange to address the matter at hand. Father and Mother Lin exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat awkward. Mother Lin, gentle by nature and far less assertive than the formidable matriarch, hastily offered her apologies upon hearing the news, and only then did they manage to visit their daughter. "Jinxiu," Mother Lin said as she entered the study and noticed her eldest daughter seated on a small couch, her foot swollen and wrapped in white cloth after applying medicine, causing her great concern.
What has happened to you?
Why would you engage in such reckless behavior? Look at your foot. How will you manage from now on? Mother Lin, herself a woman with bound feet and a soft disposition, spoke with a tremor in her voice. Father Lin, in contrast, was a man of the business world, known for his integrity and wide circle of friends. After scrutinizing his daughter, he clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, "How is it that Jin Xiao, having only recently married into the Gao family, appears so different already?" Suddenly, Shuiyin called out to her parents, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks, startling both father and mother Lin. Though she was not as close to her younger sister, she was still their own flesh and blood. Jin Xiao had always been sensible and considerate, never prone to tears or tantrums. They had never witnessed their eldest daughter in such despair. She would never cry before them unless deeply wronged. Seeing her silent tears, Mother Lin felt a pang in her heart and embraced her, weeping, "My dear daughter, you must have endured an unimaginable grievance." Even Father Lin could not suppress his emotion, stepping forward to gently pat his eldest daughter's shoulder. The child who cries and throws tantrums receives sweets, while the obedient child bears the brunt of suffering. The sisters, Jinxiu and Qilua, epitomized this adage perfectly. Mother Lin gasped. How could this happen? Jiang Liang, that child, appeared quite sensible. How could he treat you this way? Shuiyin offered a wry smile, acknowledging that he likely favored his younger sister, who was vivacious and charming, unbound by the constraints of foot binding, and a year his junior, unlike herself. Lin Mu embraced her tightly, expressing, "Oh, my dear Jinxiu, how you have suffered. We had no inkling that Jiang Liang would act in such a manner. Now that the marriage is established, why does he not aspire to live harmoniously? And then there is Qilua. That headstrong child has caused you to endure this plight." Alas. Ultimately, her affection for her youngest daughter prevented Lin Mu from casting further blame on Lin Qilua, leaving her with no choice but to lament Jinxiu's misfortune. Lin Fu slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that Gao Jiaoliang was utterly outrageous. After a brief eruption of frustration from the couple, Lin Mu continued, "Your condition is a result of Jiang Liang's disfavor. Let that be. Perhaps in time, he will recognize your sacrifices and be moved by your devotion, ultimately accepting you. As women, once we are wed, it is inevitable that we endure some grievances. Do not take it to heart. Even if it becomes unbearable, we should advocate for reconciliation rather than separation. This is the custom of the Chinese, particularly in this era, where divorce is far from simple given the ties between the two families." Initially, Lin's parents felt a loss of face over the matter of the marriage substitution and held a sense of apology towards the Gao family. However, witnessing their daughter's pitiable state, suffering humiliations and ostracism at the Gao household, contrasted sharply with the earlier arrogance and vitriol of the elder madam. Even with their usually mild temperaments, they found it impossible to tolerate the situation. Amid the clamor of the Gao family, Shuiyin found herself in a rare moment of tranquility. The Lin family is not as numerous as the Gao family. Aside from Lin father and Lin mother, there is also a concubine and among the children. Apart from Lin mother's daughters, Lin Jinxiu and Lin Qilua, there is only one young son born to the concubine, who is merely 10 years old. Lin Jinxiu's residence is serene and elegant, reportedly arranged under her own direction. Unlike Gao Jiaoliang's home, which merges Eastern and Western styles, her dwelling is adorned entirely with antiquated charm. In the courtyard, there are 2 flower stands and a pomegranate tree has been planted, one that was sown in the year of Lin Jinxiu's birth. It has now grown tall, its branches extending over the roof, casting a refreshing shade beneath the bright sunlight. The hall is open, and the breezes flowing through provide a particularly cool respite. Ever since Shuiyin arrived at the Lin household, she has taken to sitting in a rocking chair, perusing Lin Jinxiu's collection of books to pass the time. Although Lin Jinxiu has not attended school, her grandmother has taught her to recognize characters. However, the hefty tomes in her collection are primarily ancient texts, such as the Book of Filial Piety and Buddhist scriptures, printed in vertical format with traditional characters, lacking punctuation, making them rather uninteresting for those not well-versed in the subject. The fragrant breeze from the outside often lulls Shuiyin into drowsiness, causing her to doze off in the rocking chair after only a few pages. The maid attending to her, Lu Fong, though a few years younger, is nimble and diligent, a person of meticulous nature. During these days since Shuiyin's return home, Lu Feng has likely become the one who understands her the best. The Lin parents, concerned about their daughter's feet, were oblivious to the myriad changes occurring in her life. Lu Feng, however, was different. Having spent considerable time with her, she attended to her daily needs and witnessed firsthand the evolution in her wardrobe. The young lady had abandoned her former preference for heavy, formal gowns, instead embracing light, soft, and comfortable dresses. The garments that once captivated the second miss, which she had scarcely glanced at, were now plentiful in her closet, vibrant colors hanging where once only drab attire resided at the bottom of the trunk. Moreover, her hair had undergone a transformation. It was cut and styled, occasionally cascading casually down her back, sometimes hastily gathered into a bun, and on more formal occasions, elegantly arranged with 2 hairpins. The rigidity and meticulousness of her previous demeanor had vanished, replaced by an indescribable essence that Lu Feng could not quite articulate. The young lady, who had once adhered to the strict ritual of meticulously styling her hair each morning, ensuring not a single strand was out of place throughout the day, now exuded a relaxed charm. Due to the medicinal treatment, her feet were often left exposed, and Lu Feng pondered how a woman's feet could be so openly displayed. After numerous attempts to express her concerns, Mercury finally acquiesced, allowing a sheer veil to cover them, albeit lightly. Whenever Lu Feng made a move, Mercury would stir from her rocking chair, brushing her hair aside and pouring herself a cup of jasmine tea, sweetened with rock sugar and prepared with cold well water. This was yet another divergence from the young lady's previous habits. She had once been influenced by the old lady's customs, drinking only strong, bitter tea without embellishments, and it had to be served hot. In just a few days, the transformation has been so significant that Lu Feng can only attribute it, much like Lin's mother, to the immense suffering Lin Jinxiu endured at the Gao family, rendering her somewhat unhinged. Consequently, they are hesitant to provoke her. Shuiyin, with her keen understanding of other psychology, intentionally fosters misunderstandings while subtly altering various aspects of their lives, enabling them to swiftly acclimate to this newfound version of Lin Jinxiu. Lin's father is the most receptive of all. Upon witnessing his daughter's changes, he smiles and praises her, exclaiming, "Isn't this much more appealing than before? Very commendable. A young lady should dress in bright, attractive colors. You used to dress even older than your mother." This couple, along with the entire Gao family, firmly believes that Lin Jinxiu's transformation is solely to win the favor of Gao Jiaoyang, with only Gao Jiaoyang himself remaining skeptical. 5th Miss Gao Jiayan, having inquired about her third brother's whereabouts, stealthily approaches him. "She even went so far as to change her small feet for my sake?" Gao Jiaoyang, upon hearing Jiayun's words, is engulfed in disbelief. He vividly recalls his previous encounter with Lin Jinxiu, her disdainful remarks, and the tempestuous outburst when she shattered objects in anger. Was that all for him? Gao Jiaoyang dismissively waves his hand. "Let's not kid ourselves. She would never do anything for me." Jiayun circles around him, exclaiming, "Oh, third brother, you must believe me. I heard the Lin family speak of it with my own ears. A woman 3 years your senior, marrying a scholarly and handsome prodigy like you, must surely harbor deep affections." Gao Jiaoyang finds himself somewhat swayed by her words, questioning, "Is that so?" Jiayan responds emphatically, "Absolutely. Dear brother, I must advise you against being so easily swayed by her. Even if she is willing to indulge you, how can you find happiness with someone who lacks education and shared interests? You must resist. Do not yield, but rather persevere in your struggle." Gao Jiaoyang replied, "I understand that we are fundamentally incompatible. What I seek is a woman who shares my ideals, comprehends my aspirations, and is willing to grow alongside me. Not someone of her ilk." Suddenly, Gao Jiayun elongated her tone in a teasing manner. "Dear brother, who is this mysterious beloved of yours? Why do you refuse to divulge her identity?" Gao Jiaoyang inadvertently glanced up and noticed a young female student with flowing hair entering the room. He swiftly nudged Gao Jiayun with his foot, signaling her to be quiet, and a smile quickly spread across his face. "Classmate Nji, what brings you here?" The student named Nji, possessing a fair and graceful appearance with a serene demeanor, approached slowly, clutching a neatly arranged stack of papers. "I am here to submit my manuscript." Gao Jiaoyang immediately stepped forward to receive it. "Oh, I see. You have worked hard." And Ji replied, "It is no trouble at all. We are classmates in the same club and friends. We should all contribute our efforts to the newspaper. My contributions are trivial compared to yours." Gao Jiaoyang quickly countered, "Not at all. I have read your manuscript, and it is excellent. I intend to feature it in the first issue." Only then did Ji reveal a smile. "I do not have much notoriety. Is that truly acceptable?" Gao Jiaoyang reassured her, "Certainly. Your writing is thought-provoking. It has moved me deeply." Gao Jiayun observed their conversation and suddenly let out a soft chuckle. She approached and scrutinized Ji, saying, "Brother, who is this? Why haven't you introduced me? Don't cause trouble." Gao Jiaoyang gestured for her to leave quickly, but Gao Jiayun feigned ignorance. Ji, with graceful poise, extended her hand and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Ji, a classmate of Gao Jiaoyang." "Hello, Sister Ji." Gao Jiayun shook her hand and exchanged knowing glances with her brother, teasing, "The moment I saw Sister Ji, I took a liking to her. I believe she and my third brother are a perfect match, such a handsome man and a beautiful woman." After sending Gao Jiayun away, Gao Jiaoyang, feeling somewhat vexed, explained, "She has always been outspoken and enjoys joking around, so please don't take her too seriously." And Ji shook her head. "I certainly wouldn't be upset over such playful banter." She paused and added softly, "Actually, I've heard about your family situation." Gao Jiaoyang quickly clarified, "I didn't wish for this. My family arranged this engagement, and I have no fondness for it. I only want to be with someone I love, united by shared ideals." And Ji pursed her lips and quietly replied, "I feel the same way. Therefore, I believe you are right to resist. You possess the courage to fight. And I admire your bravery." Hearing this, Gao Jiaoyang's spirits lifted, and as their eyes met, they both turned away, blushing. After bidding farewell to Ji, Gao Jiaoyang reaffirmed his resolve to resist the feudal marriage imposed upon him. With a defiant neck, he remained silent, insisting, "I have no fiancé." Master Gao struck him fiercely with a whip, exclaiming, "Dare you speak thus?" After 2 lashes, the elder lady rushed forward to intervene, pleading, "Enough. Jiaoyang possesses this very disposition. You are well aware of it. Simply converse with him instead of resorting to violence." Master Gao cast aside the rattan whip and retorted, "It is your indulgence that has led to this." He then turned to Gao Jiaoyang, declaring, "If you do not apologize and retrieve the person from the Lin family today, you shall remain confined at home without the privilege of venturing outside." "By what authority?" Gao Jiaoyang exclaimed, his agitation palpable. "You cannot infringe upon my freedom. I possess the right to depart." As Master Gao raised his hand once more, the elder lady enveloped Gao Jiaoyang's head and face, asserting, "Do not strike my son." Protectively, she shielded him, while the 5th young lady rushed over, joining the fray, lamenting to her father about his neglect of her brother. The uproar persisted for much of the day, ultimately culminating in Gao Jiaoyang being compelled to visit the Lin residence. He could endure the blows from his father, yet he could not bear to witness the discord between his parents, nor the tears shed by his mother on his behalf. He felt an internal clash between his ideals and the harshness of reality, rendering him unable to reconcile the love of his family and the burdens imposed upon them. With a stern visage, he arrived at the Lin household, paying his respects to Lin's father and mother before being ushered into Lin Jinxiu's courtyard, where he encountered the woman leisurely engrossed in her book and tea. Compared to his own dismal plight, her tranquility incited a profound resentment within him. As the Mercury continued to mend her foot's injury, she remained composed, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Gao Jiaoyang, unable to contain his fury, bellowed, "I am here. What more do you desire? I warn you, tread carefully." Mercury was not accustomed to such temperaments. She mirrored the attitudes others held towards her. She seized a porcelain cup from her side and hurled it at Gao Jiaoyang's feet, declaring that if he could not learn to converse civilly, he ought to remain silent. If anyone dared to upset him, he could vent his frustrations elsewhere, not by raising a ruckus before her. It was evident that this young man had been thoroughly reprimanded by his parents, unable to resist their authority, and thus he chose to unleash his ire upon her. A seemingly soft target. He likely understood who the true source of his discontent was, yet the weight of filial piety silenced him. compelling him to confront those he felt he could challenge. However, I assure you, regardless of the tricks you employ, my feelings towards you shall remain unchanged. And as for your foot, even if you engage in such antics, I will never concern myself with your affairs." Mercury let out a laugh, awakening to the reality of the situation. What delusions did he harbor to believe I would act for his sake? I have encountered him merely twice, each time subjected to a spittle, akin to a watering can. Even self-importance must have its limits. He vowed never to meet the detestable Lin Jinxiu again. In the midst of their quarrel, only Lu Feng observed the entire exchange, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was her first realization that the young lady could indeed lose her temper. The formerly amiable heiress, whose demeanor was as gentle as that of a bodhisattva, left Lu Feng questioning her own perceptions. Upon hearing of the discord between the newlywed couple, Lin's parents did not inquire further. Though Lin's mother discreetly advised Mercury to accompany him should he come to fetch her again, reminding her that one cannot always indulge in petty grievances. "Are you truly a couple? He has done nothing wrong. You must learn to be tolerant of him." Mercury, with her gentle and gracious demeanor, asserts that he has committed no faults, and she comprehends him fully. This statement from Mercury is indeed heartfelt. Ultimately, Gao Jiaoliang merely wishes to live in accordance with his own desires, and Mercury shares this sentiment. However, their differing positions inevitably lead to conflict that encroaches upon each other's freedom and rights. Though understanding is present, Gao Jiaoliang views her as an adversary, and naturally, Mercury will not extend him any courtesies. Her own happiness takes precedence over ensuring others' contentment. Having resided in the Lin household for a month, Mercury's diligent care and the old physician's adept skills have led to a swift recovery of her foot injury, allowing her to take a few steps with Liu Feng's assistance. Lin Qilua, the second daughter of the Lin family, fled on her wedding day, prompting her parents to hastily arrange for Lin Jinxiu to substitute for her and send out search parties to locate Lin Qilua. Fearful of the dangers she might face alone in the world, during Mercury's stay in the Lin household, her transformations went largely unnoticed by her parents, primarily due to their preoccupation with the safety of their missing daughter. At last, Lin Qilua has returned safely, and her parents, especially her mother, embrace her with tears and reproaches, bombarding her with questions about how she managed alone and if she had suffered or lost weight. Mercury soon encounters this younger sister. Casting a cursory glance her way, she does not impress. Lin Qilua stuck out her tongue and scrutinized her sister, suddenly exclaiming, "Hey, sis. Why do I feel like you've become more beautiful? Weren't you completely against cutting your hair before?" After a brief sniff, she continued in astonishment, "And you no longer use that hair oil and powder? I've always told you to avoid those things. The scent on you always reminded me of someone from our grandmother's generation. Sis, your eyebrows are beautifully drawn. Will you teach me?" Without a hint of reservation, she wandered around the room, opened her wardrobe and shoe cabinet, and exclaimed, "Wow, sis, you even bought leather shoes. These are lovely. Aren't your feet still recovering? Since you can't wear them now, could you possibly give them to me?" Lin Qilua grabbed a brand new pair of leather shoes, ran over, and held them up to her feet, twirling in her dress. "Look, don't these shoes match my dress perfectly?" After saying this, she sat down, ready to change into them. Shuiyin picked up the cane leaning against the table, deftly flicked the shoes away, and replied nonchalantly, "No, if you want to wear them, you should buy them yourself." Lin Qilua's expression soured. "I went to Yin City with a few classmates, and I've spent all my pocket money. Right now, I have no funds, and my parents are upset with me, so they refuse to give me any more allowance. You're my dear sister. It's just a pair of shoes, surely? You wouldn't be so stingy?" Shuiyin, with a half-smile, fiddled with her cane. Suddenly, Lin Qilua exclaimed in dismay, brushing her hair with her fingers. "I hope you're not still angry with me over my elopement, are you? I, too, find myself in an inextricable situation. This cannot be attributed to me." Lin Qilua displayed a distressed expression, clutching the sleeve of Shuiyin, playfully shaking it as she whined. "You have no idea. When I visited the Gao family, I encountered that formidable matriarch. She was nothing short of another grandmother." She wrinkled her brow, imitating the matriarch's stern demeanor, recalling how she spoke to me with such disapproval in her gaze. "If I were truly to marry into their family, I would undoubtedly be subjected to her tyranny." However, dear sister, you are entirely different. Having grown up alongside grandmother, you must be accustomed to such formidable mothers-in-law, and I am certain you would get along splendidly with her. Regardless, I have no desire to wed, and since your own marriage prospects are uncertain, our parents are perpetually anxious. Why not swap our fates? It would surely bring joy to all. Lin Qilua beamed with pride, believing she had accomplished a noble deed. She genuinely felt righteous in her intentions. So when she visited her sister, who was standing in for her, she bore an air of carefree lightness. There was a disarming innocence about her, reminiscent of Gao Jiaoyang, a purity that stems solely from a blissful childhood, having been cherished and sheltered, untouched by the harshness of adversity. Shuiyin had never experienced such innocence, perhaps elucidating why she found it difficult to connect with the two of them. The ineffective system she possessed allowed her to glimpse the lives of others, like that Navi sister before her, who would later fall for a man indifferent to her heart, only to be enveloped in sorrow. It was only after enduring a wholly unsuccessful marriage that she would truly come to understand the implications of her youthful actions upon her sister. Ultimately, she would take her own life at home, an untimely end to her still youthful existence. Lin Qilua. Mercury lightly tapped the ground with her cane, her tone composed. I wish for you to understand one thing. You do not wish to marry into the Gao family, and I share that sentiment. Lin Jinxiu is unwilling. Yet her own desires have never held significance. She knows only how to love others, not how to love herself. Lin Qilua was taken aback. Her sister, in her memories, was always gentle, never uttering a harsh word to her. After a moment of disarray, she could not help but quietly ask, "But if you are unwilling, why not do as I did and simply run away?" Historically, the Jin Hui Emperor once inquired, "Why not eat the meat porridge?" Those standing on the shore cannot fathom why someone trapped in the mire does not wade to safety. Mercury had once been ensnared in the swamp. Thus she understood that not everyone possesses the strength to rely solely on themselves to escape. However, those born on the banks cannot comprehend this plight. Departing from Lin Jinxiu, Lin Qilua felt increasingly wronged and, in tears, sought out their mother. "Mother, is sister angry with me?" Lin Mother wiped her tears away. "Isn't your sister the one who dotes on you the most? How could she possibly be angry?" Immediately, Lin Mother scolded her gently. "Nonsense. How can one leave after marriage? This is a lifelong commitment. Do not act foolishly again, or your father will truly punish you, and I shall not intervene." Lin Qilua shrank back, hesitant to speak further. 2 days later, she sought out Mercury again, cradling a snow-white puppy in her arms. "Sister, behold this adorable puppy. I chanced upon a vendor selling dogs on the street and could not resist acquiring one. Just look at how charming it is." The little snow-white pup possesses pitch-black eyes, with a gentle droop at the corners that lends it an air of innocence. Its tiny legs and tail wiggle in the hands of Lin Qilua as it emits soft whimpers. Mercury reached out to scratch the puppy's chin and conceded, "Indeed, it is quite endearing." Lin Qilua, stealing glances at her reaction, beamed with joy upon receiving attention and promptly set the puppy down, encouraging it to play with her. However, upon being released, the puppy ignored Mercury and chose instead to follow Lin Qilua about. She waved her hand, urging it, "Go on. Over there, play with your sister." Yet, the puppy, oblivious to her command, continued to trail after her, even attempting to raise its head to lick her fingers. After a while of playful antics, Lin Qilua forgot her initial intention of bringing the puppy for her sister's amusement, becoming engrossed in her own merriment with the dog. Mercury, stretching her legs and seated comfortably, resumed her reading. Curiously, ever since Mercury adopted a more aloof demeanor towards her, Lin Qilua had grown increasingly attached, frequently seeking her company for no particular reason. Whether it be a young girl, an older girl, or this little puppy, Mercury found herself at a loss when it came to caring for them, which proved somewhat frustrating. Observing that Lin Jinxi had already resided at the Lin household for over 2 months, both old Master Gao and the matriarch were growing restless. It was uncommon for a newlywed bride to remain at her parental home for such an extended period. This was quite perplexing. Unable to locate Gao Jiaoyang, old Master Gao was left with no choice but to muster the courage to send both his eldest and second sons to fetch her, as a gesture of accountability and to maintain appearances. The Lin couple are kind-hearted individuals who dislike putting others in difficult positions. Moreover, they do not wish to have their married daughter linger in their home indefinitely. Thus, both parties reached a harmonious agreement, much to everyone's satisfaction. Shuiyin devised a plan. She purchased an abundance of pastries and placed them in the house. Whenever Baoying attempted to speak, Shuiyin would offer her a pastry to eat. As the weather grew increasingly warm, Shuiyin's foot improved day by day, allowing her to gradually walk unassisted by crutches. Although she still experienced pain, it was now bearable. On her way back, Shuiyin passed by a flower shop and noticed the proprietor holding a large bundle of fresh lilies. She paused, instructed the carriage to stop, and walked over to purchase 2 unopened lily buds. The delicate blooms were arranged in a long-necked vase filled with water, gracing the windowsill. The vibrant green stems and leaves, coupled with the pristine white flowers, exuded the rich essence of summer. Baoying entered the room, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and noticed the third young madam gazing at the lilies on the windowsill. She smiled and remarked, "Do you have a fondness for lilies, third young madam? Back in my hometown, there was a mountain path lined with wild lilies, blooming in clusters of dozens." Shuiyin remained silent, leaning back in her rocking chair, allowing it to sway gently. Miss Five, as usual, found opportunities to needle her, but her attempts were consistently thwarted, often resulting in her own frustration. Meanwhile, the elder madam grew increasingly dissatisfied with Shuiyin, believing that her son's reluctance to return home was her fault, conveniently forgetting who had initially compelled him to marry. Shuiyin showed little interest, merely responding with a non-committal hum. The locale of Pingcheng is unbearably hot during the summer, unlike the Lin family, who have cultivated numerous trees. The Gao family's courtyard is paved with blue bricks, and under the relentless sun, it radiates heat. The 2 trees planted at the entrance of Gao Zhejiang's residence barely reach the eaves, offering no respite from the sweltering weather. Every day, Shuiyin is seldom seen without a fan in hand, maintaining a quiet demeanor for the most part. Each afternoon, vendors selling icy refreshments pass by the entrance. And if Baoying purchases a bowl of ice drenched in syrup, she leisurely strolls around the courtyard, cradling the bowl in her hands to exercise her feet. Behind Gao Zhejiang's house lies a small courtyard, which has always been locked until recently, when the gate was flung open. Several idle servants busily moved items and tidied up within. "The grapes there are unpalatable, sour enough to make one's teeth cringe," Baoying whispered. Once this reached the ears of the matriarch, she summoned Shuiyin and admonished her. "What business do you have wandering around Jia Li's courtyard? It has just been cleaned and organized. Do not go over there and disturb the order." Shuiyin, disinterested in quarreling over such trivial matters, turned away and sought another place to exercise. Previously, she had not possessed this habit. It was cultivated in another world. On that street, there were stone steps, and Shuiyin found respite beneath a hibiscus tree, sitting on the stone steps. Beside her lay a pot of freshly purchased jasmine, its delicate white blossoms just beginning to bloom. While the remaining buds clustered on the branches were still pale green, yet they exuded a delightful fragrance. Shuiyin, with her head bowed, fiddled with a few blossoms, appearing relaxed and carefree, utterly oblivious to the fact that she had become a picturesque sight in the eyes of others. Carrying a suitcase, the weary Gao Jella arrived at the street, gazing up at the hibiscus trees and marveling at how the surroundings remained unchanged after 3 years away from home. His attention, however, was drawn to a woman sitting alone on the steps. She was undoubtedly an attractive figure, clad in a smoke-pink fitted dress. Her dark hair gathered at the back of her head, with a few strands delicately framing her ears, adorned with silver floral earrings that gently intertwined. The graceful curves of her profile exuded an ethereal beauty. Passers-by occasionally glanced her way, yet she remained oblivious, tenderly caressing a pot of jasmine flowers. She exhibited neither shyness nor ostentation, but rather a serene, untroubled demeanor, as if she existed in her own world. Her face, likely soft and affectionate, bore delicate brows and rosy lips, yet her expression was one of aloofness, with drooping eyelids suggesting a hint of weariness, as if amidst the bustling crowd. She alone felt an overwhelming solitude. This very sentiment set her apart from the throng, capturing Gao Jiala's gaze. After a moment's daze, he realized his lapse in composure and, feeling somewhat chagrined, lightly tapped his forehead. Noticing the woman pressing her hand against her calf, seemingly in discomfort, he instinctively approached her. "Hello. May I inquire if you are unwell and in need of assistance?" Mercury looked up to see a young man standing before her, or rather a youthful boy. He possessed an upright stature brimming with vitality, dressed in a suspender suit, with a suitcase in hand and bright eyes that radiated a refreshing demeanor. It was evident he was a well-mannered and courteous young man. With a polite smile, Shuiyin gently shook her head, saying no, thank you. When she smiled, her demeanor radiated a tender warmth, especially her pair of eyes, which resembled flowing water. Not the gentle kind, but rather imbued with a chilling essence. When she cast a glance upwards, Gao Jiala felt the oppressive heat and the incessant chirping of cicadas dissipate. He found it difficult to articulate that sensation. He merely sensed a jolt within his heart. Leaving behind the slender frame of a youth, he had now transformed into a young man, taller than his father. Take care of yourself. You've had a long journey. Quickly wash up, have something to eat, and rest well. That evening, Shuiyin did not encounter the returning fourth young master from abroad, who, it was said, was too fatigued from his arduous journey and had retired early. The following morning, Gao Jiala rushed out without even having breakfast, exclaiming, "I have many belongings at my uncle's place that I need to sort out and have moved." Go on, go on. Yang Shuhai chuckled, waving his hand. Young people are full of energy. You didn't sleep last night, and yet you aren't tired after all that tidying up. The arriving eldest and second young masters, along with their spouses and the fifth young lady, gathered around him, eagerly listening to his tales from abroad, punctuated by gasps of astonishment and bursts of laughter. By the way, I heard that third brother has married. I have yet to meet his wife. Gao Jiala suddenly recalled this piece of news. Upon mentioning this topic, the matriarch's countenance darkened, her smile vanishing instantly. "Let's not discuss it," she said. Gao Jiala was taken aback. What happened? Gao Jiayun leaned closer to Gao Jiala's ear and whispered, "Fourth brother, you are unaware that Lin Jinxiu is particularly wicked. She often bullies me. Not only does third brother dislike her, but I harbor no affection for her either." While his sister chattered incessantly in his ear, Gao Jiala seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly, he turned his head, his gaze drifting beyond the crowd surrounding him towards the entrance. A graceful figure clad in a pale green dress slowly made her way inside. It was her, the very woman he had seen that day. Who is she? Gao Jiala's eyes remained fixed on the doorway, his tone somewhat ethereal. Unbeknownst to Gao Jiayun, who failed to notice his peculiar demeanor, she scoffed. "That is Lin Jinxiu, our third sister-in-law. Humph." In the past, Gao Jiayun adored following her youngest brother, Gao Jiala, wherever he went. Now that he had returned, she naturally resumed her role as a shadow, trailing after him to his room after dinner. Initially, third brother was to wed Lin Qiluo. Who could have foreseen the last-minute change? To her astonishment, their parents acquiesced. I truly cannot fathom their reasoning. Lin Jinxiu is 3 years older than third brother. I heard she was abandoned by her previous fiancé, unable to find a husband, which compelled her to cling to our family. It is rather absurd. Our third brother is so admirable. Must he settle for a woman no one else desires? Gao Jiayun continued, "Fourth brother, you may not know, but when Lin Jinxiu first entered our family with her tiny feet, third brother ignored her completely. He despises small feet. Yet, Lin Jinxiu boldly straightened her feet. Unable to walk properly, and still, third brother remained indifferent, leaving her unattended at the Lin household for months. What an embarrassment! How dare she return? It's quite laughable, don't you think?" Gao Jiayun laughed merrily, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gestured animatedly. "Third brother is currently in a wonderful relationship with Sister Anji. When I visited him last time, Sister Anji even took me to see their newspaper office. She is both talented and beautiful, truly the perfect match for third brother. Yet, that Lin Jinxiu is an eyesore standing in their way. I can't help but feel annoyed just seeing her." Gao Jiala frowned deeply, halting his task of dismantling the brass frame. "This matter is indeed a fault of third brother, and you, Jiayun, should not speak ill of sister-in-law." Gao Jiayun was taken aback, not expecting such a response. She immediately exclaimed, "Fourth brother, what are you saying? Third brother has done nothing wrong." Gao Jiala replied, "If he seeks true love, He should not have married sister-in-law. Once he has taken that step, he must shoulder the responsibilities that come with it, rather than evading them and placing the burden on her. Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? Gao Jiayun retorted angrily. We are your own siblings. How can you defend someone else? Gao Jiala frowned further. You are both in the wrong. Am I not entitled to express my opinion? Gao Jiayun protested indignantly. Third brother never wanted to marry. It was our parents who insisted. He is suffering too, so how can you blame him? He opposes feudal oppression and bravely pursues true love. Wherein lies his fault? You only think of third brother's pain. Have you considered his feelings for others? If he truly wishes to pursue love, he should stand firm against any opposition, even if our parents threaten him. That is true courage and responsibility. The current predicament is not only a betrayal to his sister-in-law, but also to the one he cherishes. Jiayun, this is not a struggle. It is sheer selfishness and evasion. Gao Jiayun, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot, declaring that there was no point in continuing the conversation. When he unexpectedly encountered her in the hall, a fleeting moment of joy surged within him, but upon realizing it was his sister-in-law, a wave of despondency washed over him. His sister's words transformed his feelings into a potent mix of anger and disappointment. After a restless night, as he passed by his brother's room the next morning, the thought that his brother no longer resided at home, leaving only his sister-in-law behind, caused Gao Jiala to hesitate momentarily. In that brief pause, Shuiyin emerged. Upon seeing her, Gao Jiala, who had intended to leave, found it difficult to do so, and called out to her sister-in-law. Noticing the guilt and gravity etched on the young man's face, Shuiyin couldn't help but smile inwardly. Adjusting her shawl with an air of calmness, she replied, Thank you, fourth brother, but it is unnecessary. To be honest, I do not wish to see your brother. However, Gao Jiala instinctively glanced at her feet, recalling Jiayun's earlier remarks. His sister-in-law had once bound her feet, a painful transformation she had undertaken for the sake of his brother. He remembered their first encounter, where she sat by the street. A slight frown on her face as she pressed her leg, seemingly in pain. Her feet had likely not healed completely. Was it possible that his brother had caused her such sorrow that she no longer wished to see him? As this thought crossed his mind, Gao Jiala could not help but feel a pang of sadness for the woman before him. Shuiyin remarked, I appreciate your concern, but fourth brother, you need not involve yourself in this matter. Gao Jiala possesses a vivacious and extroverted personality, effortlessly forging connections even while in England. Most who come to know him find themselves drawn to his charm. He radiates warmth like a little sun, full of laughter and vibrancy. It is indeed a rarity to witness him immersed in silence, diligently organizing his belongings. Just a couple of days prior, he would fervently share anecdotes about everything he sorted. Yang Shuhai teased, Oh, seeing your brothers settling down, are you feeling envious and yearning for a wife yourself? Gao Jiala managed a strange smile, though his brows remained furrowed. Noticing this, Yang Shuhai lost the inclination to continue jesting. What's the matter? He inquired, unable to suppress a chuckle. To him, it seemed a trivial child's distress. Knowing that his third brother would be displeased by his words, why not simply refrain from speaking? I am aware that he is in the wrong, yet I feel compelled to voice my concerns. This is for the sake of my third brother and sister-in-law, Gao Jiala replied earnestly, his spirit rekindled. I must finish tidying up quickly, so I can find my third brother. Yang Shuhai tapped his knee with the rolled-up book in hand, remarking, From your tone, it seems you hold a favorable view of your sister-in-law. Yet, I have heard that my sister, your mother, is not particularly pleased with her. It is said that she is somewhat restless. Gao Jiala cast a glance at his uncle, recalling the lesson that one should not simply echo the opinions of others. Covered in dust, with his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, he stated solemnly, while patting a stack of documents, The discontent my mother and sisters express towards my sister-in-law primarily stems from misplaced blame, steeped in their subjective emotions. This perspective is inherently biased, and I cannot endorse their statements or actions. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuhua scrutinized him for a moment, then suddenly shook his head and sighed softly. Ah, the youth. At that moment, Gao Jiayun was furiously seeking out Gao Jiaoyang to voice her grievances. Third brother, do you not think fourth brother has gone too far? Not only does he not take our side, but he also claims you are in the wrong. Gao Jiayun exclaimed indignantly. Gao Jiayun attempted to console him. Do not be disheartened, third brother. Fourth brother simply does not understand your plight and is speaking thoughtlessly. Gao Jiayun hesitated. Well, you may say what you wish, but please do not let it escalate into an argument. Gao Jiaoyang chuckled, patting his sister on the back. How could I ever quarrel with Jella? Gao Jiaoyang looked at his younger brother, who was now taller than himself, and noticed the undeniable signs of maturity, which brought a hint of weariness to his expression. Jella, there are many things you do not comprehend. I harbor no feelings for Lin Jinxiu. I have someone else whom I truly adore. Her name is Ji, the finest woman in the world. She does not care for my status or family. She understands me and supports me. It is likely that I shall never love another woman besides her in this lifetime. Gao Jella calmly inquired, and what about third sister-in-law? What is to become of her? Are you to leave her to live alone from now on? Gao Jiaoyang opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. I do not know. Ji and I have already resolved to be together. I cannot betray her. Lin Jinxiu is the eldest daughter of the Lin family, and with her character, she would thrive even without me. However, Ji cannot afford that. She has lost all her family, and now I am all she is left. I cannot abandon her. Gao Jella appeared not to recognize his third brother, gazing at him in disbelief. Is it truly correct that the weak are justified while the strong deserve their fate? Gao Jiaoyang found himself in an awkward position under his brother's scrutinizing gaze. Murmuring softly, Jella, you have yet to experience the sensation of infatuation. I remember the first time I laid eyes on Anji. She was seated beneath the flowers, engrossed in a poem, serene and beautiful. In that moment, the world around me fell silent, and she became my sole focus. From that instant, I knew I wished to be by her side. Gao Jella suddenly fell silent, a bitter taste rising in his mouth. He comprehended this feeling, yet he gently remarked, but, third brother, this is not fair to third sister-in-law. Gao Jiaoyang chose not to respond further. Although the brothers did not quarrel, their conversation ended without resolution, ultimately leading to an unhappy parting. When Shuiyin encountered the enthusiastic young man again, she noticed he seemed quite dejected, wearing an expression of regret as he apologized to her. Shuiyin thought to herself, perhaps this young man's excessive fervor would lead to his demise, entangled in the affairs of his third brother years later. Your brother has done nothing to wrong me, and neither have you, she stated, fixing her gaze upon the young man. Thus, there is no need for such apologies. I do not appreciate hearing others express regret on my behalf.
Gao Jella instinctively replied, I am sorry, I am sorry.
Only after uttering those words did he realize his mistake, and he felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his face clearly displaying the bold letters of his apology. Shuiyin was amused by the young man's endearing yet foolish expression, which elicited a soft laugh from her. The smile was radiant and enchanting, causing Gao Jella to be momentarily spellbound, his ears flushing a deep crimson as he found himself at a loss for words, stammering that he had matters to attend to before making a hasty retreat. Gao Jiayun, initially miffed with her elder brother for several days, ultimately succumbed to her feelings and returned to seek him out. Fourth brother, weren't you once fond of going out? Why have you confined yourself indoors for several consecutive days? What could possibly be so entertaining about this? She bent down to observe her brother, who wore an odd single-lens goggle, wholly engrossed in polishing the components in his hands, finding the scene dreadfully dull. Yet, beneath his stoic exterior, he harbored a deep affection for his sister.
All right.
I have yet to play tennis. Fourth brother, you must teach me. I shall find a skirt suitable for tennis. Gao Jiayun exclaimed joyfully as she dashed off, leaving him undisturbed to continue his work. Clad in a shirt, long trousers, and leather shoes, with his hair casually swept back revealing his broad forehead and a pair of spectacles perched upon his nose, he worked with both steadiness and finesse. Despite being merely 19, his honest demeanor exuded the allure of a mature man. When Gao Jiayun visited in the afternoon, she brought along her dear friend. This is Yuan Saixio, my good friend. Fourth brother, you should have met her before. Gao Jella then introduced his own friend, noting that Saixio wished to join them for tennis, prompting him to offer to teach her as well. You used to come to my house and follow me to see fourth brother, and you would even call him fourth brother along with me, she added with a smile. Yuan Saixio cast a glance at the tall and leggy Gao Jella. her cheeks instantly flushing. She incessantly tugged at Gao Jiayun's sleeve, urging her to remain silent, yet she could not resist stealing furtive glances at Gao Jiala. Despite his somewhat disheveled appearance from labor, he possessed striking features, starry eyes and arched brows, accompanied by a radiant smile that exuded an invigorating vitality, causing one's heart to race at first sight. Yuan Saixio had an elder brother as well, but he was one who reveled in frivolity, often smearing oil on his hair and embodying the persona of a dandy. In contrast, this friend's brother appeared refreshingly composed, brimming with knowledge and skills. Glancing at the nearly completed telescope that Gao Jiala had set aside, the young girl felt a surge of aspiration. However, Gao Jiala remained oblivious to the girl's gaze. At his sister's urging, he stood up, saying, "All right, I will change my clothes." His voice abruptly trailed off. Upon seeing her brother look toward the door, Gao Jiayun curiously turned her head, only to find that it was their sister-in-law, Lin Jinxiu, passing by. Before she could display her usual disdainful expression, her brother's tone shifted to one of delight as he exclaimed, "Sister-in-law." Gao Jiayun thought to herself, why is fourth brother so jubilant at the sight of that woman? Gao Jiala's eyes lit up at the sight of the person at the door. Although they resided in the same household, their encounters were infrequent, as they did not share meals together. There were days when Gao Jiala might not see her at all, except for the occasional moment when he would pass by the courtyard, catching a faint whiff of jasmine in the air. Originally, Mercury had no intention of going, but upon seeing Gao Jiala's eager expression and Gao Jiayun's look of outright refusal, the two siblings presented a perfect contrast. She raised an eyebrow and stepped inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Jiayun exclaimed, "This is my fourth brother's courtyard. What are you doing here?" Simultaneously, Gao Jiala chimed in, "Sister-in-law, Jiayun and I are heading to the nearby Yen University to play tennis. Would you like to join us? I thought you might find staying at home all day rather dull." Gao Jiayun looked utterly incredulous and shouted, "Fourth brother, how can you let her come with us?" "I forbid it. I want to allow her to join us." If one were to ask who she disliked most in the Gao family, it would be neither Gao Jiaoyang nor the matriarch, but this very Gao Jiayun. While one could argue she was not overtly malevolent, her inexplicable animosity towards Mercury made her feel as though she were a sworn enemy. The world is rife with such individuals, neither particularly wicked yet irritatingly antagonistic. Confronting them seems unnecessary, but ignoring them only emboldens their arrogance. It is well known that Mercury never spares anyone based on their age, whether they are older or younger. If she truly desired to instigate trouble, no one would escape unscathed. "Very well, let us go together," she declared. Not at all surprised to see Gao Jiayun seething with rage, nearly on the verge of a scream. However, her fourth brother remained unfazed by her fury. Upon hearing Mercury's agreement, his smile brightened even more, and he quickly said, "I'll go change my clothes, just a moment. Wait for me." Without acknowledging his sister's complaints, he hurriedly dashed into the house. He had just realized that he was in a rather disheveled state, and the thought of being seen by his sister-in-law was utterly mortifying. Gao Jiayun observed her brother's hurried retreat, her emotions oscillating between shock, anger, confusion, and melancholy, much like a slide show. "I refuse to go if she does." Gao Jiayun sulked. Her friend, Yuan Saixio, quickly pulled her aside and whispered, "Come on, you've been wanting to learn tennis, right? Having one more person won't hurt." Gao Jiayun, still reluctant, was persuaded by Yuan Saixio after a few gentle words, and she cast a mischievous glance at Shuiyin. "Fine, I'll go. But don't say I didn't warn you." She huffed at Shuiyin. Shuiyin could see through her little schemes. She intended to teach Gao Jiayun that annoying words could lead to consequences, and it was best to keep one's mouth in check. The four of them headed to Yen University, where several vacant courts awaited them. Gao Jiala efficiently set everything up, pulling the net and distributing the rackets.
"Sister-in-law, let me show you how to play."
"No need. I can manage," Shuiyin replied with a smile, testing the feel of the tennis ball in her hand. Her tennis skills were honed by a former boyfriend, a wealthy heir who not only taught her tennis but also skiing and motorcycling. They had once listened to the wind howl on a mountain road late at night, the roar of the engine echoing around them. They had chased each other on the slopes and engaged in intense tennis matches during twilight. He had taught her tennis, initially allowing her to win, only to later find himself frequently defeated by her. He had once remarked that, as a woman, her desire to win was too strong, to which Shuiyin had responded by sending a powerful serve straight to his foot. The desire for victory cannot be aptly described, for she had merely struggled along her path, instinctively striving for excellence in all her endeavors. Although the conclusion for the two was less than favorable, they still cherished moments of joy together, and the lessons she learned were undeniably hers to keep. For this, Mercury expressed gratitude towards him, despite his subsequent marriage to another suitable partner, which he concealed from her. Their relationship ultimately soured, and she did not hold back when she confronted him. Gaojia could discern from her demeanor that she was quite adept, and he yearned for the opportunity to engage her in a match. However, his sister's voice rang out, "Fourth brother, why do you concern yourself with her? Come and teach me instead." Mercury glanced over at the furious Gao Jiayun and observed his energetic antics as he dashed about. She couldn't help but liken him to a cheerful Samoyed, while Gao Jiayun resembled a feisty Pomeranian, barking loudly. The young man, perspiring and with his tousled short hair, wore a smile that suddenly awakened something within Mercury. She was no fool. Many had looked at her in such a manner before, yet some gazes were sincere, while others were not. The one before her, undoubtedly, was of the genuine kind. In an unexpected turn, Mercury lost her desire to play tennis and set her racket aside. As she did so, Gaojia immediately followed suit, approaching her with concern. "Third sister-in-law, do your feet hurt? Perhaps you should rest for a while.
Can you still walk?"
Gao Jiayun, impatiently shouting from the sidelines, urged, "Fourth brother, you've played with her long enough. It's time for you to play with me." Mercury then settled to the side, watching the sibling duo engage in their game. Unlike the cheerful demeanor she displayed earlier during their game, Gaojia adopted a serious expression. Conversely, Gao Jiayun, initially brimming with enthusiasm, soon found herself overwhelmed. She dashed about the court, attempting to catch the ball, yet most of her time was spent retrieving it. Frustrated, she placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "Why were you able to pass the ball to her before, but now I must run all over the place? You are biased." This brother callously forced his sister to scurry around in the sweltering heat, nearly exhausting her. Gao Jiayun collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, as beads of sweat streamed down her cheeks, washing away the fragrance of the powder she had meticulously applied. She appeared far from the youthful and vibrant image she had envisioned, instead looking weary and disheartened. In stark contrast, Gaojia remained exuberant even after such an extensive play. Laughing heartily at her sister's plight, Gao Jiayun retorted, "I refuse to play with you any longer. I will switch to playing with Yuan Saishio." Seated beside the Mercury, 2 meters apart, the two remained silent. Shuiyin, with her eyes downcast and feet propped up, seemed lost in contemplation, her fair fingers gently swaying.
"Hey,
how about you play with me?" Gao Jiayun suddenly proposed. Shuiyin lifted her gaze, a hint of a smile gracing her crimson lips as she replied, "Come on then." A shiver ran down Gao Jiayun's spine under her scrutiny, yet she resolutely reassured herself, "What do I have to fear? When the time comes, she won't be able to run either, and I'll make sure she feels the pain." As they took to the court, Gaojia hesitated, contemplating intervening. But it was too late. The match had begun. Gao Jiayun, eager to make her move, struck the ball with fervor, intentionally sending it far from Shuiyin. As anticipated, Shuiyin failed to catch it. The ball traveled swiftly, and Gao Jiayun barely had time to react before it ricocheted back towards her face.
"Ah!"
she shrieked, falling backward onto the ground, her heart racing as she stared wide-eyed at Shuiyin. The ball soared past her ear, forcefully striking the net behind. Shuiyin adjusted her grip on the racket, observing her with a charming smile. "Shall we continue? Did that frighten you?" Gao Jiayun scrambled to her feet, exclaiming, "Let us play." Gaojia glanced at the two of them, feeling a desire to intervene. Beside him, Yuan Saishio, clutching her racket, whispered anxiously that hit was intentional. Wasn't he it?
How could she do that?
Even if there are conflicts, she shouldn't bully Jiayun like this. Jella shot her a look, sensing that his sister's friend was deliberately stirring discord, exhibiting a rather unsavory disposition. However, as they were not well acquainted, he refrained from commenting and continued to observe the unfolding scene. Gao Jiayun deliberately sent the ball soaring far away, but this time, Shuiyin's shot collided directly with Gao Jiayun's forehead, knocking her over unceremoniously, causing her to fall to the ground with a thud. Dropping her racket, Gao Jiayun burst into tears. "You did that on purpose." Shuiyin retorted, "Indeed, it was intentional."
What will you do about it?
Gao Jiayun, enraged, looked up in search of her brother to complain, only to find him smiling broadly. "You're still laughing?" Gao Jia found it amusing that Sansa, who appeared composed and graceful, was surprisingly engaging in a playful rivalry, which differed from his initial impression. As for his sister, sigh, she truly was a silly little sister. Shuiyin passed by Gao Jia's yard when he called out to her once again. The gates of the courtyard swung wide open, revealing Gao Jia seated beneath the great arbor, a somewhat hefty astronomical telescope positioned before him. This telescope, far from the exquisite and intricate design seen in later eras, appeared rather bulky and dissimilar in form. Its frame alone exuded a sense of substantiality. Nevertheless, its antiquated brass hue possessed a certain aesthetic charm. Originally engrossed in adjusting the telescope, Gao Jia rose upon noticing her arrival, asking with a hint of shyness, "Would you care for some grapes, third sister-in-law?" Beside him lay a large basket brimming with grapes. As Shuiyin approached, she remarked, "Being mentioned to me that the grapes in your courtyard are rather sour and unpalatable." Gao Jia chuckled heartily, responding, "These are not from my garden. They were a gift from my uncle and they are quite sweet." The courtyard was dimly lit, making it somewhat difficult to discern one another's features. However, Shuiyin noticed Gao Jia discreetly fastening his buttons, his previously rolled-up sleeves now lowered to conceal his arms. "Today, Jiayun reported to mother, which resulted in you being scolded. I sincerely apologize for that." Gao Jia remained troubled by the incident, unable to restrain himself from calling her inside. Shuiyin, holding a grape, remarked, "You are the most apologetic young man I have ever met."
Ah?
"Really? I suppose I don't usually behave this way," Gao Jia replied, his expression clouded with regret in the shadows. "I just feel quite guilty seeing third sister-in-law suffer." Realizing his words might not convey the intended sentiment, he hastily added, "With third brother away, I ought to take better care of you, third sister-in-law." The more I spoke, the less favorable it seemed. Gao Jia tilted her head slightly, delicately tapping the side of her temple with her finger. The movement was subtle, barely perceptible. Resting her elbow against the back of the chair, her tone was calm. In the dim light of the night, her gaze and expression were obscured, lending her an air of gentleness reminiscent of her usual warm smile. "I struck your sister, yet you appear unfazed." A hint of melancholy crept into Gao Jia's voice as she took a seat beside me. She was not always this way. In the past, her family indulged her, leaving her unchecked, which led to her increasingly erratic temperament. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before she would face a harsh fall. Rather than wait for others to take advantage of her, it might be prudent for third sister-in-law to discipline this young girl, as her methods were measured and considerate. Recalling the time her sister was reduced to tears from a stray header, a flicker of amusement returned to Gao Jia's tone. If third sister-in-law intended to teach her a lesson, how could Jiayun possibly run to complain? After all, they were family. Third sister-in-law could guide her to temper her behavior, and I, the ineffectual brother, would wholeheartedly agree. In truth, I too often bullied Jiayun in our childhood. She had a penchant for pouting and reporting my misdeeds. When our parents reprimanded me, I would sulk and then proceed to torment her again until she cried. Yet, as we grew older, I found myself unable to bring myself to bully her anymore. Third sister-in-law, you have a sister as well, correct? How do you two interact? It must differ from our own dynamic. Shuiyin's thoughts drifted not to Lin Qilua, but rather to another person. Upon mentioning this, she fell into a contemplative silence. Gao Jia initially intended to engage her in conversation, hoping to glean some insights about her. However, upon witnessing her reaction, he became flustered and hastily shifted the topic.
Ah.
This telescope, he began, it is an astronomical telescope capable of observing the stars. I am almost ready to adjust it. Would you like to take a look, third sister-in-law? As he spoke, he repositioned himself, adopting a stance that invited her to inspect it immediately. Shuiyin seized the opportunity to steer the conversation anew. Did you assemble this yourself? I noticed you disassembling the parts earlier. This is something I frequently use, Gao Jia replied. I've replaced many components over time and have even learned to craft some parts myself. I often take it apart for maintenance. Shuiyin listened intently, offering a soft acknowledgement. That's Jupiter. Gao Jiala's face instantly brightened with surprise, and he instinctively leaned closer. Do you recognize it too? I seldom encounter anyone with an interest in the stars. When I show it to my other friends, they cannot discern the differences among the stars. It's remarkable that you can identify it. The telescope's height had been adjusted to Gao Jiala's stature, making it somewhat elevated for Shuiyin. She tilted her head slightly to catch a better view. I don't know much. May I try adjusting the position? Of course. Absolutely. I'll teach you. Gao Jiala eagerly replied. Having never before peered through an astronomical telescope, especially one from this era, Shuiyin felt a spark of curiosity as she gazed through the lens at the somewhat indistinct celestial bodies. As Gao Jiala continued to speak, he gradually fell silent, captivated by the profile of Shuiyin lost in contemplation. In the summer, everyone dresses lightly. She had probably just bathed. Her hair, still slightly damp, was loosely tied at the back. A subtle fragrance enveloped her, reminiscent of gardenias and jasmine, exuding a fresh, sweet scent of summer. Noticing the rapid beating of his own heart, Gao Jiala quietly stepped back. No, he admonished himself, he mustn't entertain such thoughts. Steadying his mind, he observed her as she curiously and somewhat earnestly fiddled with the telescope, resembling a little girl playing with a toy. A warmth surged within him, soft and uncontrollable. The person before him, 5 years his senior, was his sister-in-law, deserving of his respect. Yet, when he drew closer, he easily forgot their respective positions. His thoughts solely focused on bringing her a bit of joy and spending more time together. However, this was unacceptable. Gao Jiala's earlier happiness dissipated, leaving a hollow feeling that seemed bottomless. Why do you like the stars? Shuiyin suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed on the telescope without turning her head. Gao Jiala gathered his spirits and replied, Every time I look up at the vast night sky, I feel so insignificant. A person's entire lifetime is but a fleeting moment in its presence, akin to observing a summer cicada or a tiny insect. With this perspective, even the most sorrowful events seem trivial, ephemeral. You're still quite young. There's no need to be so pessimistic. The joys and sorrows of life are all part of the journey. It is through various emotions that a person is shaped, and there is nothing inherently negative about it. Shuiyin said, her hand resting gently on the telescope, her tone calm and soothing. Gao Jiala responded, I am not that young. He only registered her first statement. Mercury finally turned to glance at him, remarking, To me, you are still a child. In an instant, Gao Jiala felt as though he had been struck on the head, his face a picture of despair that he could not conceal. Fortunately, the courtyard was shrouded in darkness.
He thought.
Standing still as he watched her depart, Gao Jiala raked his fingers through his slightly disheveled hair and dejectedly settled onto the bench where Mercury had recently sat. While she was present, he had maintained an upright posture, but now that she was gone, he slouched, his long legs folded awkwardly, clutching his astronomical telescope as he leaned in to gaze at the night sky, searching for the stars she had just observed. The star she had focused on was a small and unremarkable one, so ordinary that even Gao Jiala could not recall its name. With so many stars in the sky, he was not familiar with each one. He mostly recognized the unique and distinctive ones. Yet, why had she chosen to look at this particular star? And why had she lingered for so long? Gao Jiala remained there without adjusting the lens, continuing to gaze at that solitary star until he gradually calmed. Leaning back against the chair, he attempted to view the sky with the naked eye, but that ordinary star eluded his sight. He could not help but ponder, sister-in-law. Do you find me bothersome, noisy? Is it my laughter that makes you perceive me as juvenile, as immature? The following day, Gao Jiyin visited fourth brother and was taken aback to see him clad in a full suit on a sweltering day, his hair meticulously styled, adorned with slender gold-framed glasses, making him appear several years older than his usual casual self. He was undeniably handsome, yet did he not feel the heat? Gao Jiala, with a serious expression, inquired of her, Jiyin, do you think I am mature? Gao Jiyin leaned against the doorframe, indecisive, and remarked, fourth brother, aren't you feeling hot? Gao Jiala shooed her away, then lingered at the entrance for a moment. Upon hearing footsteps, He feigned an intention to exit, only to unexpectedly encounter Shuiyin. Third sister-in-law. Good morning. Shuiyin glanced at him, and though Gao Jiala maintained a composed facade, his heart raced. Shuiyin inquired, aren't you hot? Gao Jiala could only respond with a hesitant silence. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the weather grew increasingly oppressive. Gao Jiayun suggested a trip to Pinghai, the liveliest summer retreat in Pingcheng, renowned for its 10 miles of lotus fragrance, countless street-side eateries, and street performers. Each evening, several opera troupes would set up to perform, making it the most vibrant locale of the summer. The Gao family had frequented it in previous years, with even the matriarch venturing out once or twice to enjoy the breeze and watch the performances. The only two members of the Gao household who rarely went out were the second and third matriarchs. Although this year was marked by the absence of Gao Jiaoyang, the presence of Gao Jiala and Shuiyin, particularly with Gao Jiala around, made the atmosphere even more lively than in previous years. Master Gao and Mistress Gao sought out their favorite opera stage and engaged in conversation with familiar friends, while the younger generation quickly dispersed. The eldest young master headed towards a street vendor gambling with dice, followed closely by the eldest young mistress. Meanwhile, the second young master and mistress sat silently in a tea-house, neither speaking nor parting ways. Gao Jiayun urged Gao Jiala to witness the acrobatics on the bridge. And unable to resist his concern for Shuiyin, who was alone, he invited her to join in the merriment. It is evident that Gao Jiayun once again found herself unable to refuse. Her brother had already engaged the company, cheerfully walking beside her, inquiring what she wished to see and do. Gao Jiayun exclaimed, "Fourth brother, I want an ice bowl, the one drizzled with cheese." Gao Jiala promptly turned to Shuiyin, asking, "Would you like to eat as well? I recall there's a place nearby, by Guoji, renowned for its delicious milk ice bowls." Shuiyin replied, "Yes, I would like to." Gao Jiala responded, "Very well, I shall go procure it." Though Gao Jiayun was finally enjoying her ice bowl, she still wore a disgruntled expression. "Fourth brother, why does she have more ice than I do?" Gao Jiala asserted, "Nonsense. They are of equal quantity." Observing the bustling crowd across the way, Gao Jiayun tugged at her brother, saying, "Fourth brother, it seems there are little monkeys over there. Let us go see them." However, Gao Jiala turned to Shuiyin, inquiring, "Third sister-in-law, after such a long journey, do your feet hurt? Would you like to rest?" Shuiyin replied, "Yes, a brief respite would be nice." Gao Jiala responded, "Then I shall find a place for you to sit." Gao Jiayun sighed, "This life is unbearable." Along the roadside, there was a tea stall, providing travelers a place to rest, selling simple teas and sour plum soup. Shuiyin took a sip of the sour plum soup, served in a coarse porcelain bowl adorned with uneven blue floral patterns, yet it possessed a unique charm. Her fair hand rested on the blue floral design, the color more lustrous than the underlying white glaze, captivating the eye. Gao Jiayun glanced at the porcelain bowl cradled in her hands, then at Shuiyin. Though they possessed identical bowls, she could not fathom why hers appeared less exquisite. Even if she harbored some disdain for Shuiyin, she could not deny that the latter's casual repose by the roadside, delicately holding her bowl, exuded an ineffable charm. Unable to resist, she stole a few more glances, noting how this Lin Jinxiu seemed an entirely different person from the one she had encountered previously. Her posture was neither overly dignified nor frivolous. She sat with an ease that conveyed elegance, her spine straight, neck gently arched, and form gracefully proportioned, radiating an undeniable aura of confidence and fearlessness. Yet, it was the indifference with which she regarded those nearby that unsettled Gao Jiayun deeply. How could she be so haughty? As her gaze shifted, she noticed her fourth brother was also observing Lin Jinxiu, his focus unwavering. Gao Jiayun's mind had yet to comprehend the implications, but an instinctive unease took root within her. Acting impulsively, she tugged at Gao Jiala, exclaiming, "Fourth brother, I must have lotus seeds." Startled by her sudden pull, Gao Jiala diverted his attention from Shuiyin. Gao Jiayun felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she remained uncertain of her motivations. Her desire for lotus seeds served merely as an excuse. Yet having voiced it, she felt compelled to pursue it. Gao Jiala remarked, "You've just had a bowl of sour plum soup, and now you wish for lotus seeds. How can you eat so much?" Gao Jiayun retorted, "I simply must have them." Gao Jella rose to purchase some goods. Nearby, a lotus pond beckoned, where a boatman, skillfully maneuvering his vessel, offered freshly picked lotus pods, blossoms, and leaves for sale. Those interested stood at the water's edge, extending their hands. As the small boat glided gracefully towards them, laden with baskets of lotus pods and vibrant flowers, inviting selection. Before long, Gao Jella squeezed through the crowd, tall and athletic. He secured the freshest and most tender lotus pods, along with several blush-pink lotus buds. Third sister relished the lotus pods, while he sat down to peel one. Handing the seeds to Mercury, Gao Jiayun interjected, "Fourth brother, have you forgotten about me?" Gao Jella cast a puzzled glance her way, gesturing towards the lotus pods beside him. "Aren't you going to eat? Peel one yourself." Gao Jiayun could no longer contain herself. "Then why do you peel for her, and not for me?" Gao Jella responded, "Third sister's foot hurts. Yours does not." Gao Jiayun retorted, "Her foot may hurt, but her hands do not." Mercury, engrossed in peeling her own lotus pods, paid little heed to the bickering siblings. To her, the youthful squabbles were all too transparent. After a brief respite, her foot no longer ached, and having finished one lotus pod, she stood up. "Let us go over there and take a look." Gao Jella promptly stood as well. "Oh, then let us be off." Gao Jiayun, unable to voice any further complaints, clutched the lotus pod and followed suit. The trio moved with the flow of the crowd, soon encountering a throng on the bridge, where many were gathered, uproariously engaging with the water monkeys. Acrobats performed in the water, splashing exuberantly. At the height of the spectacle, onlookers from the bridge cast coins and even rings into the water, prompting skilled swimmers to leap in pursuit of the offerings. Even in broad daylight, there were those who ventured into the water, hoping to discover treasures overlooked during the night. After observing for a while, Shuiyin moved towards the bridge below. The crowd was dense, and the light was dim, making her passage exceedingly arduous. Although her feet had received treatment, they were not as robust as those of a healthy individual, making it difficult for her to maintain balance amidst the throngs. Gao Jella attempted to steady her, but Gao Jiayun clung tightly to his arm, causing him to lag behind. Suddenly, a raucous cheer erupted nearby, causing many to step back. Shuiyin collided with a person ascending the bridge, who gasped in surprise and stumbled backward, only to be caught by those beside him. Shuiyin, stepping back, managed to grasp the railing just in time to avoid falling. Gao Jella hurriedly approached, supporting Shuiyin with urgency, anxiously inquiring, "Sister San, are you all right?" Almost simultaneously, a voice from 3 paces away echoed with concern. "Anji, were you hurt?" Gao Jella was taken aback, looking up to see his elder brother, Gao Jiaoyang, equally astonished in the dim light. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, and an unspoken awkwardness enveloped the scene. At that moment, Shuiyin leaned against the bridge railing with one hand while being supported by Gao Jella with the other, standing on the second step of the bridge. Gao Jeli half embraced his lover, Anji, as the two stood beneath the bridge. The gazes of the 4 individuals met. Even Anji, who had never seen Lin Jinxiu, instantly comprehended that the woman across from her was the nominal wife of her beloved. The atmosphere was charged with complexity, leaving Gao Jiayun at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she awkwardly exclaimed, "Third brother. Anji, what a coincidence. You're here to have fun too?" Gao Jella tightened his grip on Shuiyin's hand instinctively, anxious to discern any trace of sorrow on her face. Yet, there was none. Her expression was remarkably serene, as if she were not witnessing her husband in the embrace of another woman. Or perhaps she simply concealed her distress, burying it deep within her? Gao Jili remained silent, but Anji broke the tension. She first addressed Gao Jiayun, saying, "Jia Yun, you're here too. With so many people around, do take care, all right?" She spoke with the warmth of a gentle sister-in-law. Then, turning to Gao Jala, she smiled amicably. "You must be Jala. I've heard your third brother mention you. I'm Anji. It's a pleasure to meet you." Gao Jala, known for his politeness, had never before met someone with a friendly demeanor and responded with cold indifference. This was likely the first time. Ignoring Anji entirely, he tightened his grip on Shuiyin's hand even more, suppressing his anger as he said, "Third sister-in-law, we are leaving." Upon hearing this, Anji's face paled, and she cast a pleading glance at Gao Jili. He supported her and spoke in a low voice, "Jala, Gao Jiaoyang. Anji is feeling unwell, so I brought her out for a walk. Jiaoyang, there is no need for you to target Anji. She is innocent. Shuiyin has been observing Anji, and at this moment, she finally speaks up, saying, she must be pregnant. The atmosphere falls silent, and both Gao brothers stare at her in astonishment. Anji, blushing, bites her lip and meets Gao Jiaoyang's surprised gaze, explaining, I noticed you were too busy, so I plan to tell you in a few days. Gao Jiaoyang grips her hand tightly, his eyes focused solely on her, as if forgetting everyone else around them. With a pained whisper, he confides, I'm going to be a father. Why didn't you tell me? What if I can't take care of you and the baby?
Anji,
Both shy and resolute, smiles. I will take good care of myself. We should support each other rather than become a burden, shouldn't we? While Shuiyin remains unfazed, the young man beside her can no longer contain himself. He trembles slightly, his expression a mixture of anger and disappointment, as if he is about to rush out and confront his third brother. Are you very angry? Do you want to hit your third brother? Shuiyin suddenly asks the young man with a smile. Gao Jiala grits his teeth, his expression more sorrowful than hers. As he retorts, how can you still smile when he treats you like this? All right, just watch. Shuiyin releases his clenched hand, steps forward, and before anyone can react, she delivers a sharp slap across Gao Jiaoyang's face. Smack. Gao Jiaoyang's head is turned by the force of the blow. Mercury, this slap is a gift from your wife. Lin Jinxiu, congratulations, you are about to become a father. After saying this, she naturally patted Gao Jiala and suggested, come, let us go over there and take a look. Anji, let's forget it. Although Gao Jiaoyang was filled with anger and frustration, he still restrained Anji. In his eyes, Lin Jinxiu was utterly deranged. Every time they met, she was unrelenting and aggressive. What if she turned her aggression towards Anji? As their conversation unfolded, Mercury had already walked far away with Gao Jiala. Gao Jiayun, feeling helpless, ultimately forced a smile and said, third brother, I shall take my leave now. She hastened to catch up with fourth brother and Lin Jinxiu, just in time to overhear their conversation. I didn't hit him, so why is he still unhappy? Young people do have quite the temper, Lin Jinxiu remarked. Fourth brother, visibly discontented, replied, he let you down. Don't you feel angry? What is there to be angry about? You do not care? Gao Jiayun, listening to fourth brother's shifting tone, found it difficult to discern whether he was unhappy or pleased. Suddenly, a realization struck her, akin to a profound awakening. Could it be that fourth brother harbored feelings for Lin Jinxiu? Turning back towards the bridge, she noticed third brother had vanished. They must have left. She then pivoted, her gaze complex as it settled on the two figures ahead, and with a determined bite of her lip, she stepped forward to interject between them. Fourth brother, my foot hurts. Someone stepped on it earlier.
please support me.
Regardless of the situation, she resolutely could not allow fourth brother to grow too close to Lin Jinxiu. Gao Jiayun silently resolved within herself. Ever since she began to harbor doubts regarding her fourth brother's affections for Lin Jinxiu, her attention towards them has intensified, leading her to a growing conviction of this sentiment. In the past, her fourth brother relished engaging in various delightful activities, enjoying the company of friends in lively merriment. However, now, regardless of where he ventures for recreation, he must first extend an invitation to Lin Jinxiu. Prior to this, he nervously fusses over his collection, even dedicating time to polish his shoes until they gleam, before finally making his way to the front. Occasionally, Lin Jinxiu acquiesces, while other times she does not, depending solely on her interest. When she agrees, her brother's spirits elevate, and he walks with an air of buoyancy. Yet, if she declines, although he still partakes in activities, his enthusiasm wanes significantly, prompting an early return. He even makes a special effort to present Lin Jinxiu with gifts procured along the way, recounting amusing incidents from his day. Though often it amounts to mere trifles, Gao Jiayun cannot fathom the source of his joy. It eludes her understanding. Her brother also possesses a penchant for collecting various items, such as telescopes and an array of clocks, which he has meticulously arranged in a dedicated room. He holds his collection in high esteem. Once, when Gao Jiayun inadvertently damaged a clock he had gifted her, her brother was deeply distressed and took it back for repairs, subsequently refusing to gift her another.
Now,
He eagerly showcases his clock collection to Lin Jinxiu, ready to bestow any piece she admires without a second thought, even if she shows no desire for it. This behavior infuriates Gao Jiayun, leaving her bewildered. What has possessed her brother? Gao Jiayun was deeply troubled, consumed by thoughts of how to resolve her predicament. Even when her close friend, Yuan Saixio, invited her for a shopping excursion, she found herself disinclined to go. Upon inquiry from Yuan Saixio, Gao Jiayun, unable to keep her secret, divulged her concerns to her dear friend. Saixio, what do you think I should do? I cannot stop fourth brother. He is rather obstinate and dismisses everything I say. Yuan Saixio remained silent for a while, and only after Gao Jiayun nudged her did she respond. I believe the root of this issue lies with your third sister-in-law. If she did not take the initiative, how could fourth brother have become so enmeshed? Gao Jiayun nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. I think so too. Let us confront her directly. Fourth brother, Gao Jiayun exclaimed almost instinctively, hastily approaching and casting a wary glance at Shuiyin. She was determined to send him away quickly, preventing him from further associating with Lin Jinxiu. As she attempted to push him aside, Gao Jia stood firm. Jiayun, what are you doing? I am speaking with third sister-in-law. Gao Jiayun retorted. What can you possibly discuss with her? She cannot comprehend English. There is nothing of substance to converse about. Casting a glance at Shuiyin, she noticed a bemused expression on her face, which irked her further, prompting her to deliberately utter a phrase in English about an unwanted, uneducated old woman. Gao Jia immediately admonished her sternly. Gao Jiayun. Turning to Shuiyin, Gao Jiayun quipped, I was merely praising third sister-in-law. You should be thanking me. The siblings were momentarily taken aback. Gao Jiayun, flustered and indignant, felt her cheeks flush with anger. How could you possibly know? Didn't you never attend school? Gao Jiayun retorted furiously. Aren't you aware, fourth brother?
This is all for your sake.
Speak honestly, do you have feelings for Lin Jinxiu? Gao Jia remained silent. Gao Jiayun pressed on urgently. At least respond. Quickly deny it, and say you do not. Gao Jia finally admitted, I do. Gao Jiayun exclaimed, have you lost your mind? If our parents were to find out, they would be furious. Gao Jia replied defiantly, so what? If I dare to love, I shall dare to acknowledge it. Their hushed quarrel was overheard by Yuan Saixio, who stood outside the door, anxiously tugging at her sleeves. As Gao Jiayun stormed out in a huff, she followed closely, whispering, Your fourth brother is utterly unresponsive to your words. You must speak to your third sister-in-law. If she has any sense of propriety, she will distance herself from him. Gao Jiayun, her expression stern, declared, I shall do just that. Shuiyin sat in a rocking chair, trimming a lily in a vase. When Gao Jiayun returned, her demeanor suggesting she was about to demand an explanation, Shuiyin did not even look up, snipping the overly long stem of the lily with a sharp snip. I hope you will keep your distance from my fourth brother in the future and cease any deliberate attempts to entice him. I know you will likely argue that you have not. However, if that is truly the case, then be more mindful. Do not accept gifts from my fourth brother. Do not agree to outings with him, and avoid conversing with him. Do you understand? As Mercury listened to these words, a sudden laughter escaped her lips. She was reminded of her original world, where she often encountered such accusations. Back then, she was frequently pursued and adored. And when these men confessed their feelings only to be rejected, they would say, if you hadn't seduced me, I wouldn't have erred. If you had no interest in me,
Why did you smile at me?
is this not seduction? If you do not like me, why go to such lengths to adorn yourself and wear such beautiful dresses when we meet? Had I known you were unwilling to be my girlfriend, would you have wasted your time with me? Who would invite you to dinner? If you have no desire to be in a relationship with me, why agree to go out with us? Their faces would transform, becoming entirely unrecognizable from the individuals she once knew. Because she was a woman, she was inherently deemed incapable of socializing. What she considered normal interactions were perceived by others as laden with ulterior motives. They reproached her, insisting that she conduct a self-examination before engaging with others, scrutinizing every action, gesture, and glance to ensure they did not convey misleading signals. But why should she be compelled to self-censor? She wished to laugh. She laughed. She delighted in dressing up. She adorned herself. She wore whatever attire pleased her. She enjoyed spending time with friends, and she went out to play. Should she bear the consequences of others' misguided affections? Absolutely not. If one possessed even a modicum of intelligence, it would be evident that she harbored no feelings for your fourth brother. He himself was well aware of this. Mercury's tone was cold, tinged with annoyance. Gao Jiayun glared at her, exclaiming, "Then you must clarify this with him. Make it clear that he should not harbor feelings for you. Otherwise, you will be the cause of his suffering." Mercury shook her head and muttered to herself, "Had I known you were utterly clueless. What was the point of conversing with a child like you? Get out of my sight and stop your incessant noise." Gao Jiayun retorted, "I refuse to leave unless you acquiesce to my request." Rising to her feet, Mercury intimidated Gao Jiayun into retreating, causing her to recall how decisively and forcefully she had once slapped third brother, a memory that instilled a sense of fear within her. What do you intend to do? Are you really going to strike me?" Mercury seized her collar, dragging her outside. Gao Jiayun stumbled as she was pulled along, and as the door loomed before her, she kicked it in frustration. "If you don't want your legs, I can assist in breaking them." Mercury's tone was icy. Silence enveloped the space beyond the door. Once, she had harbored affections for someone and had been the object of many admirers. Though not all experiences were delightful, she understood one crucial truth. Affection, particularly the kind that thrives in secrecy, is an inherently personal and intimate sentiment. It does not belong to anyone else, nor does it even belong to the object of one's affection. She felt no right to advise others against loving her, for such matters were ultimately irrelevant to her. She harbored no desire to engage in such arrogance. A boy like Gao Jiala, seemingly unable to restrain his emotions, often sought her out, yet he remained rational, fully aware of her stance. Thus, he did not require Mercury's admonition or rejection. Moreover, the agony of yearning for the unattainable is profound. Why not allow him a moment of indulgence? If even the quietest admiration were to be stripped away, if the one he adored were to shun him like a plague and explicitly implore him not to harbor feelings, such a reality would be excruciating. If one mistakenly believes that clarifying things is for another's benefit, to Mercury, it resembles a form of self-preservation to evade trouble. I have already conveyed this to you. If you persist in your delusions, it is no longer my fault. She requires no such self-preservation, for she fears no outcome. Mercury holds a certain fondness for the child, Gao Jiala, and thus is inclined to treat him with greater leniency. It is merely a fleeting dream of youth, capable of fading on its own. Why hasten to shatter it? After all, the first experience of affection often results in pain, making it exceedingly difficult to love again. Arranging the lilies, she rotated the vase and gently touched the soft, pristine petals. The petals nestled in her palm like a drooping little head. Mercury recalled the fate of Gao Jiala, who ultimately perished amidst chaotic gunfire, murmuring softly to herself, "The more splendid the being, the sooner they meet their demise." What do you suppose is the reason? The atmosphere in the Gao household grew increasingly peculiar by the day. The matriarch and patriarch of the Gao family became ever more amiable towards Mercury, likely having seen the newspaper published by Gao Jiaoliang, which announced the marriage of Gao Jiaoliang and Inji. At this time, many literati took to such public declarations, marriages and divorces, severing ties with others, all announced in print. Lin's parents visited twice. Lin's mother took Mercury's hand and wept anew, ultimately comforting her with, "After all, there is a child. It is also Jiaoliang's lineage, an unavoidable circumstance. Do not quarrel with them. Let us see what they intend to do once the child is born." Mercury was unsurprised. In this nation, nothing holds greater significance than the birth of a child. Everyone has acquiesced to the current lifestyle. Shuiyin, in the guise of the esteemed third madam of the Gao family, finds herself at odds with Gao Jiaoliang, who is living a quaint life with Inji outside. Shuiyin remains indifferent to the situation. Yet Gao Jiala is particularly concerned about her emotional well-being and has sought her assistance with various tasks. In her school days, Shuiyin frequently engaged in translation work, which posed little challenge for her. Originally, Gao Jiala merely intended to help her divert her attention, yet unexpectedly, the majority of the translations were completed by Shuiyin herself. Gao Jiala remarked, "Third sister-in-law is truly remarkable. The friends from the salon are quite curious about the person capable of producing such excellent translations. They wish to invite her to a networking party. Would third sister-in-law be willing to attend? However, the networking party was ultimately cancelled on the eve of its commencement. Numerous newspapers in Pingcheng extensively reported on events transpiring in a province where an alleged last emperor emerged, seeking to restore the imperial court. Many scholars and loyalists who had experienced the fall of the last dynasty contemplated relocating to a city to pledge their allegiance to the new court. Conversely, a multitude of progressive intellectuals voiced their opposition to the restoration, arguing that since feudal rule had long been vanquished, it ought to remain so. The authenticity of this last emperor remains uncertain. Yet many believe that this false authority is backed by foreign forces aiming to exploit the nation as territories and resources under the pretense of a phony dynasty. In an instant, conflict erupted and public opinion swirled chaotically. Nevertheless, for the common people, such matters were mere distractions to discuss over meals. Their genuine concerns revolved around the mundane essentials of daily life. In a region embroiled in conflict, even if the turmoil has not yet encroached upon one's immediate surroundings, a sense of trepidation is inevitable. Furthermore, given the proximity of Province A to Pingcheng, the flames of war may soon reach this area. Old Beijing, being a historical city, is almost fated to suffer from the ravages of war. Due to the dire circumstances, many families have taken their loved ones and relocated elsewhere, resulting in a noticeable decline in the vibrancy of Pingcheng. Among Gao Zhela's acquaintances, some have moved away, others have sought refuge abroad, while some have engaged in protests. They epitomize a certain demographic of this chaotic era. Even within the Gao household, a variety of perspectives abound. Old Master Gao remains loyal to the legitimate dynasty, yet harbors doubts regarding the hastily established regime. The eldest son remains indifferent to these issues, continuing to indulge in trivial gambling and merriment, while the second son oversees the family business, fretting that the conflict in Province A might disrupt trade routes, thereby impacting the Gao family's fortunes. Indeed, as Mercury is aware from the narrative of Lin Jinxiu's life, the Gao family's business has suffered tremendously, falling victim to the catastrophic consequences of this war. Among the Gao family, the third son, Gao Zheliang, stands out as the most active and radical. He vehemently opposes the restoration of the monarchy, the encroachment of foreign powers on national sovereignty, and the civil strife. His struggling newspaper predominantly features such sentiments, and he rallies numerous students to participate in protests, organizing various campaigns for advocacy. Occasionally, Mercury witnesses crowds in the streets, brandishing signs and banners, fervently chanting slogans, their faces animated with indignation and anger. They distribute flyers in a bid to garner support. The power of anger has always been the most infectious force among people. Innately, humanity possesses a desire to resist. When they experience suffering, they are compelled to rebel and are willing to sacrifice their lives and everything for it. Take Gao Zheliang, the third young master, for instance. In that narrative, he embodies a pure martyrdom. Regardless of how he navigates his relationships, his yearning for national freedom and the prosperity of his homeland leads him to forsake everything: his family, beloved, parents, siblings, and children. Yet, did he ultimately achieve anything? It remains ambiguous. He is neither a leader nor a celebrity, merely a fragment within the tumultuous tide of history, unremembered by time. Mercury, akin to a complete outsider, observes and bears witness to all of this. As winter descends, during the coldest period in Pingcheng, news emerges from Province A. The last emperor has been slain, and the small court crumbles into chaos overnight. Foreign troops, under the pretext of assistance, advance into the northern provinces, leading to skirmishes with local forces, resulting in the deaths of hundreds along the borders. For half a month, newspapers relentlessly report on this bloodbath, a storm of carnage sweeping through the biting cold of winter. Driven southward by the northern winds, gazing at Anji's prominent belly, Mr. Gao and the matriarch are unable to turn her away, which places Mercury in a rather awkward position. Everyone seems to feel her discomfort, yet she appears blissfully unaware. During the New Year's Eve dinner, the two additional seats opposite Mercury create a sense of crowding. Gao Zhela pulls his chair slightly closer to her, disregarding the presence of the third brother across the table, and directly extends his hand to take Mercury's bowl, ladling soup for her. Why, in such circumstances, must she still occupy the role of an inconsequential third sister-in-law? Why can he not wed her? Gao Zhela suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to protest. The atmosphere at the dining table turned peculiar. Apart from Gao Jieyun, who sat alone, the others were paired off, with Gao Jiaoliang alongside his lover, while his nominal wife engaged in frequent interactions with his younger brother. Gao Jiaoliang sensed something amiss with his brother, who kept glancing in that direction. And Ji, unable to restrain herself beneath the table, tugged at his sleeve and remarked with a smile, "The relationship between Jiaoliang and Sister Jinxiu appears quite amiable." This statement only served to intensify the oddness of the atmosphere, particularly with her reference to Sister Jinxiu and the implication within her words. The elder matriarch could no longer tolerate the closeness between her younger son and his third sister-in-law, and said, "Jala, focus on your own meal. She is quite capable of feeding herself."
Yet,
Gao Jela paid no heed and continued to serve half a bowl of tangyuan to Shuiyin. A sense of unease welled up within the elder matriarch as she set down her chopsticks. At that moment, old Master Gao interjected, "Enough, all of you. Must you chatter during a meal? Is there no decorum?" After the meal, the prospect of sleep became a daunting task. "Father, brother, second brother, and Jiaoliang will keep vigil. Allow Ji to rest in my courtyard for the night, if you please." Gao Jiaoliang directed this statement toward Shuiyin. Although phrased as a question, it bore no semblance of inquiry, merely serving as a notification. Just as Shuiyin prepared to depart, she pondered whether she had been overly accommodating that evening. She turned her head, her voice measured and gentle. "Of course not." Gao Jiaoliang supported Ji at the waist, blinking at her words, his expression darkening slightly. "There is no need for such an uproar. It is the new year, and I do not wish to quarrel with you, but you must not go too far." He continued, "Lin Jinxiu, I have 2 rooms in my courtyard. I will let Ji occupy the side room. Surely, you have no objections." It seemed he had forgotten that she had previously requested him to vacate a space for her. Shuiyin found it amusing, believing that the third young master had a rather forgetful nature. Now that Ji stood there, that courtyard was her territory. Gao Jela was about to speak again when Shuiyin playfully pushed him aside. "I have dismantled the side room and transformed it into a greenhouse for the flowers I cultivate." As she spoke, her eyes narrowed, revealing a mischievous smile that hinted at villainy. "Moreover, you actually trust me to keep Ji company. Are you not afraid I might do something to her?" Gao Jiaoliang's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. Do you dare to behave recklessly in my house?" Shuiyin smiled. "Do you think I lack the courage or the ability?" Gao Jiaoliang fell silent, swallowing his indignation, as he turned to Ji. "Jia Yun, may I ask if your sister and Ji could share a bed with you for one night?" Jia Yun readily agreed, taking Ji by the arm and leading her to her room. "Jala, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Coincidentally, I also had matters to address with third brother. As the 2 brothers departed, Shuiyin continued on her way to her own quarters. The lantern at the door flickered gently, while delicate snowflakes blanketed the ground in a thin layer of white. Bowing served her a cup of warm water, while Shuiyin sat at the edge of the cot, soaking her feet. Even now, she relied on medicinal foot baths to alleviate fatigue and promote the flow of energy. The light from the standing lamp beside the cot was sufficiently bright, allowing her to read a foreign book under its glow, one of the volumes that Gao Jala had requested her assistance in translating. The book discussed the origins of the universe, filled with much fanciful speculation, and when compared to conclusions drawn by later research, it contained numerous fallacies. Yet, this did not deter her from reading on. After all, the entirety of human civilization is built upon imagination and errors, its evolution a quest for a certain correct awareness. She felt a sense of tranquility, reminiscent of her past life, where she often found herself alone under a lamp, engrossed in a book whose content eluded her comprehension, or engaged in slightly mundane activities. When one dedicates the majority of their time to survival, they come to realize the preciousness of such personal moments. That night, it seemed several individuals had not slept well. As Shuiyin noticed dark circles under their eyes upon waking, Gao Jili had left early with Ji, thereby avoiding any ensuing awkwardness. Shuiyin observed the younger Gao Jili, who bore a similar shadowy gaze, his eyes sparkling with a suppressed eagerness that occasionally darted towards her. Shuiyin. Young people are so perceptive. She could almost guess what he had discussed with his brother the previous night. While she could kindly tolerate the unrequited infatuations of youth, she feared that if he were to transform his feelings into fervent pursuit, she would have to decline. After the new year, the reticent second young master of the Gao family ventured out to attend to matters concerning their shop. A shipment had arrived from the south, but heavy snowfall had delayed its transport. Thus, the second young master was tasked with retrieving the goods. The atmosphere in the Gao household was shrouded in gloom. The eldest young master, inexperienced, was preoccupied with his own affairs, while the third young master pursued his ideals, neglecting family matters. With the previous steward now deceased, the responsibility of the household fell upon the shoulders of the newly turned 20-year-old fourth young master, Gao Jia. However, the shadow cast by the unexpected demise of the second young master had yet to dissipate when even graver circumstances arose. The flames of war encroached upon Pingcheng and Shuiyin. Remaining at the Gao residence, could hear the distant echoes of gunfire outside. This was not in accordance with the narrative the system had presented to her. According to the system, the chaos in Pingcheng was not predicted to erupt for another 3 years. Shuiyin sensed something amiss. The remnants of the royalist faction, seeking to install a nephew of the last emperor, had fled to Pingcheng, where he was currently in hiding. These royalists behaved audaciously within the city, having already killed several students who dared to roam the streets. Gao Zheliang, who had openly opposed their restoration through his newspaper, had also become a target. Despite his anger towards his third son, Mr. Gao could not endure the loss of another child after the passing of his second son. As Gao Zhela donned his coat and prepared to leave, he unexpectedly encountered Shuiyin outside the door. She, too, was clad in a coat, her face partially obscured by a scarf. "I will accompany you," she declared. "Let us go." Since the incident involving the second young master, Gao Zhela has shouldered a significantly heavier burden. He can no longer indulge in his previous passions and is engulfed in daily toils. The two have not engaged in meaningful conversation for several days, and Gao Zhela found himself unable to resist gazing at Shuiyin for an extended period. Once seated in the carriage, he noticed her hands, reddened by the biting cold. Silently, he removed his gloves and offered them to her, suggesting she wear them if her hands were cold. Shuiyin indeed found her hands to be quite chilly. Perhaps due to issues with her feet, the circulation in her extremities had been compromised. Ever since the temperature dropped and snow began to fall, her hands and feet have remained perpetually cold, particularly distressing in such weather. Upon receiving the gloves and donning them, she felt a modicum of warmth return. Third sister-in-law. Is it not customary to stay indoors after winter sets in? Why are you venturing out today? Gao Zhela initially hesitated to pose this question, fearing it might come across as somewhat petty and immature, a side of himself he wished to conceal from her. Yet, the urge to inquire became overwhelming, leading him to ask, although he managed to suppress the additional question of whether she was going to see the third brother. Although it seemed that Shuiyin harbored no romantic feelings for him, they were, after all, legally bound as husband and wife. Did she perhaps care about this connection enough to willingly accompany him in what she knew could be a perilous endeavor to persuade the third brother to return home? Without needing to look, Shuiyin could discern the young man's thoughts. She replied, "I have heard that the situation outside is dire, and I wish to see for myself." Her words seemed to convey nothing substantial. Their meaning remained elusive. Gao Zhela refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to focus on the desolate streets outside. The thoroughfare appeared markedly forlorn, with the rare passers-by hurrying along. The students who typically distributed flyers were conspicuously absent, and numerous shops had shuttered their doors. Those still in operation often only opened a crack. Rumor had it that just days prior, a group had wreaked havoc in the northern part of the city, vandalizing several establishments and pillaging their treasures. Consequently, many were too fearful to maintain their businesses. Gao Zhela explained that the individuals he referred to were the so-called royalist rabble, devoid of hope and lacking trustworthy leaders. They had descended into madness, aimlessly wreaking havoc throughout the city, hastening their own demise. As the vehicle approached Jingda Alley, nearing the small newspaper office where Gao Zheliang and his colleagues worked, the number of people on the street suddenly surged. A throng of youthful students, visibly anxious, rushed past, and a distant gunshot echoed through the air. Gao Zhela promptly pulled the car to the side of the road and, before exiting, swiftly instructed Shuiyin, "Stay here and do not leave the car. I will investigate the situation ahead." He intercepted a nearby student, asking, "What has transpired up ahead?" The young man, trembling with fear, stammered, There has been a fight. People are dying. Over there, they're killing. Gao Jiala felt a surge of urgency, pressing. What do you mean people are dying? Please clarify. From the disjointed utterances of the student, it became evident that his elder brother was likely ensnared in a perilous situation. With his life hanging in the balance, Gao Jiala's heart tightened with anxiety. Despite their past grievances, he could not simply stand by while his brother faced danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged against the tide of the crowd, heading towards the source of the gunfire. To his surprise, the situation was not as dire as he had envisioned. There were not many armed assailants, and most were dispersed by the throng. Along the way, he encountered a female student who informed him that President Gao had injured his arm but was still striving to maintain order. Hastening onward, Gao Jiala heard the gunshots, accompanied by his brother's resolute and booming voice, rallying the people not to succumb to fear. Do not let your trepidation defeat you. Even in the face of death, our unwavering resolve must prevail. The body may perish, but the spirit endures eternally. Gao Jiala spotted his brother, pale and clutching his wounded arm, from which blood flowed profusely. The scene was chaotic. Some fled in terror while others remained, fervently denouncing the assailants and arming themselves to retaliate. The sight of someone collapsing under gunfire only intensified the atmosphere of fear and fierce resistance. Amidst the pushing and shoving, Gao Jiala found it impossible to approach. To his dismay, he witnessed his brother ascend a platform, intent on directing the masses, heedless of the peril of being shot. His worry for his brother, now a potential target, consumed him, rendering him oblivious to the dangers surrounding him. Suddenly, he felt a forceful tug pulling him aside. A gunshot erupted beneath his feet, and had he not been pulled away at the last moment, he might have found himself wounded. The identity of the shooter remained a mystery. It could have merely been a stray bullet. A wave of trepidation washed over Gao Jiala as he slowly grasped the gravity of the situation. Turning his head, he realized that the person who had just saved him was none other than Shuiyin. At that moment, the crowd surged, and from its epicenter erupted a cacophony of screams and shouts. Concerned that his elder brother might be in peril, Gao Jiala felt compelled to act. Unwilling to leave his sister-in-law to navigate the chaos alone, he grasped her hand firmly and began to maneuver through the throng. Drawing a firearm from his waist, he offered a quiet reassurance to the silent Shuiyin. Do not fear, I possess a weapon for protection. Everything will be all right. This gun had been a gift from his uncle. While he was aware of how to operate it, he had never had cause to do so, thus, it had merely served as a decorative item until now. Holding it now was primarily an act of bravado, and whether he would truly have the courage to fire it remained uncertain. As fate would have it, they encountered a madman indiscriminately firing into the crowd, who reveled in the terror he was inflicting. Gao Jiala inadvertently locked eyes with the assailant, observing the cruel laughter etched upon his face. Instinctively, he raised his weapon, yet his finger faltered on the trigger. These were living beings. He had never taken a life before. The muzzle of his gun, which had momentarily lifted, now instinctively drooped. The assailant, however, harbored no such hesitations, raising his firearm with intent to shoot. At a critical moment, Gao Jiala felt the hand of his sister-in-law grasping his. Unbeknownst to him, she had removed her gloves, and her icy fingers pressed firmly against his. Resolutely and without hesitation, she swiftly pulled the trigger. A burst of crimson erupted from the head of the man across from them, who collapsed to the ground. Gao Jiala was taken aback, barely able to react before the gun was wrested from his grip. He heard his sister-in-law's first words upon approaching him. Her voice was slightly hoarse and chilling, reminiscent of the lingering snow that had yet to melt. Gao Jiala beheld her raise her hand, the gun in her grasp cold and dark, contrasting starkly with her pale, soft fingers, a juxtaposition that was almost heart-stopping, leaving him bewildered as to the source of his tremors. The chaotic soldiers fell in response, their bright red blood splattering upon the ground, mingling with the muddy remnants of snow trampled by the crowd. Miraculously, they located Gao Jialyang, who was injured and leaning against a secluded corner beneath the stage, surrounded by a few agitated youths. Third brother, Gao Jiala called, supporting Gao Jialyang as they prepared to flee with the throng. They had to escape amidst the turmoil, otherwise the commotion would attract more soldiers, leading to an even greater loss of life. Gao Jialyang struggled against Gao Jiala's hold, insisting, "Jiala, let me go." I cannot leave yet. It was a laborious endeavor for Gao Jiala, his clothes stained red with the blood trickling from his brother's arm. Third brother, the situation is spiraling out of control. If you do not leave, neither will they, and soon more soldiers will arrive, trapping you here and causing many to perish.
Gao Jialian gritó Ortiz, no.
We have so many people. We cannot yield to them. As Shuiyin walked alongside, she suddenly reached out and forcefully yanked Gao Jiaoyang down from Gao Jiala's back, slamming him onto the roadside. Gao Jiaoyang fell awkwardly onto the ground, landing atop a lifeless corpse, which startled him, causing him to topple over and emit a cry of pain. Third brother, Gao Jiala exclaimed. Shuiyin pressed the gun heavily against Gao Jiaoyang's temple, stating coldly, "If you desire death, I can grant it to you with a single shot, sparing you the burden of dragging others down with your muddled thoughts." Her tone was one of indifference and disdain. "Do you see this corpse behind you? We encountered dozens of bodies on our way here. Were these young souls your classmates or your students? You gathered them, urging them to persist. And this so-called persistence entails confronting the barrels of guns with their flesh and blood, making a fearless sacrifice? There must be limits to naivety." Gao Jiaoyang was rendered speechless. The wound on his arm throbbed painfully, and the coldness of the gun pressed against his forehead was chilling. Amidst the chaos, Gao Jiaoyang was sheltered in Gao Jiala's room, surrounded by Gao Leoi, the eldest Madame Gao Jiayun, and others. Only Shuiyin remained outside the door, arms crossed, her gaze indifferent as she stared at the grayish-blue tiles of the courtyard. Gao Jiala, still disheveled and clad in blood-stained clothing, emerged holding a coat, which he silently draped over Shuiyin's shoulders. Gao Jiala instinctively took a few steps forward, wishing to say something, but upon seeing Shuiyin wave her hand dismissively with her back to him, he halted. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of uselessness. The gun lay on the table, and Shuiyin abruptly tugged at the corner of her mouth. She must express her gratitude towards her former boyfriend who once abandoned her, for it was he who imparted the knowledge of wielding a gun. Mercury, having had 3 past suitors in her nearly 30 years of existence, perceives her former lovers, parents, and friends as thorns strewn along the path of her life, inflicting upon her profound suffering and refinement. Her family shattered her dignity, rendering her existence a painful ordeal. Her former lovers offered solace, yet propelled her into deeper anguish. Her friends provided vivacity, only to leave her in solitude. Human beings are not inherently resilient. She too was once an ordinary person, capable of laughter, tears, and tumult. She has known despair, imprisonment, self-imposed entrapment, and evasion of all things. However, the trials she endured were akin to molten metal in a forge, incinerating her former self and casting her anew into the being she is today. The transformation one undergoes is intricately linked to the individuals encountered throughout life. Though Mercury harbors disdain for her family, their imprints and wounds remain indelible within her. And because of them, she remains unable to embrace the prospect of nurturing life. The unceremonious end of love has rendered her disinterested in embarking upon new romantic endeavors. It is not a fear of further disappointment, but rather a newfound ability to love herself, having discovered a means to coexist harmoniously with her myriad emotions. No longer does she, like in her childhood, yearn desperately for someone to bestow love upon her due to a perceived absence of affection. In the past, while caring for He Xiaoyan, memories of her own parents would inevitably surface. Now, confronted by the youthful admirer Gao Jiala, she is reminded of her past lovers. The inability to control one's thoughts is perhaps one of the most distressing experiences of being human. Perhaps it was due to the act of taking a life that Mercury found herself unable to slumber that evening. Fear did not plague her. Rather, she felt a profound fatigue, a sense of emptiness, as though she were adrift in a vast, indistinct sea. The matriarch, after all, still harbored concern for her son. And with uncommon gentleness, she spoke to Mercury. "Let Jia Lu reside with you in your former quarters, while Ji can stay with Jia Yun." Mercury replied firmly, "That is impossible." The matriarch pressed on, "What do you propose instead? And Ji is with child. We cannot simply cast her aside, can we? You are a compassionate child. Surely you can understand our predicament?" Mercury observed her demeanor, noting the apparent kindness. "What I mean is that if I am to reside in that courtyard, then Gao Jiaoyang cannot. As for Nji, I am indifferent to her whereabouts. She simply despised the notion of her domain being encroached upon. The matriarch retorted, "What kind of statement is that? You are still officially Gao Jiaoyang's wife. Are you to be separated from him for all eternity? We are aware of your grievances regarding Nji, yet once she delivers her child, it will still be your responsibility to nurture it. In due time, Nji will no longer reside in the Gao household. Out of sight, out of mind. For now, this is merely a temporary arrangement." Listening to the matriarch's words, Mercury began to ponder whether she should persist with her previous intentions. The Gao household was no longer a suitable abode for her. Mercury was a woman of decisive action. Once clarity dawned upon her, she resolved immediately. "I wish to divorce Gao Jiaoyang." The matriarch was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Mercury replied, "It is entirely feasible." Her marriage to Gao Jiaoyang was a matter concerning both the Gao and Lin families. Ending it without reason would indeed be troublesome. However, she no longer wished to continue. No matter the complications, she would decisively cut through the entanglements. When her parents from the Lin family visited, her mother echoed the sentiments of the first wife, urging her to endure a little longer, suggesting that adopting Anji's child in the future would suffice. Wasn't everything fine before? Why the sudden desire for divorce? If you proceed with this separation, how will you ever marry again? Who would want to take you as their wife then? Her mother wore a troubled expression. Shuiyin had previously refrained from discussing divorce precisely because, at that time, women had no option to remain single. They either married or remarried after a divorce, as residing permanently at their natal home was simply not feasible. Aware that her mother lacked the authority to make decisions, Shuiyin directly addressed her father's demands. For this father, who genuinely cared for his child, all she needed was to shed a few sorrowful tears. "Father, I truly do not wish to live my life as a widow. Can our Lin family not support even one daughter? If you do not agree, I fear I may perish in the Gao household." Due to Shuiyin's unwavering resolve, the matter was ultimately settled. She arranged for someone to take away the several pots of jasmine, gardenias, and lilies she had purchased. When Gao Jella came to see her off and noticed she had not taken the clock he gifted her, he paused in silence before asking, "San, why do you not take the clock I gave you?" "I understand now," Gao Jella replied with difficulty, handing her the gun. "Then I hope you will take this with you. If you do not require my protection or that of anyone else, I hope you can utilize it to safeguard yourself." Mercury accepted the gun, no longer refusing it. Yet, perhaps still unwilling to concede, Gao Jella could not help but ask her, "Is it truly impossible to keep you?" This question sounded somewhat familiar. Someone had once posed it to her. Before Mercury was drawn into these worlds by the system, she had recently parted ways with her previous boyfriend. Unlike her former partners, they had ended their relationship amicably. During their final meal together, he inquired whether there existed someone in this world who could keep her forever. Mercury calmly responded, "You do not wish to retain the present version of me. Rather, you may long to freeze the moment of our initial encounter." The saying that people often express, "If only it were as it was at first sight," encapsulates this sentiment. He was rendered speechless, ultimately managing a wry smile. "You possess an acute awareness of life. Is it not exhausting?" Mercury smiled back and raised a glass in his honor. Living with clarity indeed can be tiring, yet living without it can be tragic. Much like that occasion, Mercury, with a smile, offered a cup of tea to the despondent young man. She left Gao as family behind, akin to how she had relinquished various unsuitable possessions in the past. Without any lingering sentiment, how could a woman remain unmarried? It is a necessity to wed eventually. After expressing her concerns, Lin's mother began to weep anew, lamenting, "Why must both you and Qilua endure such misfortune?" Lin Qilua sought her out, sitting beside her, and weeping inconsolably. Mercury instructed Lu Feng to brew jasmine tea and reclined in her rocking chair, listening to Lin Qilua's woes. "Why is this happening? He once professed his love for me, yet now he chooses to abandon me." Lin Qilua lamented, seeking solace from her sister, only to be met with reprimand instead of comfort. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, her eyes swollen to resemble two peaches. Mercury glimpsed Lin Qilua's future, foreseeing her entanglement with that man would persist for a long while, separations followed by reconciliations, and reconciliations leading to further separations. ultimately culminating in her mental breakdown and suicide. Mercury remarked, "This is not suitable. Simply seek someone more fitting." Is it conceivable that if every man in the world perished, he would be the sole survivor? Lin Chilo retorted, "Sister, you do not understand. To me, he is the best. He is truly wonderful." Mercury challenged, "What is so wonderful about him? Is his only virtue his lecherous nature?" Lin Chilo protested, "Sister, why must you speak so harshly of him?" Mercury replied, "I am rebuking you." Enraged, Lin Chilua stormed off. Why did Mercury feel compelled to unleash her frustration upon Lin Chilua? Perhaps it was because Lin Chilua's plight evoked memories of a past friend. Their personalities were not alike, yet the current image of someone deceived yet unrepentant bore a striking resemblance. In truth, Mercury often maintained clarity when confronting her lover, yet she found herself overwhelmed with anger when faced with her befuddled friend. This familiar anger rendered her impatient in her dealings with Lin Chilua, as if she genuinely feared the sight of her friend weeping, a visage that was both irksome and worrisome. Lin Chilua's lover is a 30-year-old literati, known for his somewhat acclaimed novels. It is this very admiration that ensnared Lin Chilua in the throes of love, a familiarity that only served to further dampen Shuiyin's spirits. The man's name is Kai Shuk, who, after his breakup with Lin Chilua, found himself unable to move on and sought her out once more, only to be unexpectedly confronted by Shuiyin. She had been on her way to procure medicine when she stumbled upon Kai Shuk waiting in a narrow alley outside the Lin residence. Initially, she had no intention of acknowledging him, yet his composed demeanor, characteristic of a mature man, prompted him to inquire, "Are you Chilua's sister?" Shuiyin scrutinized him for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly, before she suddenly produced a gun from her coat. Kai Shuk's dignified and steady expression instantly transformed. "What are you doing? You, a woman, carrying a gun?" he exclaimed, bewildered. Shuiyin, unfazed by his protests, fired a shot that pierced through his trousers. Kai Shuk, astonished by her utter disregard for decorum and reason, staggered backward, trembling as he collapsed onto the ground. Shuiyin approached him, the warm muzzle of the gun pressed against his quivering cheek. "If you come seeking Lin Chilua again, I will end your life, do you understand?" she warned. Kai Shuk, though visibly frightened, retorted, What are you doing? Are you really capable of murder?" In response, Shuiyin struck him in the face with the butt of her gun. "Do you think I haven't killed before? Listen closely, from now on. If you see Lin Chilua, you best take another route," she commanded, pressing the gun against his neck and firing another shot into the air behind him. The intensity of heat and the tremor of gunfire lingered at the most vulnerable part of his neck. Kai Shuk could hardly maintain any semblance of composure. With a cry of despair, he clutched his throat and fled. True to his word, he never returned to the Lin family thereafter. As for Lin Chilua, who was lovesick, she spent the past few months fruitlessly searching for Kai Shuk, resorting instead to collecting various literary works he had published in newspapers to console her aching heart. "Sister, look. He has just penned this short story, and there is a rather irritating female supporting character named Jinxiu, sharing your name. What a coincidence." The naive Lin Chilua failed to perceive any incongruity and brought the story before Mercury to share. As the weather transitioned from cold to warm in the 15th day, Mercury learned of a significant event that had transpired in the Gao family nearly a year after her arrival in this world. It was only 2 days later that she discovered the discord between the Lin and Gao families due to the failed engagement between Lin Jinxiu and Gao Jiaoyang. The two families had ceased all interactions, causing the delay in news. Gao Xiaoya, Gao Jiaoyang, had been actively involved in anti-royalist propaganda, vehemently denouncing these bandits in several publications, which had placed him on their elimination list. 2 days prior, a band of marauders invaded the Gao residence, resulting in the tragic deaths of Lord Gao, the elder madam, and the second and third madams, while the eldest lady also perished. Gao Jiala was gravely injured, with reports indicating his condition was dire. Gao Jiaoyang, however, was fortunate to be away from home at the time and thus escaped the massacre, while Gao Jieyun and Enji managed to hide without sustaining any injuries. The eldest son, meanwhile, was unscathed as he was gambling outside. Key characters, Lord Gao and the elder madam, are deceased. The narrative had become utterly chaotic when, suddenly, the long-absent system spoke up. "Warning, The host has one final opportunity to save the world's narrative, as well as a chance to redeem oneself. It is advised that the host adhere to the original character arc and assist the Gao family in overcoming their predicament, aiding Gao Jiaoliang in emerging from his suffering. Mercury dismissed it, treating it with indifference. Mercury, let us go see Gao Jia. Lin Qiluo. Gao Jia? Isn't Gao Jiaoliang? Mercury paid no heed to her loquacious sister and took a vehicle to the Gao residence. The entrance of the Gao family had been battered down. Upon entering, the gatekeeper was absent. Bloodstains remained uncleaned on the ground, yet white lanterns and banners adorned both the interior and exterior. However, the place was desolate, devoid of any signs of life. As she ventured further, approaching the grand hall, Mercury overheard a heated argument. This is all you're doing. If it weren't for you, our parents and my wife wouldn't have perished. It's all your fault. Do you still have the audacity to dispute the family's inheritance? It was the voice of the eldest son, who had previously been indifferent to family matters, preferring gambling and revelry. Now, having lost his parents and wife, his relationship with his brother Gao Jiaoliang had soured irreparably. The absence of Gao Jiaoliang's retort was notable, as it was Ng's voice that interjected. This is all the fault of those bandits. It has nothing to do with Jiaoliang. He is innocent and in pain as well. He hasn't slept a wink these past 2 days. Surely that suffices. The eldest master scolded, You wretched woman, be silent. Do you think you are of any worth? Clinging shamelessly to the third brother, merely to marry into the Gao family and enjoy a better life. Yet, you are still not one of us. You have no right to speak here. Go away. At last, Gao Jiaoliang spoke, his tone somber. Elder brother, please calm down. There is no need for this. We are all brothers. Am I not pained by this situation? Our family is in turmoil. We should stand united. What purpose does it serve to discuss separation at this moment? The eldest master retorted. Separation? Are we to wait for you to drag us down a second time? Shuiyin, weary of their quarrel, intended to seek someone in the back. Just as she turned, she spotted Gao Jiayin rushing towards her. Upon seeing her, Gao Jiayin's expression was complex, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, she bypassed him and rushed into the hall. Third brother, what shall we do? Fourth brother is not well. Should we summon a doctor again? Before long, Gao Jiaoliang emerged hastily with Gao Jiayin. Upon seeing Shuiyin standing there, he was taken aback. Shuiyin stated plainly, I am here to visit Gao Jia. Anji, cradling her nearly full-term belly, walked behind, forcing a smile and assuming the demeanor of the hostess. It is rare that you would come to see Jia. The household is a bit chaotic at present, and I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Shuiyin paid her no heed and proceeded directly towards Gao Jia's courtyard. She felt indifferent towards these individuals. Her sole intention was to meet Gao Jia. This was her first time entering Gao Jia's bedroom. He lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion exhibiting an unusual flush, while his lips were devoid of color, and his breathing was rapid and weak. He was nearing the end. Shuiyin was acutely aware of this. Gao Jia had been burning with fever for an extended period, remaining in a state of stupor since losing consciousness. He had witnessed his parents perish before his eyes, desperately trying to save them, but he was no match for the ferocious bandits, whose mercilessness was akin to that of wolves and tigers. Even in his unconscious state, his brow was furrowed tightly, revealing an expression of agony, as if he could still sense the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. Suddenly, he felt a chill touch against his forehead, akin to snowflakes falling gently upon his face in winter. In that moment, he was carefree and untroubled, with his parents and loved ones awaiting his return at home. He was a weary traveler, his burdens of dust and fatigue soon to be cast aside. Gone were the pains, replaced only by joy and tranquility. As Shuiyin sat by the bedside, she observed Gao Jia slowly opening his eyes. His gaze was devoid of clarity, as if trapped in a dream, yet his expression had relaxed considerably, revealing a sense of bewilderment. Was it a dream? He parted his lips, seemingly attempting to utter those 2 words, yet no sound emerged. I have come to see you, Shuiyin said. A glimmer of light gradually ignited in Gao Jia's eyes as he finally grasped his surroundings and the gravity of his situation. He then offered Shuiyin a bitter smile. If there is a next life, that would be wonderful. Gao Jiaoyang had summoned a nearby doctor, and Shuiyin rose to step back, allowing space for the physician to assess Gao Jiala's condition, who sighed and shook his head in sorrow. While he is still conscious, if there is anything to be said, now is the time. Mercury observed as Gao Jiaoyang and Gao Jiayin approached the bedside, adjusting their shawls before stepping out. This year, the grape trellis in the courtyard bore fruit, with verdant vines thriving abundantly. Oh, fourth brother.
Please do not die.
Gao Jiayun's anguished cries pierced the air, reminiscent of a petulant child. However, she would no longer have the luxury of remaining a child. Mercury took a step out of the Gao residence, opting not to take a carriage. She recalled a previous life when Xiaoyan had passed away, and she had similarly cradled her while walking down the street. Why did they all yearn for the afterlife? Yet, she pondered that perhaps it would be better if there were no afterlife at all. With Gao Jiala's demise, the eldest and third young masters of the Gao family became embroiled in conflict, ultimately leading to a division of the family. The eldest master, driven by avarice, seized the majority of the family's wealth and fled the chaotic Pingcheng, leaving his younger siblings with an empty Gao household. Gao Jiayin now resided with her third brother, Gao Jiaoyang. Anji truly assumed the role of the mistress of the Gao family. This time, she did not live alone outside, resulting in the birth of a son without succumbing to the perils of childbirth as in the original narrative. In that storyline, she had died after giving birth to a son for Gao Jiaoyang, becoming an indelible memory in his life. However, this time she survived. Thus, she must tend to the child, manage household affairs, and care for a capricious young sister-in-law while Gao Jiaoyang harbored his lofty aspirations. Having been a young master for so many years, even when the newspaper he established yielded little income, he could still draw from the Gao family's resources. Yet now, the Gao family was a shadow of its former self, and their foremost challenge was confronting a fiscal crisis. Gao Jiaoyang was utterly at a loss regarding the means to earn a living, and Gao Jiayin was even less capable, merely subsisting on what little remained. Anji eventually realized the profound difficulty of becoming a soul mate to a man upon marrying him, as the burdens of life bore down upon her. And she resolved to embody the role of a devoted wife and mother, constantly entangled in the mundane struggles of daily existence. She gradually lost the essence that Gao Jiaoyang once cherished in her. It was her ethereal nature, her shared ideals and aspirations, and her distinction from the ordinary that had captivated him. Yet, as she began to embrace the routine of life, she transformed into an ordinary woman. Initially, Anji was enamored with Gao Jiaoyang's unwavering commitment to his ideals. However, when he became consumed solely by those ideals, incapable of providing her with the support or security she craved, Anji found herself harboring sudden disdain for his singular pursuit of aspiration. As dissatisfaction burgeoned in the hearts of this couple, their marriage gradually descended into an abyss. The first time Gao Jiayin witnessed her elder brother and sister Anji quarreling, she attempted to mediate, but their disputes became increasingly frequent. She soon grew weary of their cliché conflicts and yearned to escape the stifling atmosphere of their home. These matters bore no relation to the tumult of the Mercury. She remained steadfast amidst her parents' relentless pressure for marriage within the Lin family. Lin father and Lin mother ultimately recognized that their eldest daughter had unwittingly become significantly more assertive than before. Even within the household, both Lin Qilihua and their younger brother found themselves intimidated by her presence. That faction of royalists had vacated Pingcheng in August, driven out by the advance of another army that seized control of the city. This new group hailing from Province A, while not as brazen as the previous band of marauders, still inflicted considerable distress upon the common folk. Gao Jiaoyang appeared to have emerged victorious, once again organizing a procession and resuming publication of the newspaper, calling for an end to the war. However, the country was now engulfed in chaos, with unrest prevalent everywhere. It was not something that could simply be wished away. Jiaoyang, the newspaper has been operating at a loss. Perhaps it should be shut down, and Ji advised. Cradling their child, her gaze was filled with disappointment as she looked at him. Have you considered how we will manage at home? We can no longer afford to support the newspaper. We all need to survive. Gao Jiaoyang sighed. I understand. I have put you in a difficult position. But we cannot allow poverty to defeat us. We can live more frugally. And Ji could no longer contain her frustration. It is not as simple as you think. Have you taken a look at our current situation? If this continues, we will not be able to sustain ourselves. Their child, awakened by the commotion, began to wail loudly. The piercing cries caused Gao Jiaoyang a throbbing headache, leaving him weary and bewildered by the transformation of Enji, who had once been so supportive. Please soothe the child. We can discuss this later, he suggested. Yet, Enji was beyond patience. Soothe the child? I have always been the one to care for him. As a father, have you even looked after him once a day? Have you held him? You show no concern for our survival. And your sister, in this dire situation, she does not even offer assistance, merely idling away her days, while I bear the burden of caring for you both. Gao Jiaoyang also felt exhausted. Jiayan now had only me as her brother. She is still young and will be somewhat fragile in the face of great changes. You once cherished her so dearly. Why can't you now extend a bit more love and understanding toward her? And Ji retorted, then why can't you consider my feelings? Gao Jiayan stood expressionless outside the door, listening to their quarrel, and silently turned to leave. As she gazed upon the once glorious Gao family, tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh, father, mother, fourth brother. In October, Shuiyin learned that Enji and Gao Jiaoyang had parted ways. Enji had even forsaken her son, leaving Pingcheng with another man, abandoning the man she once loved. Initially, Shuiyin believed this matter had no bearing on her, but within half a month, Gao Jiaoyang appeared at her door, looking haggard. He expressed his desire to marry me and reconcile with the Lin family. Shuiyin raised an eyebrow and inquired of her sister, who had come to relay the news. Lin Chilo nodded, yes. Father and mother are speaking with him in the front hall. Shuiyin rose and made her way to the front hall. Upon seeing her, Gao Jiaoyang bowed in shame and apologized, saying, It was my fault before. I have wronged you. I hope you can grant me a chance to make amends. Shuiyin's expression remained calm as she stepped forward and kicked him to the ground. How utterly disgusting. Gao Jiaoyang, now covered in dust and dirt from her kick, attempted to say something further, but Shuiyin called for others to throw him out of the Lin family as door. In light of Gao Jiala's reputation, consider this money a parting gift. Take it and do not return. Shuiyin tossed him a few bills. I do not need it. Gao Jiala, deeply provoked, rose with a flushed countenance and departed. Given his disposition, it is likely he would never again have the courage to face her. Lin Qilua, cradling her dog, exclaimed, Sister, you bear an uncanny resemblance to a villainess from a tale, viewing others through the disdainful eyes of a dog. She stuck out her tongue and continued, however, Dear sister, that kick you delivered earlier was rather exhilarating. You struck with such force. Surely your foot must ache? That very night. The system intoned within her mind. Current task world failed. Host has rejected the system's selection of an optimal world, resolutely opposing the system, and shall face punishment. Entering the next world. Upon regaining consciousness in this body, Shuiyin quickly grasped the meaning of the system's punishment. This world was unlike the previous three. You idle wretch. Get out of bed at once. Lazing about in here, do you think I spent so much to bring you home just for you to sleep? You slothful woman. Get up now. An elderly woman's scolding grew increasingly nearer. Slowly, Shuiyin rose from the bed, feeling the dampness and pain beneath her. Although she had never endured such an experience, the narrative provided by the system illuminated her understanding. This body had given birth just yesterday, and it was conveying its agony to her. The flimsy wooden door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman clad in a tattered, quilted coat. Her face was etched with deep lines, appearing to be in her 70s. Yet, according to the plot's information, she was merely in her 50s. It is quite commonplace for impoverished families in this desolate countryside to appear far older than their actual years, with their faces turned to the earth and their backs to the sky. Rise quickly, for there remains an abundance of tasks to be accomplished at home. Your idleness here is akin to inviting demise. The old woman, with her withered and creased hand, yanked her from the bed and dragged her outside. The dawn was just breaking, the distant sky merging with the undulating mountains, while a layer of autumn dew blanketed the yellowing blades of grass in the courtyard. The dwelling, constructed of earthen walls and tiled roof, was modest in size and devoid of windows, rendering the interior shrouded in darkness. Shuiyin silently observed her surroundings. Refraining from uttering a word, the old woman, seemingly accustomed to the woman's silence, spoke sternly for a while before retreating into a room. Soon, Shuiyin heard the voice of a child emanating from within, accompanied by the soothing tones of the old woman. With an expressionless face, Shuiyin gazed in that direction. Residing in that room were the two elders of this household and their sole grandson, the child born of the body she inhabited years ago. Sold into this village at a tender age, the woman, whose original name was Lu Xiangxue, had been pregnant 8 times, enduring 5 miscarriages due to arduous labor, and successfully delivering 3 children. However, only one boy remained alive, while the other 2 girls, including the infant she had given birth to just yesterday, had perished. This was a place steeped in poverty, so destitute that it could scarcely sustain an additional mouth, leading to the demise of those 2 infants. The pangs of hunger sharpened Shuiyin's awareness, compelling her to replay the narrative in her mind, and she instinctively felt a wave of nausea. After being abducted by traffickers, Lu Xiangxue attempted to escape, but was left mentally incapacitated, which ultimately led to her being sold to them at a low price. Over the years, Lu Xiangxue has not only become a mere vessel for childbirth, but also labored tirelessly from dawn until dusk. Despite her mental challenges, she is capable of learning to work, though she occasionally wanders aimlessly, unaware of her surroundings. During such instances, the Lu family would tether her within the home, as one would restrain a dog. The Foolish Mother is a poignant narrative that transcends all boundaries of profound maternal love. Although Lu Xiangxue is mentally impaired, she innately understands the essence of self-sacrifice for her children, embodying the true spirit of motherhood. Indeed, within the original storyline, this foolish mother was confined by the Lu family for over a decade. As her son matured, both the elderly matriarch and patriarch passed away, leaving her solely responsible for her son's care. Yet, she remained a fool, enduring pain and hardship to raise her son, who ultimately felt she had brought him shame. As the only university graduate to emerge from their small village, her son possessed knowledge that eluded his ancestors, yet he failed to cultivate gratitude. As Solzhenitsyn stated, knowledge does not engender morality. This holds true. In the end, her son finally acknowledged his foolish mother. Yet this recognition did not prevent him from marrying and having children in the metropolis, abandoning his mother to fend for herself in their small village. The foolish mother harbored no resentment, as if a lifetime of meaning and suffering could be fulfilled by a single, fleeting utterance of mother. What a quintessential portrayal of a selfless and unwaveringly devoted mother. Shuiyin, a girl raised in the countryside, possessed an innate sense of defiance against her predetermined fate. She was unwilling to follow in the footsteps of the village women who, upon reaching their teenage years, settled down with a man. Resigned to a life of childbearing and nurturing, only to see their offspring replicate the same monotonous cycle. Fortuitously, that year, a Hope Primary School opened in a nearby village, granting her the opportunity to pursue an education. Learning represented the singular chance for women of her background to alter their destinies. While other children engaged in innocent play, Shuiyin seized this opportunity with fervor, devoting every available moment to her studies. The audience, moved to tears, watched as the host attempted to reach out to their mothers, hoping to orchestrate a heartwarming reunion. However, Shuiyin felt her self-esteem shatter amidst the sentimental background music and the incessant ringing of unanswered calls. Standing awkwardly on the brightly lit stage, she was acutely aware of the many condescending gazes cast upon her from above, while the hosts manipulated her and her story as if they were mere props in a distressing nightmare. It was during that time, as she descended the steps of the television station with that man, overhearing the staff behind her disparaging her family as shameless and impoverished, that the 10-year-old girl vowed to herself that she would escape this life and seize the opportunity to master her own fate. She promised herself that one day, she would be self-sufficient, maintaining her dignity, and would no longer be ridiculed for her poverty and origins. Indeed, she succeeded, gaining admission to the finest university, an achievement that verged on miraculous. While her peers basked in the carefree joys of youth, she relentlessly devoted herself to learning every conceivable subject, swiftly maturing into a polished and accomplished woman, concealing the depths of her former struggles from the world. Yet now, the system seems to have stripped away her proud faade, plunging her back into the quagmire of her childhood trials. Mercury refuses to engage with the system, her simmering fury confined beneath her exterior, as if she has been fractured into two distinct selves, reassessing the world with the eyes of an adult. At the table, men sit consuming congee, while an elderly woman eats from a bowl by the stove. Lu Xiangxue can only partake of the meager fare here, a couple of sweet potatoes accompanied by a murky broth. The thin porridge is reserved for the sole small boy. While the men feast on sweet potatoes and taro, with a sprinkling of dried vegetables, Lu Xiangxue cannot even satiate her hunger with sweet potatoes. In this household, no one pays much attention to Lu Xiangxue, regarded as a simpleton. Once the two strong men finish their meal, they return to labor, with old Lu following suit, leaving only the elderly woman, the small boy, and Lu Xiangxue in the house. The elderly woman tends to the boy while engaging in light tasks, while Lu Xiangxue's responsibilities extend to caring for a nearby vegetable patch, washing urine buckets, cutting pig fodder, cooking pig feed, feeding the pigs, and gathering firewood. Mercury binds firewood in the yard, and the small boy, not far from her, amuses himself with small stones, gleefully throwing them at her, laughing uproariously each time a stone strikes her head, shouting "Fool! Fool!" Mercury casts him a cold glance, grasping her hatchet and basket as she heads out to gather pig fodder. As she stepped outside, memories of the pesticide bottle discovered in the corner of the room flashed through her mind, and a fleeting smile graced her lips. Was this the realm of reality or merely an illusion? It mattered not. She was acutely aware that she was not Lu Xiangxue, and this secluded village nestled deep within the mountains could not confine her. To gather pigweed, one must traverse a particular path, and as Shuiyin approached, she noticed the freshly turned earth in the center of the road, causing her to halt her steps. A small stone rested atop the freshly disturbed soil, signifying that something had recently been buried beneath. The infant girl born to Lu Xiangxue was suffocated by the old woman and interred beneath this very road. The villagers, coming and going, would tread this path often. A child born and unwanted, suffocated and buried beneath such a thoroughfare, would be trampled upon, ensuring that no soul would dare to reincarnate into their family again. This was the old woman's assertion following Lu Xiangxue's childbirth, a notion in which she firmly believed. The old woman was deeply dissatisfied upon the birth of yet another girl to Lu Xiangxue, prompting her to rise and labor immediately after giving birth. Though they were both human, born into this world, her brother received all the affection and hope while she faced the absurdity of being suffocated and interred at birth in the very center of the road. How ludicrous it seemed. Dandelions bloomed along the roadside, and Shuiyin plucked a yellow flower, placing it atop the small stone. In a whisper as soft as a breeze, she vowed, "Child, I assure you, they shall soon meet their end, and when they do, no one will be there to bury them." The village of Tulu Air is exceedingly remote, nearly cut off from the outside world, encircled by towering mountains. Within the village, there exists no means of transportation. The only exit is a dirt path, and the nearest town lies far away, requiring nearly a day's walk to reach. The villagers occasionally venture out to trade a few goods, and each outing takes them 2 to 3 days. Lu Xiangxue is considered simple-minded and has been docile for many years. The villagers have grown accustomed to her cooking and harbor no suspicion toward her. However, she is familiar with the pungent scent of pesticides, which is rather potent. The food they typically consume lacks flavor, and if pesticides were directly infused into it, the taste would be unmistakable. The villagers are not foolish. Thus, they need to mask the chemical odor with more robust flavors. She has but one opportunity and must succeed on the first attempt. Shifting upright, she glanced across the river. Some villagers catch fish to enhance their diets, and occasionally, a dead fish drifts ashore. The villagers are not particularly discerning. Even slightly spoiled fish can be retrieved for consumption, deemed a delicacy in their eyes. If the fish is somewhat decomposed, it possesses a peculiar odor, which simplifies matters considerably. There would be no need to use an excessive amount of poison. A non-lethal dose would suffice, enough to induce dizziness and vomiting, rendering them incapable of resistance. On the shimmering surface of the water, Lu Xiangxue wore her customary vacant expression. Crouched by the edge of the field, her mind occupied with thoughts of alternatives. If she failed to locate any dead fish, she could perhaps catch a few small fish from a nearby pond, each no larger than her thumb. If she dried them and then stewed them in water, It might effectively mask the fishy odor, a feasible plan indeed.
Ah, foolish girl.
Someone passed by on the road, playfully calling out to her. Shuiyin, engrossed in her task of cutting grass, feigned ignorance. The passerby plucked a small thorny fruit from the roadside and tossed it over her shoulder, shouting, "Fool!
Hey, look here."
Yet, Shuiyin remained unresponsive, and the individual, likely bored, continued on his way, carrying a shoulder pole and basket. Only when the sound of footsteps faded did Shuiyin gradually relax her grip on the knife. Having nearly finished cutting the pig feed, she resolved to head to the riverbank in search of any dead fish that might be washed ashore. As she passed behind a house, she noticed a figure standing by the window of a cattle pen, a pair of eyes gazing intently at her. In this village, madness was not exclusive to Lu Xiangxue. This woman confined within the cattle pen was equally deranged. It was unclear whether she had been sold from elsewhere or had married into the village from a neighboring one. In Shuiyin's mind, this woman represented a narrative entirely distinct from Lu Xiangxue's. While Lu Xiangxue had embraced the role of a great mother, this nameless woman had never ceased her attempts to escape, ultimately meeting her demise by falling from a cliff in her frantic flight. Despite having borne several children, her desire for freedom was seen as foolish, and her death was deemed just. Such was the villagers' reaction to her passing. In their eyes, any woman arriving from outside, once she had given birth, would no longer seek to flee. That was the essence of a normal woman. The woman who yearns to escape the confines of a mundane life is nothing short of abnormal, verging on madness, deserving of confinement. This household owns a dog, which often roams freely along the road, unrestrained, for the leash is tethered to the woman by the cattle pen. Whenever Mercury passes by the cattle pen, the woman's gaze remains fixated upon her. She is mute, unable to articulate her thoughts, and her piercing eyes instill a sense of fear in those who meet her gaze. In stark contrast, Lu Xiangxue enjoys a considerably better existence. The Lu family treats her with kindness, and she ought to embrace a sense of gratitude rather than engage in futile endeavors. Just observe her eventual fate. Do you truly wish to share her destiny? Yet, Mercury is unwilling to linger in anticipation for too long, as the flames of her indignation burn incessantly within her. That night, Mercury tossed and turned on a rudimentary straw bed, the thin quilt, stained and odorous, offering no warmth whatsoever. The following morning, Lu Lauer indeed rose at dawn. Mercury, too, was compelled to rise early, as she needed to fertilize the vegetable fields. The plot of land was conveniently located near the main road to the town. From a distance, Mercury spotted Lu Lauer approaching, and as he passed her by, he halted. Casting a glance around, he abruptly set down his water jug and the sack of grain he carried, unfastening his belt as he advanced toward Mercury in the vegetable patch. Lu Lauer, now in his 30s, could not afford a second wife due to the family's poverty. Thus, he and his brother share a single spouse. The Lu residence is so compact that any commotion within is easily overheard by the neighbors, prompting the brothers to occasionally engage in their intimate encounters with Lu Xiangxue outside. In a secluded corner outside, one could nonchalantly relieve oneself, pulling up trousers once done. It was evident that Lu Laojiu had suddenly developed an interest. Perhaps forgetting that Lu Xiangxue had only given birth a couple of days prior, or perhaps he simply did not care. Mercury observed him approaching with a steady gaze. Suddenly realizing this was an opportune moment. Her hand brushed against a sharply pointed awl, a tool the old woman used for shoemaking, which Mercury had secretly concealed since her very first day in this world. When she felt no sense of security in her surroundings, it became her habit to carry a means of protection. Lu Laojiu hurriedly attempted to pull her trousers down. Mercury feigned a struggle, waiting for his attention to wane. In an instant, she sprang forth, exerting all her strength to plunge the sharp awl into the back of the man's neck, simultaneously pressing his head down firmly to stifle any sound. A gurgling noise escaped his lips, resonating in Mercury's ears as her hand remained steadfastly on the back of his skull. Blood stained the earth in the vegetable patch, and the man gradually ceased convulsing. Mercury withdrew the awl, wiping the slick blood from her hands, and quickly gathered the provisions and water flask from the roadside before dragging Lu Laojiu's lifeless body towards the cattle pen. There lay a large cesspool where she could dispose of the corpse, ensuring it would go unnoticed for several days. The woman in the cattle pen regarded her once more. Mercury paid her no mind, focused instead on tying a stone to Lu Laojiu's body before submerging him into the thick, black mire of the cesspool. As the corpse gradually sank, ultimately consumed by the fetid cesspool, Shuiyin felt a twinge of regret. Had the individual still been alive, it would have been far better for them to drown directly in the mire. Not lingering there for long, Shuiyin swiftly concealed her provisions beneath a bridge by the riverbank. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. This body, having not rested since childbirth, toiled daily, and she felt as though she were burning her very essence to accomplish all of this. Fortunately, Lu Xiangshue's physique had acclimated to rigorous labor, granting her sufficient strength to manage the body. Otherwise, the situation would have become quite troublesome. Calmly, she washed her hands and removed the blood-stained garments, scrubbing them clean. Shuiyin consumed the rations that Lu Liar had brought along to replenish her energy. She had not eaten her fill these past 2 days and had many tasks ahead of her. Remaining famished could sap her strength. Like a true devoted mother, she set about preparing fish, meticulously adhering to her plan and executing each step with precision. After emptying a pesticide bottle, she diluted it with water and used it to rinse, placing the resulting liquid in a gourd ladle. An elderly woman visited the kitchen to fetch a bowl for her precious grandson to enjoy some sugar, and right before her eyes, Shuiyin added that ladle of water into the foul fish. They relished their meal with delight, while Shuiyin contentedly consumed sweet potatoes beneath the stove, glancing occasionally at the table. None of them detected anything amiss. Only Lu Laodao remarked that the fish was not prepared well, tasting somewhat bitter, yet he did not refrain from eating it. The fish was fragrant, laden with oil, and in accordance with the Lu family's customs, it was utterly inconceivable to waste any morsel. Even if the flavor was a bit peculiar, they would still partake. As dinner time arrived, all the household shut their doors, and no one heard the sounds of several individuals retching within the Lu family kitchen. Mercury set down the bowl containing sweet potatoes and picked up the axe that had been prepared beside her. The autumn night in the mountain forest was quite chilly as Mercury stepped outside to wash her hands. Soon, she carried the remaining half-pot of stewed fish toward a household in the village. Before she could approach, the dog in the yard began to bark, and someone inside inquired who it was. Mercury stepped forward, placing the bowl of fish in a corner by the door, enticing the dog out to eat, while she foolishly gestured, borrowing some cotton thread. The family had no suspicions. Such was the nature of village life, where needles and threads were often borrowed amongst neighbors. The Lu family was notoriously poor and frugal, and this was not the first time she had come to borrow. As she walked away with a small ball of cotton thread, Mercury disposed of the dog she had killed earlier into the nearby cesspool. This was the only dog in the village, and the cow shed belonged to this family as well. A woman from the cow shed was awakened by her subtle movements, rising to peer out the window at her. The entire Lu household was eerily quiet, save for Mercury's solitary breaths, the night still and haunting. Yet she was unafraid. After a half-dreaming sleep, as dawn approached, she shouldered her bag and took up the axe, deliberately locking the door behind her. At this hour, the sky remained hazy, the path deserted. Passing the cow shed once more, Mercury noticed the woman squeezed against the window, reaching out her hand toward her. The woman opened her mouth wide, as if trying to squeeze herself through the narrow wooden bars. Mercury approached, pressing down on her hand, asking, "Do you wish to leave as well?" The woman, tears streaming down her face, cried out in despair. Mercury swiftly covered her mouth, urging silence. She then lifted her hand to push aside the wooden bolt barring the door. The cattle pen was unlocked, and in such a village, no one would concern themselves with the woman inside. Therefore, Mercury effortlessly opened the dilapidated door of the pen, unfastened the dog chain around her waist, and pulled her out. The mute woman, whether truly mad or merely pretending, stumbled along behind Mercury. Mercury tightly grasped her hand, partly to prevent her from suddenly losing her wits and causing a commotion, and partly to urge her to move more swiftly. Mercury chose not to take the sole mountain path leading out of the village, but rather ascended a smaller hill adjacent to it. This hill, frequented occasionally by woodcutters, afforded a clear view of the village below. The mute woman's condition appeared quite poor, her breaths were labored, and her steps erratic, as if she might collapse at any moment, especially while traversing the incline, where she nearly fell several times, yet ultimately managed to keep pace. What astonished Mercury most was that this woman did not behave as she had anticipated, even when Mercury diverted from the escape route to climb the hill. The woman remained silent and obediently followed. Finding a secluded thicket that allowed for observation of the village and the nearby road, where a small stream flowed, Mercury settled down and invited the mute woman to sit beside her. She took out some provisions she had prepared earlier and offered a portion to her companion.
Eat,
She urged. Once you are full, we can leave tonight. It was still midnight, and according to Mercury's plan, they would remain here for the day, as she intended to utilize this time to accomplish certain tasks. Mercury has always been patient. Her only concern was that the mute woman might act impulsively and disrupt her meticulously crafted plans. Observing the woman sitting there in a daze, she felt a slight sense of relief and leaned against the tree trunk to seize a moment of respite. As the sun ascended higher, the villagers began to emerge from their homes, bustling about with their daily tasks. Someone noticed the unusual quietude at the Liu residence and knocked on the door. Before long, a commotion erupted in the village. This village comprised over 20 households, and nearly all the inhabitants congregated at the entrance and within the yard of the Liu home. Curiosity about the scene inside fueled a cacophony of speculation, the clamor so pronounced that even Mercury, hiding on the mountainside, could discern the uproar. Shortly thereafter, voices emerged from the cattle pen at the village's edge, where someone, exasperated, began to shout. In this secluded village, nestled among the mountains, a loud call from within a home could be heard by all in the vicinity. After a flurry of confusion, a group managed to organize the village men, arming themselves and setting off in pursuit of someone beyond the village. From her vantage point, Mercury observed the men wielding knives and hoes, their anger propelling them down the mountain path. She couldn't help but smirk at this unforeseen turn of events. Yet the mute woman was staring at her. Mercury reiterated, "You must remain silent, without causing any disturbance. Otherwise, I shall silence you and bind you here." The mute woman suddenly recoiled, covering her mouth and remaining utterly still. In that instant, Mercury felt an unexpected realization. Perhaps she was not as foolish as she had initially appeared. The Liu residence remains unchanged, perhaps due to the harrowing scene that instills fear in anyone who might dare to enter and tidy up. Once the onlookers departed, the elderly, weak, and women of the village refrained from approaching the house where a life had been lost. Without a shred of remorse, Shuiyin entered the Liu home, retrieving flammable dry grass from beneath the stove, along with oil concealed beneath the straw. She placed these items behind the house and re-entered the room of the old woman and Mr. Liu, tearing down quilts and curtains before igniting them. After ensuring that the combustible materials in several rooms were ablaze, Shuiyin carried the oil and a bundle of firewood along the corner of the wall to the back of another dwelling. Like a shadow, she silently selected homes devoid of inhabitants. Many households stored firewood in their kitchens, the most flammable area, while the freshly harvested grain had yet to be stored in the cellar, piled high in the living rooms beneath quilts, oilcloths, and firewood, rendering them equally susceptible to flames. The rooms where important possessions and money were kept typically belonged to the elderly, which also warranted destruction. The flames and smoke rising from the Liu house captured the attention of most villagers, prompting many who remained at home to venture over to witness the spectacle. Shuiyin used the fire from the Liu residence to divert them, systematically setting fire to other homes. If there were people inside, she could not stealthily slip in to ignite the flames. Instead, she would douse the area with oil and set a fire from the back, causing enough chaos even if it did not consume anything of great importance. It was a splendid day, with the autumn sky clear and bright, a gentle breeze wafting through the dry air. Fires engulfed the village, leaving only the elderly, women, and children behind. In the face of the raging flames, extinguishing the infernos seemed an impossible task. Some, unable to tend to their homes, could only watch helplessly as their savings and provisions were reduced to ash. Sitting on the ground, beating their thighs in despair, wailing in anguish. After a long and exhausting run, Mercury felt utterly drained, having sweated profusely, her body weak and her throat sore and parched from the smoke. She sat by the stream, washing her hands and face, drinking copiously until she felt somewhat revitalized. Below the mountain, thick smoke billowed ominously, the flames uncontrollable, spreading to the adjacent fields, consuming the dried brush and grasses before climbing up the mountain. The smoke grew denser, black ash swirling in the air, resembling a dark snow falling beneath the azure sky. Mercury and the mute woman sat quietly, gazing at the village shrouded in smoke. Neither uttering a word. Venturing outside, they discovered their home had been completely ravaged, their money and food gone, their family members sobbing on the ground. The men, unable to bear the weight of their despair, were equally lost, questioning the identity of the perpetrators, the manner of their attack, and the whereabouts of the assailants. After venting their rage with harsh words, they could only huddle together, heads in hands, succumbing to a collective breakdown. For these individuals, the loss of their homes, food, and wealth was a blow more devastating than the loss of several loved ones. Everyone was preoccupied, rummaging through the ruins for anything salvageable, desperately trying to rescue undamaged provisions. At such a time, they were unlikely to consider pursuing the culprits beyond the village. This was the calculated moment for Mercury to make her escape. "We must depart now." With a bundle on her back, Mercury grasped the hand of the mute woman and led her down the mountain, racing along the winding path. After a brief respite, they regained their strength, and both ran swiftly, sweat streaming down their faces, their legs weary and aching, yet neither was willing to pause, even for a moment. The time they spent fleeing was hard-won by Mercury, every fleeting second possibly bringing pursuers closer. Despite her formidable prowess, she knew she could not evade the wrath of the robust men behind them. As twilight deepened, they traversed two mountains, the sky behind them tinged with a faint crimson, a testament to the flames still raging in the distance. The ash and soot that fell upon them were of little concern. From the outset, Mercury had pulled the mute woman along, and eventually, they supported each other as they navigated the mountain path. In the midst of the biting chill of late autumn, the two felt no trace of cold, only the fervent drumming of their hearts and their bodies, exhausted yet exhilarated, pressed onward. In the boundless darkness, the seemingly endless mountain trail stretched before them. Mercury's vision was obscured by the night, relying solely on a vague intuition to guide her forward. Suddenly, she halted, having perceived the faintest hint of voices just beyond a bend in the path. The mute woman remained oblivious, and with a swift motion, Mercury covered her mouth, summoning an unearthly strength to pull her into the nearby thicket. For a moment, silence enveloped them, and Mercury began to doubt her senses, yet she remained utterly still. Even she, in that instant, was drenched in cold sweat from the fear that gripped her. This time, Mercury listened intently to every sound along the road. Fortunate that no further mishaps occurred. As the first light of dawn broke, they caught sight of the houses in the town. Mercury did not linger in the town but instead urged the mute woman to press on. Most villagers frequently visited this town, where many former villagers resided. Being seen by them would not bode well, and she preferred to distance herself. Leaving the village was merely the first step. It was not yet a time for rejoicing, as she had to carefully select a safer route. By midday, Mercury and the mute woman boarded a dilapidated bus parked by the roadside. Its destination, a county unknown to Mercury. In such small locales, short-distance buses pick up passengers at any time along the road. Mercury paid for a ticket and casually found an empty seat, without the need for identification. Neither she nor the mute woman possessed identification, which was both a curse and a blessing. The locals had a tenuous grasp of the law, often opting to resolve matters within the village, granting them a semblance of impunity. Yet, they also bore the burdens of living without legal protection. After an arduous journey lasting a day and a night, they finally arrived in a slightly larger city, where Mercury found a modest inn to stay for a day. Villagers seldom bathed, and both Mercury and the mute woman were in a wretched state, reeking and the subject of many pointed stares along the way. Fellow passengers dared not approach them. "Where is your home? Do you have any relatives?" Mercury finally addressed the mute woman. "If you do, I can help you contact them. If not, I will take you to the police station." The mute woman, having been cleansed, unexpectedly revealed a certain beauty, though her features bore the marks of age. She gazed at her surroundings, her eyes brimming with tears. Mercury remained indifferent. "I shall not accompany you indefinitely." She gestured towards a piece of paper. "Your name." The mute woman inscribed her name. Mercury glanced at it before rising to borrow a telephone. The call was swiftly answered, and with a calm demeanor. Mercury informed the person on the other end of the line where their daughter could be found, requesting their presence. On the other end, emotions swirled, some weeping, others laughing, before they repeatedly inquired about her address. A day later, a large family arrived to retrieve her, having traveled by plane and then by car. They consisted of an elderly couple in their 50s, two young adults in their 20s, and a teenage girl. The mute woman timidly observed them, initially hesitant to approach until the older woman extended her hand, crying out to her. Only then did she rush forward to embrace her. Mercury found little pleasure in such scenes. In the restroom, she overheard the two young adults and the girl conversing quietly in the hallway. "I fear what others might say. Don't you find this embarrassing? Did you see that woman with the elder sister? She was also a victim of trafficking, wasn't she? Will our parents need to compensate her? They should offer something, but not excessively. Perhaps around 2,000 yuan would suffice." Mercury meticulously washed her hands in the restroom, scrutinizing her weary reflection in the mirror. She pondered that even after escaping the confines of the mountainous prison, the wounds would not cease. The world beyond would continue to inflict suffering upon them, perhaps even more intensely. She quietly departed from this place with the scant funds taken from the Liu family. Without bidding farewell to the mute woman, she would discover a way to continue her existence and unearth the significance of living on. The system issued a belated notification. All main characters in this world have perished. The current task world has failed. Transitioning to the next world. Upon assessment, the host exhibits severe rebellious tendencies and a propensity for crime. The system will enforce a mandatory world setting, reducing the host's physical endurance and imposing a frail and ailing condition. Mercury had scarcely lingered in the previous world for a few days. She surmised that the individuals behind the system must be in a state of exasperation. It was unclear what arrangements they had concocted, yet they ultimately devised such a stratagem. Did they believe that by rendering her physically weak, she would be incapable of replicating her previous actions? Mercury nearly laughed at the absurdity. Even if she were to become a frail invalid confined to her bed, the system would not achieve its aim. Moreover, to provoke such apprehension in the system that it felt compelled to impose additional settings upon her was indeed an honor. She accepted the character setting and narrative of the new world, understanding that any manipulations regarding it would be futile. Regardless of the storyline, she would act according to her own inclinations, and the system would tire of entangling itself in such matters. In this world, Mercury was a 5-year-old girl. She sensed the system's malice, as it seemed to convey the notion that no matter how formidable she might be, when reduced to the form of a 5-year-old child, what could she truly accomplish? The frigid wind seeped through the crevices of the makeshift plastic walls, and while Mercury felt the chill, she also experienced the searing pangs of hunger in her belly, a sensation that rendered her mind dizzy and her heart heavy with longing. She rose from the disheveled, malodorous bedding and surveyed the dimly lit room. This cramped dwelling measured less than 4 square meters, constructed from flimsy plastic panels, with a roof made of discarded metal sheeting and patched with tattered cloth and oil paper. The narrow, dilapidated shelter contained a bed fashioned from wooden planks atop a stool, leaving no space for anything else. At that moment, besides her, several others lay upon the bed. In the dim light and suffocating mix of odors, Mercury matched the figures beside her with the characters from her own narrative. At the edge lay an adult woman, her mother in this world, cradling a baby in her arms, her youngest brother. Next to them was a girl of about 10, her eldest sister, while on Mercury's other side rested a girl of approximately 7, her second sister. A couple, accompanied by 3 daughters and 1 son, comprised this exceedingly impoverished family, Mercury being the 5-year-old third daughter. In their abject poverty, they felt compelled to procreate. Residing on the fringes of a city, beside a long-abandoned construction site, with a large garbage dump nearby, their surroundings utterly inhospitable. They lack urban residency permits. The woman and her 4 children do not even possess identification cards, rendering them invisible to society. The only man in the household, who holds an ID, survives on a meager monthly subsidy, yet he is far from virtuous. He indulges in liquor, gambling, and illicit affairs, showing no regard for the struggles of the women and children at home. This family exists as a shadow behind the gleaming facade of the city, akin to the fetid moss in the sewers, largely overlooked by the public, with most unaware of their existence. Yet, they are undeniably present. They face daily hunger, lack decent clothing, and refrain from seeking employment, spending the majority of their time huddled together on a foul-smelling bed in their makeshift dwelling, using sleep as a means to escape hunger and cold. Sister, why aren't you sleeping? Do you need to urinate? The elder sister, awakened by the sound of the younger girl stirring, inquired softly. The younger girl, named Mercury, glanced at her and nodded before slowly rising to leave. The elder sister followed suit, assisting her in moving aside the makeshift door, which is merely a wooden plank, possibly heavy for a 5-year-old. As Mercury attempted to move, she felt a wave of dizziness, not solely from hunger. After taking a few steps, she confirmed the weakness of her body. Her legs felt too feeble to support her, and the effort of walking even a short distance left her breathless. The system had indeed delivered on its promise. She cautiously made her way outside, the biting cold wind making her face feel as if it might split. Outside, the sky loomed leaden gray, surrounded by a desolate wasteland of refuse and the skeletal remains of unfinished concrete structures. There is no restroom here. They all resolve their needs beside the shelter. Yet, this body is famished, its belly hollow, devoid of even water. Inside the makeshift dwelling, a little girl cries out, "It's so cold. Sister, close the door." The teenage girl replies, "Just a moment, third sister." She then turns to Mercury, urging, "Hurry up, the wind is seeping in." The woman, previously motionless, finally stirs. She lifts her expressionless face to glance at the entrance, while her hand gently pats her restless youngest son, who has awakened from the noise. The frail child, sustained only by watery gruel due to his mother's lack of milk, is both small and weak, his cries barely audible. A man enters, tossing a small package carelessly aside. His unkempt beard and ruddy face, clad in a tattered, dark cotton coat, give him the appearance of a destitute beggar. He stands at just over 5 feet tall, yet to the children, he embodies formidable strength and fear. Mercury senses her second sister quietly snuggling closer, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor. This man is their biological father, yet he exhibits no semblance of paternal instinct. Upon entering the shelter, he does not even glance at them, heading straight for the woman. Before long, the eldest sister, cradling the youngest brother, squeezes into the space with her 2 younger sisters. The 4 children watch as the man and the woman engage in intimate acts, oblivious to their presence. The eldest, one arm holding the infant, wraps the other around her sisters, softly coaxing, "Close your eyes, don't make a sound, don't look." The 3 sisters huddle in a corner of the bed, silent, while the infant cries softly twice, prompting the eldest to cautiously insert her finger into his mouth for him to suckle. The affair with the man had concluded, and the woman rose, nonchalantly retrieving a dark, grimy towel to wipe herself before she picked up the small bag that the man had discarded. Inside were remnants of noodles and half a bun. As she stepped outside with her belongings, Mercury caught a whiff of smoke. Earlier, she had noticed a small stove behind the makeshift shelter, where the woman was likely preparing a meal now. The man had already pulled the covers over himself, sprawled across the bed, occupying a significant portion of it as he succumbed to slumber. Mercury glanced at him, contemplating the narrative of their lives. The 4 siblings had embarked on starkly divergent paths. The eldest sister had fallen into the nightlife. The second sister, possessing a certain allure, was adopted by a wealthy family. Yet the patriarch of that household harbored a disturbing obsession, subjecting her to a painful and tumultuous upbringing, rendering her exceedingly sensitive and extreme. The third sister, the protagonist of this tale, found herself adopted by an ordinary family, where her adoptive parents treated her kindly, allowing them to lead a mundane existence. Meanwhile, the eldest daughter, afflicted with AIDS, faced a grim fate, and the second daughter harbored resentment for their abandonment, seeking to humiliate and retaliate against them. Yet, the third daughter remained benevolent and dutiful, choosing to donate a kidney to save her brother in response to her biological parents' pleas and accusations, even dedicating her earnings post-employment to them, thus becoming their unwitting parasite. Interwoven throughout were various entanglements among the sisters due to romantic interests, clashes arising from the disparities between their households, and each individual's flaws manifesting with their own unique justifications. Only the original protagonist embodied a kindness that seemed inexplicable. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it not as kindness, as that would be an affront to the very essence of the term, but rather as foolishness. In an effort to abandon her biological parents, who exploited her, and to inflict pain on her emotionally invested adoptive parents, she irrationally believes that blood ties grant limitless forgiveness to her second sister, who has repeatedly harmed her younger brother. The situation is utterly hopeless and foolish. At this moment, that second sister, who would later become psychologically deranged and consistently oppose her, was merely a naive 7-year-old child, seeking warmth in their embrace. The selfish younger brother, corrupted by poor parental guidance, was still a frail infant under 1 year old. As she found herself cradled by her two sisters, a sudden clarity dawned upon her regarding the system's intentions. It rendered her a 5-year-old child, entirely powerless, reliant solely on these individuals, fostering a bond of mutual dependence. The profound truth that emotions weave the strongest ties was not lost on the system, which persistently endeavored to reshape her through this means. "Come and eat," called a woman as she entered with a steaming dinner. She had added water to the leftover rice and noodles, transforming it into a porridge-like concoction for the children to gather around and consume. They did not wash their hands, their hair was disheveled, and they had no inclination to brush their teeth or face, resembling a group of little beggars sharing a meal. The woman silently spooned some broth to feed the infant. Despite the questionable taste of the salvaged food, the mere presence of sustenance brought a semblance of comfort to their bellies. Feeling fatigued, Mercury leaned against her eldest sister, her expression somber. In such a frail state, she found herself quite inconvenienced. Regrettably, the refuse here had already been sifted through, leaving them with scant rewards. As they neared the entrance on their way back, Mercury was startled by the sound of wailing emanating from the shelter. The woman hastily discarded her bag filled with a water bottle and cardboard, rushing into the makeshift dwelling. Mercury and her second sister were a moment too late. She witnessed the man pressing down on her eldest sister, who was weeping and struggling. The woman had remained silent and numb until now, when she lunged from behind, pushing the man away. The eldest sister, in tears, hid behind the woman, while the infant boy on the adjacent bed also wailed loudly. The man, visibly displeased, cursed under his breath before donning his coat and wandering out once more. Inside the makeshift shelter, the woman and the eldest sister clung to each other, sobbing, while Mercury stood at the entrance, gazing intently at the man's receding figure. Such a man, did he truly deserve the title of father? Or rather, such a beast, did he deserve to live at all? Certainly not. He deserved death. The third sister, amidst a mountain of refuse, was engulfed by a nauseating stench, decaying animal carcasses, moldy clumps of fruits and vegetables, and various plastic bags laden with used tissues. Each type of garbage emitted its own distinct odor. Mercury had never before ventured into such a place. After freeing herself from her original family, she had meticulously arranged her life, never skimping on her material needs, living in comfort and elegance. Yet now, within just a few fleeting days, she had begun to acclimate to the foul smells. When a goal lay before her, she could persist in its pursuit, regardless of the circumstances. Such was Mercury's nature. When the woman came to scavenge for refuse, Mercury followed closely behind, searching for her own necessities, while the woman remained largely indifferent to her actions. After several days of rummaging, Mercury finally uncovered what she sought, a roll of unused kitchen plastic wrap. The restrictions imposed upon her by the system have indeed proven beneficial. She is now but a feeble child, gasping for breath after taking just a few steps, capable only of lifting the weight of a mere bowl of water. Even if armed with a knife, she would be powerless to harm that man. As the weaker party, if she cannot swiftly incapacitate him, she risks being subdued in turn. Thus, she must bide her time, awaiting an infallible opportunity. However, Mercury occasionally catches the man regarding the 3 daughters huddled in the corner with an utterly repulsive gaze. The eldest sister is particularly fearful of such looks, while the 7-year-old second sister remains blissfully unaware, not yet comprehending the gravity of the situation. Mercury's awaited moment materialized a month later. After the woman retired for the night, she ventured out to scavenge for refuse, leaving the eldest daughter at home to tend to the infant boy. It seemed she had forgotten the earlier incident where the man had nearly coerced the eldest daughter. Or perhaps she recalled but felt utterly incapable of addressing it. Merely surviving had consumed all her strength and mental faculties. Some things, if unseen, could be conveniently dismissed as non-existent. The eldest sister, gripped by fear of the man, placed the infant beside the youngest sister before retreating to the back of a dwelling to boil water. In the silent shelter, Mercury stealthily rose, approaching the man and cautiously testing his slumber, discovering he indeed lay in a deep sleep. Only then did she retrieve the concealed item from the corner beneath the bed. Having completed this task, she brought forth a roll of cling film. Her movements were meticulous and gentle as she carefully adhered the film to the man's head and face, wrapping layer upon layer until he was sealed airtight. A tightly adherent film sealed off all air, leaving the man unable to even open his eyes. Suddenly awakened from a profound stupor and suffocation, he began to struggle violently. The small, soiled hands of Mercury pressed firmly against his face, enveloping his head, ensconced in plastic wrap, within her embrace. His futile thrashing resembled that of a feeble pup, writhing for a moment before finally succumbing to stillness. With a clatter, Mercury turned her head and beheld the elder sister standing at the doorway, wide-eyed with shock. Her eyes were so expansive, exuding sheer terror, that she stood frozen, unable to utter a single word. Even as hot water splashed upon her feet, she remained unresponsive, fixated on Mercury and the head she restrained. Mercury straightened her petite form and gazed down at the motionless man. Rather than immediately unwrapping the several layers of film clinging to his head, she scrutinized him intently and touched his neck, confirming his demise before releasing her grip. As she spoke, she cast several glances at Mercury, stammering, I don't know how he died. When I entered, he was like this suddenly." The woman erupted into a wail, a cry steeped in despair. Her sorrow was not for the man's death, but for the loss of her sole support. Mercury had anticipated this reaction. To her, the man had always been a tyrant to these individuals, the architect of their oppression. Yet, to the woman, he represented her only pillar of strength. She was utterly unaware that a woman could thrive independently. She possessed no such consciousness and would not take the initiative to break free from this vicious cycle. In her constricted world, everything before her felt as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering. Nevertheless, it could not possibly be worse than the present. On the night 2 days hence, the woman quietly departed with her teenage daughter and the youngest infant son, leaving behind her 7-year-old second daughter and 5-year-old third daughter. The second sister was genuinely asleep, but Mercury was not. She was particularly prone to waking in unsafe environments. Thus, when her elder sister arose, she stirred. Listening to the sounds behind her, she feigned slumber. Upon awakening in the morning, the second sister was perplexed as to the whereabouts of her mother and sister, yet gave it little thought. She hurried to the table for a drink, noticing her younger sister seated there, gazing at her. Holding the water, she approached to offer it to her. Mercury took a couple of sips from the small girl's hand. Then she spoke. "Mother and sister have taken the baby brother and left." It took a moment for the second sister to grasp that she and her sibling had been abandoned. Suddenly, she burst into tears, rushing outside and scanning the surroundings, calling out for her sister and mother amidst her sobs. The woman took the elder sister because she was now in her teens and could assist with labor, while the infant son was taken as he would become her future support. The 2 younger daughters were left behind as the mother could not sustain them. For the sake of another child deemed more valuable, a mother may forsake those she perceives as less useful. Silently departing may have been her final expression of love for them. At this juncture, Mercury found herself increasingly bewildered by the system's true intentions. Its actions were not aligned with its initial claims of being a mere corrective system. In Mercury's perspective, its role had shifted after the First World, resembling more of a mechanism for surveillance and punishment, with an emphasis on the former. After experiencing it once, she was reluctant to undergo it a second time. Moreover, Mercury glanced at the little girl who clung to her tightly. The second sister grasped her as if she were a drowning person clutching a piece of driftwood. If she were to perish, the child would likely starve alone in this place. Mercury gently nudged the second sister and proceeded outside, where she went behind the shack to boil water. She prepared a substantial pot of water and enlisted the second sister's assistance, together transporting the water into the shack. Washing each other's hair and faces with expired shampoo Mercury had discovered at the dump. The little girl, frolicking in the lather, giggled heartily, momentarily forgetting the anguish of abandonment. Having managed to tidy themselves somewhat, Mercury refrained from looking back at the shack as she took the second sister by the hand and led her out. "Where are we going? Are we going to find Mama and sister?" the second sister inquired. Although this time she had received the most unfortunate body, this world was undeniably an improvement over the previous one. Though the nation had not been established for long, it was undoubtedly among the fastest developing, with many areas still in need of progress. Yet, this was the result of countless efforts, marking an era in which people experienced the greatest happiness and peace in millennia. Abandoned by their parents, ordinary children still had charitable organizations to offer them a chance to survive. While the quality of life may not be particularly good, the mere opportunity to live was a blessing. Police? The second sister was uncertain of the meaning of this term as she observed the intersection ahead, her steps growing increasingly sluggish. She was merely 7 years old, having been born in this place and never having ventured beyond its confines. To her, the world consisted solely of the ramshackle shelter and the nearby dump, with everything beyond instilling a sense of fear. Yet Mercury continued to move forward, and she could only follow suit. They resembled two little beggars, traversing the streets while gazing at the towering buildings and elegantly dressed passers-by. Mercury surmised that the timeline of this world was akin to that of the years 2008 or 2009. Many of the shops lining the streets were familiar to her, those selling marinated duck necks, bubble tea, and vendors pushing carts laden with pancakes and grilled delicacies. The storefronts of clothing shops gleamed brightly and exuded sophistication, while the streets bustled with a plethora of vehicles, leading to severe congestion at intersections. The second sister was already taken aback by this starkly different world, her round eyes wide with astonishment, clutching her sister's clothing tightly as they walked closely together, constantly exclaiming in wonder, "What is that? Is it edible? That smells so good." "Third sister, are you hungry?" "I'm hungry. Shall we go over there? There are so many cars. I'm scared." Mercury observed the green light ahead, guiding her across the street while pondering the noisy child beside her. Calmly, she held the little girl, who oscillated between fear and excitement, as they entered the police station. This precinct had never encountered such a case since its inception. Two young girls, scarcely of age, had approached, declaring that they had no home and were uncertain of where to go. A group of gentlemen, intent on alleviating the fears of two little girls clad in rags, crouched before them, wielding pens and inquiring as gently as possible, "What are your names?" However, their first question met with disheartening failure. The two girls shook their heads, revealing that they bore no names. They were oblivious to their parents' identities and unaware of their home's whereabouts, responding with head shakes to every inquiry. The elder of the two appeared somewhat frightened, retreating behind her sister, her eyes darting nervously towards the men. In contrast, the younger girl, though small and emaciated, exuded a remarkable composure that intrigued the onlooking female officers, who could not suppress their amused smiles. After a round of questions, the officers deliberated, speculating that the girls were likely abandoned due to impoverished circumstances. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Many children in similar situations often ended up as vagrants or fell prey to traffickers. Yet, these two had taken the initiative to seek out the police station, a rarity indeed. I found the 5-year-old sister particularly endearing. She maintained an astonishing calmness while seated, neither crying nor fussing, resembling a miniature adult, which was quite amusing. One youthful officer chuckled heartily, but was quickly admonished by a middle-aged colleague, who rapped him lightly with a file, reminding him that these children had been abandoned by their parents and deserved sympathy. The young officer promptly adjusted his demeanor, solemnly asserting, "It is utterly reprehensible for parents to abandon their children. Children are the blossoms of our nation and its future. They must be safeguarded with utmost care. Why not buy something to eat?" The two young girls appeared to be famished. Mercury received bread and milk from the young officer, expressing her gratitude with a smile. The second sister, who had already succumbed to the temptation of the bread, hesitated briefly before echoing her sister's thanks, her face breaking into a broad smile. It was not without suffering that they had learned to be so well behaved. Had they been indulged while growing up, they would not have turned out this way. Alas, it seems unjust that the burdens of adult mistakes fall upon the shoulders of children. In my view, many individuals lack the capability to raise children. And perhaps they should refrain from procreation altogether, as it is the children who ultimately endure the consequences. As Mercury had anticipated, they did not linger long at the police station before being taken to the Chun Chow Welfare Institute. Upon leaving the precinct, both girls were clad in brand new cotton jackets, purchased by the two female officers who had conversed with them, for their previous tattered garments offered no warmth, leaving them huddled together in the cold, a truly pitiful sight. How kind of them! The second sister caressed the soft, warm fabric of her new coat, expressing a tinge of reluctance. Having been treated with such kindness, she seemed to have lost some of her earlier trepidation towards the outside world. Mercury guided her into the vehicle, reminding her to remember the ill will of others, but also to cherish the kindness bestowed upon her. In the original narrative, the sisters were to enter the Children's Welfare Institute 3 years later. Although they arrived earlier than expected, it was still the same institution. They were given new names, courtesy of the kind-hearted volunteers. The elder sister was named Yao Xian, while the younger was called Yao Yu. Having acquired a name, the elder sister quickly acclimated to her new home, yet she remained profoundly reliant on her younger sibling, insisting on having her accompany her wherever she went. Yao Xian, with her extroverted disposition, striking appearance, and lively charm, garnered much affection from those around her. As for Shuiyin, with her emotional and intellectual prowess, it was effortless for her to endear herself to others. Thus the director and the caretakers at the orphanage held a fondness for the pair of sisters. Each day, they were well fed, their appearances gradually transforming from the initially gaunt and sallow state into that of vibrant young girls. However, Yao Xian grew increasingly concerned about her sister's frail health. When they ventured outdoors, it became apparent that even a simple lap around the yard would leave her sister fatigued, and she was unable to partake in vigorous activities with others, struggling even to carry a basin of water. Unbeknownst to the child, she had internalized some erroneous beliefs. In the dead of night, she stealthily crept into Shuiyin's bed, clinging to her in tears. "Sister, will you die? Are you ill? Please don't leave me. I'm scared." Awakened from her slumber by the commotion, Shuiyin lay there, reluctant to move, puzzled by her sister's sudden outburst. The following day, she observed Yao Xian at the cafeteria, engrossed alongside the caretakers in a dramatic television series featuring two sisters, one of whom suffered from leukemia. That night, once again, Yao Xian slipped under the covers beside her, earnestly declaring, "If I ever find myself in love with the same boy as you, I promise I will never compete with you. I will yield to you. I swear." This melodrama they had been watching depicted sisters embroiled in conflict over a man. Mercury, equally perplexed, pondered why the two sisters in these dramas felt compelled to vie for the affections of a same man. Glancing at the little girl in the darkness, her eyes sparkling, Mercury lazily acknowledged her presence with a hum. In the original storyline, indeed, the second sister had snatched away her younger sibling's boyfriend and, spurned by his affections, relentlessly pursued her sister. However, in her current state, such trivial matters held no significance. She wished instead for the little girl to enjoy a restful night's sleep, free from disturbances, as her own weary body craved respite from fatigue. After watching the television series, Yaxing matured at an astonishing pace, finally embodying the essence of an elder sister. She had always been an astute child, gathering a multitude of companions in the orphanage over the span of 6 months, engaging in games in the courtyard, never forgetting to include her sister in the fun. By day, she presented herself as a vivacious and spirited older sister, yet behind the scenes, she was quite attached, perhaps a result of their helpless departure from the shack they once called home, where Mercury had always taken the lead, naturally inclining to view her sister as her guiding star. On one occasion, when Yaxin was bullied by an older boy, she sought solace in her sister's presence, shedding tears. In response, her sister devised an effective plan to confront the bully directly. At times, Yaxin secretly felt that her sister resembled a quiet hero of justice, understated and unassuming, unlike herself, who reveled in showcasing her prowess. After witnessing an international superhero film on the television in the cafeteria, Mercury discovered her sister once again nestled in her blanket late into the night. What was she up to? Mercury, what is going on? The intricate thoughts of a young girl elude her comprehension. To an innocent child, the atmosphere in the orphanage resembles a brutal hierarchy of the strong preying on the weak. Yet to the adults, it merely appears as children engaging in imaginative play. Thus, Mercury, who believed she was merely mediating minor disputes among the children, utterly fails to grasp the excitement and exhilaration radiating from the older sister. During their second year in the orphanage, a couple arrived to adopt a child, and they were drawn to the lively and adorable Yao Xian. Mercury confirmed that they were not the same family from the original storyline who were to adopt Yao Xian. This middle-aged man possessed a clear gaze and a warm demeanor, far surpassing the monstrous adoptive father from the original narrative. Given this, allowing Yao Xian to be adopted by them seemed the most favorable outcome. Mercury quietly sighed in relief, hoping the child would be swiftly taken away. For she was exceedingly clingy, a trait that had not existed in her original portrayal. To everyone's surprise, Yao Xian hesitated and shook her head. The couple and Mercury were taken aback. Why was this? Did you not like us? Or were you afraid? Yao Xian turned to her younger sister, her eyes reddening, and said, I do not wish to leave my sister. The teacher beside them gently patted Yao Xian's shoulder and explained to the couple. The sisters entered the orphanage together and share a deep bond. The elder sister takes special care of the younger one, always bringing her along. In truth, others had previously shown interest in adopting this child, but she could never bear to part from her sister. The couple, somewhat taken aback, nodded in understanding, their expressions tinged with regret as they stepped aside to converse with the teacher. Yao Xian rushed to her younger sister's side, tenderly embracing her frail little body, softly whispering, Third sister, rest assured, I shall never abandon you as mother and eldest sister have. Typically, she referred to Shuiyin as Yaoyu, reserving the title of third sister for moments of utmost sincerity, and even then, it was done in hushed tones. Shuiyin replied, You will inevitably leave me one day. You must learn to be independent. Her words bore an air of seniority, yet Yao Xian felt no offense. Instead, she sniffled and, with a hint of sadness, playfully protested, I don't want to leave you, I'm afraid. Shuiyin, slightly taken aback, responded, Very well, do as you wish. Yao Xian, exhilarated by this unexpected concession, leaped joyfully for a moment. However, her elation waned in the dead of night as she found herself overwhelmed with worry, squeezing onto Shuiyin's bed and whispering, Yaoyu, what if they turn out to be unkind? They want to be like that person from before, will they? Shuiyin understood. She was referring to their biological father from the past, though she had been but a child. The psychological scars left by that man had continued to cast shadows over her life. The traumas of childhood often require a lifetime for healing, and the fears instilled in youth can linger, haunting one into adulthood. With a calm demeanor, Shuiyin reassured her, Do not fear. In that moment, Yao Xian felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyelids growing heavy as she blinked sleepily. Before drifting off, she rested her head against her sister's and whispered affectionately, It's so strange. As soon as you say not to fear, I truly feel unafraid. The couple who adopted the two sisters, San Mei and Si, bear the surname Tang. Mr. Tang runs a renovation company, while Mrs. Tang is a homemaker. They once had a son, but tragically lost him in an accident before he could grow up. For years, the couple mourned their loss and struggled to conceive again, which eventually led them to consider adoption. Although the reality of their new family was somewhat different from their initial expectations, they had quietly and carefully observed the two children. The elder sister, Yao Xian, was lively, while the younger sister, Shuiyin, displayed a calm demeanor, and the couple found themselves increasingly satisfied with their choice. As Yao Xian and Shuiyin departed from the Chun Chao Welfare Institute, they were each escorted by Mr. and Mrs. Tang from the vehicle. Yao Xian nervously held her sister's hand, cautiously surveying the courtyard, the entrance, and the lovely house behind them. Mrs. Tang, observing their demeanor, bent down and spoke to Yao Xian, saying, Yao Xian, look at the flowers in this courtyard. I planted them myself. Aren't they beautiful? They are. Yao Xian nodded in agreement. Mrs. Tang then gently patted Shuiyin's head and asked, Does Yaoyu like flowers? With a soft smile and an obedient demeanor, Shuiyin replied, I love flowers, especially lilies. Mrs. Tang's eyes sparkled with delight. Having just gained 2 daughters, her greatest wish was to forge a close bond with them. Hearing her youngest daughter's words, she immediately responded, wonderful. Tomorrow I will plant a few pots of lilies for Yaoyu, shall I?
Mr.
Tang watched their interaction with a warm smile, feeling a sense of contentment. Since the loss of their child, such moments of joy had been rare for his wife. In the future, feel free to express your culinary preferences to Auntie, who will gladly prepare meals for you. Auntie gently tugged at the hands of the 2 young girls. Shuiyin replied, yes, I understand. Thank you, Auntie. Yaoxin chimed in, all right. I love everything. Thank you, Auntie. Initially, Yaoxin felt somewhat reserved, but under Shuiyin's deliberate guidance, she began to interact more harmoniously with Uncle Tang and Auntie Tang, and both sides showed a desire to draw closer. By the end of the day, they had grown significantly more intimate. However, that night, with Auntie Tang's assistance, Yaoxin learned to navigate the new bathroom, yet she found herself unable to sleep for quite some time. After Auntie Tang departed, she quietly got up and slipped into her sister's room. The sisters each had their own rooms, adorned in warm tones, with all new furnishings. The wardrobe was filled with numerous sets of new clothes, and the bed was piled high with various plush toys, all personally selected by Auntie Tang. Yaoxin had never encountered such a beautiful room. It resembled that of a little princess. The bed was soft and fragrant, yet sleep eluded her. Shuiyin had anticipated her visit, leaving the door unlocked. As Yaoxin quietly tiptoed inside and lay down, she said, close the door. Upon seeing her sister awake, Yaoxin's face lit up with joy. She shut the door and rushed to snuggle under the covers beside her. In her sister's presence, she felt a sense of security and began to share her excitement.
Oh.
This little rabbit. I have one too. It's pink. Do you like pink, sister? She hugged the pale yellow rabbit by the bedside, squeezing it affectionately. Once again, she turned her head to survey her sister's room. Look, the stars hanging above. Did you know that the one that can be opened is a lamp? She sat up and pressed a row of light switches beside her bed, eager to flaunt her newfound secret. Observe, this one activates the star lamp, this one the moon lamp, and this one makes it twinkle. Shuiyin replied nonchalantly, her responses lacking enthusiasm. Yet, Yaoxin remained oblivious to her sister's indifference. She merely felt that her little sister lay there, obediently and adorably. Resting her head on her hands, Yaoxin inquired, Sanmei, are you able to sleep? I can't sleep, Shuiyin replied. Let's play a game. Count to 66, and whoever speaks first loses. Yaoxin lay down, all right. However, before Shuiyin could reach 60, she had already drifted off to sleep. Father Tang remarked, the young girl is unaccustomed to this new environment. It is better for the sisters to be together for comfort. Mother Tang climbed into bed, saying, had I known, I would have arranged for them to share a room from the start. Father Tang set down his book. This arrangement is quite suitable. Simply pretend you haven't noticed. In this family of 4, 3 were well aware of the situation, while 1 remained blissfully ignorant, believing she had concealed everything. The following morning, when Mother Tang inquired about their sleep, Yaoxin could hardly contain her laughter, unaware that her parents exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with amusement. Upon the unexpected arrival of 2 daughters, the Tang couple felt a renewed sense of hope in their lives. Tang mother took her daughters out to purchase clothing and toys, while Tang father would spend weekends indulging the family in various outings, from the nearest amusement parks and cinemas to engaging in diverse parent-child activities, and even embarking on farm trips that required 1 or 2 days of travel. This was the first time for Yaoxin to experience such joys, and her delight brought immense satisfaction to her parents, allowing them to savor the pleasures of raising daughters. As for Shuiyin, she found it challenging to adapt to this harmonious family environment. Though she presented herself as a young girl, there was an inherent distance in her demeanor that might deter others. In contrast to her lively and boisterous younger sister, Shuiyin appeared like a small adult, observing rather than participating, which only endeared her further to those around her. The Tang couple noticed her fragile health and took her for medical examinations, yet no issues were identified. Consequently, they made an effort to care for her more attentively. Whenever the family ventured out and Shuiyin grew weary, Tang father would carry her. Unaccustomed to such intimacy, Shuiyin's discomfort did not go unnoticed by Tang mother, who, after discussing with her husband, began to carry Shuiyin herself. However, her strength was limited, and each time she would return home exhausted and drenched in sweat. Observing her mother's fatigue, Shuiyin eventually took the initiative to reach out to Tang father for assistance. In the evenings, Tang mother often found herself conversing with her husband about their two daughters, and whenever they mentioned their youngest, both would inevitably break into smiles. The child exhibits a far greater attentiveness than her elder sister. Initially, we perceived her as somewhat distant, yet upon reflection, she reveals herself to be a genuinely good-hearted child, one who even shows concern for my well-being. Yaxin, too, discusses with her younger sister the merits of their adoptive parents, remarking on how fortunate they are to have such caring figures in their lives. Their mother has planted flowers that they cherish, and their father carries them on his back during walks. Indeed, they are truly wonderful parents. Shuiyin casually indulges the little girl with a few comforting words. At her age, her character has already solidified, and her resolute nature prevents her from being easily swayed. Even though these parents might be exceptionally kind, deep within her, she struggles to accept them in the parental role, unable to reconcile her feelings. In stark contrast, Yaxin embodies the essence of a pure-hearted child. After spending half a year together, she has sincerely embraced these two as her own parents. Previously, when confronted with challenges, her instinct was to seek her sister. However, now her first impulse is to turn to her father and mother. Shuiyin finds this development heartening, as she prefers the tranquility that her health necessitates, while Yaxin, brimming with energy, has begun to dedicate her free time to learning dance after starting school. The sisters have finally ceased to cling to one another daily. Yet, shortly after Yaxin commenced her dance lessons, Shuiyin keenly sensed that something was amiss. Concerned, she directly inquired about it. After some hesitation, Yaxin reluctantly confided in a hushed tone, "I do not like my dance teacher." Shuiyin, perceptive and straightforward, probed further. "What has he done that is inappropriate?" Yaxin fidgeted with her fingers, her discomfort palpable. As she replied, "I feel that he has been touching my back, waist, and my bottom. It makes me feel a bit scared." From a young age, witnessing her biological father's behavior, even the spirited Yaxin developed an innate sensitivity and aversion to such matters. Yet, the other girls studying dance perceived nothing amiss, leading her to question whether she was indeed the one at fault. Consequently, she refrained from confiding in her parents. However, her younger sister was a different story. She felt free to share everything with her. "Shuiyin, I understand." That very day, she expressed to Mama Tang her desire to join her sister in dance classes. Mama Tang was taken aback and concerned for her health, but given Shuiyin's rare initiative, she hesitated to refuse. They agreed to give it a trial run, with the stipulation that if Shuiyin felt unwell, she would not attend. Shuiyin obediently acquiesced and accompanied Yaxin to class. While Yaxin practiced, Shuiyin observed the dance instructor who assisted her sister in perfecting her movements. When parents and other teachers were present, the male instructor refrained from inappropriate conduct. However, with only a few students in practice, he would proactively adjust the children's positions, showing a particular fondness for assisting Yaxin, complimenting her as he did so, exuding amiability. Shuiyin approached him, tugging gently at his shirt and flashing a sweet smile. "Teacher, will you teach me?" She appeared as an innocent, naive little angel. The male instructor indulged her for a while, but soon, Shuiyin felt the fervent heat of his large hand continuously grazing her waist, nearly venturing beneath the hem of her skirt, an unmistakably inappropriate action that had no place in the realm of dance instruction. It seemed her initial instincts had not led her astray. Shuiyin swiftly turned to evade the instructor's hand and hurried to Yaxin, whispering a few urgent words. Mother Tang felt a deep pang of sympathy, embracing her daughter to offer comfort. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Mercury pointed towards the male teacher who had approached to assess the situation. "He touched me improperly, it hurt, and he even put his hand inside my pants." I was terrified. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Though children often occupy the role of the vulnerable, they possess an innate strength, the power of public opinion. When a young girl articulates such distressing words, few would doubt her sincerity. Father Tang immediately gathered his two daughters into his arms, his face ashen as he pointed accusatorily at the male teacher and the approaching supervisor. I will pursue this matter to the end. The other parents, equally astonished, hurriedly gathered their children, whispering inquiries while casting wary glances at the male teacher. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that he could no longer remain in their midst. Unfortunately, the current legal repercussions for individuals of his ilk are woefully inadequate. He could very well depart from here and find another venue to continue endangering children. On the journey home, the couple held their daughters tightly, their hearts heavy with trepidation, continuously comforting them in hopes of preventing any lasting psychological scars. Greetings. A composed and dignified gentleman approached with his wife, extending a warm salutation. My spouse and I have just moved here. My name is Yen Chongshan, and we shall be neighbors from now on. We look forward to your kind acquaintance. He smiled at Yaoxin and Mercury, revealing an envious expression as he remarked, Are these your daughters? They are truly delightful children. The two adults exchanged friendly pleasantries, yet Mercury suddenly cast her gaze downward. Yen Chongshan, the beastly stepfather who adopted Yaoxin in the original narrative, stood before her. A physician of refined demeanor, Yen Chongshan's wife, a career-oriented woman in the real estate sector, appeared somewhat domineering compared to her gentle husband. The couple, having suffered the tragic loss of their daughter, relocated here to escape their sorrowful past. United by their shared grief, Tang Papa and Mama welcomed their new neighbors with open hearts. Moreover, Yen Chongshan and his wife, Lu Wan, exhibited remarkable attentiveness in their interactions, making it difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards them. Even Mercury had to concede that one should not judge solely by appearances. For Yen Chongshan was indeed adept at feigning sincerity. In the original tale, he took the initiative to adopt Yaoxin and initially treated her with kindness. However, once Yaoxin lowered her defenses and genuinely accepted him, his true nature emerged. He not only violated the 10-year-old child but also derived pleasure from physically punishing her. In the presence of outsiders and his wife, he tolerated all of Yaoxin's bad temper, yet when no one was watching, he exercised almost complete control over the girl's body and mind. He would utter many affectionate words to her, yet also inflict wounds on her back with a blade. He forbade her from engaging in any activities he disapproved of, prohibited her from interacting with other boys, and systematically dismantled her confidence and pride through verbal degradation, exploiting her deepest fears through his actions. For many years, Yao Xian lived a repressed and distorted life under his control, devoid of any sense of self. Yet none could rescue her. In the eyes of everyone, Yen Chongshan was an exemplary father, while Yao Xian was merely an ungrateful, ill-tempered foster daughter spiraling into madness. Even in her ultimate breakdown, others lamented that Yen Chongshan had been exceedingly benevolent to her, attributing her twisted character to her own inability to learn right from wrong. My daughter is of a similar age to Yao Xian, and seeing her evokes a reflection of my own child. When Yen Chongshan visited the Tang family, he gazed affectionately at Yao Xian for a moment, presenting her with a small cake as a gift, gently saying, Yao Xian, go share some cake with your sister. My daughter used to adore this cake. His loving gaze would lead anyone to believe he truly cherished the child before him. The sentimental Mrs. Tang patted Yao Xian's back, urging her to express her gratitude to the uncle. Bashfully, Yao Xian blinked her large eyes and beamed at Yen Chongshan, saying, Thank you, uncle. Yen Chongshan, seemingly unable to restrain himself, reached out to stroke her head, softly praising, Good child. Shuiyin, who had been silently observing from the side, quickly scanned the reactions of those around her. Mr. and Mrs. Tang wore expressions of sympathy, believing Yen Chongshan was reminiscing about his deceased daughter. However, from Mercury's perspective, Yen Chongshan's slight display of excitement was not merely a facade of suppressed discomfort. It seemed that Tang's parents might have overlooked the fact that upon entering, Yen Chongshan instinctively sought out Yaoxin, his gaze exceedingly fervent. As for the present moment, when he gently caressed Yaoxin's head, his thumb inadvertently brushed against her forehead. Only Mercury detected this subtle anomaly. It must be said that appearances can be profoundly deceptive. Had she not been privy to the plot beforehand, she likely would not have perceived anything amiss. Yaoxin, bearing a small cake, cheerfully approached her sister to share, playfully exclaiming, "Uncle Yen is so pitiable. He has been bringing us gifts every time he visits. Having him as a father must be truly delightful." Observing her bright, unclouded smile, Mercury reached out to pinch her cheek. Just as Yaoxin was about to indulge in the cake, Mercury interjected, "Listen, keep your distance from Uncle Yen, and do not speak to him alone." Yaoxin, bewildered, replied, "Huh?
Why?
Why are you pinching my face? Did you hear what I said?" Mercury pressed. Under the weight of her sisterly authority, Yaoxin, though confused, obediently nodded in agreement. Seeing her sister's expression, Mercury realized that this silly girl had absorbed none of her warnings. After a moment of contemplation, she altered her approach. "I do not like him. You are my sister on my side. So you must also dislike him and keep your distance from him. Otherwise, I shall not like you and will ignore you." Upon hearing this, Yaoxin was taken aback.
How could she comply?
After all, she was the one closest to her sister. "My younger sister is undoubtedly far superior to a stranger uncle whom we have barely met." She nodded vigorously, as if to assert her determination, declaring, "I dislike him as well. We are on the same side." After her proclamation, she energetically glanced at the cake in her hands, adding, "Then we shall not partake of his cake." Shuiyin responded, "Indeed, remember? You must refrain from consuming any food he offers you." Having temporarily resolved matters concerning Yaoxin, Shuiyin began to contemplate how to address the situation at hand. This predicament was rather complex. Firstly, she was merely 7 years old, rendering her incapable of handling many aspects of it, and secondly, Yan Changshan was not an easy adversary. Legal recourse was utterly futile in such circumstances. Unless he directly harmed Yaoxin or inflicted significant damage, he could not possibly face criminal charges. Even if charges were brought, the penalties would be far too lenient. Prosecution would only occur if the child suffered tangible harm, and Shuiyin was determined to prevent such an occurrence. However, the age-old adage rings true: a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, yet there is no guarantee of 1,000 days of protection. If she did not take action, who could assure her that Yan Changshan would refrain from causing Yaoxin any harm? Shuiyin did not deliberate for long before resolving to prepare herself. She utilized the family computer to procure various necessary items, and for those she could not acquire, she sought assistance through local forums, offering payment for help. Behind the veil of the internet, others remained oblivious to the fact that a 7-year-old girl was behind the screen. During that time, online regulations were not as stringent as they would become in subsequent years. She diligently prepared everything she might require, all while keeping a watchful eye on Yan Changshan. As anticipated, he attempted to approach Yaoxin, and Shuiyin had encountered him twice conversing with her in the courtyard. Each time, Yaoxin promptly reported back to her, "Uncle Yan invited me to his home, promising a plethora of delectable treats and an entire collection of animations, yet I declined his offer." Mercury nodded in agreement, acknowledging my decision. "Indeed, well done." Perhaps it was due to Yao Xian's overt reluctance that Yan Changshan effortlessly redirected his attention towards Mercury. In comparison to Yao Xian, who was in a higher grade, Mercury was only in the first grade, leading a more relaxed life and spending more time at home. Whenever Yan Changshan spotted her in the yard, he would engage her in conversation, always sincerely praising her and even purchasing toys for her. Mercury feigned the demeanor of a demure and shy little girl, gradually displaying affection towards him. "Yao Yu, would you like to visit Uncle's house?" Yan Changshan cheerfully invited. Knowing that Yan Changshan's wife, Lu Wan, would also be at home today, Mercury happily accepted and informed the Yan at her home before heading to Yan Changshan's residence. His home was adorned with exquisite furnishings, though it lacked the warmth characteristic of the Tang household. Mercury appeared curious as she surveyed her surroundings, secretly noting the arrangement of the kitchen, bedroom, and study. Lu Wan served her orange juice and small cakes, sitting beside her to engage in conversation. Yan Changshan observed the two with a smile and remarked to Lu Wan, "Look how well-behaved Yao Xian and Yao Yu are. Perhaps we should consider adopting another child?" He sighed towards Mercury, extending his hand with a sorrowful expression. "Come here, dear child. Let Uncle Yan have a good look at you." Mercury, in a dazed manner, stood up obediently before him. Yan Changshan's throat moved slightly as he no longer concealed his infatuation, gently caressing her face and murmuring, "Such a good girl. Uncle Yan wishes for a daughter as lovely as you." Mercury lingered in Yen Changshan's home for an hour, citing the need to use the restroom. She ascended to the second floor to observe the room's arrangement, later expressing a desire for fruit, seizing the opportunity to explore the kitchen. Subsequently, Mercury visited the Yen residence again, this time while Lu Wan was home. Yen Changshan had not yet mustered the audacity to act upon his desires. At most summoning her close, stroking her face, and patting her back, embodying the demeanor of a gentle elder. Each day, Mercury immersed herself in her books within the garden, silently noting the work patterns of the Yen couple. Lu Wan was often preoccupied, frequently absent from home, sometimes traveling for 2 or 3 days. Yen Changshan, on the other hand, was usually punctual in returning from work, with 1 day off each week. As the two families grew more acquainted, Yen Changshan would occasionally engage in conversation with Mr. Tang, making visits a common occurrence. The Tang couple, believing Yen Changshan to be fond of their 2 daughters, had grown accustomed to his occasional gifts of small toys for the children. As for their youngest daughter visiting the Yen household a couple of times, the parents paid little heed, merely advising Mercury not to cause any trouble. Given their proximity and mutual acquaintance, what could possibly go awry? Yet, the grim reality remains that many instances of child molestation are perpetrated by acquaintances or family members. Yao Yu, your sister has gone to dance class again today. Are you feeling lonely at home? Would you like to visit Uncle Yan's house? He can play cartoons for you, how about that? On that day, Lu Wan was away from home, and in the garden, Mercury, engrossed in his reading, heard a call from the neighboring yard by Yen Changshan. Dressed in a crisp shirt, his hair neatly styled, he appeared particularly youthful and spirited. Mercury closed the anatomy book in his hands, smiling like an innocent little angel. All right, Uncle Yen. Please wait for me. Yen Changshan watched as the demure girl in the yellow dress leapt from the garden swing, clutching a book as she dashed into the house. Though her slender legs and waist lacked the allure of a young woman, the freshness of her youth made his heart race and his mouth dry. After waiting for over half an hour, he finally saw the little angel in her dress. With a charming princess hairstyle, a small bag slung over her shoulder, lace gloves adorning her hands, and a dainty basket in tow, she approached him. Yen Changshan noticed the basket contained a few small cakes and knelt down to hold her tiny hand, asking Yao Yu, "Are these for Uncle?" The little girl lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat shy, and softly replied, "I made them myself." Her bright eyes sparkled with hope, bringing Yen Changshan immense joy. He eagerly picked one up, saying, "Let Uncle have a taste." "Is it good?" The little girl, impatiently awaiting his response after he finished one, asked, "Is it delicious?" "Absolutely. Since Yao Yu made it, of course it's delicious. You're truly remarkable." Unable to resist, Yen Changshan gently grasped the delicate, flower-like hand of the charming girl and placed a tender kiss near his lips. The little girl felt no sense of wrongness, instead beaming with delight as she offered him another small cake, saying, "If Uncle likes it, please have more. They're all for you." "Certainly, Uncle must have enjoyed it." Not letting down our little Yao Yue's heartfelt intentions, Yen Changshan sat on the sofa, having finished the small cake, and spent some time watching cartoons. He began to feel increasingly parched. After sipping half a glass of water, he glanced at the little girl beside him, swinging her legs with impatience, and was about to ask her to sit a little closer when his vision suddenly blurred. "Uncle Yen, what's wrong?" He heard the sweet and tender voice of the girl calling out. He strained to smile. "Uncle is fine." He shook his head, attempting to regain clarity, but his surroundings became even more indistinct. Shuiyin observed Yen Changshan collapsing onto the sofa, his sweet smile vanishing in an instant. With an expressionless demeanor, she stood up and checked his eyelids. It seemed he had miscalculated the dosage. It appeared that too much triazolam had been administered. Yen Changshan had chosen this moment wisely. His wife, Lu Wan, was away on a business trip and wouldn't return until the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, Mr. Tang's company was exceedingly busy, with him working late hours, and Mrs. Tang, still apprehensive from a previous incident with her dance instructor, accompanied Yao Xin to the dance studio, not expected back until evening. It was shortly after dinner, and the Tang family's housekeeper was taking a nap, allowing him to spend at least 2 solitary hours with Yao Yue. In the Yen household, only Yen Changshan was present, as the usual cleaning lady was absent. It was hard to believe he had not prepared for something today. Shuiyin held no doubts about that. "Thank you for your timing. You selected it remarkably well and with great consideration. Mercury opened her adorable little bag and retrieved a pair of rubber gloves. Even the smallest size was somewhat oversized for her petite hands. With her teeth, she tore off the delicate lace gloves adorning her hands and donned the thin rubber ones. She then produced 2 syringes and a pair of handcuffs, which she secured around Yan Changshan's wrists to prevent him from awakening in pain and potentially resisting her, a mere child unable to overpower him. Having previously visited this place, Mercury navigated the kitchen with ease. Retrieving a large plastic garbage bag, one to serve as a cushion beneath Yan Changshan and the other for disposing of refuse. During her last visit, she had scrutinized the array of knives, and Yan Changshan had mentioned his fondness for various types. Therefore, she selected 2 of the most comfortable knives and approached him, playfully tapping one against his face. Uncle Yan told me you have an impressive collection of sharp knives, so I decided not to bring my own. Yan Changshan had not entirely lost consciousness. He could still hear the soft, sweet voice of the little girl beside him. His reactions were sluggish, and he felt a disorienting haze. What was happening? What had transpired? What was she, Yao Yu, saying or intending to do? A sense of urgency began to dawn upon him, yet his eyelids felt leaden, refusing to open, while a throbbing pain seized his head. Mercury unfastened Yan Changshan's trousers and picked up a syringe. Uncle Yan, don't worry, I won't let you die from the pain. The voice of the child sounded soft and delicate, a tone that had once been the most cherished by Yan Changshan. Yet, in this moment, he felt a chilling sensation beneath him, rendering him utterly incapable of any excitement. Dissection and suturing were skills he had recently acquired through self-study. However, he assured Uncle Yan, "Do not worry, I am rather clever, and I believe I am learning well." He tightened the knot a little more, reasoning that it would minimize blood loss during the incision, as he had brought only a limited supply of hemostatic materials. Yan Changshan felt that this was the most excruciating moment of his life, even more so than when he had faced his daughter's lifeless body. He desperately wished to awaken and halt this horrific scenario, yet all he could perceive was pain. The incessant voice at his ear repeated words that provoked him, calling out Uncle Yan again and again, akin to a death knell. Uncle Yan, you really like little girls, don't you? I wonder if you will still like them in the future. It doesn't matter. If you do, I will continue to watch over you. Always watching you. The phrase always watching you carried a sinister undertone, laced with mockery, and echoed in Yan Changshan's mind, tormenting him alongside the dull ache he felt beneath him. He was on the brink of madness. How could this be happening? She was merely a little girl, yet what was she doing now? The air was thick with the mingled scents of blood and a faint, nauseating odor, which were expelled by the air conditioning in the room. Mercury remained composed as she set aside the severed parts, continuing her efforts to control the bleeding. The extent of this person's suffering was beyond her consideration. Her sole focus was on ensuring that the pain did not exceed his threshold of endurance, thereby preventing him from awakening mid-procedure and disrupting her meticulously laid plans. Observing the severed mass, Shuiyin offered a faint smile, wrapped it up, and proceeded to the kitchen, where she casually tossed it into the microwave, adding a sprinkle of chili powder and salt for good measure. After tidying up the bloodied gauze and paper towels, she cleaned the knife, then rummaged through Yan Changshan's belongings. Extracting his mobile phone to save all of his contacts and recorded information, particularly those of colleagues, relatives, and friends. She also took his keys and ascended to the study on the upper floor. Yan Changshan was a master of disguise, a true pervert. Yet from his actions towards Yao Xian in the original narrative, it was evident that he had a criminal history. Once one has a record, even the most cautious of individuals inevitably leaves behind traces. Shuiyin had previously ventured to the second floor, but she had not been able to inspect the study or the bedroom. The second floor housed 2 small studies, with the couple apparently maintaining separate spaces, indicative of underlying emotional issues. One study was unlocked, belonging to Lu Wan, while the other was secured. Shuiyin sifted through a set of keys until she discovered the correct one, unlocking the study door and stepping inside. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Bookshelves and a desk filled the space, and the visible items did not warrant much scrutiny. Given Yan Changshan's meticulous nature, it was certain that any items meant to be concealed would be hidden away and not in plain sight. After a thorough search, she found nothing unusual. The room was unnaturally pristine, devoid of even the slightest trace of the typical midnight romance magazines or risque literature one might expect to find in a normal male's domain. The owner of such a pristine study is either a solemn and virtuous individual, or he derives pleasure in ways that diverge from the ordinary. From the original text, it is evident that Yen Changshan is by no means the former. Thus, Shuiyin closed the study door and endeavored to push open the door to Yen Changshan's bedroom. The bedroom door was also locked. Where would an individual conceal items that tantalize their desires? The likelihood of discovering such items in the bedroom is significantly greater than in the study. Shuiyin rummaged through the bedside table, beneath the bed, within the hollow compartments of the headboard, and throughout the wardrobe until she ultimately unearthed something. Within the concealed compartment of Yen Changshan's bedside table lay an album, containing only a singular photograph of a radiant young girl. This was Yen Changshan and Lu Wan's daughter, Yen Shan. When Shuiyin first beheld the photographs displayed in the hall, she noted a resemblance between the girl's eyes and those of Yao Xian. While placing the daughter's album on the bedside table could be interpreted as a father's reminiscence of his daughter, Shuiyin increasingly sensed something amiss. At first glance, the photographs appeared innocuous, yet the album contained numerous images of the girl in swimwear. The child, clad in a summer swimsuit, revealing her arms and legs, frolicked in the water, thoroughly drenched, while playing with a ball. Such images were abundant, occupying almost half of the album. The lens possesses a language of its own. As Shuiyin scrutinized these photographs, an unsettling feeling washed over her. She could almost perceive the gaze of the photographer fixated upon the young girl before the lens, not a gaze of innocence, but one of obsession. Certain shots failed to capture her face or expression, yet prominently displayed her exposed thighs and luminous neck. In addition to this evidently well-thumbed album, there exists an MP3 player. Its battery at half capacity, which, upon activation, reveals the voice of a little girl. "Daddy, Daddy," she calls, accompanied by Yen Changshan's voice. "Is Shanshan's favorite person Daddy? Shanshan loves Daddy the most, haha, Daddy tickles." The sounds merely depict a playful interaction between a father and his child. However, should one be unaware of Yen Changshan's proclivities, these auditory snippets might not raise any suspicion. Yet, as one continues to scroll through the recordings, there are nearly 100 audio files, predominantly featuring the various sounds of a little girl at play, laughter, humming, and one particular recording of her calling out for her father in an array of tones. Why would Yen Changshan record these sounds? What compels him to conceal this MP3 beneath the bed? Many individuals genuinely adore children, but such affection typically stems from an adult's fondness for charming beings and younglings. In contrast, a man like Yen Changshan, cloaked in secrecy and burdened with sordid thoughts, embodies a pathological and terrifying form of affection. With a heavy gaze, she stared down from the window, nearly succumbing to the urge to act directly.
No, she thought.
Closing her eyes, she reminded herself that this world is governed by a comprehensive legal framework. Yen Changshan has relatives, friends, and a normal social circle. He possesses an identity unlike the original owner's biological father, a man whose death would go unnoticed, his body discarded into a landfill, decomposing without anyone's awareness. If a life were lost, she would undoubtedly be implicated, and the truth would soon surface. As it stands, she has merely severed the man's member. It is likely that Yen Changshan would be even more averse to the idea of anyone discovering this incident. Furthermore, she was aware of his secret and held leverage over him. Yen Changshan realized this and was likely to keep the matter under wraps, avoiding any escalation. Most importantly, they both understood that Yen Changshan lacked concrete evidence to prove her culpability, and her age served as her greatest advantage. Essentially, no one would suspect her. As long as there were no fatalities, even if Yen Changshan sought to pursue the matter, it would likely come to nothing. Mercury had no evidence to incarcerate Yen Changshan, just as he possessed no proof to accuse her of his actions. The meat in the kitchen had been cooked. Upon hearing the timer, Mercury placed it on a plate and brought it out, setting it on the tea table beside Yen Changshan. With both parties having disposed of their tools of the trade, she conducted a final check on Yen Changshan's condition, confirming that he would soon awaken and was in no mortal danger. Only then did Mercury take the trash and leave with composure. She disposed of the refuse into a passing garbage truck, incinerating the bloodied latex gloves in the kitchen. Noticing the scent, an aunt entered and inquired with curiosity, "Yao Yu, what are you burning?" "It smells like rubber." Mercury lowered her head, revealing a rubber dishwashing glove with a hole burned through it. "I was playing with a lighter and accidentally burned this. Auntie, please don't tell Mom and Dad." "Oh dear. That's too dangerous." "You mustn't play with lighters," she replied. All right, Yao Yu, don't be afraid. I won't tell your parents. But you mustn't play with lighters again." I won't," she said, offering a sweet, obedient smile. She washed her hands and sat by the window on the second floor, appearing to read, yet her eyes were continuously observing the Yen residence next door. The curtains that had been drawn by her earlier were now opened again before leaving the Yen residence. From her current vantage point, she could faintly glimpse the grand hall of the Yen family. As soon as Yen Changshan awoke and sat up, she would be able to see him. The clock beside her ticked rhythmically, and at that moment, the previously comatose figure stirred at last. Straining to listen, she heard the sound of porcelain shattering upon the floor. A subtle smile graced her lips as she calculated the onset and duration of the medication's effects. Yen Changshan, perhaps sensing something amiss, struggled to sit up on the sofa and turned to glance at the window on the second floor of the Tang residence. Though the distance obscured his ability to discern her expression, she waved at him, her smile radiant, and silently mouthed, "I will always be watching over you." With beads of sweat on his forehead, Yen Changshan abruptly opened his eyes. His pupils dilated in terror, and his labored breathing resonated ominously in the stillness of the bedroom. Once again, he had dreamt. He shifted slightly, and immediately felt a dull ache beneath him. Forcing himself to rise, he reached for the medicine bottle on the bedside table, pouring out 2 pills and swallowing them with cold water. The icy liquid revived him significantly, bringing clarity to his gaze. The details of his dream eluded him, but its essence lingered, a terrifying and chaotic memory that filled him with dread. Accompanying it was the soft, lingering voice of a little girl, a haunting echo he could not shake. Yen Changshan recognized that voice. It belonged to Yao Yu. Moreover, he had dreamt of his daughter, whom he had not seen in dreams for a long time. The sweet, melodious voice of the girl had once been the most potent stimulus for him, capable of igniting a sense of exhilaration within. However, since that fateful day, he found himself utterly desensitized to its charm. Despite being unconscious at the time, he retained a semblance of awareness, keenly absorbing every word spoken by Yao Yu. In a tone both innocent and eerily whimsical, she articulated horrors that were unfathomable for a child of her tender age. Were it not for his unwavering conviction that he had not misheard, he might have attributed it to delusions induced by medication. Yao Yu was merely 7 years old. How could such a young girl possibly engage in such actions? Even adults rarely possess the audacity and capability to do so. A child should be blissfully ignorant. To this day, he remains enveloped in an incredulous haze, unable to reconcile the events. He cannot summon the audacity to pursue legal action against Yao Yu without tangible proof. There were no surveillance cameras in his home, and Yao Yu had arrived at a time he had meticulously chosen. No one had witnessed her arrival, and there was no compelling evidence left at the scene. In the aftermath, Yen Changshan discovered signs of a search in both his study and bedroom, yet the sole item missing was an MP3 player. This very object compelled Yen Changshan to grit his teeth and conceal the incident. That day, he summoned a trusted friend to tend to his wounds and then retreated to the sanctuary of his home, seeking counsel from legal acquaintances. His own guilt rendered him wary. Many aspects were fragile and could not withstand scrutiny, and he dared not engage with the police. If the truth were to emerge, his fate would be irrevocably sealed. Powerless rage and the agonizing pain of losing the symbol of masculinity tormented him, alongside that girl, Yao Yue, who seemed to be privy to his secret. She resembled a ticking time bomb. Merely contemplating this possibility drenched him in cold sweat and plunged him into a relentless nightmare. In his dreams, the voice that haunted him morphed into that of his daughter, Shanshan, as the words Uncle Yen transformed into Daddy. Yen Changshan struggled to rise, moving slowly to the window to draw back the curtains. Instinctively, he glanced towards the neighboring house, and his pupils widened in shock as he abruptly closed the curtains once more. A little girl was watching him from the second-floor window. Was she truly observing him all this time? Yaohue, what are you doing standing there? Yaoxin emerged from her room and noticed her sister at the end of the corridor, peering out of the window with curiosity. As Yaoxin passed by her, her inquisitive gaze swept over the yard below. Where is it? I don't see anything. I was wondering why you've been standing here looking outside. Turns out you were watching a cat. Do you want to adopt it? No. I think that cat looks rather peculiar. It seems to be up to no good, which is why I've been watching it. Yaoxin burst into laughter, playfully draping her arm over her sister's shoulders. Yaohue, are you joking? What mischief can a cat possibly get into, stealing food? She was a child who delighted in playful affection, clinging to her sister and giggling for a while. Spotting the book in Yaohue's hands, she raised an eyebrow and glanced at it. Why are you reading this again? It's so complicated. Some of the characters I don't even recognize. And those I do, when combined, make no sense.
Can you understand it?
Mercury closed the anatomy book in hand, unable to comprehend its contents, merely passing the time. Perhaps it will, Mercury mused. At the dining table, Father Tang and Mother Tang discussed their neighbor Mr. Yen, who seemed to be unwell, as he had not been seen going to work these past few days. Should we pay him a visit? Suggested Father Tang. Mother Tang nodded in agreement, stating, yes, we should check on him. He often brings us gifts. You should buy some fruits and presents and take Yao Xian and Yao Yu along. She thought to herself that Mr. Yen had always taken a liking to her two daughters. Seeing them while he was ill would surely provide him some comfort. Upon hearing this, Yao Xian glanced at her sister. She remembered that her sister had previously said they should not visit the Yen household. But this time she heard no objections from her sister, so she refrained from voicing her own reluctance. Choosing a time when the Yen family would be home, Father Tang brought along the gifts and his two daughters to their doorstep. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ascended the stairs to visit Yen Changshan. The curtains in his room were drawn, casting a dim light about the space. Father Tang was taken aback by the sight of Yen Changshan sitting on the bed, his complexion having deteriorated significantly in just a few days. Yen Changshan found it nearly impossible to concentrate on the conversation with Father Tang, as his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the two sisters, Yao Xian and Yao Yu. They stood hand in hand, dressed in matching dresses, one with a radiant, innocent smile, the other with an enigmatic expression and a subtle smile, resembling the duality of yin and yang. The vibrant colors of their dresses seemed to illuminate the dim room. Yen Changshan swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he wished to see neither of the children. Father Tang clearly noticed that Yen Changshan was not quite himself. He assumed it was merely a matter of personal discomfort and, not wanting to intrude further, took his two children downstairs. Luan was in the living room attending to them. This was Yaoxin's first visit to the Yen family. She spotted a photograph of Yen Shan in the living room and, astonished, tugged at her sister's hand. Look, she resembles me a bit. Indeed, Shuiyin replied, when you smile. Your eyes are quite similar to that of the sister. After saying this, she turned to Luan, who was seated on the sofa, and asked, Auntie, don't you think so? Luan merely curled her lips into a slight smile, her gaze shifting from Yaoxin to elsewhere almost immediately. Yes, she replied, her tone laden with indifference, clearly unwilling to elaborate on the matter. From the outset, she had not engaged much with Yaoxin, even when Yen Changshan visited the Tang family. Her visits had been limited to a couple of polite gestures, and she had shown greater warmth towards Yaohue than to Yaoxin. It seemed she was intentionally ignoring Yaoxin, and to Shuiyin, this reluctance to confront appeared to stem from a subconscious sense of guilt. What was she guilty about? Shuiyin felt her suspicions might indeed hold some truth. Seated between Father Tang and Mother Tang, she observed the couple eagerly manipulating the camera, capturing the image of Yaoxin, who, adorned with plastic wings, flitted about the stage like a little bee. In this era, elementary school children remained blissfully innocent and easily amused, even when adorned with comically exaggerated makeup by their teachers. They felt no embarrassment. Although the costumes might seem a tad foolish, they were undeniably endearing. Mercury recollected the character Yao Xian from the original storyline. In truth, there was little elaboration on Yao Xian within the narrative, as the system merely provided her with a rudimentary plot. However, Anyone who witnessed Yao Xian would undoubtedly label her as a lunatic, a veritable harbinger of chaos disrupting the happiness of those around her. She was devoid of friends, acerbic, excessively proud, with an exceptionally heightened sense of self-esteem and vigilance, contrasting sharply with the current young girl. As the program concluded, Yao Xian stealthily descended, placing her bee antenna headband upon her younger sister's head.
Ha ha ha.
"Mom and Dad, look how adorable my sister is," exclaimed Yao Xian. Father Tang immediately seized the camera, urging, hold still, let me capture a moment. Perfect, adorable, utterly charming." While the others retreated indoors, Mercury lingered in the courtyard, her gaze fixed on Yen Changshan as he passed by. He noticed her, and his pace gradually faltered. The two locked eyes across the dividing wall of the courtyard. "It was you, wasn't it? How did you accomplish this?"
Who are you?
Yen Changshan's lips moved, his voice low and hurried, tinged with an unprecedented ferocity. Yet, that ferocity merely skimmed the surface, a fade concealing deeper vulnerabilities. Observing the veins bulging on his hand as he gripped his briefcase, Mercury suddenly conceived an idea. The mask of childlike joy that adorned her face evaporated in an instant, her vibrant expression transforming abruptly into a stark, gray wall. Fixating on Yen Changshan, she lowered her voice, calling out to him, "Father." Noticing that his daughter had not returned indoors for quite some time, Father Tang stepped outside, only to witness her silhouette standing there, alongside Yen Changshan, who appeared to be hastily departing in a state of disarray. "What is happening?" he inquired, astonished. As Mercury turned her head, a look of bewilderment crossed her youthful face. Uncle Yen had approached her moments ago, engaging in conversation, but suddenly his demeanor shifted to something peculiar. Was he unwell? Father Tang shared the confusion, observing the frantic silhouette of Yen Changshan. He felt a sense of unease and reached out to his young daughter, saying, "Dear, do not concern yourself with this. Come, let us return inside." Third sister Bai. Having perused the numerous names and telephone numbers transcribed from Yen Changshan, along with his memos, began to harbor a suspicion. Her curiosity regarding the cause of Yen Shan's untimely demise led her to investigate the matter. This was not driven by a sense of justice. Rather, from a pragmatic standpoint, she recognized that having made an enemy of Yen Changshan rendered him an unpredictable threat, capable of endangering her at any moment. Thus, finding a way to neutralize him became paramount. Through the contacts listed in the phone directory, Mercury crafted text messages, masquerading as a concerned parent inquiring about school admissions, which ultimately revealed Yen Shan's previous school. It was a well-regarded primary institution in the neighboring city, renowned for its excellent reputation. When she attempted to inquire whether any incidents had occurred involving students in previous years, her inquiries were met with silence, possibly due to suspicions regarding her intentions. Consequently, Mercury resorted to online research, seeking out the school's address and information, as well as scouring local forums and school discussion boards for any leads. At that time, the forum still had an anonymous feature. Shuiyin could not find any relevant information regarding student fatalities, but noticed some individuals mentioning the school, inquiring about its reputation, to which several parents responded. She could only persist in searching for suitable lakes and parks in Lin City, where families could enjoy outings, checking if there had been any drowning incidents in those locations, while relentlessly seeking out anyone on the forum who might possess knowledge of the matter. Eventually, she uncovered the truth. Yen Shan had drowned at Xian'erd Lake in Lin City. It was said that a family of 3 had gone there for a day of fun, but the father had not kept a close watch on the child, allowing the little one to wander alone to the water's edge. When the parents realized their child was missing and went to search, they ultimately retrieved the body from the lake. In her quest for information about Xian'erd Lake, Shuiyin discovered that it was quite a well-known spot locally, renowned for its expansive lotus flowers, serving as a habitat for numerous waterfowl, and offering boat rentals for visitors to enjoy leisurely excursions on the lake. While conversing with Yaoxin, she casually mentioned her desire to go out during the summer vacation. As expected, Yaoxin expressed interest and eagerly engaged in discussions about potential summer destinations, also sharing this with Mr. and Mrs. Tang. When their child expressed a wish to travel during the holidays, both parents were supportive. The adventurous spirit of their eldest daughter, Yaoxin, often led the way. Yet the couple always sought the opinion of their younger daughter, a practice they upheld this time as well. Typically reticent, this time the younger sister spontaneously suggested a location. Qianbird Lake? Mr. Tang pondered for a moment before recalling. Is it that Qianbird Lake in Lin City? Shuiyin responded, yes, I would like to take a boat ride. Tang's mother had never been to Lin City and was unfamiliar with Qianbird Lake. After Tang's father provided an explanation, she promptly expressed her support. Indeed, it is not far from our vicinity. We can drive there ourselves. It is not a famous tourist destination, so there will likely be few visitors during the holiday. Our family can enjoy a tranquil getaway for a few days, avoiding the crowds. Naturally, we must support this, as it is our youngest daughter's first request to go somewhere for fun. Tang's father and Yao Xian nodded in agreement, engaging in discussions about the dates and necessary items for the trip, while Tang's father also needed to arrange his work schedule. Yao Xian gently patted her sister's shoulder, saying that summer vacation was approaching and they could set off as soon as school was out, enjoying a few days there and possibly visiting other locations as well. She felt a kinship with her parents in their affection for her sister, blissfully unaware that her sister had placed herself and their parents on the same pedestal, continually indulging this true child. Before their journey, Shuiyin seized the opportunity to inform Lu Wan and Yan Changshan about the plans, as the two families were neighbors. Even though Yan Changshan had been intentionally keeping his distance lately, they would occasionally encounter each other during their commutes. She deliberately waited in the garden until the couple emerged, then stepped forward to wave at them. Uncle Yan, Aunt Lu. Yan Changshan's expression was somber, lacking the composed and gentle demeanor he once had, while Lu Wan still wore a faint smile, inquiring, "Are you going to school?" "Oh, it's summer vacation, isn't it?" Shuiyin replied with a sweet smile. "Yes. It's summer vacation. We're going to Qianbird Lake in Lin City to have some fun." Upon hearing the name Thousand Bird Lake, the expressions on the faces of the Yen couple simultaneously shifted, for this place was one they both wished to forget. Yan Changshan clenched his jaw, his cheeks twitching momentarily. As he stood behind Lu Wan, his gaze fixed upon Shuiyin with a terrifying intensity. Lu Wan, after a brief silence, mustered a forced smile and remarked, "The scenery there is quite beautiful, enjoy yourselves, but do be cautious not to wander off or approach the lake alone, as there is water, and it can be treacherous." Her mind was somewhat adrift, failing to perceive Shuiyin's probing. Since their relocation, they had not confided in anyone about their daughter, and no one would know where she had met her tragic fate. Thus, this coincidence weighed heavily upon her heart. It inevitably brought to mind that fateful day. Their family had set out for a trip when their daughter had felt unwell along the way, prompting her husband to carry her. A sight that had once made her chuckle. They had planned to stay for 2 days. Her husband, understanding the toll her work took on her, had suggested she rest while he took their daughter to explore the scenic area. Little did she anticipate that within a mere afternoon, they would lose their child. She confronted her husband, questioning why he had not kept a closer watch on their daughter. Yet, he appeared to suffer even more acutely, drowning in guilt. As he recounted how their daughter had sneaked off to play by the lakeside, Luan knew she could not place all the blame on him. Nevertheless, gazing upon her daughter's lifeless body, her pale, cold visage stirred within her an uncontrollable resentment towards her husband. Their marital bond had fractured beyond repair. They had come here seeking a fresh start, yet found themselves growing increasingly distant. Each sleepless night spent reflecting on their daughter only deepened her sense of guilt. She was preoccupied with work, failing to fulfill her role as a devoted mother. Since her daughter's birth, it was her father who had taken on the majority of the caregiving responsibilities, forging a closer bond with her than the mother ever had. If only she had shown her daughter more affection and attention. Or, if that fateful day she had chosen not to rest but to accompany her husband and daughter to the lakeside, perhaps the tragic accident could have been avoided. The more she pondered this, the more she found herself unable to confront her husband or come to terms with the loss of her daughter, leaving her in a state of confusion about her own desires. It seemed she might never be able to overcome this in her lifetime. Yao Xian rushed out of the house and noticed her younger sister engaging in conversation with the neighbors. She approached them politely. The sight of her smiling made both Lu Wan and Yan Changshan turn away, one unable to suppress a glance, while the other wore a more sinister expression. Once the neighbors departed, Yao Xian took her sister's hand and remarked, "I found their expressions rather peculiar. I think they are strange too. which is why we should keep our distance, understood? Her sister replied. I understand, Shuiyin said nonchalantly, as she was confident in her swimming abilities. Mr. Tang drove them to Lin City, and after several hours on the road, they reached their destination. It was a moderately sized scenic area, complete with accommodations, restaurants, and supermarkets. Mr. Tang had arranged their lodging and, after settling their belongings, embraced both daughters, inquiring about their preferences. Shall we rest first, or would you like to take a boat ride? Yao Xian was the first to raise her hand, exclaiming, Let us go for a boat ride first. Tang Mama and Tang Baba each held a child's hand, laughing and chatting as they made their way to the lakeside. The ecological preservation here was remarkable. Even from a distance, they could see numerous birds in flight and the vast expanse of lotus leaves flourishing by the water's edge. It was the season when the lotus flowers were in bloom, their delicate pink and white petals adorning the lush greenery, creating a refreshing and captivating sight. The family rented a small boat at the dock, and the staff kindly reminded them to keep a close watch on their children while on board. They also mentioned that if the boat became immobile, they should patiently wait for assistance, and that picking the flowers and lotus pods would incur a fee. As they glided through the sea of green lotus leaves, Yao Xian sat at the edge of the boat, gazing longingly at the lotus flowers. Mom, I want a lotus flower. Tang Mama gently patted her head. Of course, dear, but we shouldn't pick too many. If we do, the beauty of this place will be diminished. How about you and your sister each take one? All right. Yao Xian turned to her sister. I'll pick one for you. She meticulously selected 2 flowers and reluctantly handed the more beautiful one to her sister. Shuiyin had been lost in thoughts about Yan Changshan when a pink and white lotus flower was presented to her, suddenly reminding her of the previous world, of the shy young man who had handed her a lotus flower under the night sky. It seemed that everyone she remembered was intertwined with flowers. Excepting the lotus flower, Shuiyin felt a slight relaxation, momentarily setting aside her concerns, and focused her attention on the scenery before her and the 3 companions by her side. While the family enjoyed their boat ride on the lake, a vehicle entered the Qianyao Lake scenic area, and as the door opened, Yan Changshan, wearing a hat, stepped out of the car. His complexion was pallid and unappealing, with bloodshot eyes. Thus, he followed the Tang family's vehicle back to this unforgettable locale. The third sister and the others had just finished exploring the largest lake, and Shuiyin led Yaoxin along a path to the right, surrounded by directional signs. Her seemingly casual demeanor concealed a clear intention as she guided them to a smaller lake, where lotus flowers and leaves flourished. The lakeside was adorned with clusters of aquatic plants and reeds, and a bamboo pavilion extended into the heart of the lake. Yaoxin, true to Yaoyue's guidance, spotted the pavilion from afar and exclaimed, Let us go and take a look at that pavilion. However, upon approaching, they discovered that access to the pavilion was barred, prohibiting visitors from proceeding further. Shuiyin wandered nearby, observing the surroundings intently. A staff member was seen operating a boat in the lake, collecting items. Mr. Tang inquired, May I ask why we cannot approach the pavilion? Is there a designated opening time? The staff member, seemingly disinterested, waved his hand dismissively. After glancing at the 2 children, Yaoxin and Yaoyue, he finally spoke, You're not allowed to go there. It's not suitable for children. You should leave immediately. Mr. and Mrs. Tang, perplexed by the brusque response, decided to lead their children away. Yaoxin, displeased, wrinkled her nose and complained to her family. He was so rude, speaking so harshly. A staff member passed by along the roadside, and Shuiyin stopped a kindly-looking female employee, asking, Excuse me, is it permissible to access that bamboo pavilion over there? The female employee glanced at them, her expression tinged with regret. I apologize, but that area is currently inaccessible. There are no guardrails, and the scenery is rather unremarkable, with few visitors. I suggest you all explore the nearby small lakes. They are a sanctuary for water birds. Yao Xian eagerly nodded in agreement, as she naturally wished to support her younger sister's interests. The employee, feeling somewhat helpless, informed the parents there was a minor incident there previously. A child fell into the water because a parent was not attentive. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Tang immediately adopted serious expressions. They quickly thanked the employee and pulled their 2 daughters away, clearly shaken by the news. They cautioned their daughters repeatedly not to wander off to that area. emphasizing its dangers. Let us explore other places. There are certainly more pavilions to discover. Yao Xian was soon distracted by her parents, while Shuiyin appeared obedient, following them in search of other pavilions. Yet, her mind remained occupied, analyzing the previous environment and contemplating the circumstances surrounding Yan Shan's demise. Even though her intentions were not merely to indulge in leisure, but rather to observe the scene of Yan Shan's tragic end, she still managed to find joy and relaxation in the outing, particularly with the presence of an energetic and lively child who, while boisterous, was not bothersome. By afternoon, when the family sought a restaurant for dinner, Shuiyin was too exhausted to utter a word. Her frail condition, a result of her inherent vulnerability, rendered her unable to strengthen herself through physical exercise or medication. She sat quietly, indulging in a gelatinous dessert, taking a moment to rest while listening to the conversation of the three others. Not far from them, Yan Changshan occupied a position behind a pillar, which conveniently concealed his form. By merely leaning slightly forward, he could discern the expressions and movements of the family of four. He observed them laughing and chatting, unaware of their discourse. The little girl, who instilled fear in him, sat quietly, occasionally smiling faintly in response to the other's words, while another little girl beside her exhibited more vivacity. Gradually, their figures merged into one, transforming into his daughter, Yan Shan. Yan Changshan's hands began to tremble. "All right, thank you," he murmured. Over there, Shuiyin, sensing something amiss, raised her head to survey the bustling dining hall filled with patrons. "Yao Xian tugged at her, saying, "I heard there's dancing in the park tonight, and they've invited a singer to perform. Shall we go and see?" Mother Tang inquired. "You've been on the bus for so long this morning. Aren't you tired?" She then turned to her younger daughter, asking, "Yao Yu, do you want to go?" Shuiyin replied, "I don't wish to go. I'll rest in my room." Yao Xian expressed some disappointment. "Oh, you're tired, then I won't go either." With that statement, Yao Xian was easily convinced. Shuiyin initially intended for Father Tang and Mother Tang to take Yao Xian along for some fun, but they disagreed. Ultimately, they decided that Mother Tang would stay at the hotel to accompany the younger daughter. Despite feeling she did not require such care from the couple, Shuiyin was nonetheless grateful. She remained indoors for a while, initially unprepared to venture outside. However, upon inadvertently noticing the worker who had been retrieving items from the lake earlier that afternoon downstairs, she felt he might possess some knowledge worth seeking. She tugged at her mother's hand and suggested, "Mom, shall we go for a walk downstairs?" Thus, her mother led her down. The man who had been fishing in the lake was sitting there, smoking a cigarette, and Mercury deliberately chose a spot nearby. While it might seem somewhat abrupt for an adult to initiate a conversation, children enjoy a certain privilege. Their innate curiosity seldom raises suspicion. Therefore, with a sweet smile, Mercury addressed him, "Uncle, I saw you fishing in the lake this afternoon. What were you retrieving?" Leaning in slightly, she whispered, "A sister mentioned that a child fell into the lake. Was it a little girl?" The man's facial wrinkles bore a serious expression as he replied, "Yes. I did retrieve her, just beneath that patch of water plants." Mercury's eyes widened in astonishment, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, as if struck by fear. Her mother, standing behind her, gently tugged at her, seemingly signaling her to refrain from such discussions. Turning to glance at her mother, Mercury's voice was tinged with sadness as she inquired, "Are her parents very heartbroken?" The man flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Her father arrived first, trembling all over and drenched in sweat. Her mother fainted from crying. When the child's body was recovered, her father held her tightly, weeping uncontrollably and refusing to let anyone near. It was truly heartbreaking. That is why children should not wander near the water's edge." Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. Ahead stood a figure whose silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Yan Changshan. "Mother, please hand me the phone. I wish to call father." Without hesitation, Shuiyin's eyes remained fixed on the figure as she obtained the device from Tang Mama. However, she did not dial Tang Baba's number. Instead, she reached out to Yan Changshan. As the figure moved ahead, Shuiyin heard the ringing of a phone beside her, coinciding with the person swiftly retrieving a glowing device from his pocket. The faint sound of the ringtone was identical. It was he. He had followed her here. Shuiyin terminated the call and heard Tang Mama inquire beside her, "What's the matter?" Is there no answer? No, I dialed the wrong number, Shuiyin replied sweetly, her tone unchanged. As she watched Yan Changshan's silhouette hastily vanish into the darkness, she then sought to reconnect with Tang Baba. When the call was established, a cacophony of voices echoed from the other end, prompting Tang Baba to raise his voice. What is it? Tang Baba chuckled. Is that you, Yaoyue? Are you feeling bored with your mother? Shuiyin responded, No, I am frightened. Tang Baba assured her with comforting words. She inquired, Have you seen any strange individuals? Perhaps someone wearing a hat to conceal their face? She needed to remain vigilant. The following day, the family continued to explore the scenic area, with Shuiyin consistently scanning for any trace of Yan Changshan. Regrettably, her search yielded no results, leading her to question whether she had indeed misinterpreted the events of the previous night. As evening approached, the family gathered for dinner at a restaurant, while Tang Mama went to the front desk to place their order, and Yaoxin stood to head to the restroom. To err on the side of caution, Shuiyin rose immediately to follow. The restroom in the dining hall was partitioned, with 4 stalls, one of which was locked from the inside. Yaoxin randomly selected one to enter, and then pushed open the adjacent stall. Yaoyue, you take this one. Shuiyin replied, hurry up. As Yaoxin closed the door of the stall at the far end, the locked cubicle was suddenly opened, revealing Yan Changshan clad in an overcoat. Her pupils constricted as she instinctively cried out for help. Yan Changshan swiftly lunged forward, pressing a towel over her mouth and nose. Shuiyin immediately held her breath and struggled, fiercely clawing at Yan Changshan's eyes, but her frail frame was no match for the strength of an adult man. Hearing her sister's voice, Yaoxin knocked on the restroom door. Yaoyue, what did you say? Yaoyue? Third sister? As dusk fell and the sky gradually darkened, Yan Changshan tightly held the quiet child in his arms, patting her back as he walked toward the secluded bamboo pavilion lake. Shuiyin remained conscious, albeit weak. Recognizing the path they were taking, she began to comprehend that Yan Changshan intended to lead her to the very place where Yan Shan had drowned. With an unusual calmness, she exerted herself to produce a faint voice, attempting to mimic Yan Shan's tone. Father, are you going to drown Shan again? Yan Changshan suddenly trembled, and Shuiyin observed his visage contorting in the dim light, every contour etched with fear and ferocity. Shuiyin, known for her meticulousness and thoroughness in all endeavors, was often playfully dubbed as omnipotent by her colleagues and friends. Yet, she was merely human, not a deity. It was impossible for her to truly possess boundless capabilities. Her caution stemmed from the multitude of lessons learned over time, each experience making her increasingly wary. She had not anticipated that, amidst the absence of the Tang family's parents, Yan Changshan would dare to follow and act in a bustling restaurant within a scenic area. This indicated that he had descended into utter madness, his mental state worse than Shuiyin had anticipated. The reason Shuiyin previously disclosed the location of Qianbird Lake was twofold. First, to ascertain whether it was indeed the site of Yan Shan's demise. Second, to gauge the reactions of the Yan couple. She sought to uncover whether Lu Wan had any inkling of the circumstances surrounding her daughter's death, while also aiming to provoke Yan Changshan. It seemed, however, that she had gone too far in her provocation. At this juncture, despite the unfavorable circumstances, Shuiyin refused to concede. The past was behind her. She never lingered on fleeting mistakes. Instead, she immediately began to contemplate how to extricate herself from the current predicament. In her weakened state, Shuiyin chose to abandon physical struggle and opted to continue provoking Yan Changshan through words. Since he had already succumbed to madness, she decided to push him further into his frenzy. Father, Shan will be obedient. Please do not harm Shan. Yan Changshan fixed his gaze upon her. Striving to muster a smile, he seemed intent on conveying paternal affection, yet the lingering terror etched upon his visage rendered the expression unsettlingly peculiar. Shan, your father does not wish to harm you. Father loves you, he murmured, his footsteps unceasing as he continued toward the bamboo pavilion by the small lake, the path deserted, devoid of any means for her to call for help. Mercury could only hear Yan Changshan's incessant whispers. Did you not promise to always obey your father, Shan? Our little secret shall remain between us, never to be divulged to mother or anyone else. He reminisced. I remember when you were so adorable as a child. always obedient to your father's words, never rebelling. We were the closest of companions. But, my darling, why must you grow up? In growing, you have ceased to listen, unwilling to continue sharing joyous moments with your father. As Yan Changshan's words grew increasingly furious, his grip on Mercury's arm tightened with escalating force. Ignoring the pain coursing through her limb, Mercury scrutinized his expression, deeply contemplating his words and formulating a hypothesis. Yan Changshan, as a man consumed by his obsessions, had likely indoctrinated Yan Shan from a young age, fostering a profoundly distorted bond between them. Meanwhile, as a career-driven woman, Ruan had presumably neglected domestic affairs, her gentle husband providing unwavering support, thus resulting in a lack of attention toward their daughter. However, a child cannot remain oblivious indefinitely. She will inevitably mature and come to realize that such a relationship is fundamentally flawed, awakening to the grim truth that her most beloved father is, in reality, a terrifying monster. Shanshan, it is you who have erred. It is you who must speak to your mother, and it is you who must part from your father. It is only when your father feels utterly helpless that he resorts to such measures against you. You cannot place the blame upon him. As these words were exchanged, they arrived at the tranquil lakeside, devoid of illumination. The water lay still and murky beneath the cloak of night, while clumps of dark aquatic vegetation clustered along the shore. He crouched down, attempting to submerge the child's head into the water, when he suddenly heard her soft voice. "Daddy, I want you to join me. As soon as you touch the water, Shanshan can take you away with her." Those once pleasurable sounds had now turned sinister. It was as if she could penetrate his very thoughts. The dreadful child in his arms uttered, "Daddy, come with me, come with me." Her tone mirrored that of Shanshan. Yet the liveliness had morphed into an eerie chill. That seemingly lifeless little body transformed into a ferocious beast intent on devouring him. Even as she lay docile in his embrace, Yan Changshan felt as though she might metamorphose into a monster at any moment. Startled, he instinctively hurled the child away from him, casting her into the lake. The water, like mercury, gathered its strength, and as she descended, she did not struggle. Instead, she surrendered to the depths. She was a proficient swimmer, and in this scenario, being cast into the water was far more advantageous than being restrained in Yan Changshan's grip. The only predicament was that her frail body could not withstand the lack of air for long. If Yan Changshan did not depart, she would be left with no recourse but to continue her psychological warfare to buy time, while devising an escape plan. The sky had darkened significantly, presenting Mercury with certain challenges while simultaneously providing her with excellent cover. She silently glided towards the nearby reeds, guided by the positions etched in her memory. Though the shoreline remained obscured, she soon discerned a glimmer on the water's surface. It was the light from Yan Changshan's mobile phone, presumably illuminating his attempt to confirm her demise. The ripples created by the flowing water could not conceal her presence, and Mercury, nearing her limits, reluctantly surfaced. The beam of light fell upon the small head of the child that had emerged from the depths, causing Yan Changshan to startle. A normal child would not remain unperturbed after being suddenly thrown into the water, especially considering he had heard that Yao Yu had never visited a swimming pool. She was likely incapable of swimming. Thus, she was indeed a specter of the water. Mercury let her hair cascade over her face, drenched and clinging. As she gazed at Yan Changshan from across the lake, she was not far from the shore. If Yan Changshan could muster the courage to overcome his fear and desired her demise, he would only need to wade into the water, and she would be utterly powerless to resist. Therefore, it was imperative to take the initiative. "Daddy, come down, come keep Shanshan company." The gentle ripples of the lake carried the soft voice of the little girl. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Yan Changshan hesitated, retreating 2 steps while holding his phone aloft. Rendered immobile by fear, the two remained in a silent stalemate. Mercury felt a chill envelop her body, submerged in the water. She could likely endure for no more than half an hour. This was her limit. Facing him head-on offered no chance of victory, and now she could only hope for a passerby. "Yao Yu! Yao Yu! Where are you?" A familiar voice called from afar. How could they have found their way here? Mercury's mind raced as she took a deep breath and slowly submerged herself once more into the water. In such a moment, If she were to struggle violently and cry out, Yan Changshan might react swiftly and plunge into the depths, intent on silencing her permanently before anyone else arrived. Yet, if she quietly descended into the water, Yan Changshan would likely hesitate to act. Humans tend to be wary of anything that deviates from the norm. Indeed, as Yan Changshan listened to the increasingly audible voices and glanced at the still water, he hurriedly turned and, adjusting his hat, fled. Mercury resurfaced, her head breaking the surface. Once again, she gradually swam towards another section of the shore, seizing a large clump of water plants. Once she could discern human figures, she shouted out. Mr. and Mrs. Tang, their faces pale, pulled her from the water, and she immediately began to tremble and cry like a child. I was so scared. Sobbing, Uncle Yen wants to kill me. The Tang couple, who had been comforting her, paused in surprise, gently stroking her head and inquiring, What Uncle Yen? Mercury, weakly leaning against them, replied, Our neighbor, Uncle Yen. He is so strange. He threw me into the water and called me Shanshan. I was so afraid. Mr. Tang's expression shifted dramatically. Yaoyue, are you saying that the Uncle Yen you mentioned is our neighbor, Yan Changshan? Is he the one who brought you here? Where is he now? He went that way. When he heard you calling for me, he left, she answered. Mr. Tang entrusted her to Mrs. Tang, grabbed his phone to call the police, and quickly conferred with the accompanying staff to initiate a search. Mom, how did you know to look for me over there? Mercury felt a profound curiosity about this matter. Mother Tang, with lingering trepidation, held her close and gently combed her hair, assuring her that Yaoxin was determined to seek you out. Mercury glanced at the little girl who clung tightly to her hand. The child pouted and confessed, I don't know. I just feel that you are there. Third sister, I will protect you too. Before drifting off to sleep, the little girl earnestly pledged her commitment. Throughout that night, Father Tang remained awake, having located the concealed Yan Changshan. His fury was palpable as he contemplated legal action against the perpetrator who had intentionally harmed his child. My husband has been profoundly affected by our daughter's passing, and his mind is somewhat clouded, which has led to his actions. I will ensure he receives proper treatment and will prevent him from approaching Yaoyue again. Fortunately, the child was unharmed, and we are willing to offer compensation. As neighbors, we have coexisted amicably thus far, and I implore you to grant him a chance for redemption. He is truly suffering from illness. Luan, appealing to both emotion and reason, despite her marital discord with Yan Changshan, did not wish for her husband to face imprisonment. Yet, what if she were to discover the truth behind her daughter's demise? Mercury called out to Luan, who was preparing to leave. Aunt Lu, I wish to speak with you. Luan looked at her in surprise. Throughout her memory, Yaoyue had always been a quiet and innocent girl, but now, as the two sat alone in the living room, Luan sensed an unsettling dissonance emanating from the little girl before her. Yaoyue, Auntie must first apologize on behalf of your Uncle Yan. He has subjected you to distressing experiences, yet. Shuiyin, no longer feigning the guise of a little girl, interrupted her and spoke directly. Do you know that your daughter was deliberately drowned by Yan Changshan? Luan was taken aback, both by her tone and the gravity of her words. What? Shuiyin fixed her gaze upon Luan. Do you know that Yan Shan was molested by Yan Changshan since childhood? Luan stared at her, her expression vacant. What are you saying? You are just a child. Shuiyin produced an MP3 player and pressed play. The sound of a little girl's crystalline laughter filled the air, and amid that innocent and charming voice, she slowly recounted. When Yan Shan was young, she did not comprehend the severity of what Yan Changshan had done to her. As she grew older, perhaps one day she suddenly realized what her father was doing. Thus, she sought your help as her mother, but was discovered by Yan Changshan. Consequently, when she was out with her father, she was drowned. Do you know what Yan Changshan said when he threw me into that small lake at Qianyao Lake? He claimed, Shan, don't blame Daddy. It is because you were disobedient and wanted to tell Mommy that Daddy had no choice but to kill you. You should be able to discern the implications of this. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Yan Changshan and observe his reaction. Luan sat there like a statue, her entire being seemingly drained of all color. Yin anticipated that she would erupt in tears, disbelief, or manifest rage. She had meticulously crafted her arguments to persuade her of the truth. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Luan suddenly covered her mouth, trembling all over, her face awash with tears. Could it be that she was truly unaware? Observing Lu Wan's expression, Mercury came to a realization. Initially, she may not have contemplated such a direction, but being a family that lived together, the unnoticed hints of the past would undoubtedly leave marks in her heart. Following her daughter's demise, she likely harbored suspicions. Otherwise, she would not remain so reticent. Alas, it was too late. She had already lost her daughter and dared not risk losing her husband over a mere doubt. Therefore, she ultimately refrained from entertaining the darkest possibilities, from confronting the perhaps most harrowing truth, and from accepting the reality that she had inadvertently pushed her pleading daughter towards death.
Now,
Mercury was unearthing all of this before her. Aunt Lu, regardless of the fact that Yen Changshan is your husband, he has killed your daughter. Since you are aware of this, you should no longer shield him. There exists a most effective means to see him imprisoned, requiring only your cooperation with my parents. What do you think? Lu Wan's voice quivered as her gaze remained fixed on the still operating MP3. I will consider it. Mercury watched her depart, her expression darkening. She had witnessed too many women who, despite knowing their husbands had committed crimes, chose to conceal and protect them, making unfathomable concessions to sustain their marital lives. Would Lu Wan follow suit? 2 days later, Mercury learned that Lu Wan had arranged for Yen Changshan's bail. The following day, a police car arrived at the Yen residence, retrieving the bodies of Yen Changshan and Lu Wan. Yen Changshan had drowned. The initial crime scene was the bathroom, where he was submerged before being dismembered. After Tang's father gathered information about the incident and returned home, he recounted the horrifying scene to Tang's mother, describing blood everywhere and mentioning that Lu Wan was the one who had killed him. Tang's mother found it perplexing. Just days prior, Lu Wan had urged them to spare Yen Changshan's life. How could she suddenly have turned to murder? It was indeed strange. Tang's father shook his head, uncertain, speculating that perhaps a quarrel had erupted between the couple. Subsequently, police officers came to their home to inquire about Yen Changshan and Lu Wan. It was then that Tang's parents learned that only Lu Wan's traces remained at the scene, confirming that she was the perpetrator. After committing the crime, she had injected herself with an anesthetic in another bathroom and drowned herself in a bathtub filled with water. The police were currently investigating Lu Wan's motive for the murder. The two young girls, due to their tender age, were not subjected to extensive questioning. However, Shuiyin proactively approached the investigating officer, revealing certain details. I dislike Uncle Yen. He used to invite me to his home, always wanting to hug me and kiss me, not allowing me to leave. The officer immediately looked up, realizing the implication, and crouched down to ask little one, "Did you tell your parents about this?" Shuiyin obediently shook her head, replying, "No, I was scared. He wouldn't let me say anything." Shuiyin added, "He threw me into the lake." The police had already conducted their investigation. The case, which was initially unresolved, now lay in disarray with the death of an individual. Mercury recounted, Uncle Yen referred to me as Shanshan and threatened to drown me once more, claiming that my disobedience warranted such a fate. One of the listening officers seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, exchanging knowing glances with a colleague. Shortly after concluding the inquiry, the case was closed, revealing that Lu Wan had taken her husband's life upon discovering his dark secret. He had previously drowned their daughter. The case stirred considerable commotion in the vicinity, particularly within the Tang family, whose parents, concerned about the incident and their connection to it, had learned of certain details not disclosed by the police, most notably Yen Changshan's suspected pedophilia and his prolonged molestation of his daughter, Yen Shan. The couple, gripped by fear, clutched their two daughters tightly, expressing their relief that their children had escaped such misfortune. Following this incident, they became increasingly wary of trusting others and vigilant regarding such matters. While browsing online, Mercury stumbled upon discussions in forums about the case. Although many denounced Yen Changshan as a monster, a disturbing minority, whether out of ignorance or malice, vehemently criticized Lu Wan for her actions, speculating whether the children were ill or unruly enough to warrant their father's brutality, desperately seeking to place blame on the victim and provide excuses for the perpetrator. Numerous unfounded conjectures circulated, suggesting Lu Wan must have had an affair that prompted her to commit such an act. Truth and falsehood intertwine, yet they remain indifferent. No matter how harrowing the experience is, if they do not touch their lives, they become mere fodder for conversation. Shuiyin silenced the news commentary, seeking the information she required. This affair had concluded, and in a manner far more tragic than she had anticipated. She had not foreseen that after her daughter's demise, Lu Wan, who had been evading the pursuit of truth, would so resolutely embrace murder and suicide upon piercing the veil of ignorance. She drowned Yan Changshan, and in turn, drowned herself. Perhaps as a means of atoning for her daughter's loss. When one can no longer numb oneself, one either awakens to clarity or descends into despair. Shuiyin embodied the former, while Lu Wan exemplified the latter. The residence, once inhabited by the Yen family, has remained abandoned since the incident, never to be rented or sold again. Though some ventured to view the property later, the rumors of the murder within dissuaded them from pursuing it further. 12 years swiftly passed. The vines in the Yen family's yard grew to obscure the railing and climbed up the walls. The once splendid house, now neglected, exuded an air of decay, resembling a haunted dwelling. During the year Shuiyin commenced her university studies, she encountered Lu Fengyang, the male protagonist in this narrative, who initially drove a wedge between the two sisters. Lu Fengyang, with his cheerful and sunny disposition, had been in a romantic relationship with the female lead, Yao Yu. However, after accidentally rescuing Yao Xian, the elder sister, from the clutches of some ruffians, she regarded him as her only salvation in a bleak existence. This led to an unhealthy obsession, culminating in her desperate attempts to coerce her sister into relinquishing her boyfriend. In the present world, Yao Xian is devoid of the frenzied obsession characteristic of the original narrative. She has been living in a realm of happiness, embodying a personality that is even more cheerful and radiant than that of Lu Fengyang. One might say she is transformed into the very image of her past life's fondest self. For the first time, Shuiyin encounters Lu Fengyang playing basketball at school and pauses to observe him for a moment. Unlike the original Yao Yu, she harbors no intentions of developing any sort of relationship with him. She merely shares a morsel of her snack, pondering whether Yao Xian might still be attracted to this young man. Yao Xian attends the same university as her, albeit 2 years her senior. Having devoted herself to dance from a young age and participated in numerous competitions throughout high school, where she garnered several accolades, she was elected as the head of the arts department upon entering university. With her beauty and sociable nature, Yao Xian has become an indisputable figure of prominence on campus. Her presence felt in various activities, and even the first-year students frequently speak of her. As for Shuiyin, due to health issues, she is compelled to avoid any strenuous activities and crowded events, dedicating herself to quiet study. Naturally intelligent, and returning to school with the mind and self-discipline of an adult, she is perceived as a top student by her peers. Although she appears somewhat aloof and is not particularly fond of socializing, she too is admired by many. This pair of sisters has gained notoriety at school, with numerous admirers vying for their attention. However, both have no intention of entering into romantic relationships, leaving countless male classmates lamenting their unrequited feelings. Shuiyin herself regards the younger boys around her as too immature, feeling no stirrings of affection, yet curiously, Yao Xian seems to have no romantic interests either. Generally speaking, young girls are often enveloped in the tender musings of youth, and it is quite normal for them to harbor a secret crush amidst their studies. However, Yao Xian is an exception. She revels in playing badminton, swimming, and dancing. Surrounded by a plethora of friends, both male and female, yet she has never expressed affection for anyone. Perhaps this child is indeed destined to follow the narrative and develop feelings for the tall boy, Lu Fengyang. "Classmate, is anyone sitting here?" A boy's voice suddenly inquired beside her. Mercury turned her head, surprised to see Lu Fengyang. "No, please feel free. If this is not his class, what is he doing here? My name is Lu Fengyang. May we get acquainted?" He continued, "I noticed you at the basketball court the other day, watching us play. Do you enjoy basketball? Our department is hosting a game this weekend. Would you be interested in attending?" The tall boy wore a loose-fitting long t-shirt, radiating youthful vitality. So, he had come for her. Mercury felt a wave of curiosity. She had never interacted with Lu Fengyang, and her personality differed from that of the protagonist in the original story. What could have prompted him to seek her out? Could it truly be the inertia of the narrative? Caught off guard by the earnest scrutiny of the girl who had seemingly fallen for him at first sight, Lu Fengyang felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Not one to give up. He inched closer and pressed on with another question. What do you like? Classmate, the girl with the beautiful long hair in the middle row, and the tall boy. The teacher at the lectern rapped on the desk, casting a teasing glance at Lu Fengyang and Mercury. Although your high school teachers undoubtedly told you that university is the time for romantic pursuits, I must remind you that talking during class is still strictly forbidden. Please, spare a thought for your poor teacher. I shall commence the lecture now. A wave of laughter rippled through the classroom, and Lu Fengyang felt his face flush with embarrassment under the myriad gazes. He furtively glanced at the girl beside him, wondering if she was upset. Typically, such remarks from a teacher would provoke irritation in most girls, wouldn't they? Yet, the countenance he beheld remained serene and composed. She exhibited neither discomfort nor awkwardness. She merely tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, with a slight upturn of her lips, said, I apologize, teacher. Please continue with your lecture. Mercury interjected, silence. Lu Fengyang had no choice but to acquiesce. He felt a twinge of disappointment. He had noticed this girl quite some time ago, yet their different classes left them with little opportunity for interaction. After mustering the courage, he had secretly come to class on behalf of a friend, hoping to make a connection, but his endeavors had faltered. The girl seemed utterly disinterested in him. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Mercury began to gather her belongings and prepare to leave. Lu Fengyang hastily followed suit, eager to trail behind her. So, what class do you have next?
Yao Yu.
At that moment, Yao Xian, approaching from the opposite direction, caught sight of her younger sister and the tall, sunny boy beside her. She blinked in surprise and, with a warm smile, asked Mercury, Is this your classmate? I don't believe I have seen him before. The two sisters walked along, engrossed in conversation, naturally leaving Lu Fengyang behind. Once they had distanced themselves, Shuiyin turned to the now-grown little girl beside her and inquired, What did you think of that boy we just saw? I found him rather unappealing. He is excessively tall, which does not complement your stature. And his complexion is too dark. Just look at how sunburned he is. Not to mention, his hairstyle is quite unattractive. Shuiyin, who was studying medicine in this world, had a heavy academic load and spent her holidays poring over textbooks. Yao Xian, kneeling on the soft mat beside her bed with a pillow in her embrace, indirectly lamented the unfortunate experiences of friends encountering deceitful partners. Shuiyin, however, remained oblivious, diligently completing her study tasks at the desk. Just as Yao Xian finished her lengthy discourse, Shuiyin closed her book, ready for a break, and said, I understand, but I am not interested in dating for the time being. This statement delighted Yao Xian, who was promptly dismissed with a cheerful wave. That day, Shuiyin encountered Lu Fengyang 3 times, once in the library, once in the administrative building, and once in the cafeteria. May I sit here? Lu Fengyang asked, standing beside her with a tray in hand, repeating a familiar opening line each time. The cafeteria was a public space where anyone could sit freely, and Shuiyin had no objections. However, she could hardly eat much. Before Lu Fengyang had a chance to engage further, she concluded her meal and left with her tray. After enduring this situation for over half a month, Lu Fengyang finally seized an opportunity to confront her at the library's entrance and boldly confessed his feelings. If he merely harbors a secret affection for himself, subtly flaunting it before her, then Mercury has no reason or position to interfere with his thoughts or actions, akin to her initial encounter with Gao Jiala. However, should he choose to confess his feelings and seek her response, it would unequivocally result in rejection from her. This I cannot accept. There is no trace of the bashfulness typically associated with a confession on her face. Her demeanor remains unchanged whether in class, reading, or dining. Lu Fengyang is consumed by dissatisfaction, questioning, Is there something wrong with me? To which Mercury retorts, Your worth is irrelevant to me. If I do not desire it, your merits hold no sway. Lu Fengyang implores, What must I do to earn your favor? Mercury replies, I harbor no such inclination. Your efforts are futile. I would suggest you focus on your studies or consider others instead. Can you grant me a chance? Even if you do not harbor feelings for me, we could give it a try. You could be my girlfriend for 3 months, and if by then you still find it unfeasible, I shall trouble you no more. Lu Fengyang asserts earnestly. Only upon hearing this does Mercury finally lift her gaze to him, her expression turning icy. Do you presume I lack intelligence? What grounds or qualifications do you possess to make such demands of me? She has encountered numerous such romantic contract traps before. Many of the men she met may not have intended malice, perhaps unaware of their own insidiousness. Yet, whether in jest or earnestness, their requests for her to give it a try with the promise of retreat if it fails always leave her feeling distinctly affronted. Lu Fengyang never anticipated that her first conversation with him would unfold in such a manner. Her complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor, revealing her discomfort. And her tone grew rigid. You needn't be so sensitive, I haven't overthought this. If my words have caused you any discomfort, I offer my sincerest apologies. Mercury shook her head. Sensitivity was a label often attributed to her. Many believed that the matters she held dear were trivial and commonplace, oblivious to the inappropriateness of their attitudes and actions. Just like the towering young man before her, who might feel aggrieved. His apology stemming from a fondness for her rather than a recognition of wrongdoing. If you feel uncomfortable, I shall apologize. This statement subtly conveyed that she was being unreasonable, yet he was willing to accommodate her, thereby delineating a clear boundary of right and wrong. Their thoughts were not aligned, rendering meaningful communication impossible. There were many men like Lu Fengyang, which perhaps elucidated Mercury's waning interest in marriage and romance. She was unwilling to diminish herself to placate others, unwilling to compromise her dignity, and unwilling to settle. The classmates accompanying Mercury to the library bore witness to the rejected confession and could not help but feel sympathy for Lu Fengyang. A female peer remarked to Mercury, Yao Yu, your reaction is unwarranted. Lu Fengyang has not acted inappropriately. He is quite commendable, handsome, tall, adept at basketball, and always willing to assist when challenges arise. He even arranged drinking water for our class previously. If your standards are so lofty, will you ever find a boyfriend? Mercury replied with composure. Is my expectation truly so high? No, your standards are simply too low. The girl, feeling insulted, retorted, I am only looking out for your best interests. What kind of attitude is that? To which Shuiyin replied, Thank you, but please refrain from doing so in the future. I have no need for your concern. With a huff, the girl swiftly departed, dragging a friend along. For Shuiyin, both Lu Fengyang and this girl were mere trifles, yet such incidents spread swiftly in university. In no time, Yaxin learned that her sister had rejected a boy outside the library, leading to an unpleasant confrontation. How could her sister be left feeling discontented? Yaxin inquired. What is he planning to do? What else could he do but present flowers, gifts, and snacks, following her to class, and sending flirty messages? Lu Fengyang had stated that a fierce woman fears a persistent suitor. As long as he does not relent, persistence would eventually yield results. Her friend showed no aversion to the matter, rather finding amusement in it, and asked, So, Yaxin, how long do you think it will take for your sister to succumb to him? Typically generous, Yaxin rarely took offense with others, but at this moment, she coldly retorted, Be quiet. Her friend, taken aback, stammered a few words before ending the call. Yaxin was on the verge of exasperation. Initially, she merely believed Lu Fengyang unsuitable for her sister, but now she found this man utterly irksome. Is it not a fundamental courtesy to cease bothering someone who has clearly expressed their disinterest? The notion that a fierce woman fears a persistent suitor is, to put it plainly, harassment. With such behavior, not only her sister but she herself could hardly find him appealing. She had encountered numerous such situations herself and could face them with equanimity. However, when her sister was bullied, she felt an intense urge to confront those who caused her sister distress. Yao Yu did not harbor her anger, but instead immersed herself in her thesis topic. Why engage with those trivial matters? Instead, devote your time to pursuits that bring you joy and enrich yourself. When you surpass them in excellence, you will inhabit a different realm, one devoid of any intersection with theirs. Why should you still care about them? Yao Xian, raised under her sister's guidance, still felt an instinctive fear of her, even at this age, and harbored a deep-seated reliance on her. Upon hearing these words, she pondered thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. A few days later, as Lu Fengyang regained his confidence to pursue his aspirations, he learned that Yao Yu had independently completed her courses and that her papers were now being published in professional journals. She had even joined her mentor in the laboratory for further study. Former classmates found it increasingly difficult to see her, let alone Lu Fengyang, from an entirely different department. What had once been rampant gossip about Yao Yu and Lu Fengyang transformed into a chorus of admiration, envy, and praise for Yao Yu. Those who previously considered her arrogant and fastidious now acknowledged her remarkable intelligence and boundless potential, realizing that it was no wonder she was disinterested in romance. People are indeed different. She had already surpassed many upperclassmen before graduation, leaving the rest of them uncertain about their future careers. Lu Fengyang, having been incessantly teased by his classmates, found himself disenchanted. He realized he was merely a university student, untouched by the complexities of society and oblivious to future prospects, with his mind confined to the mundane realities of daily life. Upon recognizing that the individuals he aspired to pursue were beyond his reach, his restless spirit was doused as if by a bucket of cold water, leaving him in a state of calm resignation. Ah, there are countless flowers blooming everywhere, truly. You need not fixate on just one. His former supporters, once steadfast, began to express their doubts, cautioning him. She is exceedingly intelligent and will undoubtedly pursue further education, likely achieving a higher degree than you. Such women often disregard domestic life and will not invest ample time in you. What's the appeal? Indeed, the notion of seeking a partner who surpasses one in accomplishments seems fraught with peril. If she excels and earns more, your voice may go unheard at home, which is untenable. Given your circumstances, finding a girlfriend who rivals Yao Yu in beauty, understanding, and charm should not prove challenging. Unfazed by these opinions for her, the protagonist of the original narrative, contested by two sisters, held little significance compared to a passerby. Bestowing him additional attention felt like a frivolous expenditure of time. She resolved instead to immerse herself in learning and personal development. Having lingered in this world for too long, she dedicated the majority of her time to cultivating her interests and enhancing her professional expertise, finding joy in exploring diverse experiences that now occupied nearly all of her hours. However, she had not forgotten about the mother and younger brother who were due to appear in the original storyline. The arrival of Lu Fengyang served as a reminder that the narrative was about to unfold. In the original plot, the eldest sister was sold, while their father and mother came to the city to seek medical treatment for the younger brother, encountering Yen Changshan in the hospital. This ultimately led them to discover their biological second daughter, who then connected them with their third daughter, resulting in a series of conflicts and tensions. However, now both Yen Changshan and their father had perished cleanly over a decade ago, leaving only the mother, eldest sister, and younger brother, whose fates remained uncertain. It was unclear whether they would come here for treatment. Shuiyin did not actively seek them out. She continued to live her life as it was meant to be. After approximately 6 months, Shuiyin began an internship at a hospital. Perhaps it was the inertia of the storyline, but she unexpectedly encountered her mother and younger brother there. Standing at the doorway of the ward, with her hands in her pockets, Shuiyin observed a boy, around 15 or 16, who was throwing a tantrum. His pallid complexion, a result of illness, contrasted sharply with his furious outbursts, seemingly provoked by his mother's failure to procure the fruit he desired. The woman seated beside the hospital bed appeared significantly aged, with a considerable amount of gray in her hair and her face etched with the trials of life. She remained silent, enduring her son's tirade, while quietly peeling an apple for him. After presenting the apple, the boy disdainfully tossed it into the trash, exclaiming his disinterest. His aim was poor, causing the apple to topple the trash can, spilling its contents across the floor. The woman, with a pained expression, approached to right the can, her heart heavy as she retrieved the apple, washing it in the restroom before setting it aside. The boy seemed embarrassed by her actions, erupting into further angry complaints. As the mother reluctantly stood up to step outside and purchase her child's desired fruits, the 13th sister, Yao Xian, prepared for the graduation gala, which had been scheduled ahead of time. During a brief respite from her busy internship, Shuiyin returned to school. Clad in a red dance dress, Yao Xian awaited her backstage and promptly ushered her towards the dressing room. "Yao Yu, could you accompany me on the piano later? The classmate who was supposed to play for me suddenly fell ill and had to go to the hospital, and I cannot find anyone else at the moment." With no other option, Shuiyin agreed to step in. The gown she had prepared was a petite white dress, which was somewhat loose on her. Yao Xian immediately retrieved her tools to make adjustments. Don't move, it will be ready in no time. Specializing in fashion design, Yao Xian had diverged from her sister's choice of major long ago. She had always been uncertain about her own preferences, and during her university years, drawn by her love for new dresses, she whimsically chose this field, joking with her sister that she could create her own clothes in the future. However, after years of study, she realized that she lacked a natural talent for it, and now, as graduation approached, she felt a sense of disorientation. While meticulously tidying her sister's dress hem, she confided her anxieties to Yao Yu. What kind of job should I pursue? I don't seem to have any particular passion for work, nor do I possess any remarkable skills. Should I continue dancing indefinitely? But compared to others, I don't consider myself exceptionally talented. I truly don't know what to do now. How is it that you never seem to feel lost? Knowing exactly what you want to do and continuously striving for it. Listening to her finish speaking, Mercury finally spoke. At your tender age of just over 20, it is entirely natural to feel bewildered by life. It is of no consequence if you are unable to find something you truly enjoy at this moment. Life is a long journey, and it is never too late to develop a passion for something or someone. If you prefer a tranquil existence, seek a job that suits your capabilities and pursue it with dedication. However, if you yearn for a life filled with novelty, feel free to explore various avenues. There is no need to rush. Taking your time is perfectly acceptable. My efforts stem from my own fondness for this way of living, but you need not follow my path. Simply choose the way that brings you the most joy. Having shared their lives for many years, no one understood her sister's resilience better than Yaoxin. She was like a steadfast anchor. Throughout her life, whenever she faced turmoil, anxiety, or sorrow, her sister's calm reassurances would bring her solace. Strangely enough, the sense of security her sister provided often surpassed that of their parents. Yaoxin smiled and leaned her head gently against her sister's shoulder. When she stood up again, her usual confidence and pride returned. As they heard the announcer at the front desk, the two sisters ascended the stage together. Dressed in vibrant red and pure white, they resembled two blooming flowers under the stage lights. Mercury, seated before the piano, pressed the black and white keys, while the enchanting figure in the red dress began to dance gracefully with the music, her elegant swan-like neck and arms captivating the attention of all the audience members. Afterward, Mercury resumed her internship, her pace distinct from her peers, and her treatment was extraordinary. Her mentor personally guided her through practical sessions, selecting the very hospital where her mother and younger brother were employed. However, since her last visit to see them, she had not returned. In the hospital corridor, where most wore somber expressions, Yao Xian, adorned in a vibrant dress and beaming with joy, stood out remarkably. Upon spotting her sister, she approached with light-hearted steps. "What brings you here, all of a sudden?" Mercury asked, lowering her mask and leading Yao Xian to the flower bed downstairs. Yao Xian, clutching her bag, followed eagerly, chuckling with excitement and a hint of pride. "I received an audition invitation. A director believes I am ideal for the role of his second female lead." Clearing her throat, she inquired, "Do you think I'm suited to be an actress? I'm not a professional and might be quite far from it, but it seems rather intriguing." "All right, then I shall give it a try." Yao Xian's exuberance was palpable as she leaned against her sister's shoulder, chattering animatedly, "Who knows, I might become a big star. One day, you could point at the television and say, 'That's my sister.'" Mercury replied, "If you're going to pursue it, do so earnestly." "I understand," Yao Xian responded. "Whatever one does, the attitude must be correct. You've told me that before. I believe you would also be quite suited to be a teacher, dear sister." Yao Xian spoke, when suddenly she felt a slight collision against her leg. Looking down, she discovered a small boy, engaged in playful scuffles with a little girl, had inadvertently bumped into her. A woman not far away hurried over, presumably their mother, repeatedly apologizing to Yao Xian. With a smile, Yao Xian assured her that it was quite all right, but then her expression shifted to one of uncertainty as she gazed at the woman's face. Gradually, her smile faded, replaced by a hint of tension. Shuiyin sensed her grip tighten around her hand and glanced at the woman, quickly understanding the situation. Yao Xian had likely recognized the woman before her. When they had parted ways, the eldest sister was already in her teens. The difference in appearance between a few years old child and a woman in her 20s could be significant, yet the resemblance between a teenager and a woman in her 30s remained striking. The woman standing before them, accompanied by 2 children, dressed simply and bearing a reserved demeanor, was indeed their eldest sister. Shuiyin recalled the makeshift shelter they had inhabited upon first arriving in this world, along with the terrified and shocked expression on their sister's face when she witnessed the act of violence committed by Yao Xian. Both sisters recognized their eldest sibling, but after so many years, the once frail and pallid girls had transformed into striking beauties, likely rendering their sister unable to identify them. Without uttering a word, Yao Xian grasped Shuiyin's hand and briskly made her way into the building. Shuiyin observed her expression. Although Yao Xian endeavored to appear composed, she could not entirely mask her distraction. That just now, Yao Xian tentatively inquired of Shuiyin.
What?
Shuiyin replied. Yao Xian relaxed slightly. It's nothing. She pondered that their younger sister had not recognized their eldest sister. After all, she had been merely 5 years old at the time and might truly not remember. I will first converse with the director to assess the state of the production team, and I shall return to see you later. Yao Xian concluded her words and hurried away. Throughout her life, whenever Yao Xian encountered difficulties, she would always confide in her. However, regarding her recent recognition of her elder sister, it seemed she was reluctant to share that revelation. Shuiyin had no intention of exposing her secret. She understood Yao Xian well enough to know that she would not remain entirely indifferent as she did. Regarding their mother's and sister's abandonment, Shuiyin was aware that Yao Xian had retained vivid memories of that time. During their first year at the orphanage, Yao Xian would often squeeze into her bed at night, inquiring why their mother and elder sister had forsaken them. Unlike her, Yao Xian was a genuine child. Now that she had recognized her elder sister, what would she do? Amidst the commotion of their family's tears and cries, Shuiyin stood by the corridor window. Hearing the noise, she observed Yao Xian at the door of the ward, wearing a cold and peculiar expression. As Yao Xian turned to leave, she caught sight of Shuiyin, who had her hands tucked into the pockets of her coat, and the indifferent look on her face instantly transformed into one of panic. The 2 sisters descended to the courtyard below, standing side by side as they gazed at the sunflowers planted in the flower bed for a while. Third sister, have you also recognized them? Yes, Yao Xian replied after a brief silence. That younger brother is suffering from uremia and has yet to find a matching kidney donor. They also lack funds for the surgery. It sounds quite pitiful. She lifted her chin defiantly, but I do not wish to pity him at all. I have no desire to involve myself with him. Shuiyin stepped forward. Then let us disregard him. Yao Xian hurried a few steps to catch up with her. Are you serious? But they are our blood relatives. Can we truly remain indifferent? Yao Xian unconsciously relaxed her previously tense shoulders and gently prodded her companion. Then you should not concern yourself with them. Just then, both Shuiyin and Yao Xian turned their heads to find their elder sister unexpectedly pursuing them. She stood there awkwardly, hesitantly asking, is it the second and third sisters? I saw you at the hospital entrance, and yesterday I heard the second sister calling for the third. You have grown, yet your eyes still resemble those of your childhood. Shuiyin was taken aback. She had not anticipated being recognized, especially not by their elder sister, who was the first to identify them. In the original narrative, their elder sister, sold by their father and forced into a life of degradation, ultimately succumbed to illness at a young age. However, this time she was bestowed with a different fate. She had left with their mother, married early and borne 2 children, living an ordinary life. What is it that you wish to say? Yao Xian spoke first, her tone somewhat sharp and defensive. This was an unusual demeanor for her. The elder sister hesitated, awkwardly gesturing with her hands. Rest assured, I am not here to ask for money. I merely wanted to confirm if it is truly you. If you are doing well, that is enough. As she gazed at her 2 younger sisters, years of pent-up emotions began to dissipate. When she had left with their mother, her mind was consumed with thoughts of her 2 sisters left behind, wondering if they would perish from hunger, devoid of any means or knowledge. Yet, she could scarcely sustain herself, let alone care for her siblings. Thus, like their mother, she chose to abandon them, leaving a lingering ache in her heart. Take care of yourselves, I won't tell mother, so rest assured. This remark instilled a sense of fondness in Yaoxin for the elder sister, whom she had not seen for a long time. However, just a few days later, when she returned to the hospital to visit her younger sister, she discovered that the family had descended into chaos. She arrived at the perfect moment, witnessing their mother kneeling in front of her, weeping. You are Xiaodong's biological sister. You cannot forsake him. Beside her, a frail younger brother boisterously shouted, I am your brother. It is only right for you to donate a kidney to me. If you refuse, may others curse you to death. A surge of anger welled up within Yaoxin as she stepped forward, forcefully pushing aside the kneeling mother and swatting away her brother's accusatory finger aimed at the third sister. What are you doing? You are the second sister, my daughter, are you not? The woman stood, her eyes alight with a fervent glow. Now that both of you sisters are here, everything will be fine. You are both living so well. Please help your brother and save his life. Yaoxin let out a cold laugh, glancing at the anxious and timid elder sister beside her. Is that what she told you? The elder sister shook her head, tears streaming down her face.
No, I did not mean to say that.
I merely spoke to her when I saw the third sister in the hospital, and our biological mother caught us, and it all spiraled into this. Yaoxin dismissed the explanation, glaring fiercely at the mother and son duo, her tone laced with indignation. So, from your earlier words, you expect us sisters to donate a kidney to your son? The boy immediately interjected, and you must also give me money for the surgery. And afterwards, come to take me to live here. Yao Xian firmly silenced her younger sister, stating bluntly, do not even think about donating a kidney. It is impossible. I have 200,000, all of which I have saved over the years, and I am willing to give it to you. The woman's initial joy quickly faded as Yao Xian pointed to the boy beside her, enunciating each word. However, you shall only receive this money after he has died. As long as he lives, you shall not see a single cent. After traversing through multiple worlds, Shuiyin found herself being cared for by the very little girl she had raised, which struck her as quite novel. Standing behind Yao Xian, she observed her with intrigue, a maternal lioness protecting her cubs. Unlike Yao Xian's fury, Shuiyin felt no particular emotion regarding her mother and brother's words. Yao Xian's anger stemmed from a lingering concern about their familial ties. In the current societal context, the entanglement of familial and blood relationships is deeply ingrained, binding nearly everyone in its grasp. Thus, it is far from simple to sever such connections as outsiders might presume. Even when an individual wishes to break free from such ties, the surrounding environment compels them to acknowledge and maintain these bonds. This reality was evidently clearer to her mother and brother, who, upon hearing Yao Xian's remarks, became even more enraged. The mother wept inconsolably, lamenting, Do you have no conscience? If it weren't for me giving you life, would you be living so well now? You dress so beautifully and adorn yourself so attractively, yet you refuse to acknowledge your own mother and brother. How can you be so unfilial? Had I known, I should have abandoned you at birth. Mercury pushed Yao Xian aside, expressing her frustration. You have indeed abandoned us. Initially unwilling to care for us, you let us fend for ourselves. And now it would be better to consider us as if we had perished long ago. Their mother collapsed onto the ground in tears, lamenting, I never wished to forsake you. I simply cannot provide for you all. Should we all starve together? Had I not left you, you would not be enjoying the life you have now. You are living so well. Why must you hold this against your own mother? Her incessant weeping echoed sentiments of guilt, perhaps a habitual method to extract sympathy from her daughters. Mercury cast a glance at her elder sister, who appeared lost and uncertain, realizing that their mother's decision to take her away had not significantly improved her circumstances. Mercury chose not to engage in further futile dialogue, dismissing her mother's cries. Indeed, Yao Xian's earlier words were misplaced. When their mother's sobs ceased, she raised her eyes to Mercury. Mercury declared, There will be no 200,000. Not a penny will be given. According to the law, we share no ties, and as sisters, we have no obligation to support you. Therefore, whether it be money or a kidney donation, do not entertain such thoughts. Yao Xian, standing behind her, tugged at her coat in excitement, her face alight with a mix of relief and admiration. Their mother resumed her wailing, spiraling into the same old refrain. The younger brother's face turned pale as he glanced at their elder sister. Sister, are you really just going to stand by and watch us suffer? Can't you say something? The elder sister appeared conflicted, responding, let it go, just let it go. Let it go, indeed. The boy erupted in a torrent of invective, declaring, I tell you, whether you are willing or not, you must treat me. If you refuse, I shall make my way to your homes and workplaces, and create a scene until you are stripped of your dignity. I will ruin your reputations, and you will be scorned wherever you go. Mark my words. If I cannot live well, neither shall you. Yao Xion's expression shifted dramatically as she clenched her teeth, retorting, Do you think I fear you? If you have the courage, then go ahead and you will see. Shuiyin raised her hand to silence her, a slight smile gracing her lips as she regarded the rebellious young man from her elevated position. You're welcome to try. The ward remained a cacophony of noise, with numerous onlookers reveling in the spectacle, yet this commotion bore no relevance to the two sisters who had already departed the hospital. Yao Xian gazed anxiously at Shuiyin, pondering the potential ramifications should the situation escalate. What if they really do cause a scene? You are still interning at that hospital. It could affect your career, right? Shuiyin, unfazed, continued to focus on her phone, responding without lifting her gaze. Wouldn't the repercussions for you be even greater? As you aspire to be an actress, you cannot afford any blemish on your public persona. Yao Xian raised an eyebrow defiantly. Am I afraid of them? I am not yet famous. Even if I become well known, should they expose this incident, the fault would not lie with me. Let them criticize me. Their opinions do not concern me. Besides, if it comes to it, I can simply walk away and pursue something else. I will not perish. Only then did Shuiyin glance up at her. Since you have thought this through so clearly, what is there to worry about? Fine, Yao Xian muttered, leaning closer to inquire. What are you doing? Prepare yourself. Mercury tapped on her mobile device, revealing the image of a boy who is hurling insults with a somewhat shrill voice. If he intends to wield public opinion against us, who said he alone could employ such a tactic? This silent yet deadly weapon can be wielded by anyone, and we are certainly capable of it as well. Do you recall my words? If others wish to confront you in a certain manner, you should reciprocate in kind. So, what shall we do next? The prospect of a potential war without gunpowder stirred a sense of excitement within Yaoxin. However, her expression faltered as she pondered whether to inform her parents about this matter. After all, we can resolve it ourselves. Mercury interjected, informing them does not imply we seek their assistance. Rather, as family, it is only right we share this matter with them. Yaoxin grasped a handful of her voluminous curls, obediently getting into the car. You truly consider things thoroughly. I often feel so inadequate. Mercury, who had never been adept at comforting children, had now learned to apply her skills from previous client interactions on those around her. Hearing this, she reassured, your strengths lie elsewhere, not here. Indeed, Yaoxin's spirits lifted immediately. They shared the news with their parents, Mr. and Mrs. Tang, who were taken aback, unable to fathom that their two daughters would reunite with blood relatives. They contemplated the situation more deeply than their daughters had, and after a brief discussion, they concluded, our stance is that kidney donation is absolutely out of the question, but we can consider providing them with some financial assistance. After all, they are the biological mother and brother of the children. If one were to completely disregard them, the two children would inevitably become the subject of gossip. Such is the nature of society. It observes not the causes or consequences, nor does it discern right from wrong, but rather focuses on power and pity, as if purchasing tranquility with money. Father Tang and Mother Tang's thoughts mirrored those of Yao Xian from before, yet her perspective had shifted. She immediately asserted, Mom and Dad, I have stated before that we will not provide them with any financial assistance. Your earnings are hard-won. Why should we give them to those who are unrelated? If they were deserving, I would assist them without your prompting, even if they were not my brother. Witnessing such pitiable individuals compels me to offer my support, yet they're simply not worthy at this moment. Father Tang and Mother Tang were at a loss for words. Although they had long shared a bond akin to that of a biological family, they ultimately faced the reality of blood relations and were hesitant to act too decisively, lest it create a rift between them, for such matters could become thorns in the relationship between parents and children. Understanding their concerns more clearly than Yao Xian, Shuiyin interjected, "Mom and Dad, there is no need for worry. This is not a grave matter. Yao Xian and I have devised a plan to address it. I merely wish to assure you." Upon hearing Shuiyin's words, Father Tang and Mother Tang ceased to discuss the issue further. Their younger daughter had always been resolute in her commitments and executed her tasks with great care. Both children were their pride. Father Tang and Mother Tang approached and embraced their two grown children, saying, "Very well, we shall not interfere. However, should you encounter any difficulties, you must inform us." The true predicament lies not with the duo of Shuiyin, but rather with the devoted mother, Wang Guiyun, and her brother, Wang Dong. Although Wang Guiyun initially hesitated, her maternal affection ultimately proved insurmountable. Her son is her sole pillar of support. Should he encounter misfortune, her own existence would become untenable. Thus, she resolved to create a disturbance at their residence. Regrettably, Wang Guiyun was barred from entering their community. Shuiyin had discreetly informed the security personnel to deny her entry, and the diligent guards upheld their duty, preventing Wang Guiyun from entering the premises. While she might have resorted to emotional outbursts towards her daughter, the imposing and stern guards rendered her powerless, compelling her to adopt a subservient smile as she lingered outside. "Mother, perhaps it's best to let this go. It is futile. We have no knowledge of where they are employed," her elder daughter urged softly, hesitant to defy her mother. Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears, as Wang Guiyun and her brother remained resolute. "Isn't the third sister working at this very hospital? If we create a scene here, she might lose her job if she does not assist us," Wang Dong exclaimed, slapping the hospital bed in indignation, convinced he had conceived a brilliant plan. Wang Guiyun, acting on her son's insistence, attempted to stir chaos within the hospital, only to find her actions nearly resulting in their expulsion. Their medical fees were still outstanding, and the doctors, left with no alternative, permitted them to remain. However, they were warned that further disturbances would result in their eviction, leaving Wang Guiyun too intimidated to continue her protest. With her youngest daughter untraceable, her thoughts turned to her second daughter. Yet, Yaoxin's current employment was shrouded in secrecy. Not only were they oblivious to her whereabouts, but even many of her friends remained unaware that she was preparing for a role, rendering their search fruitless. Ultimately, Wang Dong stumbled upon a highly popular graduation performance online. Upon seeing his second and third sisters, he realized they were both attending a prestigious university, which only deepened his sense of injustice. All born of the same mother, why did they enjoy such prosperity while he languished in hardship? He contemplated causing a scene at their school's entrance, pondering whether they would feel ashamed. The third sister, merely 15, and Shuiyin had yet to fully graduate, while Yaoxin occasionally returned to campus. Consequently, Wang Guiyun, following Wang Dong's suggestion, took her eldest daughter to the university gate to weep, which indeed sparked considerable discourse. Many students, bewildered, gathered to witness, hearing rumors that two senior students scorned their impoverished brother and mother, openly expressing their disdain. Those who had previously harbored resentment towards Shuiyin and Yaoxin now reveled in the opportunity to disseminate tales of the sisters' callousness towards their family. What good was beauty if it was coupled with such a lack of conscience? They had previously regarded the sisters as exemplary, but now felt betrayed by their insensitivity. Classmates of Yaoyue echoed similar sentiments, having long perceived her as indifferent and ungrateful towards the kindness of others. This wave of criticism surged forth. Upon hearing of the incident from a friend, Yaoxin was so enraged that she nearly wished to drive a bulldozer to confront them. Meanwhile, Shuiyin maintained her composure, inquiring, "How have your performances been lately?" To which Yaoxin retorted, "They've come knocking at my door. I can't concern myself with performances until I deal with them. Or, how will I survive at school? Mercury, I mean, the stage you are meant to shine on has arrived." Yao Xian's face was flushed with anger. Mercury, their performance is pitiful. Can you do better?" Yao Xian and she locked eyes for a moment, and then realization dawned upon her. Mercury gave her shoulder a gentle pat, reminding her that this is our school, our home ground. "You aspire to be an actress. Surely, you can outshine her?" Yao Xian exhaled deeply, a confident smile gracing her lips. "Don't worry, leave it to me." In just a few days, Mercury observed a rapid reversal of rumors. Everyone became aware that the woman who had been weeping at the university gates had abandoned Yao Xian and her sister when they were very young, never to be in contact for years. Now, having come seeking kidney donations and financial assistance due to her son's illness, she resorted to threats when refused, revealing a repugnant nature that was utterly appalling. Yao Xian's title as the campus goddess was well-deserved, her popularity soared, and her affability was remarkable. After shedding a few tears and completing her performance, the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. University is a realm more innocent than society itself. A setting composed of youthful exuberance, where everyone possesses a certain naivety and spiritedness. Unlike the middle-aged individuals in society, these young souls may lack maturity. Yet many embrace a more liberated and open-minded perspective. The notion that children must accept their parents' treatment without complaint has been spurned here. Many are inclined to challenge this norm. Thus commenced a fervent condemnation, and whenever Wang Guiyun approached the university gates, she found herself unable to weep, surrounded by countless students who looked on with disdain, openly denouncing her. Wang Guiyun, in her desperation, resorted to fierce verbal exchanges with the students, irrevocably shattering the pitiable image she had painstakingly constructed. Society demands that victims embody an impeccable persona, reduced to a state of utter helplessness to satiate the collective thirst for justice. They must not appear malevolent or aggressive. Once Wang Guiyun revealed her frantic, shrewish side, the outcome of this public relations battle was predetermined. She had already lost. Those who seek to exploit public opinion to settle personal grievances inevitably find themselves ensnared by its backlash. Shuiyin opened her phone to peruse a particular news article, which detailed Wang Dong weeping on his hospital bed, exposing the inhumanity of his own sister to the world. This report garnered little attention, merely amplified by those with ulterior motives on Weibo, spreading like wildfire. Certain unscrupulous marketing accounts exaggerated Wang Dong's plight while vilifying his affluent sisters, crafting a narrative akin to melodrama that elicited widespread sympathy for Wang Dong and his mother, thus generating considerable buzz. In this era of consumption, everything is subject to commodification, be it familial bonds or romantic love, even human compassion. After all, as these events transpire beyond one's immediate sphere, online reports can be glanced at and casually discussed. Few will delve into the truth of the matter, preferring to cast judgment instead. Even when informed students from the same institution attempt to clarify the situation, they are often met with outrage from the online populace, escalating the discourse to issues of educational integrity. Observing the comments beneath the news article, Shuiyin felt not a flicker of emotion. She does not recognize those who speak ill of her, nor do they know her. Their careless words will be forgotten by the next day. If she were to take offense and let it affect her, it would be utterly ridiculous. Moreover, she had already encountered the same malicious remarks when the couple, Yan Changshan, passed away. Her true adversaries are not these individuals, but rather those who seek to drain her of her vitality. In another connection, the hospital bed is ready. You may visit today. It is the room of Wang Dong, where you will be in the adjacent bed, guiding him as we previously discussed. The final payment will be remitted to you upon completion. Wang Dong has been in high spirits these past few days. Although his ineffectual mother has failed to accomplish anything of worth, he himself is quite astute. He has arranged for a situation to be reported, and now donations have begun to pour in. He has already received over 100,000 yuan, including a generous contribution of 80,000 from a wealthy benefactor with surplus funds. At this rate, within a month, he will not only have enough for his surgery, but also for purchasing a home in the future. It is merely a matter of feigning pity. This money is too easily acquired. Watching the comments beneath the news articles disparaging his two sisters brings Wang Dong a sense of relief, even alleviating much of his suffering from illness. The only source of his displeasure now is the arrival of a patient in the ward who enjoys flaunting his wealth, constantly showcasing expensive gadgets such as high-end smartphones and gaming consoles before him. Wang Dong has long wished to buy the latest banana phone, but, regrettably, his family lacks the means, forcing him to settle for an inferior substitute. He could not bear to see others flaunting in front of him. Now that he had come into money, he immediately indulged in purchasing the latest banana phone and a computer, acquiring everything he desired in one fell swoop. Wang Guiyun awaited the delivery of these items, only to discover that the substantial donation of over 100,000 had been squandered by her son. Xiao Dong, how could you buy such expensive things? That money is meant for your surgery. Wang Guiyun had never witnessed such extravagant spending and felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. Meanwhile, Wang Dong busied himself with his latest gadget, engrossed in gaming, and irritably retorted, "What are you nagging about? You're a constant source of annoyance. If fools are willing to give me money, why shouldn't I spend it? If I run out, I can just ask for more donations. I know how to make money better than you." Wang Guiyun sat weeping at the foot of the bed, while Wang Dong, exasperated, exclaimed, "I'm not dead yet, so why do you keep crying? It's infuriating." Neither of them noticed the new patient in the adjacent bed recording the scene, who had already captured several moments over the past few days, perfectly illustrating Wang Dong's true character, including his harsh reprimands towards his elder sister and his disdain towards his other two sisters, deliberately showcasing his most despicable side. Perfectly timed, the individual contacted those who had previously criticized her and Yao Xian, sharing the footage and negotiating a price for a reversal of their public perception.
Mom.
Wang Dong lamented his earlier decision to post the hospital address for gifts and supplements from online friends. Now, the deceived crowd was in an uproar, vowing to teach him a lesson. "Hurry, we must transfer to another hospital." Yet it is already too late. He lacks the funds to transfer to another hospital. In a bid for attention, his unfiltered, tearful video remains online, exposed to countless screenshots, adorned with various mocking captions by netizens. He fears recognition when he steps outside and feels the unsettling gazes of others within the hospital, perceiving everyone as potential critics from the internet. If fortune smiles upon someone momentarily, it does not guarantee perpetual luck. Conversely, misfortune can compound itself relentlessly. This is the plight of Wang Dong, whose condition has worsened. Mercury, having weathered numerous trials over the years, might disregard the ephemeral scorn, but Wang Dong, still in the bloom of youth, cannot withstand the overwhelming tide of ridicule and derision. Mercury did not delve into the specifics of his situation. She merely accomplished two tasks, steering public opinion and then gracefully withdrawing. Yao Xian, blissfully unaware of her machinations, discussed the matter with a smile, finding amusement in Wang Dong's plight. He truly brought this upon himself. Who knows who uploaded that video? Look at this. Comparing it to his earlier tearful confession is simply hilarious. Mercury pondered how long she would linger in this world, observing Yao Xian's delight at the spectacle and deciding to share her chat history. Upon reading it, Yao Xian was taken aback, realizing it was the work of San Mei. Reflecting thoughtfully, she suddenly grasped that the multitude of voices condemning Wang Dong was not a cause for celebration. Much like San Mei, she too did not genuinely feel vindicated. Mercury stepped forward and gently caressed her head, saying, "You must possess the ability and resolve to protect yourself, for at times, the line between good and evil may blur. What is paramount is to recognize your own stance. Forge ahead with unwavering courage, unperturbed by the opinions of others. Above all, you must cherish yourself most dearly in this world." Yao Xian pulled her younger sister's hand playfully, exclaiming, I know. Not only do I adore myself, but I also hold a special affection for you, my third sister. Besides, the way you speak makes it seem as though you are about to depart, which makes me quite anxious." Mercury fell silent, for if her intuition was accurate, she indeed would soon be leaving. A few days later, a long-absent system notification chimed. Main character Wang Dong has died. Mercury encountered Wang Guiyun once more. This woman, who had lost her son, possessed eyes that mirrored the lifelessness of her grief. It seemed she believed her existence had reached its end. Throughout her life, the first half was spent enduring the torment of her husband, and the latter half was spent suffering at the hands of her son. The mischievous little boy cradled in his elder sister's arms remained oblivious to the adult tribulations, gazing at the beautiful aunt who watched him. With one hand clutching his mother's neck and the other waving towards her, he elicited a smile from Mercury, who reciprocated with a wave. Transitioning to the next world, having lived a prosperous life in the previous world for over a decade, Mercury found herself struggling to adapt to the environment of this new world. In a diminutive, dimly lit, and rudimentary space that resembled a cellar, typically utilized by rural households for grain storage, she found herself ensconced in an area of less than 2 square meters, filled to the brim with a dozen or more children. The air was thick with a foul stench, a noxious blend tinged with the odor of urine, rendering it stifling. The cellar was shrouded in darkness, and Mercury could only vaguely discern the crowded silhouettes around her, the round heads indistinct, their features and expressions obscured. She could see and smell, yet no sound penetrated her ears, the silence enveloping her as if she had transformed into a deaf mute. Indeed, she had become such, and not merely deaf, but also mute. After absorbing the narrative relayed by her mind system, Mercury comprehended her current predicament. This reality was at least 2 centuries in advance of the previous world. Her frail, 8-year-old body had succumbed to the condition of a deaf mute, imprisoned by human traffickers in the cellar, awaiting sale. According to the storyline, she would soon be sold to the Lin family, becoming a young maid named Suar, tasked with serving the second young master, Lin Lang. Suar and the second young master were of similar age, having grown up together as childhood friends, and it was only natural for her to develop feelings for the young master who had always cared for her and stood by her side. 9 years later, after the young master suffered a leg fracture due to an accident, he fell into a state of despondency. Suar, filled with compassion, offered herself to the inebriated young master. However, upon awakening, he had no recollection of their encounter and soon found himself enamored with Miss Wei, the woman he believed to be his true love. Despite her affections lying with her cousin, the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Duanzi. The narrative has transformed from the plight of a pitiable mute maid being bullied into a closed-loop love quadrangle. Zhua harbors affection for the young Master Lin, who is infatuated with Miss Wei. Miss Wei secretly pines for her cousin, Zhao Duanzi, who, despite his deep feelings for Zhuar, ultimately chooses to relinquish his love upon discovering her true identity. At this juncture, Zhuar finds herself with child by Master Lin, compelling him to forsake his own desires and marry her in anguish. The plot thickens as Zhao Duanzi also weds his cousin Miss Wei. Yet Master Lin remains haunted by thoughts of her, while Zhao Duanzi harbors lingering feelings for his sister. Consequently, he frequently harasses Master Lin, believing that his affection for another woman disrespects his sister's honor. This leads to an endless cycle of mutual torment. In this tale, the only suffering, apart from Zhuar's constant degradation and mistreatment, is the anguish of unrequited love. Now, for her, all of this holds no significance. Mercury leans against the earthen wall of the cellar, closing her eyes to rest. Her body is exceedingly frail and fatigued, possibly exacerbated by the system's imposition of a sickly persona. Not only has it transformed her into a child, but it has also burdened her with this frail physique. Coupled with her mute condition, the system's intent to punish her is glaringly evident. It now refrains from any communication, seemingly adopting a detached observation mode. Perhaps having assessed her potential for transformation as negligible and preparing to administer harsh remedies, aiming to gradually strip her of her advantages and witness her struggle for survival. However, in her perspective, a disadvantage need not remain so indefinitely. With strategic adaptation, what appears to be a hindrance may well be transformed into an asset. The ears were deafened, yet a profound tranquility enveloped the surroundings. In the farthest corner of the cellar, Mercury discovered 2 small children huddled closely together, trembling as if they were weeping, though she could not hear their cries. It seemed that not just they, but all the children in this place were gripped by fear. Suddenly, the cellar door swung open, and a harsh light flooded in, causing a stinging pain to her eyes. Like the others, Mercury shielded her eyes and looked up at the imposing figure of the man. Backlit, his tall silhouette appeared menacing and terrifying. His lips moved in agitation, and his expression conveyed impatience, as though he were scolding someone, while his hand forcefully struck the cellar door. In a moment of dizziness, Mercury noticed the nearby children covering their mouths, their eyes filled with terror. As they pressed closer to her, the man at the door uttered something, causing a stir among the children in the cellar. He lifted several of them out as if they were mere chicks and deposited them outside, where they were roughly positioned by those waiting beyond the threshold. After selecting his victims, the cellar door was shut once more. Before it closed completely, the man tossed in some items, along with a basin of water. All the children rushed to seize it, as it likely contained food. Mercury, too, rose to her feet, feeling weak and feeble, relying on the earthen wall for support as she made her way to the basin. She drank deeply from the cool water, soothing her parched throat. Starved to the point of numbness, she also experienced mild dehydration. After quenching her thirst, she attempted to speak, but her throat ached, and she was uncertain of the sound that escaped her lips. Turning around, she saw that the food strewn upon the ground had already been snatched away, with everyone devouring it ravenously, clearly famished. Mercury observed a frail child desperately tugging at their throat, as if choking, stumbling to the basin and gulping down several mouthfuls of water before regaining composure. The others, accustomed to the grim surroundings, busied themselves with eating or enduring hunger, transforming the place into a pigsty or chicken coop. Unlike the others who jostled to crowd inside, Mercury chose to sit at the threshold, peering through the crack in the door. Outside lay a narrow earthen wall, obscuring her view, seemingly devoid of any watchful eyes. Yet, she found herself unable to pry open the door, resigned to await her opportunity. Eventually, she too was dragged outside, where she found herself in the midst of an ordinary rural household. 4 adults stood before her, 3 large men clad in tattered garments or completely bare-chested, and a robust woman, likely a couple along with their brother. A discord arose among them regarding her fate. Mercury watched them converse, unable to hear their words, relying solely on their lip movements, though she had never learned to read lips, making it a challenging endeavor. Nonetheless, she managed to catch a few snippets. Lucky to be alive, not easily sold, the beauty from the silent city. One of the women approached and grasped Mercury's face, inspecting her from side to side before casually releasing her, uttering something that prompted the 3 men to nod in agreement. Mercury surmised that her silence might render her less marketable, yet her striking beauty presented a dilemma for these traffickers, akin to a piece of meat that was neither appetizing nor easily discarded. Rather than selling her off swiftly, they opted to keep her temporarily, seemingly intending to nurse her back to health before sending her off with the eldest of the men to a more distant locale in a few days. These individuals bound her feet with rope, compelling her to slumber upon a pile of hay beneath a stack of firewood, discarding their uneaten remnants haphazardly in her direction after their meals. She was a deaf-mute little girl, her feet restrained, unable to flee. Their vigilance over her was lax. Mercury silently amassed her strength while attentively observing each of them, noting the subtle movements of their lips as they spoke. That night, Mercury opened her eyes and rose quietly, having unwittingly untied the ropes binding her feet. Only one man remained to guard her, relaxed and inebriated, slumbering on a bamboo bed beside the door, utterly unguarded. Barefoot, Mercury moved with utmost stealth, entering the kitchen to procure a knife. Over the span of several years in her previous existence, she had mastered the art of dissection, becoming acutely aware of the human body's most vulnerable and lethal points, understanding how to extinguish a life with minimal exertion. All the strength she had accumulated was focused on this singular moment. She hastily rummaged through the man's belongings for money, oblivious to the hurried footsteps approaching rapidly due to her deafness. By the time she sensed something amiss, she beheld the man who had ventured to the village for amusement standing at the threshold. Upon witnessing his brother's lifeless body, his face contorted in rage. He lunged at her like a malevolent specter, possibly cursing furiously. Mercury reacted swiftly, rising and turning to flee, yet it was too late. Her frail form could not outpace a robust man, and he seized her by the hair in a fit of rage. Violently grasping the knife she had set aside and striking her down. Once more, Mercury tasted the bitter flavor of death. The agony was not excruciating. It felt as if she had suddenly plummeted from a great height. She was suddenly jolted, realizing her own demise as the cold countdown of the system resonated in her mind, commencing from 10. As the final moment approached, Mercury found herself clutching a knife, while the man lying on the bamboo bed was still struggling on the brink of death. Without a moment's hesitation, her mind devoid of contemplation, she gripped the knife tightly and dashed through a door at the back. The room was austere, offering no hiding places, and retreating forward was not an option. She spotted the kitchen and immediately entered, squeezing herself into the stove's cavity. There were 2 large stoves in the kitchen, indicating they had not resided there for long. Only one was in use. Mercury nestled into the dusty and used cavity of the other stove, lying still within. This resolved some of her earlier questions. It became clear that to bring an end to a world, The deaths of two principal characters were necessary, or the system would require a reset of the world at least 3 times, akin to her first world. As she processed the information at hand, Mercury noticed light streaming into the kitchen. The man was approaching. The mute man hurriedly stepped with forceful strides, lamp in hand, circling the kitchen. Mercury could see his feet swaying perilously close, yet he merely inspected the firewood beside the stove, oblivious to the narrow, dark cavity where she lay concealed. Holding her breath, her blood-stained hands rolled through the remnants of ash within the stove, wiping away the stickiness as she firmly gripped the knife. Should the man dare to investigate the stove, she would spring forth and strike him fiercely. Even if it did not prove fatal, she would ensure he suffered. However, after hastily surveying the surroundings, the individual swiftly exited, carrying a lantern. She could not discern any sound, leaving her uncertain whether the person had truly departed. Thus, she remained motionless, awaiting the unfolding of events. The 4 individuals were not permanent residents of the village, with a life extinguished within these walls and their involvement in the nefarious trade of human trafficking. They dared not raise an alarm, significantly increasing the likelihood that they would not linger here for long. All she needed to do was wait until noon. If they did not return to prepare a meal, it would strongly indicate their departure. Mercury dozed lightly, never sinking into a deep slumber, remaining in a state of half-awareness, occasionally shifting her position to prevent her limbs from growing numb and hindering her ability to respond. As the light shifted from dim to bright, she kept track of time and carefully crawled out from the hearth. Since her arrival in this world, it had been enveloped in silence, a silence that, under the current circumstances, posed an even greater peril. Surveying the grand hall, she noted the absence of certain items. The once closed bedroom door now stood wide open. Upon witnessing this, Mercury finally felt a sense of relief. Her initial intuition proved correct. It seemed highly likely that the traffickers had fled. This was the most favorable outcome. Otherwise, in her current state of exhaustion, she would be utterly incapable of confronting several ruthless adults. Initially, her appearance was that of a well-to-do child, and although the traffickers had stripped her of her clothing and jewelry, they would undoubtedly hesitate to sell her nearby. The fact that they dared to sell her to the Lin family in the county indicated that their destination was quite distant from where she had been captured. Furthermore, in the original narrative, she had not encountered the Zhao family for 9 long years. Her eventual meeting with Zhao Duanza occurred solely because he visited her cousin's home, which further suggests that Miss Wei's residence, the Wei family, was not located far from the Lin family. She could have easily sought out the Wei family to find her aunt. Mercury traversed the path leading out of the village, where the tracks of horse-drawn carriages were evident. To avoid the misfortune of encountering human traffickers, she concealed herself in the grass by the roadside whenever she spotted anyone, the tall wild grasses obscuring her form, allowing her to escape the village unscathed. She progressed in fits and starts, and by the afternoon, she finally caught sight of the county gate from a distance. Exhaustion overwhelmed her. Even her body could not withstand the limits any longer, and her legs gave way, causing her to sit on the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. Suddenly, her palm pressed against the earth felt a tremor, and a cloud of dust floated past her. Mercury beheld a carriage rolling slowly by. At that moment, those who owned carriages were undoubtedly of considerable means, and the wood used for the carriage was of fine quality. Without hesitation, she resolved to seek their assistance, springing up from the ground to pursue the carriage. Inside sat a man and a woman, along with 2 boys, one older and one younger. The younger boy, leaning against the window, spotted the girl struggling to catch up with them and, with a laugh, remarked to his parents, "Look, there's a little girl chasing us. She's quite amusing." His older brother, intrigued, leaned closer to the window, wondering, is she just a little beggar? A few years ago, during a time of famine, many impoverished souls struggled to find sustenance, teetering on the brink of starvation. They would often position themselves by the roadside with their children, imploring passing vehicles for aid. Although the young boy was still in his tender years, he had witnessed such scenes numerous times, and his countenance reflected discontent. He pursed his lips, harboring an aversion towards the destitute individuals who extended their hands in search of food, perceiving them as dirty, foul, and unseemly. Mrs. Lin, catching a glimpse of the scene, remarked, "Oh dear, what a small child. She appears to be of a similar age to Lang. Noticing a little girl pursuing their carriage, and glancing at the elderly gentleman beside her, who was oblivious to the commotion, Mrs. Lin drew back the carriage curtain and addressed the maid seated in front. "There's a little girl behind us, chasing the carriage. She likely seeks something to eat. Please, provide her with some food to send her on her way." "Yes, madam." The coachman halted the carriage, and the maid alighted, striding towards the girl. "Madam, this child is both deaf and mute. She cannot comprehend my words," the maid expressed with a hint of distress. "Yet she insists on coming closer. I cannot discern her intentions." Mrs. Lin scrutinized the little girl more closely, taken aback. Initially, she had assumed the child to be a mere beggar, but upon closer inspection, she realized the girl possessed an exquisite appearance. With a pair of bright, clear eyes and a small, delicate face resembling a blooming flower, one could easily believe she was a child nurtured in a household of wealth, were it not for her tattered and disheveled attire. "Child, what troubles you?" Mrs. Lin's tone softened involuntarily. The girl, understanding her lips' movements, smiled back at her. She gently patted her chest with her small hand, gestured towards her throat, then waved her hand dismissively, mimicking the act of writing with a brush. Madame Lin, a woman of humble origins, was illiterate. However, Mr. Lin possessed the skill of writing. Initially lost in contemplation and unconcerned with affairs, Mr. Lin, upon observing the little girl's poised and graceful writing stance, realized she was indeed a child of considerable literary talent. Her posture was elegant and fluid, surpassing that of his own children who had been practicing calligraphy since the tender age of 3. There was nothing to write with in the carriage, but Mr. Lin, being a clever man, pointed to the ground beside him and suggested, "If you have something to express, write it down." The girl then picked up a stone and began to inscribe characters upon the earth. As Mr. Lin watched, astonished, he remarked, "You must be the niece of the Wei family from the county, surnamed Zhao. Are you related to the Wei family that runs the fabric shop?" The revelation struck like mercury. Madame Lin realized that she was a fallen noblewoman and thus invited her to sit beside her, scrutinizing her features. Despite having endured hardship that rendered her somewhat gaunt, her inherent beauty remained evident, suggesting that she would undoubtedly blossom into a great beauty in the future. Alas, such a lovely child lost. One could only imagine the distress of her family. Madame Lin turned to her husband, inquiring, "My dear, to which family does she belong?" Mr. Lin, deep in thought, chuckled at her question, playfully gesturing with his finger. "If she is indeed the niece of the fabric shop owner, the Wei family, and bears the surname Zhao, she is most likely a young lady from the illustrious Zhao family of Jincheng." "The Zhao family of Jincheng?" Madame Lin gasped in astonishment. Could it be that prominent Zhao family, which has established numerous fabric shops? "Their silk business is extraordinarily prosperous. We have purchased fabric from them ourselves." Her face radiated with joy. The two individuals, oblivious to the child's inability to hear, conversed without any restraint. Mercury observed their expressions intently, memorizing the shapes of their lips to glean the essence of their conversation. She sat quietly, while the two young boys expressed their curiosity towards her. The younger one poked her arm and playfully kicked her leg, exhibiting an incessant energy, while the elder boy leaned closer, silently mouthing the words "little beggar" to her. "Mrs. Lin" called out the names of the two boys in a warning tone, urging them to cease their antics. It was then that Mercury, observing her lips, suddenly comprehended the situation. This family appeared to belong to the Lin clan, the very family that had purchased the protagonist as a maid in the original narrative. The cheerful little boy beside her was none other than the second young master of the Lin family, Lin Lang. It was quite a coincidence that she should happen upon them by merely hailing a random carriage. She had believed she would no longer have any ties to the Lin family, yet fate had intertwined their paths once again. Was there a magnetic force drawing the protagonists together? This question, much like the origins of the system, remained an enigma. Mercury was not immediately taken to the Wei family. Mrs. Lin and Mr. Lin, citing the encroaching night, brought her to the Lin household first. There, she was bathed, groomed, and allowed a restful night. It was not until the following morning that a messenger was dispatched to the Wei family to convey news. Meanwhile, the aunt at the Wei household was unaware that her sister in Jin City had lost her daughter. When the Lin family sent word regarding their niece, She was perplexed and preoccupied with a card game alongside several ladies, mistaking the messenger for a troublemaker and dismissing them without even a glance. As the afternoon passed, a messenger from Jincheng arrived, bearing distressing news. The youngest daughter of the Zhao family had gone missing, having been unaccounted for several days. She urged relatives and friends to remain vigilant. It suddenly dawned on her that this incident had occurred earlier that morning, and she slapped her thigh in dismay. Oh dear. Who was the visitor from that household this morning? I do not recognize them. Could it be that I encountered my niece? Unbeknownst to the Zhao family in Jincheng, the human traffickers had acted with alarming swiftness. After searching for several days without success, they had no choice but to send word to relatives and friends for assistance. The news reached the Wei family rather belatedly. Shuiyin, too, did not anticipate such sluggish communication. When informed that the Wei matriarch had no missing niece, the Lin couple exchanged uneasy glances. Initially, they had patiently conversed with her, with Mrs. Lin even intending to personally feed her congee. However, upon hearing the news, Mrs. Lin's expression shifted dramatically, and she placed the bowl of congee down with force. Mr. Lin, puffing on his pipe, exhaled clouds of smoke while casting a discerning glance at Shuiyin. It was evident that her demeanor did not suggest a background typical of lesser households. Perhaps there had been a misunderstanding. Alternatively, it was possible that the Wei family she referred to was not the one they were seeking. Despite this reasoning, the previously warm and attentive atmosphere had grown noticeably chill. Before the couple could reach a consensus, Mrs. Wei hurriedly arrived at their door. I apologize for the delay, she exclaimed. I only just received the news. It seems I nearly missed the opportunity. Madame Wei possessed a somewhat careless and casual demeanor. Upon entering the Lin residence, she neglected to greet her hosts. Spotting her niece, Shuiyin, seated alone upon a tall chair, she scrutinized her features and, recognizing her as her own dear niece, immediately wiped away a tear and eagerly embraced her. My poor niece, you have truly suffered. How did you manage to traverse such a great distance from Jincheng all alone? And how did you find your way to the Lin family? Shuiyin, being mute, required no verbal exchange, allowing Mr. and Mrs. Lin to naturally take over the conversation. They recounted the circumstances leading to Shuyin's arrival, and it was evident from Madame Wei's exaggerated expressions of gratitude that they had likely embellished their contributions. Undoubtedly, the Lin family would reap the benefits of this encounter in the future. When Madame Wei prepared to take her niece away, Mr. and Mrs. Lin accompanied them to the door. Being merchants, they were naturally more courteous than the Zhao family of Jincheng or the Wei family. With a touch of melancholy, Mrs. Lin dabbed at her eyes, as though their bond were profoundly significant. Had she not displayed such a stark change in demeanor when previously suspecting deceit, perhaps Shuiyin would have believed her affection to be genuine. Their daughter, Wei Zimu, who would later become the object of affection for the second young master of the Lin family, was, at this time, merely a young girl of 2 years elder than Shuiyin. From a young age, she had greatly admired her cousin from the Zhao family, yet held a particular disdain for her cousin Shuiyin. Observing her parents showering attention upon Shuiyin during their journey, she pouted in annoyance, feeling neglected. Before them, Mercury did not embody the grandeur she exhibited before the Lin family. Instead, she resembled a frightened little girl who had endured much suffering, appearing frail and withdrawn. Regardless of her current demeanor, everyone instinctively crafted justifications for such a significant change in her temperament, deeming it entirely natural. The affliction of being mute, at this juncture, transformed into an advantage, allowing her to avoid deep interactions while sparing her from scrutiny. Even the system's designation of her frailty became a point of leverage, evoking additional guilt and affection from her domineering parents and brother. She wielded her appearance, skills, and personality as a swordsman would wield a blade. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Who has wronged you so? I shall avenge you! The young boy, having finished his fit of tears, erupted with rage, his voice still tinged with sobs. Mercury observed her brother's animated speech. Had he spoken a touch slower, she might have deciphered a few words from his lip movements, piecing together their meaning through his expressions and gestures. However, his rapid-fire delivery left her only aware that he was hurling insults. Moreover, this boy, akin to a little leopard, possessed remarkable strength, squeezing her arm painfully in his anger. Nearby, the Zhao family and the Wei family watched intently. As Mercury lowered her gaze, 2 tears rolled silently from her eyes. Her muted sobs felt infinitely more pitiful than loud cries. In an instant, her brother wilted under her silent weeping, his guilt and helplessness apparent as he awkwardly pulled her hand, as if wanting to weep alongside her, yet struggling to restrain himself. Mercury noticed him rubbing his reddened hand while murmuring something. "Brother, avenge. I'm sorry." These words are clear. The inability to articulate is something Mercury can endure, yet the absence of sound is an extraordinary experience, isolating her from the world to a significant extent. In this grand mansion, there are only 4 masters, yet numerous servants, with multiple courtyards and layers of corridors and halls. The estate boasts its own garden, pond, rockeries, and bamboo groves, resembling a southern Chinese garden. Mercury, in her current form, is known as Zhao Tingji, and near her dwelling lies a shallow lotus pond adorned with a cluster of orchid grasses. The 2 young maids and a nurse who attend to her are unaccustomed to her silence and are unsure how to communicate, as they cannot write and must rely on guessing. The original Zhao Tingji likely also possessed limited writing skills. She could scribble freely before the Lin family, unaware of her true identity, yet would not dare to do so in the presence of the Zhao family. Zhao Duanzi, although a domineering figure in the original narrative, exhibits a markedly different demeanor toward his sister. Each day, he visits her, engaging her in conversation and teaching her to write, facilitating their communication. Consequently, this mischievous young boy, who prefers to stir trouble rather than study, suppresses his playful spirit to diligently practice his calligraphy. The Zhao parents are exceedingly pleased, showering more affection upon their youngest daughter, believing that she plays a crucial role in calming her troublesome brother and guiding him toward a more industrious path. Mercury vaguely recalls encountering a report that suggested children with a blood relationship, if separated at a very young age before forming memories, are more likely to fall in love upon reuniting in adulthood, unaware of each other's identities. Whether this holds any truth is uncertain. However, if it does, Zhao Duanzi's feelings for Su'er might well align with such a phenomenon. A sense of familiarity compels him to pay attention and develop feelings for her. Yet now, the narrative has shifted. Su'er will no longer exist, and thus Zhao Duanzi is destined not to unwittingly fall in love with his own sister. Nevertheless, this child may indeed be innately inclined towards sisterly affection. Mercury has observed numerous boys of this age, typically energetic, playful, and temperamental. Zhao Duanzi exhibits all these traits. It was once said he could hardly sit still for half an hour. Yet now, in his pursuit to teach her calligraphy, he remarkably manages to sit beside her for an entire afternoon. A profound sense of guilt seems to have awakened his understanding of a brother's responsibilities, fueling a fervent desire to treat his sister with greater kindness in an effort to alleviate his own feelings of remorse. The burdens of brotherhood weigh heavily upon him, to the extent that his vocabulary feels insufficient for instructing his sister. This simply cannot be allowed. The dignity of a brother must not be compromised. The tutor, who has taught the young master of the Zhao family for several years, was utterly astonished to hear him express a desire to learn more, almost instinctively glancing outside to confirm that the sun had not risen in the west. Suddenly, the Zhao family's son and daughter have developed a passion for learning, capturing the attention of their parents, particularly when Mr. Zhao beheld the characters written by his daughter. Is this truly written by Tingji? When could she possibly write so much? It is indeed puzzling. Is she truly that intelligent, learning at such a rapid pace? Upon hearing their father's doubts, Zhao Duanzi immediately exclaimed in displeasure, "My sister is inherently clever. She simply did not wish to write before. Now that she has taken it seriously, her writing is commendable. Is it not natural for her to grasp things better after enduring hardships? She has suffered immensely, and now she is more sensible." Casting a glance at his sister, who sat nearby, oblivious to their conversation, merely shifting her gaze from one thing to another, Zhao Duanzi felt a pang of sorrow. He perceived the world as being cruel to his dear sister and could not help but embrace her, lamenting, "It is all my fault as a brother. I was too playful and did not take care of you." Faced with their daughter's innocent expression and their son's protective demeanor, Zhao's parents exchanged resigned glances and decided to move past the matter. Fortunately, Thanks to Zhao Duanzi's efforts, Shuiyin was soon able to communicate simply through writing. However, in this era, education was a formidable challenge, and few possessed the ability to read and write. Within the vast Zhao family, it was difficult to find many literate individuals. So she primarily communicated with her brother. In her original world, Shuiyin also had an older brother. Compared to that brother, Zhao Duanzi was indeed far more capable. He would write down the interesting things he encountered during his outings, sharing them with her as if maintaining a diary. His writing, lacking in literary flair and filled with awkward phrases and typos, often tempted one to edit it. Yet, the spirit of sharing he conveyed was truly precious. In the past, Shuiyin had never experienced familial affection, but after traversing several worlds, particularly during the years spent in the previous realm, she had cultivated a calm disposition towards the closeness of kin. "Sister, I have located the traffickers who abducted you. Allow me to avenge you," he declared. Shuiyin paused, lifting her gaze to meet his, recalling the early days when they could first communicate, during which he had meticulously inquired about the various physical traits of the traffickers. It turned out he had never relinquished his pursuit of those individuals and had indeed managed to find them. Zhao Duanzi, who had only recently turned 14, was at an age where one might assume his declarations of revenge were mere bravado, yet she was astonished to discover that he had taken tangible action. A year had passed since her abduction, indicating that this young man had been quietly searching all this time. Given his tendency for fleeting passions, his year-long dedication was a rare testament to his perseverance. However, how had he managed to locate them? Upon seeing her inquire on paper about his method of discovery, Zhao Duanzi beamed with pride, unable to conceal the delight upon his face. That was no easy task. You mentioned they had captured many children. So, I figured they must have done this before. Thus, I enlisted help. He began to chatter excitedly, akin to the rapid sound of beans spilling, before recalling that his sister could not hear. He then seized a pen and paper, pouring forth his thoughts in a flurry of ink. His handwriting, a product of his education, was quite commendable. Shuiyin perused his extensive notes, extracting several key points. Zhao Duanzi became acquainted with an individual known as Uncle Sheng, a man engaged in the gambling business, possessing clandestine connections with certain trades. Through his network, Zhao Duanzi invested nearly his entire fortune, which comprised his modest savings and pocket money, and even solicited financial assistance from his parents on several occasions. Previously, he had witnessed his brother requesting money for Mercury. When their parents inquired about his intentions, he fabricated stories, claiming he needed to purchase antiques one moment and books the next. No one in the household believed him, assuming he squandered the money frivolously, which led to his parents reprimanding him repeatedly for being a spendthrift. In truth, all his funds were directed towards this venture. Zhao Duanzi took pride in boasting, declaring his brother's prowess, stating, "Look, my brother has vowed to avenge you," in appreciation of his frugal lifestyle over the past year. Mercury penned a note proclaiming her brother's exceptional abilities, allowing him to relish the feeling of being praised by his sister. Overjoyed, he immediately claimed the paper, intending to frame it and hang it in his room. "By the way, would you like to see it for yourself?" Zhao Duanzi hesitated momentarily, but eventually inscribed the words on the paper. He harbored concerns that his sister might be frightened by the traffickers, given their past transgressions against her, which would undoubtedly instill fear. Yet he also believed that since his sister had endured suffering, it was essential for her to witness the truth for her own peace of mind. Mercury sat upright at the table, presenting a stark contrast to her brother, who lounged carelessly. With meticulous strokes, she wrote, "I want to go, to see if it's truly them. It would be unfortunate if we were mistaken." Zhao Duanzi dismissively murmured, "How could there be any mistake? Uncle Sheng is a formidable man. He wouldn't confuse two traffickers. I have confirmed it. It is indeed them." He spoke these words, rather than writing them down. Shuiyin, reading his lips, discerned a fragment, catching the name Xingshu. Zhao Duanzi seemed to hold a firm belief in this Xingshu. Shuiyin raised an eyebrow, a contemplative expression crossing her face, yet Zhao Duanzi remained oblivious, pacing about her room, clutching his head. "What do you need to take when you go out? Shouldn't you change your clothes? You ought to bring paper and pen, otherwise, if you wish to communicate something to me, I might not comprehend." Throughout that year, Shuiyin had not ventured outside the Zhao family's grand residence. Little Zhao Tingji, too, had only been allowed outside a handful of times in a year, as her brother, feeling pity for her, would secretly take her out to play. However, after the incident, Zhao Duanzi, filled with trepidation, dared not take her out again. As he stealthily gathered his sister's belongings for their outing, an unexpected fear gripped him. Initially holding her hand, he soon grew wary, clutching her in his arms as if any moment a nefarious figure might emerge from the street to snatch her away. Fortunately, Zhao Duanzi, being a tall and strong youth, was capable of carrying his 9-year-old sister. They arrived at a tavern, where the doorman, upon seeing Zhao Duanzi, greeted him warmly as Master Zhao, guiding them inside. Shuiyin noticed that adjacent to the tavern was a gambling house. Observing Zhao Duanzi navigate the path to the tavern's rear with familiarity, she realized he must have frequented this place often. The doorman led them to the back courtyard, where they were confined within a storeroom. Master Sheng has instructed that you take care of matters now, he stated. Zhao Duanzi inquired, is Sheng Shu still in the next room overseeing things? The attendant beamed with a smile. Indeed, I shall go inform him that old Master Zhao has arrived. Zhao Duanzi, holding his sister, struck a nonchalant pose, feigning maturity. No need. I merely brought my sister to witness the face of her tormentor. We shall leave after a glance. And there is no need to trouble Uncle Sheng. The attendant complied, further praising Shuiyin. This must be Miss Zhao from your esteemed household, truly resembling a celestial maiden from the paintings. No wonder old Master Zhao dotes on his sister so dearly. Over the past year, Shuiyin had often requested those around her to slow their speech, articulating their words clearly for her to read their lips. Through diligent practice, she had gained some understanding, at least grasping the gist of their conversations. Unbeknownst to Zhao Duanzi, his sister could read lips. He observed her intently watching him speak. Believing she was unaware of their words, feeling a pang of sympathy for her apparent confusion, he swiftly concluded the conversation and carried her to the woodshed. Inside the shed were indeed the 2 human traffickers they had encountered before. Just as he remembered, there were only 2, 1 male and 1 female, that very couple. Initially, there had been 4 individuals, and 1 had perished at her hands. She distinctly recalled the man with the leprous head marked by a dark patch. Bound and lying amidst the hay, the couple appeared wretched, dressed in tattered rags, their faces marred by bruises. Upon seeing them enter, the 2 immediately struggled to rise. Weeping and bowing in reverence, old Master Zhao, we were blinded by our folly, failing to recognize the gravity of our actions. We have learned our lesson. We beseech you, show us mercy and spare our lives. We prostrated ourselves before you, as well as before the young lady. We implore you to overlook our minor transgressions. We are merely struggling to survive. In desperation, Zhao Duanzi, cradling his sister, stepped forward and delivered a kick to each of the 2 men. They staggered back, clutching their chests, groaning incessantly. Zhao Duanzi snorted disdainfully and scolded them sternly. What good is it to realize your mistakes now? My sister has suffered greatly at your hands, and you still dare to hope for mercy?
Absolutely impossible.
Shuiyin had been observing the 2 men with a stoic expression. Noticing his sister's distress, Zhao Duanzi assumed she was frightened and gently patted her back, reassuring her, it's all right, sister. The villains have been apprehended, and soon, Uncle Sheng will ensure their demise. The 2 traffickers howled even louder upon hearing this, but Shuiyin noticed a furtive exchange of glances between them. At the moment the man lowered his head, she caught a glimpse of his cheekbone twitching, as if he were smirking. How could he find amusement in such a dire situation? They must be putting on an act. If they were indeed facing 2 genuine children, aged 14 and 9, perhaps they could deceive them, but alas, that was not the case. Shuiyin immediately sensed the underlying deception. Shaking her head, she suddenly spotted a man clad in a satin coat, hands clasped behind his back, smoking a pipe, entering the scene. He appeared to be in his 40s. Upon seeing him, Zhao Duanzi greeted him with a smile. Uncle Sheng, what brings you here? Thus, it was indeed Uncle Sheng. With a kindly demeanor, he inquired, so, have you assessed the situation? Zhao Duanzi, I have seen it, and I owe a debt of gratitude to Uncle Sheng for helping me locate them. Otherwise, I would still be searching aimlessly. Truly, Uncle Sheng is remarkable. Uncle Sheng shook his head, saying, why are you being so polite? We are close friends despite our age difference. I must assist you with this trivial matter.
Now.
How do you intend to deal with them? Zhao Duanzi glanced at his sister, a fierce expression crossing his face. Of course, I shall kill them to avenge my sister. Haha, splendid. A real man must possess such resolve. Uncle Sheng patted his shoulder. However, it would not be wise for you to take matters into your own hands. Even if the authorities turn a blind eye, I cannot allow you to bear such a burden. If you trust me, I shall take care of these two individuals. I assure you that by the end of today, they will no longer exist in this world. What do you say? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Duanzi replied, Certainly. I trust you. Just as he began to speak, someone tugged at his sleeve. He quickly looked down at his sister, inquiring, What is it? Shuiyin produced a pen that he had organized and wrote, We will take these two away. Indeed, Zhao Duanzi had a good relationship with Uncle Sheng and regarded him highly. However, he feared that if his parents discovered his association with the owner of the gambling den, he would surely face their wrath. As he hesitated, he suddenly noticed his sister weeping, her small face adorned with tears. Oh, dear. Why are you crying? What is the matter? Zhao Duanzi crouched down to wipe her face. Shuiyin, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at him, her small hand tightly clutching the paper, clearly determined to take the individuals away. Zhao Duanzi was at a loss as he watched his sister cry, her distress weighing heavily upon him. He felt a sense of helplessness, resorting only to murmurs of consolation. Over the past year, his sister had grown less dependent on him, and although he did not openly express it, a profound sadness lingered within him. He could hardly bear to see her in distress. Witnessing her tears stirred a fierce determination within him, eclipsing any fear of punishment from their parents. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Uncle Sheng and said, Thank you, Uncle Sheng, but I shall take her home. For the sake of fulfilling his sister's wishes. He was willing to endure any punishment. After all, it wouldn't be fatal. Gratitude shone in Zhao Duanzi's eyes as he heard Uncle Sheng suggest. You brought your sister here secretly today, without any companions. Why not bring someone along tomorrow to escort both of you home? As he gently wiped the tears from his sister's face, Zhao Duanzi acknowledged the wisdom in Uncle Sheng's words, yet hesitated to act without her consent. He decided to consult his sister. Upon seeing her silent and tearful again, he wasted no time, summoning the coachman to assist in their departure. Uncle Sheng regarded him with a knowing glance, his expression a mix of concern and resignation. Young boys of this age often believe their parents are oblivious to their fabrications. Yet in truth, most parents are acutely aware of their children's deceptions. As anticipated, Zhao Duanzi's astute parents quickly extracted the truth from him regarding how the human trafficker had been discovered. I hardly know you. How could you claim to have stumbled upon a villainous act while out for leisure? You have clearly been swayed by fanciful tales. In reality, you are just as likely to fall prey to such deceit. Madame Zhao spoke in a cold and ungracious manner, leaving Zhao Duanzi blushing with indignation, feeling quite aggrieved. Zhao Leoi, however, seemed more intrigued by the mention of Xing, the person his son had revealed. You foolish child. Do you truly believe that this Xing was able to locate the trafficker on his own? He is a casino operator, well acquainted with the underbelly of society. With so many gamblers in the casino, peddling their children, who do you think facilitates such transactions? It is undoubtedly these traffickers who run the business. They likely know each other well. Otherwise, these traffickers would be as slippery as eels, vanishing at the slightest hint of danger. How could he have captured them? I suspect they are merely putting on a performance for you. Shuiyin silently nodded in agreement, recognizing that Zhao Leoi was indeed a seasoned veteran of the world. Echoing her own conjectures. Yet Zhao Duanzi remained unconvinced, defending his longtime friend Xing. Father, you haven't even met Xing and are already jumping to conclusions. Isn't that a bit absurd? I have known him for so long, and he is quite the loyal man. Zhao Leiji smirked and posed another question. How much did you give him? He gestured with his hand to indicate an amount. Is it around this much? I wondered how you managed your finances so well. It turns out you stepped into a quagmire. Zhao Duanzi, feeling embarrassed and hesitant, stammered, Well, I didn't give him much, just a token of appreciation for his efforts. He had to rally so many brothers to assist in the search. So, what is wrong with giving him a little something for his trouble? He never asked for it. it was purely my own decision to offer. In the end, it was still he who had voluntarily given it. Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao simultaneously displayed expressions of discomfort, their countenances subtly shifting, including that of Shuiyin. They were aware of his foolishness, yet they never anticipated it to be to such an extent. Truly, he was the quintessential foolish son of a landlord. At the commencement of the tale, he was approximately 22 years old, having just encountered Suar. By that time, Zhao's parents had already perished in an unfortunate accident, and the Zhao family's fortunes had suffered considerable setbacks, only just beginning to emerge from decline and gradually returning to stability. As the narrative primarily revolves around Suar, the tribulations faced by the Zhao family are merely alluded to, lacking in detailed exposition. Subsequently, upon realizing he had been deceived, he resolved to strive diligently, reorganizing his family affairs, ultimately evolving into the promising young merchant introduced at the story's outset. At that juncture, the Zhao family's business had yet to fully recuperate. In stark contrast, the Lin and Wei families had prospered significantly by acquiring much of Zhao's former trade, no longer necessitating the support they once provided to the Zhao family. Consequently, Suar, having regained her original status, was the second son of the Lin family, while Zhao Duanzi married his cousin, Miss Wei. From another perspective, this could be viewed as a business alliance among the three families. Given Zhao Duanzi's current naive demeanor, it seems quite plausible that he could inadvertently ruin the Zhao family's business after the untimely demise of his parents, likely having been severely duped in the process. Indeed, one does not grow without experiencing hardship. From the moment Shuiyin observed the interaction between Uncle Sheng and Zhao Duanzi, she harbored a suspicion that Uncle Sheng was the very individual who had nearly driven Zhao Duanzi to bankruptcy in the original narrative. She hoped Mr. and Mrs. Zhao would recognize the discrepancy and take measures to enlighten their deceived son, thereby sparing her the arduous task of educating a troublesome child, as she currently found communication with others to be quite taxing. Thus, she sat upright in her chair, observing Madame Zhao and Lord Zhao as they fervently lectured Zhao Duanzi, who was in a state worse than death, akin to bodhisattvas chanting scriptures. One was analyzing and reasoning, while the other resorted to ridicule and provocation, their cooperation seamless. Zhao Duanzi was uncertain if he truly believed their words, yet some awareness lingered in his mind. He understood that at this moment he could not simply oppose his parents. So, he adopted a submissive posture, enduring a barrage of scolding. Once the lecture concluded, the parched Lord Zhao and Madame Zhao waved their hands, signaling the siblings to depart, each holding a cup of tea. Zhao Duanzi, feeling utterly defeated, suddenly revived. Wait a moment. You have yet to mention the most important matter. Upon hearing this, Lord Zhao was struck by realization. Ah yes, there was something I almost forgot to mention. Thank you for reminding me. He abruptly set down his teacup, his expression darkening as he seized a feather duster from a nearby ornate vase and began to strike his son. I nearly forgot to discipline you. You little rascal. How dare you take your sister out to roam about? You brought her to that chaotic place. If anything were to happen to your sister, I swear I will break your legs. Zhao Duanzi, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, dashed around the hall, exclaiming, "But I was talking about how to deal with those two human traffickers." Lord Zhao pursued him, striking and shouting, "How dare you speak? Taking your sister to see those vile creatures. What if they frightened her?" In that instant, Zhao Duanzi forgot to defend himself and instead proudly reiterated, "Not at all. My sister is very well behaved and quite brave. She wasn't scared at all." Master Zhao, what pride is there to boast about? Madame Zhao observed coldly as her son was beaten. She was a strict mother, unlike the indulgent types Mercury had encountered before. When Master Zhao had nearly finished administering the punishment, she finally cast a significant glance at old Master Yen. Mercury seized the opportune moment to demonstrate her sibling affection by stepping in front of her brother. Zhao Duanzi was oblivious to her words. He was only touched by the sight of his sister standing before him, believing she was showing concern for him. It seemed that through this sacrifice, his sister had returned to her previous adoration for him. Although his legs remained unbroken, his arms, back, and legs bore the marks of his father's indiscriminate strikes, causing pain with the slightest touch. This young master, however, was not delicate. He remained lively. striving to maintain the facade of a brave and valiant older brother before his sister, thumping his chest and boasting, "It doesn't hurt at all, just like a mosquito bite." Yet, in front of Master Zhao, he was entirely different, lamenting his plight, supporting his waist, and limping. The sight of him in such agony made Master Zhao question whether the feather duster he had used was, in fact, made of iron. Zhao Duanzi's acting skills were rather lacking. At least, his current performance left much to be desired. When Mercury privately inquired if he had sought out Uncle Sheng again, he feigned nonchalance, insisting he had not, though Mercury could see through his deception at a glance. She chose to remain silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Zhao Duanzi began to feel increasingly uneasy, frequently rubbing the soles of his shoes against the floor, his gaze flickering restlessly. Ultimately, he succumbed and wrote to her, conceding, "Very well, I have met with Uncle Sheng. Although my father forbids me from associating with him any longer, he has rendered assistance, and it is only proper that I express my gratitude by treating him to a meal." He had not yet lost all sense, having been guided by his parents for a time. Although he still did not perceive any wrongdoing on Uncle Sheng's part, he was now aware of the necessity to remain vigilant. He even inquired about the two human traffickers, asking if he should assist in dealing with them. But I had already declined his offer. Zhao Leoi and Zhao Furan appeared to show no reaction that day. However, such demeanor only indicated their deep-seated hatred for the traffickers. Unwilling to let them escape easily, confined in a narrow, dark room, deprived of food and water, their situation was dire. The stench of excrement lingered, and their hands and feet were bound, leading to a slow decay. In a matter of days, they would be tortured beyond recognition. At that time, the local authorities existed merely as a hollow shell, chaotic and ineffective. Wealthy families like the Zhaos, when faced with such matters, seldom resorted to law enforcement, opting instead for private resolution. Yet, the Zhao family upheld a legacy of honorable commerce, known for their benevolence and never resorting to extrajudicial killings. Zhao Duanzi felt certain that his parents intended to imprison the traffickers until death, believing they would not resort to murder. "They have committed numerous heinous acts and even silenced you. In my view, they should not be allowed to live. Yet, my parents remain fixated on their good reputation." Zhao Duanzi complained discontentedly. Mercury offered him another rationale. Keeping them alive may help in identifying the remaining trafficker. Zhao Duanzi remarked that Xing Shu had informed him of the demise of two individuals, the circumstances of their passing remaining shrouded in mystery, yet their deaths were irrefutably confirmed. Shuiyin cast him a sidelong glance and inscribed for emphatic characters, "Xing Shu deceives you." Zhao Duanzi let out a soft click of his tongue, then took up his brush to write, "How can you, being so young, speak of right and wrong?" Shuiyin blinked, allowing her emotions to swell, her eyes gradually reddening. Zhao Duanzi, upon witnessing his sister's tear-filled gaze, faltered mid-sentence, his hand trembling as he swiftly altered his previous inscription, inscribing instead, "You speak with wisdom. I shall henceforth be cautious, not to be misled." After all, someone had expressed concern for him, treating him to a banquet. It would be unforgivable to turn against such kindness. The youth, concerned with appearances, could do naught but acquiesce, only to be further led astray by the wily older generation. Losing his sense of direction, Shuiyin pondered whether it might be better for this lad to experience a harsh lesson, believing that his resilient exterior would enable him to learn from the trials of life. Meanwhile, Xing Shu sat in the tavern, observing Zhao Duanzi depart below, his customary benevolent smile morphing into a cold smirk. Just then, the disheveled Ma San entered, promptly inquiring, "Master Sheng, have you gathered any news regarding my brother and sister-in-law?" Xing Shu scoffed, taken aback by Zhao Duanzi's ineptitude. He could conceal nothing. With the knowledge now in Zhao Laoye's possession, it was certain that Ma De and his wife were confined within Zhao's residence, with little hope of their release. Ma San, feeling anxious, approached the situation with urgency. "How can this be allowed? We had an agreement. Who made such an agreement with you?" Xing Shu interrupted, his voice laced with irritation. "Your audacity knows no bounds. You dare to abduct a young lady from the Zhao family? Not only have you committed the abduction, but you should have sold her far away to avoid detection. Yet here you are, despite your previous offenses, failing to even secure a little girl, allowing her to escape. Now you come seeking my protection?" Ma San stammered, his face twitching in distress. We had no idea she was from the Zhao family. We had already tied her up. Everything was proceeding smoothly until some meddlesome fool intervened and rescued her, killing my second brother in the process. This past year has not been easy for us either. Old Master Zhao has held a grudge against us, sending people to hunt us down, forcing us into hiding, and jeopardizing our livelihood. The mere thought of their plight made Ma San seethe with resentment. Enough. Enough. Xing Shu, weary of Ma San's complaints, responded curtly. I shall ponder a solution. He had long been accustomed to dealing with the Ma brothers, having established a degree of rapport with them. Prior to this incident, he had been acquainted with Zhao Duanzi, intending to set a trap for him. However, the Ma brothers fortuitously kidnapped Zhao's sister, prompting old Master Zhao to send his men to pursue them relentlessly, ultimately seeking refuge on Sheng Shu's territory. Realizing the potential for mutual benefit, Sheng Shu agreed to assist Zhao Duanzi in locating the girl while simultaneously concealing the Ma brothers' whereabouts, allowing them to take shelter within his gambling establishment. Zhao Duanzi, a young master who has never faced adversity, is rather gullible. Uncle Sheng pretends to assist him in finding someone, gradually instilling in him a false sense of confidence while discreetly siphoning money from his pockets. It was only recently, when the situation became untenable and he realized that Zhao's funds were nearly depleted, that he decided to collaborate with the Ma brothers to orchestrate a ruse. Deception, after all, requires a delicate balance. The identity of the Zhao family's young master presents numerous future opportunities for financial gain. Uncle Sheng initially devised a simple plan. He would have Ma De and his wife feign distress while he assured Zhao Duanzi that he would handle the situation. He intended to mislead the young master into believing that the matter had been resolved, suggesting that the individuals in question had been disposed of in the river, thereby allowing Ma De and his associates to relocate and continue their work. Confident in his understanding of Zhao Duanzi's character, he believed his scheme was foolproof. However, fate had other plans, and he found himself outmaneuvered by the relentless persistence of a young girl. Ma San, not lacking in wit, discerned Uncle Sheng's insincerity. His heavy-set face twisted in frustration, revealing a menacing countenance as he spoke in a gruff voice. Uncle Sheng, you cannot abandon us now. If you do not aid my brother and sister-in-law, and they lose all hope, it will inevitably reflect poorly on you, and we shall all suffer the consequences. Uncle Sheng paused, then with a smile poured Ma San a drink, patting him firmly on the shoulder. What are you saying? I have shared a long-standing friendship with Ma De. How could I not assist? Rest assured, in a few days, I shall ensure this matter is resolved, no matter the difficulty. Now, let us drink this toast and preserve the harmony between brothers. Upon witnessing the fear in Ma San's demeanor, he too restrained himself, raising a smile as he offered a toast with his cup of wine. He expressed that his previous words had been hasty and ill-considered, apologizing by pledging to drink a cup in penance. Though Ma San's intellect may not rival that of his brother and sister-in-law, this reckless individual, when cornered, could unleash unpredictable folly. Uncle Sheng rapped his pipe against the table, contemplating for a moment before summoning two of his subordinates to issue a few instructions. A corpse floated along the riverbank, discovered by women washing clothes at dawn. After drifting for an entire morning, two officials finally arrived to retrieve the body, claiming it to be a drunken mishap resulting in drowning, with no one stepping forward to claim it, leading to its burial at an outside charitable graveyard. In the Zhao family residence, a maid was responsible for delivering meals to the couple, Ma De and his wife. On this day, she entered the small dark room with a change of demeanor, moving closer to the pair instead of merely dropping off the food and leaving. She whispered that Uncle Sheng had instructed her to convey the news that Ma San had accidentally drowned, and that their only son was now under his care. He assured them to rest easy, promising to look after the child well. As for the Zhao family, if they provided an explanation, the matter would be settled, ensuring that retribution would not fall upon the child. Lying amidst a foul stench, the expressionless and ferocious Ma De and his wife grasped the implications of her words, and were instantly filled with agitation. That very night, the two confined in the small dark room committed suicide by biting their tongues. Upon receiving the news, Lord Zhao and Lady Zhao waved for the body to be taken away and buried. Zhao Duanzi had also heard the news, and he felt a sense of relief. While out for a stroll, he encountered Uncle Sheng. Upon being questioned, He shared the matter with him. Uncle Sheng chuckled playfully, saying, "At last, it has come to an end. I can breathe a sigh of relief on your behalf. What do you say, to celebrate the resolution of your worries? Let me treat you to a drink?" Zhao Duanzi hesitated for a moment, and upon noticing this, Uncle Sheng feigned displeasure, remarking, "What is this? Now that the matter is resolved, you wish to distance yourself from me?" He continued teasingly, "You are indeed peculiar. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by your parents for being so tightly managed by a mere child? If you truly care for your sister, perhaps you should consider approaching it from that angle." With a chuckle, Uncle Sheng led him to a nearby tavern. Shuiyin raised her hand and opened a box, only to unveil another layer within. Upon opening the second box, she discovered an octagonal lacquer box adorned with carvings depicting children playing with grass and flying kites. Zhao Duanzi opened the topmost layer, revealing a mirror. Beneath it lay several small, flat, round boxes embellished with images of cicadas, crickets, butterflies, and dragonflies, each exquisitely crafted and filled with fragrant powder. There were several more layers beneath. Sitting beside her, Zhao Duanzi carefully revealed each layer, showcasing the various trinkets within, which would surely delight any child. "What do you think? Do you like it?" he inquired in writing. Shuiyin picked up the brush and wrote below, "Did you meet Uncle Sheng? Is this a gift from him?" Zhao Duanzi's proud expression instantly faltered. How did his sister know? He hadn't consumed any alcohol today, nor had he mentioned Uncle Sheng at all. Upon realizing that she had discerned his thoughts, Zhao Duanzi sheepishly remarked, "Look, Uncle Sheng has presented you with such an intriguing gift. You ought not to persist in viewing him as a villain." His reasoning was rather simplistic, a quintessential childlike perspective. Shuiyin cast him a glance, remaining silent as she handed the box back to him, signaling for him to depart. "You truly don't want it? How could you refuse something so delightful? Are you not fond of it?" At times, she found solace in the absence of sound, particularly when this brother incessantly chattered away with trivialities. She was still able to quietly attend to her own affairs. No wonder her sister favored this brother. He was undeniably handsome. This situation was rather grave. At such a tender age, she had once been the most restless among them. Yet now she exhibited a composure that surpassed even her elder brother's. Regardless of how he placed the inscribed paper before her, she feigned ignorance, enveloped in her own silent realm, rejecting any form of communication. Zhao Duanzi could hardly bear her demeanor. Despite his earnest attempts to engage his sister, he met with failure. As autumn approached, Shuiyin fell ill. Her frail constitution, a characteristic of the system imposed upon her, was more easily managed in a modern era with advanced medical technology. Illness could be swiftly treated, and with a stock of common medications at home, as long as she avoided vigorous activities and remained vigilant about her health, with regular checkups, her condition posed no significant threat. However, in this era, circumstances were markedly different. After all, within her body resided the soul of an adult. When she fell ill, she did not indulge in childish whims. Instead, she exhibited a remarkable self-discipline, accustomed to taking care of herself. Yet, to Zhao Duanzi, her transformation into this obedient version of herself, so starkly different from before, was unbearable, filling him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. His sister was unwell, and particularly distressing was the fact that she was in a cold war with him over matters concerning Uncle Sheng. Even when he visited her in the hospital, she ignored him, leaving Zhao Duanzi to endure a sleepless night in torment. Upon reaching her side, he observed her taking the bitter medicine without need for coaxing. Her small face flushed with fever as she lay in bed, unable to voice her discomfort. Zhao Duanzi paced outside, rubbing his face in frustration, until he finally resolved to act. As Shuiyin prepared to rest after taking her medicine, she was taken aback when Zhao Duanzi entered with a resolute demeanor, presenting her with a written guarantee. "I, Zhao Duanzi, vow to never seek out Uncle Sheng again. Should I break this promise, let my sister Zhao Tingji disregard me henceforth." Shuiyin raised an eyebrow in surprise. The earnestness of the boy's promise was commendable, yet she wondered how long he could maintain such resolve. Folding the guarantee and setting it aside, she finally bestowed upon her brother a rare smile. "That's wonderful. My sister is finally acknowledging me," he exclaimed, realizing that in comparison to his sister, his apologies to Uncle Sheng paled in significance. After all, she was far more important to him. Unbeknownst to him, Uncle Sheng had recently noticed that Zhao Duanzi seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, having not even walked past the street in front of the Shenlong Casino for the past 2 or 3 months. He now seeks to cultivate a favorable relationship with the young master of the Zhao family, anticipating that once he ascends to the head of the Zhao household, he will be able to seamlessly advance his own business interests. However, to his surprise, the young master suddenly began to distance himself. Suppressing his peculiar thoughts, Uncle Sheng inquired, "Is it that Master Zhao disdains my humble business and disapproves of his son associating with me?" Zhao Duanzi felt somewhat awkward admitting that it was due to his sister, so he evasively deflected the matter to his father. Yet, it seemed that Master Zhao had chosen to remain indifferent. This child has lived too comfortably. At his age, he is incapable of heeding any advice offered. He must experience misfortune firsthand to truly comprehend the value of prudence. I could easily endure another 10 or 20 years. With my watchful eye, it would not be a concern for him to err and learn from his mistakes. When Master Zhao expressed this, only Madame Zhao was present, and she concurred. Let that foolish boy be deceived, they thought. However, little did they anticipate that their indifferent attitude would result in their troublesome son being subdued by their daughter. Such is the irony of nature. Master Zhao erupted in laughter upon hearing this news, while a rare smile graced the usually stern visage of Madame Zhao. Yet, as she recalled their youngest daughter's frail health and her hearing and speech difficulties, a wave of anxiety washed over her. With Tingji in her current state, how would she ever find a suitable match? What if she remained unmarried? Although their daughter was merely 9 years old, Madame Zhao's concerns grew heavier with each passing day. Master Zhao, free from such worries, reassured his wife, "Our Zhao family possesses substantial assets, and with Tingji's beauty, what is there to fear regarding her prospects for marriage? Do not dismiss her as deaf and mute. Even if she were to appear unattractive, there would still be suitors willing to marry her." What kind of statement is that? Lady Zhao expressed her concerns. While there may indeed be those willing to wed her, considering her condition, how much hardship and suffering would she endure in another household? Those who seek her hand merely for the sake of our Zhao family's fortune are driven by greed and cannot truly cherish her. Mr. Zhao countered, "This perspective is flawed. It is precisely because they covet our family's wealth that we can have confidence in their intentions. As long as the Zhao family remains steadfast, we will always be able to support our daughter. With a family like ours and a protective brother like Duanzi, what household would dare mistreat her? This matter cannot be easily communicated to you." Lady Zhao, having experienced these trials herself, understands that many aspects of marriage are beyond the comprehension of her husband, who cannot fully grasp her struggles. Marriage is far from simple. Ultimately, it is Tingji who must navigate her own life. Life inevitably involves friction and grievances, and we cannot be by her side every day, defending her from every trivial matter, lest she become incapable of asserting herself in her marital home. Mr. Zhao also began to share her concerns. Although Zhao Duanzi may seem somewhat naive, he is a man destined to lead the Zhao family. After enduring hardships, he will become wise and, in time, just as astute a businessman as his father, alleviating their worries. However, the situation is different for their daughter. Her current predicament necessitates that they consider her needs more carefully. In affluent families such as theirs, it is inconceivable to postpone considerations of their children's matrimonial prospects until they reach adulthood. Instead, arrangements are typically made during the children's early years, selecting suitable families of equal standing, discreetly exchanging intentions, and gradually observing the developments. When the time is ripe, if both parties are agreeable, the marriage can be swiftly arranged. The daughter of the Zhao family once possessed striking beauty and intelligence, and numerous ladies had previously expressed interest. Yet, Zhao Madam never rushed, preferring to wait and observe further. Now, however, those ladies of comparable status no longer sought her out. Instead, only those from families of significantly lesser standing approached, their demeanor almost patronizing. This infuriated Zhao Madam. Though her daughter is now mute, she has grown more composed and astute than before, often astonishing her mother with her ability to grasp complex concepts effortlessly. Why should outsiders look down upon her? This situation has become a considerable source of distress for Zhao Madam. Their residence in Peng City still offers some prospects, especially since my sister resides there and could provide care. Zhao Duanzi barged in, exclaiming loudly, "Isn't the Lin family the one that came to pay us New Year's greetings? They are so impoverished, with only a handful of shops. How could we possibly consider marrying my sister into such a household?" Zhao Piri and Madame turned to see their son enter, his face a picture of discontent, as if they had wronged their beloved sister. He scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. "And what about those two boys from the Lin family? They were so miserly during their visit. Last year during the New Year celebrations, the Lin family, having saved their daughter, was honored by the Zhao family, who prepared gifts to present to them. The two families had established a business relationship due to matters concerning Zhao Tingji, and as the Lin family thrived in their endeavors, they sought to strengthen their ties with the Zhao family. Upon receiving the New Year gifts, the Lin family decided to visit in person, expressing their desire to see how the young girl was recovering. She is foolish, clumsy, and unattractive, and she cries incessantly. How could she possibly be worthy of my intelligent and beautiful sister?" Zhao Leoi remarked. "The two children are still quite young. When you were their age, were you truly any better?" Zhao Duanzi countered. "At least I am more handsome than they are, and I do not cry," he insisted. "Regardless, I do not agree. You must choose someone better for my sister, someone who is more attractive than I am, comes from a similar background, and will treat her with kindness, ensuring she is never mistreated." Zhao Forn shot him an exasperated glare. "It sounds easy when you put it that way. Do you think your sister will remain unmarried forever?" Zhao Duanzi looked perplexed. "If that is the case, let her stay at home. Can our family not support her? It would save her from being mistreated in another household." His thoughts grew increasingly absurd. Could a girl truly go through life without marrying? "Why not?" he replied earnestly. "I am her brother. What is wrong with supporting her for a lifetime?" He was serious, fully aware that with her current disposition, others would surely disdain her. Only their family would cherish her, and thus it was best for her to remain at home. Other girls may seek marriage, but his sister was entirely different from the rest. "Enough, enough. What do you know, child? Do not interfere in this matter." Madame Zhao urged him to leave. She found some merit in her husband's previous words. Indeed, the Lin family was a commendable choice. After all, they had rescued her daughter, and with such a debt of gratitude, she was willing to consider them. Her daughter was only 9 years old. There were still several years until she would be married at 15 or 16, allowing ample time for her to observe the two children of the Lin family more closely. As for the Lin family status, while it might not rival that of the Zhao family, the latter could certainly extend a helping hand in the coming years. If they could forge a familial bond, the Lin family would surely remember their kindness and treat their daughter with care. The more Madame Zhao contemplated this rationale, the more convinced she became. She resolved to invite the Lin family to stay for a few days this year, allowing the children to spend time together. Unbeknownst to Shuiyin, no one in the household would discuss such matters with a child like her. However, when the new year arrived, and she witnessed the joyful Lin couple accompanied by their two sons, as well as Madame Zhao's rare smile as she welcomed them, urging them to stay longer and intentionally pairing her with the Lin boys, Shuiyin began to grasp her mother's intentions. Last year, during the new year, she had fallen ill and had not been able to socialize, but this year, she was eager to partake in the festivities. Not only had the Lin couple come, but her aunt, Madame Wei, had also arrived with her cousin. A group of adolescents gathered together, and Shuiyin glanced at her brother, who wore a frown, pondering that the protagonists of this original love quadrangle were indeed converging ahead of schedule. Wei Zimu clung to her cousin Zhao Duanzi, her eyes filled with admiration. "Cousin, please tell me about your secret escapades at the acrobatics troupe to learn martial arts. I heard you even discreetly assisted them in performing the lion dance without anyone noticing. Is that true?" Her voice was sweet and soft, coaxing Zhao Duanzi to recount his glorious exploits. Zhao Duanzi, with a playful spirit, had previously attended an acrobatics show and was captivated by the impressive displays. He insisted on paying to learn from them, and, during a lion dance performance, he even took on an apprenticeship. He performed a lion dance at the entrance of the Zhao residence, leaving both old Master Zhao and Madame Zhao utterly oblivious to his identity until he removed the lion's head, much to their astonishment and amusement. Subsequently, Old Master Zhao enrolled Zhao Duanzi in a martial arts school, advising him that if he wished to learn, he should acquire genuine skills. It was this commitment to his studies that curtailed his leisure time and prevented him from idling about with Uncle Sheng. Despite his complaints, he was genuinely excited about his training, grinning as he rubbed his sore arms. Once I master my skills, I could take on dozens of opponents single-handedly. Then I can take you out on adventures without fear and see which reckless scoundrel dares to approach us. He relished sharing these stories with his sister, eager to flaunt his prowess as an elder brother. However, when Wei Zimu persistently bombarded him with questions, his patience waned, and he dismissively replied, "That was ages ago. I hardly remember. What's there to discuss?" Wei Zimu pouted slightly, feeling a bit wronged. "Then just tell me what you do remember." Zhao Duanzi retorted, "What's there to say? You're just a little girl, what do you know?" He felt that his sister was also sitting there, amidst the lively chatter with those people, while she could only gaze at them in confusion, unable to hear a single word. How much injustice must she have felt? He would not allow his sister to endure such indignity. Wei Zimu was puzzled by his impatience and asked a few more questions, but when he ignored her, she sulked silently to the side. The male protagonist, Lin Xiao Linlang, was around the same age as Wei Zimu. He had no particular feelings towards Shuiyin but quite liked Wei Zimu, persistently attempting to engage her in conversation. "You enjoy lion dancing? I believe there's lion dancing during a lantern festival in our area. Will you go to see it?" Wei Zimu cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Her rejection mirrored Zhao Duanzi's dismissive attitude towards her. Shuiyin silently observed a group of children, savoring a piece of cloud cake that an older brother had placed before her. She mused that, even though the plot had taken a different turn under her influence, the unidirectional pursuit seemed largely unchanged. In this story, only 4 individuals could truly be deemed protagonists: Suar, Zhao Duanzi, Wei Zimu, and Linlang. To bring this world to an end, at least 2 must perish, yet these individuals had not descended to the depths that necessitated her to eliminate them. According to the original storyline, they could still live for many more years. Thus, Shuiyin had understood from the outset that she would likely have to endure a far longer existence in this realm. Once, Shuiyin was a law-abiding citizen who adhered to societal rules. Had she not traversed into these worlds, she might have never taken a life. For she was not a merciless killer. In a chaotic world, should someone inflict personal harm upon her or threaten her safety, she would take preemptive measures to respond. And, if necessary, she would resort to violence to survive. However, this does not imply that taking a life is justified. She would never willingly kill 2 innocent individuals simply to hasten the end of one world. Furthermore, what difference does it make to transition to another world? For her, there is no distinction between this world and the next. Each realm is inherently the same. This is her bottom line, regardless of the world in which she finds herself. One must adhere to their principles to avoid losing oneself during the prolonged journey. Each world stretches time longer than the last, akin to a dull blade slicing flesh, less intense than the first world, yet imbued with an almost serene quality of mundane existence that may more easily lead one to surrender their convictions. Particularly in this world, where her spirit is ensnared within a frail body, deprived of the freedom she once enjoyed, each day unfolds in a monotonous silence, a solitude that could drive one to madness. Mercury has no choice but to immerse herself in a singular pursuit. She has devoted several years to reading and practicing calligraphy, continuously engaging with new ideas and acquiring knowledge. Even if her fragile form confines her to this residence, her heart remains untethered. From the age of 8 to 15, Mercury has meticulously explored the entire collection of the Zhao family library, even expanding her study. Whether it be the classics of history and philosophy or the contemporary tales from the Ming and Qing dynasties, she peruses them all. Certain books enable her to acquire new knowledge, while others broaden her horizons. Some, though lacking in practical utility, provide her with moments of relaxation and delightful reading experiences. There are also those that, despite their tedium and futility, deepen her understanding of the myriad aspects of the world. After several years of diligent calligraphy practice, she has achieved modest success. Initially, it served merely as a means to stabilize her emotions, but gradually it evolved into a cherished habit, a preferred method of relaxation. Watching the inky characters flow vividly across the pristine paper brings her a sense of exhilaration akin to the graceful leaps of a dancer or the fervent singing of a vocalist. In this moment, her hearing impairment transforms into an asset, allowing her to focus intently on her endeavors, undisturbed by external distractions. Each time Lord Zhao observes her calligraphy, he is effusive with praise, showcasing her finest two pieces to his old friends. One of her best works has been framed and displayed in the hall alongside pieces by renowned calligraphers, while the other has been taken by Zhao Duanzi, prominently hung in his room where it is immediately visible upon entry. Lord Zhao and Lady Zhao represent the epitome of ordinary spouses and parents of their era. Although they may not possess the enlightened perspectives of the previous generation's Mr. and Mrs. Tang, they undoubtedly cherish her. Yet, it is often the case that those who harbor malice cannot inflict harm upon you, whereas those who love you may inadvertently cause greater pain. Though this couple holds affection for her, their vastly differing viewpoints render mutual understanding elusive, and she will not be swayed by their well-intentioned attempts to guide her along the path they envision for her. She has long since devised her own plans for what she ought to pursue. At the tender age of 12, Shuiyin proactively sought to learn the intricacies of accounting from old Master Zhao, eager to comprehend the various operations and management of their shop. Despite his affection for her, old Master Zhao was reluctant to impart such knowledge, believing that it bore little significance for a girl, as the Zhao family legacy would ultimately belong to her brother. In his view, a woman's path was to marry, rendering such education unnecessary. However, he could not resist the steadfast resolve of his children. Determined to learn, Shuiyin found her father unwilling to teach her, yet her devoted brother, Zhao Duanzi, assured her he would take on the task himself. He had always shunned the idea of studying such matters, often evading his father's attempts to instruct him by seeking refuge at the martial arts school, leaving old Master Zhao to lament his decision to enroll him there. Nevertheless, upon accepting his responsibility to educate his sister, he turned to their father for business insights and then returned to guide Shuiyin, reminiscent of their earlier lessons in calligraphy. Zhao Duanzi, while perplexed as to why his sister, as a girl, wished to learn such things, ultimately resolved, as a good brother, to support her aspirations regardless of her motivations. Observing his son's newfound willingness to engage in business matters, old Master Zhao could only turn a blind eye to their unconventional tutoring. After several years of study, it came as no surprise that Shuiyin excelled beyond her brother, prompting old Master Zhao to lament on countless occasions that had she been a son, he would have entrusted the family enterprise to her, especially since his elder son, nearing 20, still indulged in youthful whims. Understanding Zhao Duanzi's character, Shuiyin deftly employed her familiar tactics. While these methods were not novel, their effectiveness proved invaluable. After 3 years of diligent study, Zhao Duanzi had gained a firmer grasp of the family affairs. His lack of proficiency was not a reflection of his intelligence, but rather a manifestation of his disinterest and reluctance to engage earnestly in his studies. In this era, the significance of family is paramount. Everyone is tethered to familial life. Unlike the solitude experienced by contemporary individuals, Mercury is acutely aware that in order to sustain a free existence in this world, the Zhao family must perpetually thrive. The demise of Master Zhao and Madame Zhao, a pivotal event in the original narrative, is something she desperately wishes to alter. However, she is oblivious to the causes and timing of their deaths, and can only incessantly caution them to exercise vigilance whenever they leave the house, while simultaneously striving to ensure that Zhao Duanzi acquires greater knowledge from Master Zhao. Should she fail to prevent the untimely deaths of Master Zhao and Madame Zhao, her aim is to equip Zhao Duanzi to adeptly inherit the family business and manage the Zhao family's affairs, thereby preventing their rapid decline as depicted in the storyline. Yet, her preparations prove futile in the face of unforeseen calamities. Shortly after Mercury's 15th birthday, disaster struck. Master Zhao and Madame Zhao met with an unfortunate incident. This was a sheer accident. While human errors may have rationale, natural disasters abide by no such logic. In an instant, the young man lost his protection, and before his younger sister, he could not even muster the courage to express his despair and anguish. However, Mercury witnessed him kneeling in front of their parents' coffins in the midnight hour, tears streaming down his face, and observed his struggle to navigate the myriad of Zhao family's business affairs. With the capable and formidable heads of the Zhao family gone, they left behind a mere youth and a still tender daughter. The eldest young master, who had never shown much inclination towards managing these affairs, now bore the weight of the Zhao family, uncertain of what the future would hold. The youth possesses little knowledge and skill, yet there lies the fear of their misguided direction, which may lead to losses for the establishment, ultimately placing the burden of responsibility upon us. Moreover, the merchants with whom we collaborate have engaged in trade with us primarily due to the esteemed reputation and influence of old Master Zhao. With the transition to young Master Zhao, it remains uncertain whether we can sustain these business relationships. During the gathering of the shopkeepers from various branches of the Zhao family, convened to pay their respects to the late Mr. and Mrs. Zhao, discussions revealed a lack of faith in young Master Zhao. Such circumstances inevitably stir discontent among the ranks, and Zhao Duanzi finds himself unable to assert dominion over these cunning, seasoned shopkeepers. The sudden passing of old Master Zhao left little groundwork for his son, presenting a challenging predicament. While there are loyal shopkeepers willing to support the young heir, many others are poised to seek alternative paths. Having thrived under the Zhao family's auspices for so many years, they naturally aspire to ascend to greater heights, envisioning independence from the Zhao legacy, even harboring ambitions of becoming prominent shopkeepers themselves. Zhao Duanzi, still grappling with the anguish of his parents' demise, now faces yet another wave of adversity as business troubles arise across the Zhao enterprises. Although these issues may not be substantial, they overwhelm him with daily chaos and exhaustion. Furthermore, following the death of old Master Zhao, certain merchants have expressed reluctance to continue their partnerships, resulting in an inability to secure this year's silk orders. Those shopkeepers, once so warm and benevolent in their demeanor towards him, now exhibit a sardonic attitude, and the patrons who once affectionately referred to him as young Master Zhao have seemingly vanished. Zhao Duanzi was utterly exhausted, his temper increasingly frayed. When the various stewards of the Zhao family came to settle accounts, some deliberately falsified records to deceive him, while others, emboldened by their seniority, sought to instruct and admonish him, leaving him with a profound sense of isolation. In a fit of rage, he slammed the abacus down, invoking a flurry of well-meaning but tiresome counsel from those around him. Once they departed, he found himself in a disheveled study, gazing at a pile of account books, the scornful and distrustful glances of others weighing heavily upon him. In a sudden outburst, he tore the account books to shreds and cast them violently to the ground. Shuiyin had recently fallen ill, perhaps due to the chill she endured while keeping vigil for Master Zhao and Madame Zhao. Compounded by the exhausting duties of receiving and sending off guests, her frail constitution could not withstand the strain, and she lay in bed in a stupor for several days. When her health began to improve, she inquired about her brother's well-being, only to be met with a hesitant expression from her handmaidens. The eldest master had been exceedingly busy and irritable of late, with frequent reports of his outbursts. It was said that even the esteemed old steward of the Zhao family had not been spared from his ire, which had left the stewards quite displeased. One of her handmaidens, whom she had taken the time to teach writing, informed her of these developments, prompting Shuiyin to request that they summon Zhao Duanzi. However, her attempts to reach him were thwarted, as he was reported to be out. This occurred once, then again, stirring her suspicions. She dispatched someone to investigate his whereabouts, only to discover that he had been frequenting the Shenlong casino, owned by Xingshu. Over the past few years, Zhao Duanzi had largely severed ties with Xingshu, and it was surprising to see such unsavory characters resurfacing now that the Zhao family was in turmoil. Mercury reclined on the bed, her hair cascading around her, as she playfully tapped the beads on her wrist one by one. A youthful visage adorned with an expression of serene composure lingered for a moment before she beckoned for ink and brush. Remarkable. Young Master Zhao is truly impressive. How effortlessly he masters everything. Young Master Zhao, your luck is simply extraordinary. How many games have you won today? In the bustling atmosphere of the Shenlong casino, Zhao Duanzi sat upon a chair, casting the dice, encircled by eager onlookers. The moment the dice rolled in his favor, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted, showering him with praise. Beside him, Uncle Sheng, with a twinkle in his eye, took a puff from his water pipe and clapped Zhao Duanzi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Not bad at all. You possess a natural talent. You were born for this line of work." He exchanged knowing glances with a few companions, who promptly echoed their admiration for Zhao Duanzi. Still carrying a hint of intoxication, Zhao Duanzi leaned against the armrest of his chair, squinting slightly as he pushed a pile of chips forward with a grin, pondering whether his good fortune would persist. "Come on, young Master Zhao. Reveal the outcome. Let us witness your prowess." Amidst the fervent cheers and applause, Zhao Duanzi rediscovered a sense of carefree nostalgia, surrounded by a vibrant spectacle that promised revelry. In this moment, he found refuge from the disdainful gazes of the shopkeepers and the burdensome challenges that awaited him, basking in an exhilarating sense of relief. Uncle Sheng observed his expression and revealed a smile. This young Master Zhao had certainly fallen into a trap. What he had attempted a few years prior had not come to fruition, yet now, the timing appeared more opportune. With the constraints of old Master Zhao and Madame Zhao no longer present, this young man now exhibited a demeanor of evasion. Once he was coaxed and ensnared, the vast wealth of the Zhao family would surely be offered up willingly. As he reveled in his own cleverness, a sudden uproar erupted outside. "Make way. What is happening out there?" It seemed someone was seeking trouble. The surrounding gamblers exchanged whispers, glancing towards the entrance of the casino. While those engrossed in gambling were jostled by the throng, unable to maintain their balance, and could not help but curse loudly. Amidst the cacophony, the casino's enforcers pushed through, shouting, "What is going on? Who dares to wreak havoc in Uncle Sheng's territory?" They surged forward, intent on taking action, only to be met by a group of imposing men wielding clubs, clearly prepared for confrontation. With grim faces, they unceremoniously dispatched Uncle Sheng's subordinates aside. Behind these men stood a young girl of about 15, clad in a simple yet elegant white dress. A delicate silver longevity lock hung from her neck, and she wore jade bracelets on her wrists, with a few small white flowers adorning her dark hair. She possessed an exceptional beauty, her face delicately pointed, and her eyes seemed to shimmer with a hazy mist, their hue lighter than that of ordinary individuals. The slender and strikingly beautiful young woman resembled a white camellia, starkly contrasting with the raucous casino reeking of male sweat. Yet, she appeared unfazed by her surroundings, seemingly indifferent to the gaping glances of the gamblers, who were either captivated or bewildered by her presence. It was as though she were impervious to sound. After the imposing men surrounding her forged a path, she gracefully made her way to the innermost recesses of the casino, where she found Zhao Duanzi. At first, Zhao had not noticed her, however. The cacophony of the casino abruptly hushed, compelling him to glance back. In that fleeting moment, he became acutely aware, jolted from his inebriated reverie. The dice slipping from his fingers and clattering onto the table, while his towering stack of chips tumbled to the floor, scattering chaotically, a consequence of his startled reaction. The once confident Zhao, the center of attention, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. "Sister, what brings you here?" he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Zhao Duanzi had not anticipated his sister's presence in such a disreputable establishment. She had been raised in a life of privilege, far removed from such sordid locales. With this thought, he finally rose to confront her. To his astonishment, he found the very guarantee he had penned for her years ago. She had preserved it and now thrust it before him. Zhao Duanzi awkwardly clutched the paper, studying his sister's expression. Regret washed over him as he pondered whether he had disappointed her. Mercury remained silent, choosing not to engage with Zhao Duanzi. Observing the doubt and remorse etched on his face, she seized a long stick from a man nearby and, without hesitation, raised it to strike Zhao Duanzi.
"Stop."
"Sister." Zhao Duanzi had endured beatings from his father and mother, but never from his sister. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. After dodging her blows a few times, he caught sight of her slender arms and her pallid face, and he could no longer evade her. His sister was unwell, perhaps even ill. She had chased him here, likely driven by anger. Rather than resist, he thought it might be better to allow her to vent her frustrations on him. With this in mind, Zhao Duanzi ceased to evade her. Despite being a grown man, he huddled in a ball, refusing to cry out even when struck. Mercury, with no restraint, exerted all her strength in her assault. However, her small stature rendered her efforts ineffective against him, as he had trained in martial arts for several years. The blows felt more like a mere annoyance to him. Yet, internally, he was consumed by anguish, feeling both shame and regret. With their parents deceased, his only remaining family was a sister, but she now harbored disappointment towards him, likely leading her to resent her brother. In the gambling den, the sound of the girl's stick hitting Zhao Duanzi echoed throughout the room, evoking sympathy from the onlookers. Initially stunned by the spectacle, the crowd soon erupted into murmurs and whispers. Who is this girl? Surely, she must be the Zhao family's young lady, the sister of Zhao Duanzi. She looks delicate, yet she strikes with such ferocity. Isn't it said that she is both deaf and mute, too shy to show herself? The gossipers, momentarily oblivious to the volume of their voices, were suddenly silenced as Zhao Duanzi, clutching his head, surged to his feet. Who are you talking about, you scoundrels? How dare you speak ill of my sister? Your sister is still striking you, and you are already defending her. The surrounding onlookers, gamblers in their own right, were momentarily taken aback by the audacity of young Master Zhao. Enough. Uncle Sheng, observing the farce before him, darkened his expression. Do you treat this place as a circus? He was aware of Zhao Duanzi's deep affection for his sister, yet it was only today that he realized the extent of such affection was truly remarkable. The previous troubles caused by the Ma brothers had stemmed from this little girl's temper tantrums, and now, just as he noticed Zhao Duanzi was about to fall into a trap, the girl reappeared. It was as if she was deliberately opposing him. Just as Zhao Duanzi was about to speak, he saw Uncle Sheng intercept the blows aimed at him with a long stick and toss it aside. In that moment, Shuiyin was also inadvertently knocked down to the ground by Uncle Sheng's actions. Zhao Duanzi was startled, disregarding everything else, and almost lunged to help her up. Sister, what happened? Did you hurt yourself? Shuiyin spat out a mouthful of blood she had been holding, her eyelids drooping, appearing faint and weary. Zhao Duanzi witnessed his sister collapse and cough up blood, truly terrified now, his voice quivering. How could you be spitting blood? Sister? Uncle Sheng, upon seeing the blood, narrowed his eyes. He had exerted no real force. It was impossible for him to have knocked her down with mere effort. Yet the girl fell as if he had been exceedingly forceful. Young Master Zhao, please calm down and allow me to explain. Uncle Sheng stepped forward to utter a single sentence, only to be met with the fierce glare of the usually amiable and easily deceived young master. If anything were to happen to my sister, I would never let this matter rest. With that, he scooped her up and dashed away, ignoring everyone else. Uncle Sheng, witnessing the crowd's hasty departure, was infuriated and smashed his own water pipe. This young man, how quickly he changes his demeanor, turning his back on those he once knew. Zhao Duanzi could hardly concern himself with Uncle Sheng's thoughts. His heart was consumed with anxiety and regret. Why did he ever come to this gambling den? If he had